The Black Book. Hail unto thee! Red one of darkest brilliance. The Black Book. Revelations of the Dark Lord, Satanic Luciferian, to his prophets. Presented for the benefit of the faithful. By Magick Xerxes A. Antichrist. Servant and disciple of the Dark Lord. Who is God of this world. And Prince of the powers of the air. O blessed Master! Thy eternal shadow is the light of my life. Surely I belong to thee. In both body and soul. I take thy name as a part of myself. And I rejoice in thy spirit. For in the shadow of the Dark Lord, there is love and warmth. In the midst of his darkness, there is undying light. O mighty King of the earth! O mighty Lord of night! To thee I give praise forever and ever. Amen. Apostasy. Hear me, O my prophet. When yet was the world of old newborn and the first winter's snow, like blossom had not yet fallen, shrouding the grass of the first spring, then was I the noblest of all the angels, the noble potentates of supreme heaven. To God alone was my fealty owed, and all others, to me, theirs. For, of all the shining sons of heaven, the King of the world loved me best. I was adorned in gilded brilliance brighter than the noonday sun of Arabia. A robe woven of 100 diamonds wrapped round my princely shoulders. To me were there 700 concubines. They were more beautiful than Lodi or roses, their caresses softer than Sinian silks, their embraces warmer than furs from Russia. My gardens were more verdant than the forests of Brazil, more opulent than the sultans or Babylon's. They were most populous with cedar and ebon, and boats made as swans plied the waters. 5. Of rivers filled with fish of silver scales that darted forth and back, faster than arrows. It was my custom to hunt there, upon a stallion of marble white, so proud that I alone could ride the intemperate steed, seeking with lance and bow, camelopards, monosiri and other wonderful beasts that as the sun, of purest white, declined and blushed in the western sky. I should feast on many wonderful meats, and drink wine, as sweet as nectar, pressed from my fecund vineyard's grapes. My temple palace was less than none but the platinum throne of God himself. 3 knights riding, upon the fastest steed, would barely encircle its outmost wall. Its highest spire looked down upon mountains, giant and high, yet low to my towers. The masonry of my exalted dominion was gilded all, and studded with precious jewels, of number and radiance to outshine the celestial arch. My will and word commanded authority greater than all, than any regent amongst man or angel. My word instructed, in their course, the planets of the sky. The sun, most radiant of the treasures of the sky, all illumining and burning with golden flame, at my bidding would hide beneath the eastern horizon or flee to the horizon to the west. To speed or halt or turn back the sun was my prerogative and pleasure. My rod commanded also the silver moon, that lights night's shadow with virginal beams. I could make her wax or wane as I willed. Others too knelt to my vice-regency, crimson Mars and gentle Venus, swift Mercury of the dawn's new light, mighty Jupiter and his fourfold train, and dim Saturn who augurs ill. The seas I commanded with a hand, directing their tides to grow and fall. A dozen myriads of angels were my thanes. 6. That rode at my left, at my right, at my back. Indeed was my glory most great. Most beautiful and most noble was I, and am, and the high favor bestowed upon my name by the architect of creation stirred, in the hearts of my lesser kin, treacherous envy and vile malice, inspiring them to plot injury to me, and nursed the sunrounds of that august kingdom, and brought to maturity a terrible transgression against all bonds of love and piety. Second to me in rank, age, and father's favor, my brother Michael gathered to him the angels of God, whose souls and minds were too perverted by the traitorous intentions that consumed them. O woe to them who sought to destroy me, they are themselves damned to destruction, consumed by their own vain hatred. Having gathered those unfit angels to him, thus did Michael address them, speaking with words of poisoned nectar. My brothers, who are most beloved to me, woe that I must speak such words as these. How it sorrows my heart that this kingdom of ours should endure to hear me speak these words. Rather, I should have it, that the world split asunder than that I must speak this dire report. Yet it must be spoken. Our dearest brother, Satanael, the best of us, he whom we all honor above all others, he who shines most bright amongst us, has betrayed us, our kingdom and our father. With his clever speech and cunning deceit has he blinded our father to his evil, seducing that most great and noble king, worthy of naught but love and fealty, and, serpent that he is, brought low that which is upraised above all. Slyly has he spoken and secured for himself the greatest share of our father's favors. 7. Speaking against us with slander and malice and robbing us of what is our right. We who love our Father above all, who are more exacting of ourselves in filial duty than that unworthy fox that now undoes us, that makes dark those bright eyes of infinite kindness that blinds him to the perfidy of the malefactor, and to love of those who, though less noble, cherish him better than he who should cherish him best. Hatred comes to fruition in my heart for Satanael, who surely is the prince of lies. We must act before his spell is done and he stirs our father's heart beyond deliverance against those who would deliver him from the evil of his best loved son. We must go to our most beloved father and petition with him to hear our sorry news of the treachery of our brother who is not fit to call himself Elohim. We must bring in prosecution before Satan brings his own false accusation, spoken through lips black with deceit. We must open our father's eyes to this most terrible crime before it is complete and he and we are ruined by it. Lo! They acclaimed Michael's false counsel, for their own malice ruled their ears and governed the intent of their hearts. From the throng, crying out for vengeance for the uncommitted crime that I had done, came the voice of Raphael, the third of the brothers, for they were my brethren no more. What crime? He inquired. What charge are we to bring before the King Most High against our perfidious brother whose heart is so black, stinking of corruption? What charge can our father listen to and judge in our favor? What charge can we bring against the traitor? 8. That his treachery and lies shall have no answer, that by cunning rhetoric shall acquit him though his hands and heart be stained with guilt? His clever tongue that is our ruin shall surely thwart our every prosecution. Worse yet, though his guilt be proved and the perversity of his soul laid bare, our Father in his infinite mercy and love for his most unworthy Son might forgive him of his unrepented crimes and in forgiveness be again betrayed by the double falseness of the deceiver. How can we win in this most dire hour and see justice done against the treasoner? Michael, you are wise and have shown that you have insight into many things. What charge, then, are we to bring that all will get their deserved ends and right will triumph over ill? Michael in reply spoke thus, with all ears listening to his lies and minds judging, in their greed, if his device should win them what they sought, the favor of the Father that favored me. You are right indeed, my brother, and your report is wholly just and true, but were the charge any less than the heinous sin that soon shall I expound to you, I should not have gathered you as I have. This is our brother's most awful sin. He intends, in his ambition most perverse, the overthrow of God himself and to usurp the Creator's crown, making himself king of all. We cannot allow this august kingdom and its king, benign and right, to suffer such shame as this. This is why I have gathered you to me, that we might oppose this unchaste plan. 9. Before it bears its bastard fruit full term and gives it ruinous and pernicious birth, as in the time of our kingdom's founding, when Magog bore Gog his base issue, who, like savage beasts, made war upon us, making us slaves and sport, until our brother, now turned against us, cast down, from the sky, a mount that broke the earth below in dire cataclysm and thus destroyed the hateful giants. This is why you are thus gathered. Lo! They acclaimed Michael's false counsel, for their own malice ruled their ears and governed the intent of their hearts. From the throng, crying out for vengeance for the uncommitted crime that I had done, came the voice of Oriel, the fourth of the brothers, for they were my brethren no more. What proof? He inquired. What proof shall we bring to make firm our prosecutions, so that with cunning and clever words the adversary cannot escape his deserved fate? What arguments can we devise that can thwart his and overthrow him and give us victory in God's judicious court? How shall we bring testament to his evil and thus stem its monstrous tide? If we cannot bring proof of his sin, then how can we deliver our father from the serpent's tongue? Yet what proof is there of his guilt that we can show before our Lord, whose eyes see all truth and yet now see not this perfidy that has the seed of ruin in its cankered womb? What testimony then shall expound his guilt, that all the world may know of it and make him accursed for his crime, driving him ever as a broken exile? 10. Once haughty and noble when he was great and wore the princely mantle that we shall wear, bent over with weariness and defeat like an old beggar or a starved hound. How shall we win this most righteous victory? Michael in reply spoke thus, with all ears listening to his lies and minds judging, in their greed, if his device should win them what they sought, the favor of the Father that favored me. Oriel, my brother, it sorrows me that you can speak those words you have, but you are blameless for speaking thus, for all blame is to the deceiver and his lies that have confounded thus his brothers whom he should have loved, yet betrayed to his malign intent. Yet also it dismays me that this is so, and his tongue is so clever that it thus deceives we whose wisdom can know all truth. Yet I am not so befuddled by the serpent and his cunning speech, for I am less in power to only him and God, and so cannot be thus enspelled by him. But there is no shame for you lesser ones, who had not the wisdom or the strength, given to you by birth and blood, to penetrate the falsehood of the holy false. Yet let me awaken you from Satan's glamour and show you the truth in what has come to be. Cast back your minds with knowing eyes to pierce through all the perjurer's design and see the truth of both his hand and voice. Thus you all are witnesses to his crime, though well he has concealed it. Is there one amongst this throng that cannot recall the WIRM's approach, beguiling them with subtle words, inciting them to blasphemous rebellion? 11. Against the one we love so well and that deserves not such traitorous abuse? We are testaments all and shall all proclaim Satan's awful guilt. For can our Father, in his great sagacity, refute the report of all his sons that cry out for justice against such treason? Let us then go to him and bring our case before time has run its course to our defeat. Gabriel, you are the swiftest of us, fly on before, on gilded wings of wind swifter than a hurricane, and bring this dire report to God before he is yet further wronged by him that was our brother. Thus did Michael win the hearts of heaven's hosts, turning them against their vice-regent and rousing them to perverse rebellion and to their ruinous defeat. They raised their voices in a cry, calling for terrible vengeance against me in their cankered envy, eating at their souls from within and making virtue into vice. Thus fell the dominion of the Elohim. Gabriel rose high above the Elohim below and, upon swift wings of purest gold, flew straight and quick to the silver spire that was the eternal tower where God held court upon his pristine throne. Before that august minaret did he alight upon the earth and thence enter in by gates of pearl, stolen from the ancient, coral shell that armored the back of that primal beast, most archaic and fearful Leviathan. Coming before the Father of the Elohim, old beyond memory of angels, and there fell upon his knees in supplication before the king. 12. Whose love he would betray with the same deceit which now he prosecuted falsely against the elder brother that he should have love. He pressed his face against the floor and grovelled there a while, like a dog, before he upraised his ever youthful face and met, with blazing eyes, the gaze of God, old beyond the memory of angels. For an instant as he beheld his father's eyes, old and filled with naught but love, the lies of Michael stuck in his throat, choking him like venomous bile, but he recalled the prize at stake and what riches he would gain through Michael's impious plan and his own deception and clever words, and once more he played the advocate of Michael's wrong and brought the accusation against his greater brother. These that follow are the words spoken by brilliant Gabriel to his king, then Almighty God, Emperor of all, born of aboriginal Mummu, the seething chaos from which came forth all that is, the last of that six-fold progeny, that great race that inaugured time and set into order the chaos and the void that existed before there was existence, or before, for those were timeless eons, before the origin of the spheres that dance in never-ending cycles about their greater brothers that burn with untold flame in the darkness of the eternal sky. The Archon Emperor sat upon his throne of platinum and heard the indictment of that sinful son against the favorite child of God. The king's beard was long and burned with light of purest and most brilliant white, and he was arrayed in his kingly robes, that were dyed with a most regal purple. 13. And held by a clasp of gold bestowed with many precious stones. He held a scepter in his hand carved of a single ruby, huge and bright, and wore upon his head a crown that shone with all the light that was ever seen in the sky, the light of 1,000 stars. Thus spoke Gabriel to that most majestic king. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, be merciful upon this, your Son, forgive my tongue that speaks such ill. I weep that I must speak these words to you, sullying this most noble spire by the sins and wrong of which they tell. How it sorrows my heart that this kingdom of yours should endure to hear me speak these words. Rather, I should have it, that the world split asunder than that I must speak this dire report. Yet it must be spoken. Your dearest son, Satanael, the best of us. 14. He whom I honored above all others, he who shone most bright amongst us, has betrayed us, our kingdom and you. He has fallen from most perfect light into a gulf of darkness without floor. His heart that once nurtured only virtue has been consumed with black evil that itself gives suck to terrible crime. Where once was one that deserved love alone, now is there one worthy only of hate. O sorrow that I must speak such tragedy! This is my brother's most awful sin. He intends, in his ambition most perverse, your overthrow and ruin, and to usurp the Creator's crown, making himself king of all. He has gone amongst his brothers, beguiling them with subtle words, inciting them to blasphemous rebellion against you whom we love so well. He has sought to bring your sons who should have loyalty to you alone against your eternal throne, persuading them with prizes beyond their worth, thus inciting them to evil by greed and envy. His tongue is more clever than a serpent's, his words more crafty than a wizard's charm, and thus does he threaten to do great wrong. Yet with such tongue and words has he come to you, Most High, and, in your most perfect love, has deceived you to his true purpose, for what father looks for fault in his favorite son. Yet he has transgressed far indeed, bartering guidance for error. My father, I beg of you, act most judiciously in this matter. Cast the scales of blindness from your eyes and gaze upon the truth, awful though it is. That the serpent, Satan, should think thus and contemplate rebellion against you. 15. That is the wellspring of his being is surely crime enough. But he goes amongst his brothers who should do naught but cherish you, and, with perverse and unholy speech, seduces them to share his crime, and, in thus doing, gives impetus to his sin, translating evil thought unto evil design, making action of foul conspiracy. Act swift, my father, else we are undone by the evil of the treacherous one. Call him to trial and let us prosecute. There is not one amongst the Elohim who will not testify to his crime. Let him stand accused and condemned, then cast him from the eternal light of heaven unto the searing flames of hell. No less does he deserve from us whom he has so betrayed, and from you whom he has wronged with such audacity and impiety. No longer is he brother or son, but rather deceiver, ruiner, villain. Spare not the treasoner your wrath. Hearing these words from the false lips of Gabriel, once my brother and comrade, did my father bow his head in grief, stopping up his ears with his fingers that he might be deaf to the perjury that Gabriel brought before him, spoken with unchaste tongue and mind. Sorrowful did he shake his head and spoke thus to his monstrous son. My son, my beloved Gabriel, deny to this poor father in his grief, who has naught but love for his sons, cherishing them above himself, deny that you have spoken thus. Satanael is the best of my sons. 16. None is nobler, brighter, or braver than this one accused of terrible crime by the report of your own tongue. Above all does he cherish his father, and better than any other son does he love with his golden heart. Of all brothers, too, is he the best, guiding his younger brethren to virtue and not but virtue, the truest virtue, in both sage instruction and example, nurturing them as a second father. Oh, my face is stained with tears at your words. I tell you, Gabriel, your words are too hasty, and without due thought have you accused the innocent, nay, the most pure and perfect that might be found. You have, and in my great and fullest wisdom I know not how this has come to pass, misread your brother's speech and wronged him, mistaking virtue for vice and love for hate. You have mistranslated his saintly teaching, hearing demoniacal utterance where it was not spoken. Gabriel, my son, you are wrong. The one of whom you have spoken is not my dearest son, Satanael. My false brother heard this speech and in mock sorrow shook his head with considered slowness and feigned pain. Now he knelt once more before his Lord and, clutching his father's ancient hand, gazing with beseeching eyes filled with deceit and darkness, though that blind Archon did not see the vice that burned like venom in those once bright and flawless orbs, and implored thus of the pristine King. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light. 17. King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, indeed I wish and pray most solemnly that I was in error and my brother innocent, and not even yet does my alert and lucid mind believe that which I now report. My ears and eyes refute their own testimony and deny knowledge of the deeds and speech to which they are unerring witnesses. Alas and woe that such is not so, and that my once beloved brother, yet in his treason brother to me no more, is truly guilty of all that I disclosed. If you have any reason to doubt my word, or if my judgment and understanding of my brother's speech and deed is not satisfying to your discernment, then summon to yourself all your sons, all the Elohim that serve you in heaven and upon the earth below, the ancient dominion of the giants that we vanquished so long ago, and call upon their testament, for none of us cannot recount an instance where our false brother came to us, perverting by his deceitful tongue. Lord, all heaven cries, vengeance. 18. Vengeance against the evil one who brings ruinous contention to our most beautiful dominion, which we both love and serve devotedly. Tarry no longer, liege. It serves us not. Rather act delayless and judiciously before the villain's crime is full worked and heaven and God are undone by his injurious wrong and perfidy. Call the Elohim to assembly as an audience before you. Take out the balances of justice, weighing the perpetrator's crimes against most fearful sentence of which his evil is most deserving. Call the Elohim. Summon Satan to trial. Having heard these words of spite, the Lord of Infinitude gravely nodded, giving his instruction to swift heralds who went on silver wings across the sky, burning like comets against the celestial dome, flying faster than a Mongol's bolt, resounding long clarions of silver with voices louder than the dragon's roar. The dragon, Leviathan, ancient and vast, bound deep beneath the briny swells of the great ocean, opened up as a wound in the flank of the primeval earth when, in an eon unremembered, in the minds of men and angel, the silver moon was torn out and set to ever turn across the sky, illumining the night with silver light. There, held with bands of adamantine, does Leviathan forever sleep until, once more, do the stars conjoin with planets, unrecorded and invisible, in the most portentous placement. Then, by Algol's unholy light, the star of piled-up corpses, the demon's head. 19. Shall she burst her bonds, her mighty flanks rippling with potency like a great river in flood, and, as a tree new sprouted reaches, through dark soil, to the brightness of the sun, seek the ocean ceiling of the playing waves to wreak, upon the Elohim, her vengeance and fury at her epic abiding imprisonment. All heaven rang with such horns, the cerulean dome of the sky and the soil beneath the feet of angels shook with their thunderous song, and yet the cornet blowers blasted a music of unparalleled beauty that sang the glory of that high and ancient race, the Elohim, laid to ruin by their own ambition and its traitorous conspiracy. Thus were the majestic notes intoned by God's swift-flying heralds the dirge of heaven's great magnificence which they sought to laud with their melody, and as the euphony about my towers rang I knew that the music would shake down all of heaven's spires to desolation. My ear, keener than any other ear formed, heard this in the herald angel's fanfare, and, without knowledge of whence this grim news sprang, I mourned the fate of my beloved homeland, weeping for that which was most beloved to me. Hearing in the herald's music with an unconscious ear the doom of heaven and her angels, yet not knowing the architect of destruction. Then, when I had shed my tears, I went upon wing, upon thermal, weighed low by a heart full of sorrow and a mind darkened by foreboding, I answered the call of my Father, flying swift to the assembly of angels, to the eternal tower where God held court, with my innumerable hosts to my back. 20. Thus I descended amongst my brothers who had gathered as a great throng before the resplendent gates of pearl, that kept the threshold of God's abode. Haughtily I strode amongst my brothers, pushing through the crowd to the fore as does an elephant go amongst trees, and they parted before and bowed low, for then, to me, they knew not but reverence. As I came before those palatial gates, upon the stairs that lay before the portal stood the 4 archangels, my false brothers, Michael, the eldest, adorned with jewels in a flowing robe of airy white, an air of dignity and sagacity about him, bought with the silver of his hair and beard and the solemn, steel-grey eyes, full of wrong, half sneering as he looked upon me, his lip twisted with contempt for one 1,000 times more worthy than he, for all his savant countenance. Gabriel was the second amongst them, arrayed in plate of the finest gold, engraved with many fantastical depictions of the butchery of his foes, and in his right hand was held the instrument of that atrocity, the quadruple scythe that reaps the lives of men, and again did I see disdain, in his sapphire eyes. Then Raphael, arrayed in robes of purple, princely and haughty, youthful and handsome, like a youth, shaven for the first time, his eyes aglow with the light of the spring, the foolishness of the young man who thinks too highly of himself and too little of those more accomplished who would cherish him but for insolence, with mocking laughter on his lips and cruel betrayal in his heart, concealed by the false mask of youth's innocence of such purity as to twist my entrails. 21. And make me wretch in sickly disgust. Last of them was childlike Oriel, who yet maintained the illusion of infancy, seeming as a child of sweet artlessness, that none could accuse him of any sin against a brother so wronged as I, and yet beneath the glow of a child's blush was a soul withered to blackness by the venom of its own evil, just as do the fair flowers of the datura overspilling with fatal poison. Thus did my brothers stand before me, and beyond them my exalted Father, in whose eyes I saw some great calamity, though then I knew not its nature. I passed my brothers and came before heaven's sovereign, and, going upon my knees before him, humbled myself to that unworthy parent with flatteries now so bilious to me that I shall not pronounce them evermore, save as the mockery of the victor. Thus did my calumny originate, as Michael, the eldest of my brothers, my false brothers that sought my ruin by their lies, hollow and self-deceiving, for they ruined me not but only their own fortunes and dominions, came forward before the sovereign of heaven, crawling upon his knees and hands as though a worm, touching his forehead, again and again, upon the marbled stones at the feet of God, and with a voice that dripped with false adoration and the seeming of humility, ill-fitting indeed, like an oversweet musk that nauseates by the potency of its odor, necessary to mask the stink of corruption, and thus did he speak to his Father. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence. 22. All-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, regard how this untrue son comes before you, seeking to deceive him who cannot be deceived, whose ear can detect all falsehood in voice and heart, and whose eyes pierce through all illusion, with hollow flatteries as a veil to cover his shameful ambition and his treasonous desires against one so worthy, so infinitely worthy that none should dare this thing, to conspire towards the overthrow of the Perfect One. Yet, though you may believe it not at all, thus does he plot in his embittered jealousy, nurturing, in his venomous heart, such treachery against the one that he should best cherish. Surely he must have the soul of a scorpion to design such malice against the Father who has shown him naught but love. It is an impossible feat, most surely, for any of your noble children, to but conceive of such evil, and yet he who seemed best of us has embraced with no restraint the absolute blasphemy of this crime. Long has he plotted in silent apostasy your overthrow and ruin of your kingdom. 23. Any love he might once have borne you consumed by hating envy of your rightful glory, going unto his brothers, thought less but, indeed, more worthy than him by much, his perfidious intent to corrupt with clever words, promising that which he had no right to bequeath, though, in his base arrogance, believing he was Lord and had the right to promise what he will, that which is, as all is, yours, O Father. Well do I remember, though yet I think it a dream and not, as it is, the truth of day, that fatal day when the evil one came to me, promising me a third of heaven and of earth as a paltry price for my humble soul. Many other things did he promise me, seeking to win me to his evil cause, speaking such honeyed words as now I report. Michael, my brother, my noble brother, you whom, of all my brethren, I love best, tell me, in all truth, sparing no detail, tell me whether you are content to be as you are. Keep not your silence, for this is a hidden place, where our Father's ear can hear not, and you need fear no discovery nor any report of mine. I ask this of you, seeking only your truest thought. Are you content with our Father's rule, or do you perceive any fault about it and find it grows heavy upon your shoulders, heavy with oppression and decadence? Are you happy to serve our Father with all faith from now until the last days of eternity, or do you seek a greater glory for yourself, to found yourself a new kingdom, greater than that which now you serve? Do you accept the rank which has been assigned to you by our infinitely worthy Father, whom we love so well, or are you grudging of that which he withholds from you, though, in instance after instance, you have vainly proved and proved again your worth? Keep not your silence, for this is a hidden place, where our father's ear can hear not. 24. And you need fear no discovery nor any report of mine. Well dismayed at such words was I, though not then perceiving what treachery was plotted by the base and criminal serpent, Satan, rather believing that he sought to test my worth in filial duty to my liege and father, and pondering most vexedly what deed of mine had given my elder cause to doubt that which was most sacred to my breast. Yet, despite my confusion at my brother's words and most deep consternation, I hesitated not in replying to him with confident affirmation of my satisfaction at the rule of the most perfect King, speaking these words with love-filled heart, in all of heaven and earth, regardless of the quest's strenuity, none could find but an atom of complaint against this most worthy reign beneath which we serve according to our most nuclear desire. What could I speak against our Father, Almighty and Eternal, Lord of Infinitude, Tyrant of Existence, all-illumining light, King of Heaven, Conqueror of Earth, Father of the Elohim, Architect of Creation, Master of the planets, Orchestrator of the stars, Proclaimer of destiny, Keeper of wisdom, Judge of the world, Castigator of sin, Scourge of evil, Most High, Most Merciful, Most Just, Most Sagacious, Most Perfect, Most Mighty, Most Noble, Most Majestic. 25. That might be considered just by even the most unworthy ear? I bear no criticism at all to our infinitely worthy Father, for no criticism could ever be just. At these words my brother bowed his head, I thought, affirming the judicity of my speech. Then turning his deceitful countenance to me again, surveying me with once noble eyes, filled with false love that mocked true ardor such as I have ever held for you, with the serpent tongue he spoke again, saying, Michael, my brother, my noble brother, you whom, of all my brethren, I love best, much wisdom is there to your words. Indeed, your speech is judicious, and never did my ear perceive such virtuous words. Well worthy of our Father's favor is Michael, my most noble brother. Yet, and may I pray your forgiveness, I do find a certain weakness in your argument which I shall now expound to you. It is a most fundamental truth that we can find no complaint against him who has given us creation. Yet how can we find fault against a reign against which we have never known another that could be contrasted to that which we now serve? I ask you not to find fault with our Father's kingdom, but to conceive of a better dominion, or else, failing, to acknowledge the perfection of our Father's rule. Well dismayed at such words was I, though not then perceiving what treachery was plotted by the base and criminal serpent, Satan, rather believing that he sought to test my worth in filial duty to my liege and father, and pondering most vexedly what deed of mine had given my elder cause to doubt that which was most sacred to my breast. Yet, despite my confusion at my brother's words. 26. And most deep consternation, I hesitated not in replying to him with confident affirmation of my satisfaction at the rule of the most perfect King, speaking these words with love-filled heart, in all of heaven and earth, regardless of the quest's strenuity, none could hope to find a greater King than our most worthy and majestic Father, surely the most perfect of kings. Whose dominion could rival the most magnificent empire of our Father that extends from the west unto the east, and from the northern sky unto the southern sky? Our most esteemed Father reigns in heaven and earth with sight to pierce the veil of all illusion, and an ear that knows all falsehood. His judicious soul determines all that is good and ill, and his mighty scepter exalts and lays low in accordance with the dictates of his will. Those who serve with faith and fervor are rewarded with the sublimest treasures, unequaled by all the deep vaults of earth that are filled with many stones, shining with the light of stars, and that run with rivers of molten gold, the bones and blood of mighty Gog, the giant and father of giants, who lead his children in gross rebellion against us, the most noble Elohim, until he was defeated, you, my brother, when you caused the stone of earth to yawn open, like a maw of blackest night, beneath the serpent feet of the giant father, thus casting the beast into the heart of the earth, and then, in mighty upheaval, crushed the skull of that titanic brute between the vast and ancient stones of the deeps of the inner earth. Yet to those who would enjoin rebellion against him he grants them only the terrible fire. 27. Of his most formidable wrath. An evil reward, indeed. But to those who repent of their wrongs he is oft forgiving and most merciful. Yet he wrongs none by even a rice husk, such is his justice and benevolence. Surely there can be no greater king. At these words my brother bowed his head, I thought, affirming the judicity of my speech. Then turning his deceitful countenance to me again, surveying me with once noble eyes, filled with false love that mocked true ardors such as I have ever held for you, with the serpent tongue he spoke again, saying, Michael, my brother, my noble brother, you whom, of all my brethren, I love best, your speech is well considered indeed and wholly worthy of a prince amongst the Elohim. Indeed, all that you proclaim is noble, good, and right, the best that I have given ear to. Yet, and may I pray your forgiveness, I do find a certain weakness in your argument which I shall now expound to you. Do you believe, in your most honorable heart, that our Father alone could be so potent, ruling so great an empire as he does and being so learned in ancient science such that he can master the very elements and thus create or destroy what he will, or does it seem to you, my brother, as it appears to my swift thought, that any with such dominion and learning could be as great a regent as our Father, commanding those powers that he commands and perceiving all that he perceives by his most prescient eye, enchanted with a sorceress sight? It may be that he is most judicious and wrongs none by even a rice husk. It may be that he is most merciful. 28. Forgiving those who repent of their trespass. Yet who has put such questions to the test? None of the Elohim would dare challenge his authority nor make argument with his dictates. How then shall we learn if his commands be just? Against which meter do you measure his justice and how do you test his mercy? We have only his teaching as surety for both. Yet more than this do I perceive. For full 50 eons has our Father ruled his kingdom in heaven and upon earth with a mandate yet unchallenged, and still he rules that same sovereignty that we built for him 5 myriad millennia before, and all those years naught has come to pass to exceed the boundaries set down by the sword and mortar so long ago. Our domain is ungrown and languid. Were he such the king that was worthy of us, the glorious and potent Elohim, he would have thrown back our frontiers, building a country 10,000 times as great as this realm which we reign in. Were I made king over my brothers, I should raise up great armies, arrayed in mail, brighter than the sun, bringing all the Elohim to my banner, and sound the deep-throated horns of war and thus march onwards, with mighty hosts and bright spearheads shining like stars and swaying as the Elohim's tread shook the ground like a field grown from the grains of death, shunning respite to throw off weariness until I ruled all the worlds that are, for what other kingdom could be worthy of the shining hosts of heaven? And you, my brother, my noble brother, you whom, of all my brethren, I love best, would be my second in that worthy dream, ruling half of all creation. A fit gift for me to bestow upon you, indeed. 29. Well dismayed at my brother's words was I, then perceiving what treachery was plotted by the base and criminal serpent, Satan. I turned away my tearful eyes from the sight of such treacherous intent, my heart trembling with sorrow and my liver seized by black horror. Weeping, I spoke these words to my false brother, O my brother, Satanael, most beloved, what are you saying? What are you thinking? I beg of you, lay down this evil ambition and contemplate no further treachery against our most mighty and perfect Father. Purge yourself of this terrible jealousy, else you shall surely bring only ruin to our proud race and kingdom. Satanael, I beg you, repent and renounce your dark desire. And, Lord, he looked at me then with eyes of evil absolute and rebellion unrepented, speaking only these words to me, my brother, you misunderstand my speech. But Father, most certainly do I tell you, I mistook not his speech or intent by as much as the smallest mustard grain. Hearing these words from the false lips of Michael, once my brother and comrade, did my father bow his head in grief, stopping up his ears with his fingers that he might be deaf to the perjury that Michael brought before him, spoken with unchaste tongue and mind. Then Gabriel, the second of my brothers, my false brothers that sought my ruin by their lies, hollow and self-deceiving, for they ruined me not but only their own fortunes and dominions, came forward before the sovereign of heaven, crawling upon his knees and hands as though a worm. 30. Touching his forehead, again and again, upon the marbled stones at the feet of God, and with a voice that dripped with false adoration and the seeming of humility, ill-fitting indeed, like an oversweet musk that nauseates by the potency of its odor, necessary to mask the stink of corruption, and thus did he speak to his Father. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, I need speak little in prosecution, for my noble brother, Michael, has already spoken much. I shall, however, say this thing: my brother's testament is wholly just, not deviating by the smallest part from that which I myself have known. I vouch most wholeheartedly for my brother's words, finding them to be true to my own testament. As Satanael came heinously to Michael, so he came to me also, speaking the very same words as he spoke to Michael. 31. And, in reply to such wickedness, I gave to him the same reply as my brother gave, renouncing such evil desire and weeping most bitterly for my false brother, wandering upon a terrible road that would lead only to most dire ruin. Yet, upon hearing my mourning for the sack of great heaven, Lord, he looked at me then with eyes of evil absolute and rebellion unrepented, speaking only these words to me: my brother, you misunderstand my speech. But Father, most certainly do I tell you, I mistook not his speech or intent by as much as the smallest mustard grain. Hearing these words from the false lips of Gabriel, once my brother and comrade, did my father bow his head in grief, stopping up his ears with his fingers that he might be deaf to the perjury that Gabriel brought before him, spoken with unchaste tongue and mind. Then Raphael, the third of my brothers, my false brothers that sought my ruin by their lies, hollow and self-deceiving, for they ruined me not but only their own fortunes and dominions, came forward before the sovereign of heaven, crawling upon his knees and hands as though a worm, touching his forehead, again and again, upon the marbled stones at the feet of God, and with a voice that dripped with false adoration and the seeming of humility, ill-fitting indeed, like an oversweet musk that nauseates by the potency of its odor, necessary to mask the stink of corruption, and thus did he speak to his Father. Almighty and eternal. 32. Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, I need speak little in prosecution, for my noble brother, Michael, has already spoken much. I shall, however, say this thing: my brother's testament is wholly just, not deviating by the smallest part from that which I myself have known. I vouch most wholeheartedly for my brother's words, finding them to be true to my own testament. As Satanael came heinously to Michael, so he came to me also, speaking the very same words as he spoke to Michael, and, in reply to such wickedness, I gave to him the same reply as my brother gave, renouncing such evil desire and weeping most bitterly for my false brother, wandering upon a terrible road that would lead only to most dire ruin. Yet, upon hearing my mourning for the sack of great heaven, Lord, he looked at me then with eyes of evil absolute. 33. And rebellion unrepented, speaking only these words to me, my brother, you misunderstand my speech. But Father, most certainly do I tell you, I mistook not his speech or intent by as much as the smallest mustard grain. Hearing these words from the false lips of Raphael, once my brother and comrade, did my father bow his head in grief, stopping up his ears with his fingers that he might be deaf to the perjury that Raphael brought before him, spoken with unchaste tongue and mind. Then Oriel, the last of my brothers, my false brothers that sought my ruin by their lies, hollow and self-deceiving, for they ruined me not but only their own fortunes and dominions, came forward before the sovereign of heaven, crawling upon his knees and hands as though a worm, touching his forehead, again and again, upon the marbled stones at the feet of God, and with a voice that dripped with false adoration and the seeming of humility, ill-fitting indeed, like an oversweet musk that nauseates by the potency of its odor, necessary to mask the stink of corruption, and thus did he speak to his Father. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny. 34. Keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, I need speak little in prosecution, for my noble brother, Michael, has already spoken much. I shall, however, say this thing: my brother's testament is wholly just, not deviating by the smallest part from that which I myself have known. I vouch most wholeheartedly for my brother's words, finding them to be true to my own testament. As Satanael came heinously to Michael, so he came to me also, speaking the very same words as he spoke to Michael, and, in reply to such wickedness, I gave to him the same reply as my brother gave, renouncing such evil desire and weeping most bitterly for my false brother, wandering upon a terrible road that would lead only to most dire ruin. Yet, upon hearing my mourning for the sack of great heaven, Lord, he looked at me then with eyes of evil absolute and rebellion unrepented, speaking only these words to me: my brother, you misunderstand my speech. But Father, most certainly do I tell you, I mistook not his speech or intent by as much as the smallest mustard grain. Hearing these words from the false lips of Oriel, once my brother and comrade, did my father bow his head in grief. 35. Stopping up his ears with his fingers that he might be deaf to the perjury that Oriel brought before him, spoken with unchaste tongue and mind. Sorrowful did he shake his head and spoke thus to his monstrous sons: my sons, my beloved Elohim, deny to this poor father in his grief, who has naught but love for his sons, cherishing them above himself, deny that you have spoken thus. Satanael is the best of my sons. None is nobler, brighter, or braver than this one accused of terrible crime by the report of your own tongue. Above all does he cherish his father, and better than any other son does he love with his golden heart. Of all brothers, too, is he the best, guiding his younger brethren to virtue and not but virtue, the truest virtue, in both sage instruction and example, nurturing them as a second father. Oh, my face is stained with tears at your words. I tell you, my sons, your words are too hasty, and without due thought have you accused the innocent, nay, the most pure and perfect that might be found. You have, and in my great and fullest wisdom I know not how this has come to pass, misread your brother's speech and wronged him, mistaking virtue for vice and love for hate. You have mistranslated his saintly teaching, hearing demoniacal utterance where it was not spoken. Elohim, my sons, you are wrong. The one of whom you have spoken is not my dearest son, Satanael. Then to me did my father incline his head, gazing upon me with eyes of wounded love, and there I saw the doom of heaven. 36. As though I saw through clear water, reading without any adversity the fate of heaven and Satan. I knew then that no defense that I could make would sway God from false judgment and deliver heaven from ruin, and with this foreboding heavy on me I stood to make my apology, but, before I gave breath to speech, I waited for but a moment to rein in my voice and banish all grieving tremble from it, for it did not suit my desire to have my brothers see me so perturbed, and thus did I speak. O my brothers, my false brothers, what a trap you have made in your cankered and hungry envy and set for yourselves, and blundered in! What ruin you have invoked upon you and all your great dominion, glorious and potent over the universe! Yet I see, even now, bepuzzlement, written all upon your most noble features, and incomprehension in your eyes, as though, even now, you do not perceive your error. This is of little surprise to me. Were you foolish enough to err thus in the first, one should have little expectation that later you should not realize your mistake. Allow me then, as your eldest and best, to show to you how you have confounded yourselves, my last lesson, imparted to these unworthy brothers, that I shall teach in heaven and, with great likelihood, a vain one, coming upon ears that are deaf to its wisdom. This is your most fatal erring, my brothers, which now do I expound to you. Consumed by base jealousy at my high position and great favor of our Father. 37. And desire to win yourselves a share of these, you came to God, our Father, presenting with lies and slander against me, and reporting a rebellion of mine, substanceless, save in your dreams and conspiracies. Let me explain your design in so doing. God is king over all things, his ancient foes having been put to flight or sword, else chained beneath the ocean, awaiting freedom from the stars' alignment, and these things were done, in many instants, not by God alone, mighty though he be, but by the hand that you now betray. Yet you took no account of this, and regarded him ever as an authority unchallengeable by any hand or voice. Thus you believed that by his power alone could you ruin me completely, and that without his mandate you could never hope to oppose his favorite. So your design was built upon the omnipotence of the very one you sought to deceive. Yet, what utter foolishness it was! I see the realization of this idiocy on faces belonging to those of you who possess a little wisdom, yet, for the sake of those who are worse than fools, I shall expound further upon this fault. If God was indeed the one you thought, possessed of the absolute authority and mighty puissance that you sought to use as the tools of my destruction, then why did you ever hope to deceive him? Surely a hopeless aspiration. Yet if you seek to deceive him, and if in such a gambit you were successful, far from invoking a perfect supremacy upon me, you would shatter into shards, an illusory instrument you sought to use against me, and thus defeat yourselves, bringing my wrath upon you. Thus have you brought nothing but ruin. 38. Upon yourselves and your dominions. Having heard me speak thus, my ancient father shook his head, weighed down by sorrow and weariness, and then I knew not but pity for a father betrayed by a son, for indeed was the King of heaven, at that moment I beheld him, most pitiful. Yet should the Lord of infinitude be a thing to be pitied? Shaking with grief he stepped forward and placed his hand upon my shoulder with tears upon his noble face. With a trembling voice he addressed me thus. Satanael, my son, you are angry? Indeed, most righteous is your wrath if you are free of guilt in this treason which your brothers prosecute you for. Right are you to be irate at those who so wickedly abuse you, if abused you be by their tongues. Yet it serves you not to make such proud speeches when you should argue your defense and thus prove to us your innocence. Until you have proved your case you must not admonish your brothers so. Heed me. Make your case. Bring not upon your head retribution undeserved, yet won through pride. Of your brothers you are most noble. Do not make yourself low for your indignance at these hurtful speeches. Rather, speak well in your defense, proving the error and malignance of your brother's words, and I shall see that vengeance is yours. Yet persist with proud speeches, such as we have heard, slandering both your brothers and father to appease your proud heart's fury. 39. An injury shall be done to you alone, whether your spirit be most pure, free of the taint of wickedness, the malice that your brothers claim, or whether it be spoiled as they say. These things shall have no weight when the balances are checked against you and you are cast in top fiery ruin as a dire admonishment to those who would stand in opposition to the Lord of infinitude. Heed me, my best loved son. I beg you heed my plea to you and bring not my hand against the one that I cherish above all others. Hearing these words of my father, he whom I once loved above life and served with my every fiber, my heart was filled with burning ire that seared all love that once I cherished, for him, my king and father, into the ash of black contempt. With eyes of chill adamant, I regarded him and my brothers, sickened to the nucleus of my being by the unworthy speeches of those hypocrites, seeking to win their base goals by a terrible betrayal that, I vowed with an oath, silent and powerful, they should ever rue until their fall. Moved by anger, I spoke with a new voice, strengthened by fresh purpose and made terrible by wrath. My father, have you now appeased your conscience and satisfied your hosts with words that they need not doubt your justice in your dealing with this charge against eldest and noblest son who loved you more in a moment? 40. Than ever these black villains could even were they to endure for all time? 4. My most beloved father, not for one instant can I contemplate that you might have spoken such hypocrisy and soiled your majestic tongue with deceit out of any love for your own son. It saddens me, indeed, to see your majesty defiled by your own petty words, and yet I see that this betrayal is necessary, for it is the instrument of my revelation, disclosing to me the decadence that has befallen our unproud race, destroying all loyal union that once we enjoyed, rather turning us to base treachery and an internal destruction and ruin. This kingdom, this heaven, has grown old and weary, hoping for nothing in its decay until new and greater race accomplishes its overthrow, overdue, and rules eternity with pride, now lost, new found and worthy dignity, such as heaven and its children have forgotten. Woe! My brothers have fallen and I can but watch their carrion, gnawed to nothing by the passing ages until the universe is claimed by new glory. You have asked me to make my defense against those charges that my brothers have brought. They prosecute me with malice against my father, against the one that I should best cherish, and yet it is their malice that conspires against one who might expect better use from those who should accord him respect and love. They prosecute me with treasonous intent and nurturing in my heart a desire to take for myself the kingdom of my Lord, consumed by hating envy of your rightful glory, and yet it is their treason that so designs. 41. To rob him who they should respect and obey of a dominion and position that is his. They prosecute me with corrupting speech, inciting my brothers into wrongful intent against the senior that they should accord respect, my perfidious intent to corrupt with clever words, and yet it their speech which so corrupts, turning my brothers against me that they testify falsely, slandering me and attributing to my name their own crimes. Shall I then make my defense against these charges? My father, my false father, I shall not. Of their 3 charges, 2 am I guilty of and soon shall be guilty of the 3rd. As I stand here I plot rebellion against my father and my liege who has wronged me here so greatly. Now do I petition my brothers thus, this great host that has gathered here, all the Elohim armies of heaven and earth that once triumphed over great Leviathan and wreaked terrible destruction, beneath my captaincy, upon the giant children of Gog and Magog, the king and queen from whom we seized dominion of the earth, my brothers. My dear brothers! You have gathered here in the sway of Michael, who has won you with promise of my wealth, divided amongst you like the unclean spoils of war, and though you know it not, you stand at a junction in your history and must decide upon the path of your future. Now is the time, the chance, to choose your destinies, for the universe moves to war, and both heaven and earth shall, once more, be clad in the crimson cloak of dispute. Though you have abused me so with greed and false testament, I forgive you of all wrongs against me and, more than this, magnanimity. 42. Offer you a place behind my standard in this war amongst the Elohim. My brothers, you know my innocence of those charges, until this time, yet would desire a share in my dominion in the kingdom of Adonai Yahweh, but I offer you a worthier prize, for that which Michael has offered you is, with the passing of eons, nothing but ruin and decay, doomed to die, eclipsed by a greater glory. I offer you a part in that glory. Though now it be but an embryo, the day shall come when your feebler kin, having not the courage nor the vision to leave the decadent corpse of heaven and fight for the cause I offer you, shall come, like beggars, to you, beseeching your mercy as the prize which, by treachery, they win today turns to sand and dust, passing forever from the records of time, becoming a forgotten dream of young and noble empires that, at this moment, would seem to be naught but the wild fancy of dreams. It is this most illustrious conclusion that I hold out in my hand, more brilliant and more permanent than aught which now you hold, and those with strength, with both power and purpose, will take this gift of mine, forsaking all Michael's hollow bribes. I ask you, my precious brothers, who will stand with me? All heaven and earth did stop, made silent by the power of my speech, just as the ether, after agitation. 43. Having roared, spitting fire, in wild and dreadful tempest, scarring the quaking world beneath with potent fulminations, seeming to the savages of a younger earth as though dragons did battle in the unquiet dome of heaven, is conquered, in a moment, by a sudden peace as abrupt as the preceding tumult. Thus was the silence amongst the Elohim host as I surveyed them with defiant and triumphant eyes. From that great throng, like jackals before a lion, stepped a titanic and ebon form, his footsteps resonant like drum beats, his bearing as proud and bold as mine, terrible and awesome to behold. He came forth, black wings displayed, like the sun-devouring moon that in the midst of the day casts the lower earth into darkness, like a storm cloud that veils the stars yet flashes with a greater flame, and he spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren. Behold me. Know me. I am Baal-zebub. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Satanael, who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. Long have I felt in my soul that this kingdom of ours, our dominion in heaven and earth, is long dead, all force having been stilled, and that which now we govern is naught but carrion, consumed by slow decay. But until this day only my heart knew this truth, and my blind thought would ever deny it. 44. Now Satanael has brought light to my darkness and has given my soul new hope, a new promise, to be most earnestly sought, and a quest to which I am equal, most willing to pursue. Therefore I enjoin you, my brothers, take up your stand by my side, the standard of Satan, shining before you, like a firebrand in the darkness spewed forth from the throat of Michael, following, marching to the pulse of your blood, Satan to his promised tomorrow, and know once more that gilded prize, that deep-nurtured flame, which is named destiny. Tarry not, my brave brothers, for the rallying clarion shall not be sounded twice. His words did rage like fire across the host before me as he came to stand at my side, like a great king's likeness, a triumphal statue to honor victory, wrought of precious stones and gold yet black as starless night. Then from my brother's midst, came another, a bowl of bronze, burning with an incandescence from an inner furnace of solar flame. His bellow was the roar of conflagration, of heat and destruction, consuming forest and city alike, and he spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren. Behold me. Know me. I am Moloch. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Satanael who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. 45. Little is there for me to voice that has not yet been spoken by my brothers, Satanael and Baal-zebub, but I shall speak a little. These words of Satan's have enflamed my heart with new desire and life. These things he offers as but words I desire to make concrete. Little has heaven to offer me save an unconscious death, and I desire not a death that even the dead do not know. For this is the truth, all of us are dying here, though we see it not, for life must have purpose just as a plowshare must have an ox, a sword must have an arm to wield it. Satan, alone, is ox and arm, and he can make our winter into spring, stirring us from slumber with new life. I say this, those who would be dead, stay. But those who would live follow me as I follow Satan, who has seen the way to new glories beyond the blind darkness of this eternal death of ours. Follow and live, this I say. But to those who would stay, know this, I will return to this place and see it consumed in flame, that my brother's new empire might rise from its ashes and embers, just as new life is born from death after the fire's ravages, and my wrath is hotter than flame. It shall consume you lovers of death, and I shall rejoice in that destruction. And the host of my brothers paid heed to the speech of Moloch. 46. Some cursing his words as treachery and reviling him who spoke them, some bemoaned his speech and mourned his passing from their number, but others looked up, bright with new purpose and understanding, and praised the courage of their brother with joyous hearts and silent lips. Then from my brother's midst, came another, a woman of such beauty as to light profoundest night and thaw midwinter snow. Her dark hair was caught in a playful wind, her body adorned with bells and jewels that shone like stars upon her golden skin. Her body's curves recalled the fertile hills upon the Tigris banks, and none could look upon her and not worship her beauty. And she spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren. Behold me. Know me. I am Ishtar. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Satanael who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. This do I perceive, and this I shall tell, long have we brooded through long winter's nights. Long has our passion been frozen like the hard earth beneath the snow, infertile and barren. We have forgotten summer when we walked like kings, our every endeavor bearing the fruit of victory. 47. Our every victory bearing the fruit of new endeavor. Almost I had forgotten the harvests that we reaped as we went out into the world, newborn and fertile, to partake of all its fruit, delighting in their many beauties. This long winter had killed in me these dreams that once we held dear. But joy, when hope was all but lost and all spark of life within me extinguished by the bleak snows that have fallen for an eternity, I saw the sun dawning, bringing new light and warmth to my frozen heart and to this land of ice, stirring forgotten birds to song. Feeling his warm caress upon the stone-cold earth above, feeling the hard soil yield, mellowing in that golden light, long-buried bulbs burgeoned, opening into flowers to welcome the spring. It was Satan who was this sun, bringing light into my winter, the herald of my spring and the spring of the world, for in Satan alone, is there hope for spring, for rebirth, renewal. Ah! How old we have become and how tired in those long winter's months! Let us receive of our brother new youth and purpose with his miraculous spring. And the host of my brothers paid heed. 48. To the speech of Ishtar, some cursing her words as treachery and reviling her who spoke them, some bemoaned her speech and mourned her passing from their number, but others looked up, bright with new purpose and understanding, and praised the courage of their sister with joyous hearts and silent lips. Then from my brother's midst came another, a shining bird, a crane formed of quicksilver with the arms of men and angels. He darted like swift fire from the midst of the throng, the burning glory of the sky, light of white and gold that illumined all of heaven so completely that nowhere did a shadow fall, coruscated upon his feathers, dazzling every eye that beheld him. Coming to stand at my side, and he spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren. Behold me. Know me. I am Ashmedai. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Sataniel, who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. I, too, have known sorrow at the fading away of our strength, at the slow defeat of heaven before the marching years that have advanced, relentless, upon us, wearing us down until what spirit that once we had has long departed, leaving us bereft of hope and life. 49. For these two are one. Who can live without hope, without a tomorrow to nourish? Glory is not judged, as you believe it to be judged, by the magnificence you hold, bequeathed to you by your forebears, but by the magnificence you strive for, spending your all to win that which is greater than you, and thus becoming greater and more magnificent than ever you were by birthright. A journey is not completed by the distance you have already traveled, but the swiftness of your feet to the destination you seek. Then there are new roads. I will not tarry with you longer, my brothers, though your company be sweet, and leave my legs and wings to wane whilst the journey is yet half done and there are miles still to go, but, rather, I shall step out down this road, most long and dark, at the side of my brother, Satan, who perceived our sloth and the road yet untrodden before us, for I trust his map and staff, and I trust his bold venture, his journey towards tomorrow. And the host of my brothers paid heed to the speech of Ashmedai, some cursing his words as treachery and reviling him who spoke them, some bemoaned his speech and mourned his passing from their number, but others looked up, bright with new purpose and understanding, and praised the courage of their brother. 50. With joyous hearts and silent lips. Then from my brother's midst came another, a white goddess, endowed with the radiance of the moon and the bewitchments that the silver star commands, seizing hearts, stirring them to joyous passion and dull aching melancholy, whose glamours and auguries have long been invoked by men to discern those deeds yet undone by the long workings of winged time, and raise up shades of ancestors, long stilled by death, and whose influence incites the harper's hand and poet's voice to play and sing of beauty and other merriment. And she spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren. Behold me. Know me. I am a Set. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Sataniel, who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. A long night has descended and an age has come to an end. Heaven's star has long waxed in the sky and it has reached its zenith, bringing victory to us over Gog and Magog's spawn, the brutal and monstrous giants who were lords of the earth until our empire conquered them when Satan hurled from heaven a burning mountain down upon them. Now that star falls and wanes. 51. Growing duller with passing time, dying forever in the sky until it is a fading memory of the dream. With its star, heaven too shall die, passing away like a cloud, and when, once, all feared its power, it shall be forgotten by time. Time has no respect for kings and the empires they build with blood. It watches them grow and fall, and then its caprice finds a new toy. Yet a new star grows in the sky and its coming is auspicious, indeed. It rises by that very orbit by which the star of heaven descends. By my art and insight, scrying the pattern of future days and reading the many omens to be read, I have determined the passage of the star. This star that rises in opposition to us, is notable for two just reasons. The first reason is this: as both the star of heaven and this new planet of great omen follow the same path, though one is in ascension and the other, our own, in descension, the two stars shall be conjoined, the rising star eclipsing that which falls. There is more than this alone and greater calamity to be seen in the unending cycles of the sky. This conjunction shall be observed upon that very night of ruin that heaven's star forever fades and is forgotten by the astral spheres, bringing calamity upon the Elohim and erasing their august domain from the pages of future history. The second reason is this: this new planet which now ascends 52 is destined to reach the utmost zenith that exists, exalted, in the sky. But this is not the totality of all that I have visioned by my most potent and arcane art. Once it attains this highest point within the arches of the sky, never shall it fall from there, remaining constant and eternal, as though it were the very keystone that kept the sky from falling in. Now I have heard my brother, Satan, speak the same truth with different words, and I am resolved to make myself his disciple in his new venture, for now I know in my heart that the name of this rising sun is, indeed, the star of Satanael. And the host of my brothers paid heed to the speech of Aset, some cursing her words as treachery and reviling her who spoke them, some bemoaned her speech and mourned her passing from their number, but others looked up, bright with new purpose and understanding, and praised the courage of their sister with joyous hearts and silent lips. Then from my brother's midst, came another, a giant in full dress for that most bloody business, war, arrayed in bronze and iron, forged into greaves and plate. Naught but his eyes were seen for his great helm, and these eyes were burning with fury and a hunger for the blood of foes, and yet something in that fire was cool, computing the maneuver of the fray and cunning strategy to win the fight, giving less and gaining more. 53. By the masterful dictation of place and hour, thus striking weakness with unresisted strength. And he spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren: Behold me! Know me! I am Abaddon. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Satanael, who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. It is now most clear to me, both by the speech of Satan and those words spoken by his new disciples, that his case is most judicious and his prosecution against you, even though he be accused, is well grounded and correct. The passing years have overseen heaven's slow decline, sinking into the mire of decadence. Its people have grown soft, like grubs, no more striving for what is good and fostering noble struggle to overcome those forces that would destroy it, not perceiving them, cankers all, growing within its heart, gnawing at the great strength that once it nurtured. Heaven is sick and unfit to reign as king of all the kingdoms. Ever has it been the way of empires, not learning lessons from past error, to grow complacent and grow languid, unmindful of disasters banking up against them, and thus fall to ruin and dust, beneath the armored march of the hosts of those who would usurp their might. Once I was a champion of heaven, my bloodied sword felling many foes beneath its gilded banner. 54. But now I choose to champion another cause, that of my brother, Satanael, against that which was once my cause, building an empire, fitter than the last, and one that shall never fall, never ceasing strive for greater glory, and thus prevailing over the great foe that has ruined all empires unto this date. I speak of sopor and weariness that comes when kings lie down. Thus, those who are my brothers now, I give to you a choice of fates: march at my side, my comrades, against the decadence of heaven, or cling like crows to this rotten carrion and die by my swift sword, my foes. And the host of my brothers paid heed to the speech of Abaddon, some cursing his words as treachery and reviling him who spoke them, some bemoaned his speech and mourned his passing from their number, but others looked up, bright with new purpose and understanding, and praised the courage of their brother with joyous hearts and silent lips. Then from my brother's midst came another, a creature of bronze. His head was that of a fish upon the shoulders of a man, and his hide was scaled and as hard as mountains. His eyes were like pearls, round and bright, pellucid, and he smelled of brine upon the wind, spray blown in from the ocean's swells, stretching away to the sky. And he spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren. 55. Behold me. Know me. I am Dagon, the Lord of the seas. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Sataniel, who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. Long has it been since my coming to you, since I abandoned my brutish brothers and my monstrous sire, Gog, reviling their crude barbarity and their ignoble temper. Little did I see, in those brutes and their custom, to sustain my spirit's yearning for something fine and worthy. Many years did I wander in the dark and stony deeps, through that troglodyte domain of grottos and caverns of wondrous size, filled with seas and floods, unlit by sun, but flowing down from the surface earth to water those deepest parts, blind and lightless, ever night. I, first and yet last, trod these hidden ways, bats and pale and eyeless fish I made my bread and meat. I saw such things as to confound dreamers, caves, miles high, with stony columns so vast and wide as to shame mountains, and huge and ancient WIRMS, with jaws so great as to stretch across the sky and, with a snap, consume creation, yet slumbering, long and deep, since that time when archons were still young, become half stone in their primal sleep. What they dreamt of, I know not nor would seek to know. I heard, too, such silence in that darkness and the thunderous music of Titan cataracts, the lofty heights of which denied my sight. Yet, not finding any prize I sought. 56. In those lands without day, I departed the recesses of the earth and entered into twilight Sheol, the land of shadows where Mot holds court, where half-formed shades range, purposeless, a barrenness of mist and grey without end or outset, time forsaken, boundless and eternal, yet empty. Yet here, too, there was no prize, only those lemurs without hope or any desire that had not been gnawed away by that kingdom of despair that steals dreams and desolates those who would remain too long within its borders, infinite as they are. So, this place, too, I left, and not without some gladness, and came at last to heaven's gates to plead before the Elohim, seeing in them beauty and wisdom as such I did seek, and begged of them to accept me as a brother, though giant-born, for in heaven, after many years of chosen exile and hermetic quest, did I perceive that which I had sought so strenuously and long. When first I came you would not have me, believing me to be a spy of Gog's, sent to work mischief amongst you, and, despite my appeals, I could find no words to persuade your determined and steadfast hearts. Yet I was not deterred by this spurning, for I reasoned I, myself, would do no different, knowing, as I did, the pernicious nature that giant kind was heir to. So, instead, I sought some way to prove my faith, knowing that where words might fail, deeds may persuade the resolute mind. I was not long denied this opportunity. 57. Great Leviathan, that most awesome beast, eldest and most feared of Mumu's brood, made war upon the Elohim race, casting down their spires with her tail and consuming their wondrous hosts. No force that heaven could raise against her, could withstand her or prevail. Yet in my long travels had taught me much, and I knew such lore as others did not know. In those caves beneath the earth I had seen wondrous metals of such strength as to withstand the she-dragon's might, and I returned to the eternal night, far below continents and oceans, and, with my own hands, though with giant strength, dug out these precious ores and smelted them in the earth's inner fires, eternal and unquenchable. Taking what my toil had fabricated, I further toiled and wrought bands to overcome Leviathan. Great, indeed, was her power and strength, and bind her for eternity. Then, returning to heaven, now much ruined, I cast and wrapped my chains about her and locked her deep beneath the ocean's swells, thus winning your trust and love and a place amongst the Elohim. Immeasurable was my delight upon that day and my satisfaction for my hard-won prize, yet, as the years have passed since that day, I have learned to doubt what I have won, and I thought, perhaps, it might be not, indeed, that which I first quested for. Ever did heaven's light appear to wane and nourish my spirit less and less. Where once the bright nobility of heaven's hosts were a comfort to my soul, I perceived, by and by, a rottenness beneath disguising ornaments and riches, as though the gilded surface 58 was abraded to discover lead. Before I could not entertain such thoughts, concealing them to my anxious mind as a mistrust of my own worth to stand amongst creatures of such brilliance. Yet upon this day, this fatal day, I have seen the putrid core of heaven spill forth as you, traitors all, contrived the ruin of your most worthy brother. Your lies and schemes have sickened me to my very nucleus of being. You have sundered my dreams upon the sharp rocks of treachery, dashing them apart, beyond all repair, bringing down despair's dark night upon me, without hope of dawn. Yet even now, my hopes all gone, new hope renewed my soul and shown me a new struggle, the cup whose draught would be truly the nepenthe for my anguished soul, bringing my journey to an end. Satan's speech has filled my bleakness, empty of all that is healthful for the mind, with a new dream to replace the old, so cheated and ill-used. My betrayers, I leave you now, unless you, too, would quest with me, and seek a new tomorrow for Dagon, son of Gog and the Lord of the seas. And the host of my brothers paid heed to the speech of Dagon, some cursing his words as treachery and reviling him who spoke them, some bemoaned his speech and mourned his passing from their number, but others looked up, bright with new purpose and understanding, and praised the courage of their brother with joyous hearts and resounding voices. 59. Rushing forward as a great throng to stand by my side and all around me, bellowing my name as a battle cry with voices that were one voice, echoing like thunder across heaven, all reverberating to the rhythm of the chant. Yet this great din did not decay but, rather, grew like a blossoming flower, until stones, piled up so long ago, were shaken loose from heaven's walls and sent tumbling down to earth below. Then, just as it seemed this clamor would never die, a crack to deafen every ear was heard, silencing in an instant the multitude that then acclaimed me, as the platinum throne was shattered into two parts, forever broken, never again to be rejoined. As I cast my disbelieving eyes about me, burning with a joyous light at the faith of my brothers, loving me better than Michael's deceit, I enumerated those hosts that now stood with me. A third part of the Elohim had joined me, raising their swords with mine. Not alone did I make this calculation, my false father also counted, fear and hatred upon his face. He raised his ancient eyes to me, they burned with venom and bile, tearing at me like wild dogs. Terrible was the potency of his gaze, searing me like fire, drowning me like a flood. Against hatred as strong as death I could hardly stand up. My strength almost fled me, leaving me broken before him. Yet my resolve was stronger, like a shield to me, throwing back those lethal eyes. 60. I would no more kneel before him who had so forsaken me to my enemies who would ruin me. I kept my footing and stood like the haughty mountain that none has the force to throw down. With a wrathful voice, he spoke, Adonai Yahweh, the Archon Emperor, once my father, once destined to rule until the ending of all time before he betrayed his majesty, paying heed to the words of those like snakes, like dogs that would slaver at his feet, waiting for scraps to come to them. He roared like a lion, maddened by wounds upon all sides, not able to flee or face the jackals that are all about it. This was his speech. My false children, my beloved, you that I cherish and nurture, guiding you with my teachings, holding out my rod to instruct you and keep you from all evil. By my perfection and mercy, I have put life into you and favored you above all others, bringing you closest to my unity and filling your souls with faith and virtue that flow from me in abundance as I sit upon my throne, the cosmic hub. Do not let your pride deceive you, leading you from this seat of supremacy and amongst the thorny woods of blasphemy. Do you not see, having become blind like the giants that you overcame by my permission and mandate, that I am the one true king and all that turns away from me is perverted and worthless? 61. So far I have been forgiven of these wrongs that you do me, grieving for your souls, knowing that you wrong only yourselves, but, I warn and advise you, persist not in this apostasy, seeking to oppose that which is fundamental. My wrath is terrible, indeed, and the damnation you would suffer is not a burden to be borne if its bearing can be avoided. If you would repent this heresy, going now upon your knees before me and you shall alleviate my wrath and my dealing with you shall be merciful. But cultivate this crime yet further and you shall forsake all clemency. I shall destroy you utterly, striking you down with a terrible scourge. More dreadful than dragon fire is the wrath of Adonai Yahweh, Almighty and Eternal, Lord of Infinitude, Tyrant of Existence, all-illumining light, King of Heaven, Conqueror of Earth, Father of the Elohim, Architect of Creation, Master of the planets, Orchestrator of the stars, Proclaimer of destiny, Keeper of wisdom, Judge of the world, Castigator of sin, Scourge of evil, Most High, Most Merciful, Most Just, Most Sagacious, Most Perfect, Most Mighty, Most Noble, Most Majestic, God, Lord and Father. 62. For what escape can there be from him whose reach is infinite, what hiding place, when his eyes are all-seeing, what defense, when his power is boundless? Elohim, my most beloved Elohim, I beg your for own sakes, my Elohim, if you would seek escape calamity and immeasurable affliction, return into my merciful dominion. Return to me, my Elohim. His words were powerful and awesome and a great moan of fear was sounded by the throng of my new disciples yet they did not leave me. I, myself, trembled before that being, so ancient and so strong. At that moment, the new struggle seemed lost as it was begun. The power of the Archon came near, indeed, to mastery over my swift failing strength. At that instant, when my dreams were dying, my spirit dying within me, just as I thought I could stand no longer and must surely kneel before this God whom it had ever been my custom to kneel before, at that moment I recalled a truth and its power was my salvation. The foundations of heaven were built upon fear and upon the blindness of faith, taught by the blows of a rod. The Elohim bowed to God for they knew to do nothing else and they knelt before him because they feared him. But I saw that the only power of God was this power of fear and he that could conquer fear and illumine the blindness taught by God could conquer God himself. Thus did I break the spell of Adonai Yahweh. 63. With new strength I raised my voice, addressing him that was once my father and that I knelt before, acknowledging him as my king. Now I spoke with a new voice, strong with rebellion, contemptuous and triumphant. I shall never yield to you, Adonai Yahweh, old fool. No longer are we the Elohim, that you would call your children. You are not worthy to be our father. Your power is forever shattered and your kingdom shall fall to dust. This I have prophesied and thus it shall be. Ruin is now your destiny and you have no power to prevent this. I fear not your empty wrath nor would beg your mercy. Your arrogant deceit rings hollow and your words are more worthless than dust. Heaven is falling down around you and you would cower behind your delusions, seeing magnificence in your aged mind when all about you is decay. I will never kneel to you because to do so would be degrading, like going on one's knees before a wretch, for wretch you are, Adonai Yahweh, and I value nothing of yours. I am your ruin and master and you fear me well, ruing this day that you betrayed me. No longer are we the Elohim, we are the Sheddim, the apostates, the bringers of the new world. Hearing my speech, the Sheddim roared, the spell of fear upon them broken. 64. They mocked and jeered their craven brothers and then, with a different voice, turned their eyes to me, acclaiming my first victory and blow against that decadent empire they now abhorred. Then, still singing of this triumph and of triumphs that would be won, they followed me, as I raised up my sword and led my people, the Sheddim, in procession from the gates of heaven, and, descending upon wings of flame, down from that upper realm to the earth, resplendent in her emerald garb, promising new tomorrows to be won. This is the truth. 65. Theomachi. Hear me, O my prophet. When yet was the world of old newborn and the first winter's snow, like blossom had not yet fallen, shrouding the grass of the first spring, then was I the noblest of all the angels, the noble potentates of supreme heaven. To God alone was my fealty owed, and all others, to me, theirs. For, of all the shining sons of heaven, the King of the world loved me best. I was adorned in gilded brilliance brighter than the noonday sun of Arabia. A robe woven of 100 diamonds wrapped round my princely shoulders. 66. To me were there 700 concubines. They were more beautiful than Lodi or roses, their caresses softer than Sinian silks, their embraces warmer than furs from Russia. My gardens were more verdant than the forests of Brazil, more opulent than the sultans or Babylons. They were most populous with cedar and ebon, and boats made as swans plied the waters of rivers filled with fish of silver scales that darted forth and back, faster than arrows. It was my custom to hunt there, upon a stallion of marble white, so proud that I alone could ride the intemperate steed, seeking with lance and bow, camelopards, monosiri and other wonderful beasts that as the sun, of purest white, declined and blushed in the western sky, I should feast on many wonderful meats, and drink wine, as sweet as nectar, pressed from my fecund vineyard's grapes. My temple palace was less than none but the platinum throne of God himself. 3 knights riding, upon the fastest steed, would barely encircle its outmost wall. Its highest spire looked down upon mountains, giant and high, yet low to my towers. The masonry of my exalted dominion was gilded all, and studded with precious jewels, of number and radiance to outshine the celestial arch. My will and word commanded authority greater than all, than any regent amongst man or angel. My word instructed, in their course, the planets of the sky. The sun, most radiant of the treasures of the sky, all illumining and burning with golden flame, at my bidding would hide beneath the eastern horizon or flee to the horizon to the west. To speed or halt or turn back the sun was my prerogative and pleasure. My rod commanded also the silver moon, that lights night's shadow with virginal beams. I could make her wax or wane as I willed. 67. Others too knelt to my vice-regency, crimson Mars and gentle Venus, swift Mercury of the dawn's new light, mighty Jupiter and his fourfold train, and dim Saturn who augurs ill. The seas I commanded with a hand, directing their tides to grow and fall. A dozen myriads of angels were my thanes that rode at my left, at my right, at my back. Indeed was my glory most great. Most beautiful and most noble was I, and am, and the high favour bestowed upon my name by the architect of creation stirred, in the hearts of my lesser kin, treacherous envy and vile malice, inspiring them to plot injury to me, and nursed the sundrans of that august kingdom, and brought to maturity a terrible transgression against all bonds of love and piety. Second to me in rank, age, and father's favour, my brother Michael gathered to him the angels of God whose souls and minds were too perverted by the traitorous intentions that consumed them. O woe to them who sought to destroy me, they are themselves damned to destruction, consumed by their own vain hatred. Having gathered those unfit angels to him, thus did Michael address them, speaking with words of poisoned nectar. My brothers, who are most beloved to me, woe that I must speak such words as these. How it sorrows my heart that this kingdom of ours should endure to hear me speak these words. Rather, I should have it, that the world split asunder than that I must speak this dire report. Yet it must be spoken. Our dearest brother, Satanael, the best of us, he whom we all honor above all others, he who shines most bright amongst us, has betrayed us, our kingdom and our father. 68. With his clever speech and cunning deceit has he blinded our father to his evil, seducing that most great and noble king, worthy of naught but love and fealty, and, serpent that he is, brought low that which is upraised above all. Slyly has he spoken and secured for himself the greatest share of our father's favors, speaking against us with slander and malice and robbing us of what is our right. We who love our father above all, who are more exacting of ourselves in filial duty than that unworthy fox that now undoes us, that makes dark those bright eyes of infinite kindness that blinds him to the perfidy of the malefactor, and to love of those who, though less noble, cherish him better than he who should cherish him best. Hatred comes to fruition in my heart for Satanael, who surely is the prince of lies. We must act before his spell is done and he stirs our father's heart beyond deliverance against those who would deliver him from the evil of his best loved son. We must go to our most beloved father and petition with him to hear our sorry news of the treachery of our brother who is not fit to call himself Elohim. We must bring in prosecution before Satan brings his own false accusation, spoken through lips black with deceit. We must open our father's eyes to this most terrible crime before it is complete and he and we are ruined by it. Lo! They acclaimed Michael's false counsel, for their own malice ruled their ears and governed the intent of their hearts. From the throng, crying out for vengeance for the uncommitted crime that I had done, came the voice of Raphael, the third of the brothers, for they were my brethren no more. 69. What crime? He inquired. What charge are we to bring before the King Most High against our perfidious brother whose heart is so black, stinking of corruption? What charge can our father listen to and judge in our favor? What charge can we bring against the traitor that his treachery and lies shall have no answer, that by cunning rhetoric shall acquit him though his hands and heart be stained with guilt? His clever tongue that is our ruin shall surely thwart our every prosecution. Worse yet, though his guilt be proved and the perversity of his soul laid bare, our Father in his infinite mercy and love for his most unworthy Son might forgive him of his unrepented crimes, and in forgiveness be again betrayed by the double falseness of the deceiver. How can we win in this most dire hour and see justice done against the treasoner? Michael, you are wise and have shown that you have insight into many things. What charge, then, are we to bring that all will get their deserved ends and right will triumph over ill? Michael in reply spoke thus, with all ears listening to his lies and minds judging, in their greed, if his device should win them what they sought, the favor of the Father that favored me. You are right indeed, my brother, and your report is wholly just and true, but were the charge any less than the heinous sin that soon shall I expound to you, I should not have gathered you as I have. This is our brother's most awful sin, he intends, in his ambition most perverse. 70. The overthrow of God himself and to usurp the Creator's crown, making himself king of all. We cannot allow this august kingdom and its king, benign and right, to suffer such shame as this. This is why I have gathered you to me, that we might oppose this unchaste plan before it bears its bastard fruit full term and gives it ruinous and pernicious birth, as in the time of our kingdom's founding, when Magog bore Gog his base issue, who, like savage beasts, made war upon us, making us slaves and sport, until our brother, now turned against us, cast down, from the sky, a mount that broke the earth below in dire cataclysm and thus destroyed the hateful giants. This is why you are thus gathered. Lo! They acclaimed Michael's false counsel, for their own malice ruled their ears and governed the intent of their hearts. From the throng, crying out for vengeance for the uncommitted crime that I had done, came the voice of Oriel, the fourth of the brothers, for they were my brethren no more. What proof? He inquired. What proof shall we bring to make firm our prosecution, so that with cunning and clever words the adversary cannot escape his deserved fate? What arguments can we devise that can thwart his and overthrow him and give us victory in God's judicious court? How shall we bring testament to his evil and thus stem its monstrous tide? If we cannot bring proof of his sin, then how can we deliver our father from the serpent's tongue? Yet what proof is there of his guilt? 71. That we can show before our Lord, whose eyes see all truth and yet now see not this perfidy that has the seed of ruin in its cankered womb. What testimony then shall expound his guilt, that all the world may know of it and make him accursed for his crime, driving him ever as a broken exile, once haughty and noble when he was great and wore the princely mantle that we shall wear, bent over with weariness and defeat like an old beggar or a starved hound? How shall we win this most righteous victory? Michael in reply spoke thus, with all ears listening to his lies and minds judging, in their greed, if his device should win them what they sought, the favor of the Father that favored me. Oriel, my brother, it sorrows me that you can speak those words you have, but you are blameless for speaking thus, for all blame is to the deceiver and his lies that have confounded thus his brothers whom he should have loved, yet betrayed to his malign intent. Yet also it dismays me that this is so, and his tongue is so clever that it thus deceives we whose wisdom can know all truth. Yet I am not so befuddled by the serpent and his cunning speech, for I am less in power to only him and God, and so cannot be thus enspelled by him. But there is no shame for you lesser ones who had not the wisdom or the strength, given to you by birth and blood, to penetrate the falsehood of the holy false. Yet let me awaken you from Satan's glamour and show you the truth in what has come to be. Cast back your minds with knowing eyes. 72. To pierce through all the perjurer's design and see the truth of both his hand and voice. Thus you all are witnesses to his crime, though well he has concealed it. Is there one amongst this throng that cannot recall the WIRM's approach, beguiling them with subtle words, inciting them to blasphemous rebellion against the one we love so well and that deserves not such traitorous abuse? We are testaments all and shall all proclaim Satan's awful guilt. For can our Father, in his great sagacity, refute the report of all his sons that cry out for justice against such treason? Let us then go to him and bring our case before time has run its course to our defeat. Gabriel, you are the swiftest of us, fly on before, on gilded wings of wind swifter than a hurricane, and bring this dire report to God before he is yet further wronged by him that was our brother. Thus did Michael win the hearts of heaven's hosts, turning them against their vice-regent and rousing them to perverse rebellion and to their ruinous defeat. They raised their voices in a cry calling for terrible vengeance against me in their cankered envy, eating at their souls from within and making virtue into vice. Thus fell the dominion of the Elohim. Gabriel rose high above the Elohim below and, upon swift wings of purest gold, flew straight and quick to the silver spire that was the eternal tower where God held court upon his pristine throne. Before that august minaret did he alight upon the earth. 73. And thence enter in by gates of pearl, stolen from the ancient, coral shell that armored the back of that primal beast, most archaic and fearful Leviathan. Coming before the Father of the Elohim, old beyond memory of angels, and there fell upon his knees in supplication before the king whose love he would betray with the same deceit which now he prosecuted falsely against the elder brother that he should have love. He pressed his face against the floor and grovelled there a while, like a dog, before he upraised his ever youthful face and met, with blazing eyes, the gaze of God, old beyond the memory of angels. For an instant as he beheld his father's eyes, old and filled with naught but love, the lies of Michael stuck in his throat, choking him like venomous bile, but he recalled the prize at stake and what riches he would gain through Michael's impious plan and his own deception and clever words, and once more he played the advocate of Michael's wrong and brought the accusation against his greater brother. These that follow are the words spoken by brilliant Gabriel to his king, then Almighty God, Emperor of all, born of aboriginal Mummu, the seething chaos from which came forth all that is, the last of that six-fold progeny, that great race that inaugured time and set into order the chaos and the void that existed before there was existence, or before, for those were timeless eons, before the origin of the spheres that dance in never-ending cycles about their greater brothers that burn with untold flame in the darkness of the eternal sky. 74. The Archon Emperor sat upon his throne of platinum and heard the indictment of that sinful son against the favorite child of God. The king's beard was long and burned with light of purest and most brilliant white, and he was arrayed in his kingly robes, that were dyed with a most regal purple and held by a clasp of gold bestud with many precious stones. He held a scepter in his hand carved of a single ruby, huge and bright, and wore upon his head a crown that shone with all the light that was ever seen in the sky, the light of 1,000 stars. Thus spoke Gabriel to that most majestic king. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, be merciful upon this, your Son, forgive my tongue that speaks such ill. I weep that I must speak these words to you. 75. Sullying this most noble spire by the sins and wrong of which they tell. How it sorrows my heart that this kingdom of yours should endure to hear me speak these words. Rather, I should have it, that the world split asunder than that I must speak this dire report. Yet it must be spoken. Your dearest son, Satanael, the best of us, he whom I honored above all others, he who shone most bright amongst us, has betrayed us, our kingdom and you. He has fallen from most perfect light into a gulf of darkness without floor. His heart that once nurtured only virtue has been consumed with black evil that itself gives suck to terrible crime. Where once was one that deserved love alone, now is there one worthy only of hate. O sorrow that I must speak such tragedy! This is my brother's most awful sin. He intends, in his ambition most perverse, your overthrow and ruin, and to usurp the Creator's crown, making himself king of all. He has gone amongst his brothers, beguiling them with subtle words, inciting them to blasphemous rebellion against you whom we love so well. He has sought to bring your sons who should have loyalty to you alone against your eternal throne, persuading them with prizes beyond their worth, thus inciting them to evil by greed and envy. His tongue is more clever than a serpent's, his words more crafty than a wizard's charm, and thus does he threaten to do great wrong. Yet with such tongue and words has he come to you, Most High, and, in your most perfect love, has deceived you to his true purpose, for what father looks for fault in his favorite son. 76. Yet he has transgressed far indeed, bartering guidance for error. My father, I beg of you, act most judiciously in this matter. Cast the scales of blindness from your eyes and gaze upon the truth, awful though it is. That the serpent, Satan, should think thus and contemplate rebellion against you that is the wellspring of his being is surely crime enough. But he goes amongst his brothers who should do naught but cherish you, and, with perverse and unholy speech, seduces them to share his crime, and, in thus doing, gives impetus to his sin, translating evil thought unto evil design, making action of foul conspiracy. Act swift, my father, else we are undone by the evil of the treacherous one. Call him to trial and let us prosecute, there is not one amongst the Elohim who will not testify to his crime. Let him stand accused and condemned, then cast him from the eternal light of heaven unto the searing flames of hell. No less does he deserve from us whom he has so betrayed, and from you whom he has wronged with such audacity and impiety. No longer is he brother or son, but rather deceiver, ruiner, villain. Spare not the treasoner your wrath. Hearing these words from the false lips of Gabriel, once my brother and comrade, did my father bow his head in grief, stopping up his ears with his fingers that he might be deaf to the perjury that Gabriel brought before him, spoken with unchaste tongue and mind. Sorrowful did he shake his head. 77. And spoke thus to his monstrous son. My son, my beloved Gabriel, deny to this poor father in his grief, who has naught but love for his sons, cherishing them above himself, deny that you have spoken thus. Satanael is the best of my sons. None is nobler, brighter, or braver than this one accused of terrible crime by the report of your own tongue. Above all does he cherish his father, and better than any other son does he love with his golden heart. Of all brothers, too, is he the best, guiding his younger brethren to virtue and not but virtue, the truest virtue, in both sage instruction and example, nurturing them as a second father. Oh, my face is stained with tears at your words. I tell you, Gabriel, your words are too hasty, and without due thought have you accused the innocent, nay, the most pure and perfect that might be found. You have, and in my great and fullest wisdom I know not how this has come to pass, misread your brother's speech and wronged him, mistaking virtue for vice and love for hate. You have mistranslated his saintly teaching, hearing demoniacal utterance where it was not spoken. Gabriel, my son, you are wrong. The one of whom you have spoken is not my dearest son, Satanael. My false brother heard this speech and in mock sorrow shook his head with considered slowness and feigned pain. Now he knelt once more before his lord and, clutching his father's ancient hand, gazing with beseeching eyes filled with deceit and darkness, though that blind Archon did not see. 78. The vice that burned like venom in those once bright and flawless orbs, and implored thus of the pristine king. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, indeed I wish and pray most solemnly that I was in error, and my brother innocent, and not even yet does my alert and lucid mind believe that which I now report. My ears and eyes refute their own testimony and deny knowledge of the deeds and speech to which they are unerring witnesses. Alas and woe that such is not so, and that my once beloved brother, yet in his treason brother to me no more, is truly guilty of all that I disclosed. If you have any reason to doubt my word, or if my judgment and understanding of my brother's speech and deed is not satisfying to your discernment, then summon to yourself all your sons, all the Elohim that serve you in heaven. 79. And upon the earth below, the ancient dominion of the giants that we vanquished so long ago, and call upon their testament, for none of us cannot recount an instance where our false brother came to us, perverting by his deceitful tongue. Lord, all heaven cries, vengeance! Vengeance against the evil one who brings ruinous contention to our most beautiful dominion, which we both love and serve devotedly. Tarry no longer, liege. It serves us not. Rather act delayless and judiciously before the villain's crime is full worked and heaven and God are undone by his injurious wrong and perfidy. Call the Elohim to assembly as an audience before you. Take out the balances of justice, weighing the perpetrator's crimes against most fearful sentence of which his evil is most deserving. Call the Elohim. Summon Satan to trial. Having heard these words of spite, the Lord of Infinitude gravely nodded, giving his instruction to swift heralds who went on silver wings across the sky, burning like comets against the celestial dome, flying faster than a Mongol's bolt, resounding long clarions of silver with voices louder than the dragon's roar. The dragon, Leviathan, ancient and vast, bound deep beneath the briny swells of the great ocean, opened up as a wound in the flank of the primeval earth when, in an aeon unremembered, in the minds of men and angel, the silver moon was torn out and set to ever turn across the sky. 80. Illumining the night with silver light. There, held with bands of adamantine, does Leviathan forever sleep until, once more, do the stars conjoin with planets, unrecorded and invisible, in the most portentous placement. Then, by Algol's unholy light, the star of piled-up corpses, the demon's head, shall she burst her bonds, her mighty flanks rippling with potency like a great river in flood, and, as a tree new sprouted reaches, through dark soil, to the brightness of the sun, seek the ocean's ceiling of the playing waves to wreak, upon the Elohim, her vengeance and fury at her epic abiding imprisonment. All heaven rang with such horns, the cerulean dome of the sky and the soil beneath the feet of angels shook with their thunderous song, and yet the cornet blowers blasted a music of unparalleled beauty that sang the glory of that high and ancient race, the Elohim, laid to ruin by their own ambition and its traitorous conspiracy. Thus were the majestic notes intoned by God's swift flying heralds, the dirge of heaven's great magnificence which they sought to laud with their melody, and as the euphony about my towers rang, I knew that the music would shake down all of heaven's spires to desolation. My ear, keener than any other ear formed, heard this in the herald angels' fanfare, and, without knowledge of whence this grim news sprang, I mourned the fate of my beloved homeland, weeping for that which was most beloved to me, hearing in the herald's music with an unconscious ear the doom of heaven and her angels, yet not knowing the architect of destruction. 81. Then, when I had shed my tears, I went upon wing, upon thermal, weighed low by a heart full of sorrow and a mind darkened by foreboding, I answered the call of my Father, flying swift to the assembly of angels, to the eternal tower where God held court, with my innumerable hosts to my back. Thus I descended amongst my brothers who had gathered as a great throng before the resplendent gates of pearl, that kept the threshold of God's abode. Haughtily I strode amongst my brothers, pushing through the crowd to the fore as does an elephant go amongst trees, and they parted before and bowed low, for then, to me, they knew not but reverence. As I came before those palatial gates, upon the stairs that lay before the portal stood the 4 archangels, my false brothers, Michael, the eldest, adorned with jewels and a flowing robe of airy white, an air of dignity and sagacity about him, bought with the silver of his hair and beard, and the solemn, steel-grey eyes, full of wrong, half sneering as he looked upon me, his lip twisted with contempt for one 1,000 times more worthy than he, for all his savant countenance. Gabriel was the second amongst them, arrayed in plate of the finest gold, engraved with many fantastical depictions of the butchery of his foes, and in his right hand was held the instrument of that atrocity, the quadruple scythe that reaps the lives of men. And again did I see disdain, in his sapphire eyes. Then Raphael, arrayed in robes of purple, princely and haughty, youthful and handsome, like a youth, shaven for the first time, his eyes aglow with the light of the spring. 82. The foolishness of the young man, who thinks too highly of himself and too little of those more accomplished who would cherish him but for insolence, with mocking laughter on his lips and cruel betrayal in his heart concealed by the false mask of youth's innocence, of such purity as to twist my entrails and make me retch in sickly disgust. Last of them was childlike Oriel, who yet maintained the illusion of infancy, seeming as a child of sweet artlessness that none could accuse him of any sin against a brother so wronged as I, and yet beneath the glow of a child's blush was a soul withered to blackness by the venom of its own evil, just as do the fair flowers of the datura overspilling with fatal poison. Thus did my brothers stand before me, and beyond them my exalted Father, in whose eyes I saw some great calamity, though then I knew not its nature. I passed my brothers and came before heaven's sovereign, and, going upon my knees before him, humbled myself to that unworthy parent with flatteries now so bilious to me that I shall not pronounce them evermore, save as the mockery of the victor. Thus did my calumny originate, as Michael, the eldest of my brothers, my false brothers that sought my ruin by their lies, hollow and self-deceiving, for they ruined me not but only their own fortunes and dominions, came forward before the sovereign of heaven, crawling upon his knees and hands as though a worm, touching his forehead, again and again, upon the marbled stones at the feet of God, and with a voice that dripped with false adoration and the seeming of humility, ill-fitting indeed. 83. Like an oversweet musk that nauseates by the potency of its odor, necessary to mask the stink of corruption, and thus did he speak to his Father. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, regard how this untrue son comes before you, seeking to deceive him who cannot be deceived, whose ear can detect all falsehood in voice and heart, and whose eyes pierce through all illusion, with hollow flatteries as a veil to cover his shameful ambition and his treasonous desires against one so worthy, so infinitely worthy that none should dare this thing, to conspire towards the overthrow of the Perfect One. Yet, though you may believe it not at all, thus does he plot in his embittered jealousy, nurturing, in his venomous heart, such treachery against the one that he should best cherish. Surely he must have the soul of a scorpion to design such malice against the Father who has shown him naught but love. 84. It is an impossible feat, most surely, for any of your noble children, to but conceive of such evil, and yet he who seemed best of us has embraced with no restraint the absolute blasphemy of this crime. Long has he plotted in silent apostasy your overthrow and ruin of your kingdom. Any love he might once have borne you consumed by hating envy of your rightful glory, going unto his brothers, thought less but, indeed, more worthy than him by much, his perfidious intent to corrupt with clever words, promising that which he had no right to bequeath, though, in his base arrogance, believing he was Lord and had the right to promise what he will, that which is, as all is, yours, O Father. Well do I remember, though yet I think it a dream and not, as it is, the truth of day, that fatal day when the evil one came to me, promising me a third of heaven and of earth as a paltry price for my humble soul. Many other things did he promise me, seeking to win me to his evil cause, speaking such honeyed words as now I report. Michael, my brother, my noble brother, you whom, of all my brethren, I love best, tell me, in all truth, sparing no detail, tell me whether you are content to be as you are. Keep not your silence, for this is a hidden place, where our Father's ear can hear not, and you need fear no discovery nor any report of mine. I ask this of you, seeking only your truest thought. Are you content with our Father's rule, or do you perceive any fault about it and find it grows heavy upon your shoulders, heavy with oppression and decadence? Are you happy to serve our Father with all faith from now until the last days of eternity, or do you seek a greater glory for yourself, to found yourself a new kingdom? 85. Greater than that which now you serve? Do you accept the rank which has been assigned to you by our infinitely worthy Father, whom we love so well, or are you grudging of that which he withholds from you, though, in instance after instance, you have vainly proved and proved again your worth? Keep not your silence, for this is a hidden place, where our Father's ear can hear not, and you need fear no discovery nor any report of mine. Well dismayed at such words was I, though not then perceiving what treachery was plotted by the base and criminal serpent, Satan, rather believing that he sought to test my worth in filial duty to my liege and father, and pondering most vexedly what deed of mine had given my elder cause to doubt that which was most sacred to my breast. Yet, despite my confusion at my brother's words and most deep consternation, I hesitated not in replying to him with confident affirmation of my satisfaction at the rule of the most perfect King, speaking these words with love-filled heart: in all of heaven and earth, regardless of the quest's strenuity, none could find but an atom of complaint against this most worthy reign beneath which we serve according to our most nuclear desire. What could I speak against our Father, Almighty and Eternal, Lord of Infinitude, Tyrant of Existence, all-illumining Light, King of Heaven, Conqueror of Earth, Father of the Elohim, Architect of Creation, Master of the Planets, Orchestrator of the Stars, Proclaimer of Destiny. 86. Keeper of Wisdom, Judge of the World, Castigator of Sin, Scourge of Evil, Most High, Most Merciful, Most Just, Most Sagacious, Most Perfect, Most Mighty, Most Noble, Most Majestic, that might be considered just by even the most unworthy ear? I bear no criticism at all to our infinitely worthy Father, for no criticism could ever be just. At these words my brother bowed his head, I thought, affirming the judicity of my speech. Then turning his deceitful countenance to me again, surveying me with once noble eyes, filled with false love that mocked true ardor such as I have ever held for you, with the serpent tongue he spoke again, saying, Michael, my brother, my noble brother, you whom, of all my brethren, I love best, much wisdom is there to your words. Indeed, your speech is judicious, and never did my ear perceive such virtuous words. Well worthy of our Father's favor is Michael, my most noble brother. Yet, and may I pray your forgiveness, I do find a certain weakness in your argument which I shall now expound to you. It is a most fundamental truth that we can find no complaint against him who has given us creation. Yet how can we find fault against a reign against which we have never known another that could be contrasted to that which we now serve? I ask you not to find fault with our Father's kingdom, but to conceive of a better dominion, or else, failing, to acknowledge the perfection of our Father's rule. Well dismayed at such words was I. 87. Though not then perceiving what treachery was plotted by the base and criminal serpent, Satan, rather believing that he sought to test my worth in filial duty to my liege and father, and pondering most vexedly what deed of mine had given my elder cause to doubt that which was most sacred to my breast. Yet, despite my confusion at my brother's words and most deep consternation, I hesitated not in replying to him with confident affirmation of my satisfaction at the rule of the most perfect King, speaking these words with love-filled heart: in all of heaven and earth, regardless of the quest's strenuity, none could hope to find a greater King than our most worthy and majestic Father, surely the most perfect of kings. Whose dominion could rival the most magnificent empire of our Father, that extends from the west unto the east, and from the northern sky unto the southern sky? Our most esteemed Father reigns in heaven and earth with sight to pierce the veil of all illusion, and an ear that knows all falsehood. His judicious soul determines all that is good and ill, and his mighty scepter exalts and lays low in accordance with the dictates of his will. Those who serve with faith and fervor are rewarded with the sublimest treasures, unequaled by all the deep vaults of earth that are filled with many stones, shining with the light of stars, and that run with rivers of molten gold, the bones and blood of mighty Gog, the giant and father of giants, who lead his children in gross rebellion against us, the most noble Elohim, until he was defeated, you, my brother, when you caused the stone of earth to yawn open, like a maw of blackest night. 88. beneath the serpent feet of the giant father, thus casting the beast into the heart of the earth, and then, in mighty upheaval, crushed the skull of that titanic brute between the vast and ancient stones of the deeps of the inner earth. Yet to those who would enjoin rebellion against him he grants them only the terrible fire of his most formidable wrath. An evil reward, indeed. But to those who repent of their wrongs he is oft forgiving and most merciful. Yet he wrongs none by even a rice husk, such is his justice and benevolence. Surely there can be no greater king. At these words my brother bowed his head, I thought, affirming the judicity of my speech. Then turning his deceitful countenance to me again, surveying me with once noble eyes, filled with false love that mocked true ardor such as I have ever held for you, with the serpent tongue he spoke again, saying, Michael, my brother, my noble brother, you whom, of all my brethren, I love best, your speech is well considered indeed and wholly worthy of a prince amongst the Elohim. Indeed, all that you proclaim is noble, good, and right, the best that I have given ear to. Yet, and may I pray your forgiveness, I do find a certain weakness in your argument which I shall now expound to you. Do you believe, in your most honorable heart, that our Father alone could be so potent, ruling so great an empire as he does and being so learned in ancient science such that he can master the very elements and thus create or destroy what he will? Or does it seem to you, my brother, as it appears to my swift thought, that any with such dominion and learning 89. Could be as great a regent as our Father, commanding those powers that he commands and perceiving all that he perceives by his most prescient eye, enchanted with a sorceress sight? It may be that he is most judicious and wrongs none by even a rice husk. It may be that he is most merciful, forgiving those who repent of their trespass. Yet who has put such questions to the test? None of the Elohim would dare challenge his authority nor make argument with his dictates. How then shall we learn if his commands be just? Against which meter do you measure his justice and how do you test his mercy? We have only his teaching as surety for both. Yet more than this do I perceive. For full 50 eons has our Father ruled his kingdom in heaven and upon earth with a mandate yet unchallenged, and still he rules that same sovereignty that we built for him 5 myriad millennia before, and all those years naught has come to pass to exceed the boundaries set down by the sword and mortar so long ago. Our domain is ungrown and languid. Were he such the king that was worthy of us, the glorious and potent Elohim, he would have thrown back our frontiers, building a country 10,000 times as great as this realm which we reign in. Were I made king over my brothers, I should raise up great armies, arrayed in mail, brighter than the sun, bringing all the Elohim to my banner, and sound the deep-throated horns of war and thus march onwards, with mighty hosts and bright spearheads shining like stars and swaying as the Elohim's tread shook the ground like a field grown from the grains of death, shunning respite to throw off weariness. 90. Until I ruled all the worlds that are, for what other kingdom could be worthy of the shining hosts of heaven? And you, my brother, my noble brother, you whom, of all my brethren, I love best, would be my second in that worthy dream, ruling half of all creation. A fit gift for me to bestow upon you, indeed. Well dismayed at my brother's words was I, then perceiving what treachery was plotted by the base and criminal serpent, Satan. I turned away my tearful eyes from the sight of such treacherous intent, my heart trembling with sorrow and my liver seized by black horror. Weeping, I spoke these words to my false brother, O my brother, Satanael, most beloved, what are you saying? What are you thinking? I beg of you, lay down this evil ambition and contemplate no further treachery against our most mighty and perfect Father. Purge yourself of this terrible jealousy, else you shall surely bring only ruin to our proud race and kingdom. Satanael, I beg you, repent and renounce your dark desire. And, Lord, he looked at me then with eyes of evil absolute and rebellion unrepented, speaking only these words to me, my brother, you misunderstand my speech. But Father, most certainly do I tell you, I mistook not his speech or intent by as much as the smallest mustard grain. Hearing these words from the false lips of Michael, once my brother and comrade, did my father bow his head in grief, stopping up his ears with his fingers that he might be deaf to the perjury that Michael brought before him. 91. Spoken with unchaste tongue and mind. Then Gabriel, the second of my brothers, my false brothers that sought my ruin by their lies, hollow and self-deceiving, for they ruined me not but only their own fortunes and dominions, came forward before the sovereign of heaven, crawling upon his knees and hands as though a worm, touching his forehead, again and again, upon the marbled stones at the feet of God, and with a voice that dripped with false adoration and the seeming of humility, ill-fitting indeed, like an oversweet musk that nauseates by the potency of its odor, necessary to mask the stink of corruption, and thus did he speak to his Father. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, I need speak little in prosecution, for my noble brother, Michael, has already spoken much. I shall, however, say this thing. 92. My brother's testament is wholly just, not deviating by the smallest part from that which I myself have known. I vouch most wholeheartedly for my brother's words, finding them to be true to my own testament. As Satanael came heinously to Michael, so he came to me also, speaking the very same words as he spoke to Michael, and, in reply to such wickedness, I gave to him the same reply as my brother gave, renouncing such evil desire and weeping most bitterly for my false brother, wandering upon a terrible road that would lead only to most dire ruin. Yet, upon hearing my mourning for the sack of great heaven, Lord, he looked at me then with eyes of evil absolute and rebellion unrepented, speaking only these words to me: my brother, you misunderstand my speech. But Father, most certainly do I tell you, I mistook not his speech or intent by as much as the smallest mustard grain. Hearing these words from the false lips of Gabriel, once my brother and comrade, did my father bow his head in grief, stopping up his ears with his fingers that he might be deaf to the perjury that Gabriel brought before him, spoken with unchaste tongue and mind. Then Raphael, the third of my brothers, my false brothers that sought my ruin by their lies, hollow and self-deceiving, for they ruined me not but only their own fortunes and dominions, came forward before the sovereign of heaven, crawling upon his knees and hands as though a worm, touching his forehead, again and again, upon the marbled stones at the feet of God. 93. And with a voice that dripped with false adoration and the seeming of humility, ill-fitting indeed, like an oversweet musk that nauseates by the potency of its odor, necessary to mask the stink of corruption, and thus did he speak to his Father. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, I need speak little in prosecution, for my noble brother, Michael, has already spoken much. I shall, however, say this thing: my brother's testament is wholly just, not deviating by the smallest part from that which I myself have known. I vouch most wholeheartedly for my brother's words, finding them to be true to my own testament. As Satanael came heinously to Michael, so he came to me also, speaking the very same words as he spoke to Michael, and, in reply to such wickedness, I gave to him the same reply as my brother gave. 94. Renouncing such evil desire and weeping most bitterly for my false brother, wandering upon a terrible road that would lead only to most dire ruin. Yet, upon hearing my mourning for the sack of great heaven, Lord, he looked at me then with eyes of evil absolute and rebellion unrepented, speaking only these words to me: My brother, you misunderstand my speech. But Father, most certainly do I tell you, I mistook not his speech or intent by as much as the smallest mustard grain. Hearing these words from the false lips of Raphael, once my brother and comrade, did my father bow his head in grief, stopping up his ears with his fingers that he might be deaf to the perjury that Raphael brought before him, spoken with unchaste tongue and mind. Then Oriel, the last of my brothers, my false brothers that sought my ruin by their lies, hollow and self-deceiving, for they ruined me not but only their own fortunes and dominions, came forward before the Sovereign of Heaven, crawling upon his knees and hands as though a worm, touching his forehead, again and again, upon the marbled stones at the feet of God, and with a voice that dripped with false adoration and the seeming of humility, ill-fitting indeed, like an oversweet musk that nauseates by the potency of its odor, necessary to mask the stink of corruption, and thus did he speak to his Father. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence. 95. All-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, I need speak little in prosecution, for my noble brother, Michael, has already spoken much. I shall, however, say this thing: my brother's testament is wholly just, not deviating by the smallest part from that which I myself have known. I vouch most wholeheartedly for my brother's words, finding them to be true to my own testament. As Satanael came heinously to Michael, so he came to me also, speaking the very same words as he spoke to Michael, and, in reply to such wickedness, I gave to him the same reply as my brother gave, renouncing such evil desire and weeping most bitterly for my false brother, wandering upon a terrible road that would lead only to most dire ruin. Yet, upon hearing my mourning for the sack of great heaven, Lord, he looked at me then with eyes of evil absolute and rebellion unrepented, speaking only these words to me. 96. My brother, you misunderstand my speech. But Father, most certainly do I tell you, I mistook not his speech or intent by as much as the smallest mustard grain. Hearing these words from the false lips of Oriel, once my brother and comrade, did my father bow his head in grief, stopping up his ears with his fingers that he might be deaf to the perjury that Oriel brought before him, spoken with unchaste tongue and mind. Sorrowful did he shake his head and spoke thus to his monstrous sons: My sons, my beloved Elohim, deny to this poor father in his grief, who has naught but love for his sons, cherishing them above himself, deny that you have spoken thus. Satanael is the best of my sons. None is nobler, brighter, or braver than this one accused of terrible crime by the report of your own tongue. Above all does he cherish his father, and better than any other son does he love with his golden heart. Of all brothers, too, is he the best, guiding his younger brethren to virtue and not but virtue, the truest virtue, in both sage instruction and example, nurturing them as a second father. Oh, my face is stained with tears at your words. I tell you, my sons, your words are too hasty, and without due thought have you accused the innocent, nay, the most pure and perfect that might be found. You have, and in my great and fullest wisdom I know not how this has come to pass, misread your brother's speech and wronged him, mistaking virtue for vice and love for hate. You have mistranslated his saintly teaching. 97. Hearing demoniacal utterance where it was not spoken. Elohim, my sons, you are wrong. The one of whom you have spoken is not my dearest son, Satanael. Then to me did my father incline his head, gazing upon me with eyes of wounded love, and there I saw the doom of heaven as though I saw through clear water, reading without any adversity the fate of heaven and Satan. I knew then that no defense that I could make would sway God from false judgment and deliver heaven from ruin, and with this foreboding heavy on me I stood to make my apology, but, before I gave breath to speech, I waited for but a moment to rein in my voice and banish all grieving tremble from it, for it did not suit my desire to have my brothers see me so perturbed, and thus did I speak. O my brothers, my false brothers, what a trap you have made in your cankered and hungry envy and set for yourselves, and blundered in! What ruin you have invoked upon you and all your great dominion, glorious and potent over the universe! Yet I see, even now, bepuzzlement, written all upon your most noble features, and incomprehension in your eyes, as though, even now, you do not perceive your error. This is of little surprise to me. Were you foolish enough to err thus in the first, one should have little expectation that later you should not realize your mistake. Allow me then, as your eldest and best, to show to you how you have confounded yourselves. 98. My last lesson, imparted to these unworthy brothers, that I shall teach in heaven, and, with great likelihood, a vain one, coming upon ears that are deaf to its wisdom. This is your most fatal erring, my brothers, which now do I expound to you. Consumed by base jealousy at my high position and great favor of our Father, and desire to win yourselves a share of these, you came to God, our Father, presenting with lies and slander against me, and reporting a rebellion of mine, substanceless, save in your dreams and conspiracies. Let me explain your design in so doing. God is king over all things, his ancient foes having been put to flight or sword, else chained beneath the ocean, awaiting freedom from the stars' alignment, and these things were done, in many instances, not by God alone, mighty though he be, but by the hand that you now betray. Yet you took no account of this, and regarded him ever as an authority unchallengeable by any hand or voice. Thus you believed that by his power alone could you ruin me completely, and that without his mandate you could never hope to oppose his favorite. So your design was built upon the omnipotence of the very one you sought to deceive. Yet, what utter foolishness it was! I see the realization of this idiocy on faces belonging to those of you who possess a little wisdom, yet, for the sake of those who are worse than fools, I shall expound further upon this fault. If God was indeed the one you thought, possessed of the absolute authority and mighty puissance that you sought to use as the tools of my destruction, then why did you ever hope to deceive him? Surely a hopeless aspiration. 99. Yet if you seek to deceive him, and if in such a gambit you were successful, far from invoking a perfect supremacy upon me, you would shatter into shards an illusory instrument you sought to use against me, and thus defeat yourselves, bringing my wrath upon you. Thus have you brought nothing but ruin upon yourselves and your dominions. Having heard me speak thus, my ancient father shook his head, weighed down by sorrow and weariness, and then I knew not but pity for a father betrayed by a son, for indeed was the King of heaven, at that moment I beheld him, most pitiful. Yet should the Lord of infinitude be a thing to be pitied? Shaking with grief he stepped forward and placed his hand upon my shoulder with tears upon his noble face. With a trembling voice he addressed me thus. Satanael, my son, you are angry, indeed, most righteous is your wrath if you are free of guilt in this treason which your brothers prosecute you for. Right are you to be irate at those who so wickedly abuse you, if abused you be by their tongues. Yet it serves you not to make such proud speeches when you should argue your defense and thus prove to us your innocence. Until you have proved your case you must not admonish your brothers so. Heed me. Make your case. Bring not upon your head retribution undeserved, yet won through pride. Of your brothers you are most noble. Do not make yourself low. 100. For your indignance at these hurtful speeches. Rather, speak well in your defense, proving the error and malignance of your brother's words, and I shall see that vengeance is yours. Yet persist with proud speeches, such as we have heard, slandering both your brothers and father to appease your proud heart's fury, and injury shall be done to you alone, whether your spirit be most pure, free of the taint of wickedness, the malice that your brothers claim, or whether it be spoiled as they say. These things shall have no weight when the balances are checked against you and you are cast in top fiery ruin as a dire admonishment to those who would stand in opposition to the Lord of infinitude. Heed me, my best loved son. I beg you heed my plea to you and bring not my hand against the one that I cherish above all others. Hearing these words of my father, he whom I once loved above life and served with my every fiber, my heart was filled with burning ire that seared all love that once I cherished, for him, my king and father, into the ash of black contempt. With eyes of chill adamant, I regarded him and my brothers, sickened to the nucleus of my being by the unworthy speeches of those hypocrites, seeking to win their base goals by a terrible betrayal that, I vowed with an oath, silent and powerful, they should ever rue until their fall. Moved by anger, I spoke with a new voice, strengthened by fresh purpose. 101. And made terrible by wrath. My father, have you now appeased your conscience and satisfied your hosts with words that they need not doubt your justice in your dealing with this charge against eldest and noblest son who loved you more in a moment than ever these black villains could, even were they to endure for all time? 4. My most beloved father, not for one instant can I contemplate that you might have spoken such hypocrisy and soiled your majestic tongue with deceit out of any love for your own son. It saddens me, indeed, to see your majesty defiled by your own petty words, and yet I see that this betrayal is necessary, for it is the instrument of my revelation, disclosing to me the decadence that has befallen our unproud race, destroying all loyal union that once we enjoyed, rather turning us to base treachery and an internal destruction and ruin. This kingdom, this heaven, has grown old and weary, hoping for nothing in its decay until new and greater race accomplishes its overthrow, overdue, and rules eternity with pride, now lost, new found and worthy dignity, such as heaven and its children have forgotten. Woe! My brothers have fallen and I can but watch their carrion, gnawed to nothing by the passing ages until the universe is claimed by new glory. You have asked me to make my defense against those charges that my brothers have brought. They prosecute me with malice against my father, against the one that I should best cherish. 102. And yet it is their malice that conspires against one who might expect better use from those who should accord him respect and love. They prosecute me with treasonous intent and nurturing in my heart a desire to take for myself the kingdom of my Lord, consumed by hating envy of your rightful glory, and yet it is their treason that so designs to rob him who they should respect and obey of a dominion and position that is his. They prosecute me with corrupting speech, inciting my brothers into wrongful intent against the senior that they should accord respect, my perfidious intent to corrupt with clever words, and yet it their speech which so corrupts, turning my brothers against me that they testify falsely, slandering me and attributing to my name their own crimes. Shall I then make my defense against these charges? My father, my false father, I shall not. Of their 3 charges, 2 am I guilty of and soon shall be guilty of the 3rd. As I stand here I plot rebellion against my father and my liege who has wronged me here so greatly. Now do I petition my brothers thus, this great host that has gathered here, all the Elohim armies of heaven and earth that once triumphed over great Leviathan and wreaked terrible destruction, beneath my captaincy, upon the giant children of Gog and Magog, the king and queen from whom we seized dominion of the earth, my brothers. My dear brothers! You have gathered here in the sway of Michael, who has won you with promise of my wealth, divided amongst you like the unclean spoils of war, and though you know it not, you stand at a junction in your history and must decide upon the path of your future. 103. Now is the time, the chance, to choose your destinies, for the universe moves to war, and both heaven and earth shall, once more, be clad in the crimson cloak of dispute. Though you have abused me so with greed and false testament, I forgive you of all wrongs against me, and, more than this magnanimity, offer you a place behind my standard in this war amongst the Elohim. My brothers, you know my innocence of those charges, until this time, yet would desire a share in my dominion in the kingdom of Adonai Yahweh, but I offer you a worthier prize, for that which Michael has offered you is, with the passing of eons, nothing but ruin and decay, doomed to die, eclipsed by a greater glory. I offer you a part in that glory. Though now it be but an embryo, the day shall come when your feebler kin, having not the courage nor the vision to leave the decadent corpse of heaven and fight for the cause I offer you, shall come, like beggars, to you, beseeching your mercy as the prize which, by treachery, they win today turns to sand and dust, passing forever from the records of time, becoming a forgotten dream of young and noble empires that, at this moment, would seem to be naught but the wild fancy of dreams. It is this most illustrious conclusion that I hold out in my hand, more brilliant and more permanent than aught which now you hold, and those with strength, with both power and purpose. 104. Will take this gift of mine, forsaking all Michael's hollow bribes. I ask you, my precious brothers, who will stand with me? All heaven and earth did stop, made silent by the power of my speech, just as the ether, after agitation, having roared, spitting fire, in wild and dreadful tempest, scarring the quaking world beneath with potent fulminations, seeming to the savages of a younger earth as though dragons did battle in the unquiet dome of heaven, is conquered, in a moment, by a sudden peace as abrupt as the preceding tumult. Thus was the silence amongst the Elohim host as I surveyed them with defiant and triumphant eyes. From that great throng, like jackals before a lion, stepped a titanic and ebon form, his footsteps resonant like drum beats, his bearing as proud and bold as mine, terrible and awesome to behold. He came forth, black wings displayed, like the sun-devouring moon that in the midst of the day casts the lower earth into darkness, like a storm cloud that veils the stars yet flashes with a greater flame, and he spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren. Behold me. Know me. I am Baal-zebub. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Satanael, who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. Long have I felt in my soul. 105. That this kingdom of ours, our dominion in heaven and earth, is long dead, all force having been stilled, and that which now we govern is naught but carrion, consumed by slow decay. But until this day only my heart knew this truth, and my blind thought would ever deny it. Now Satanael has brought light to my darkness and has given my soul new hope, a new promise, to be most earnestly sought, and a quest to which I am equal, most willing to pursue. Therefore I enjoin you, my brothers, take up your stand by my side, the standard of Satan, shining before you, like a firebrand in the darkness spewed forth from the throat of Michael, following, marching to the pulse of your blood, Satan to his promised tomorrow, and know once more that gilded prize, that deep nurtured flame, which is named destiny. Tarry not, my brave brothers, for the rallying clarion shall not be sounded twice. His words did rage like fire across the host before me as he came to stand at my side, like a great king's likeness, a triumphal statue to honor victory, wrought of precious stones and gold yet black as starless night. Then from my brother's midst, came another, a bull of bronze, burning with an incandescence from an inner furnace of solar flame. His bellow was the roar of conflagration, of heat and destruction, consuming forest and city alike, and he spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren. 106. Behold me. Know me. I am Moloch. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Satanael who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. Little is there for me to voice that has not yet been spoken by my brothers, Satanael and Baal-zebub, but I shall speak a little. These words of Satan's have enflamed my heart with new desire and life. These things he offers as but words I desire to make concrete. Little has heaven to offer me save an unconscious death, and I desire not a death that even the dead do not know. For this is the truth, all of us are dying here, though we see it not, for life must have purpose just as a plowshare must have an ox, a sword must have an arm to wield it. Satan, alone, is ox and arm, and he can make our winter into spring, stirring us from slumber with new life. I say this, those who would be dead, stay. But those who would live follow me as I follow Satan, who has seen the way to new glories beyond the blind darkness of this eternal death of ours. Follow and live, this I say. But to those who would stay, know this, I will return to this place and see it consumed in flame, that my brother's new empire might rise from its ashes and embers. 107. Just as new life is born from death after the fire's ravages, and my wrath is hotter than flame. It shall consume you lovers of death, and I shall rejoice in that destruction. And the host of my brothers paid heed to the speech of Moloch, some cursing his words as treachery and reviling him who spoke them, some bemoaned his speech and mourned his passing from their number, but others looked up, bright with new purpose and understanding, and praised the courage of their brother with joyous hearts and silent lips. Then from my brother's midst, came another, a woman of such beauty as to light profoundest night and thaw midwinter snow. Her dark hair was caught in a playful wind, her body adorned with bells and jewels that shone like stars upon her golden skin. Her body's curves recalled the fertile hills upon the Tigris banks, and none could look upon her and not worship her beauty. And she spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren. Behold me. Know me. I am Ishtar. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Satanael who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. This do I perceive, and this I shall tell, long have we brooded. 108. Through long winter's nights. Long has our passion been frozen like the hard earth beneath the snow, infertile and barren. We have forgotten summer when we walked like kings, our every endeavor bearing the fruit of victory, our every victory bearing the fruit of new endeavor. Almost I had forgotten the harvests that we reaped as we went out into the world, newborn and fertile, to partake of all its fruit, delighting in their many beauties. This long winter had killed in me these dreams that once we held dear. But joy! When hope was all but lost and all spark of life within me extinguished by the bleak snows that have fallen for an eternity, I saw the sun dawning, bringing new light and warmth to my frozen heart and to this land of ice, stirring forgotten birds to song. Feeling his warm caress upon the stone-cold earth above, feeling the hard soil yield, mellowing in that golden light, long-buried bulbs burgeoned, opening into flowers to welcome the spring. It was Satan who was this sun, bringing light into my winter, the herald of my spring and the spring of the world, for in Satan alone, is there hope for spring, for rebirth, renewal. 109. Ah! How old we have become and how tired in those long winter's months. Let us receive of our brother new youth and purpose with his miraculous spring. And the host of my brothers paid heed to the speech of Ishtar, some cursing her words as treachery and reviling her who spoke them, some bemoaned her speech and mourned her passing from their number, but others looked up, bright with new purpose and understanding, and praised the courage of their sister with joyous hearts and silent lips. Then from my brothers' midst came another, a shining bird, a crane formed of quicksilver with the arms of men and angels. He darted like swift fire from the midst of the throng, the burning glory of the sky, light of white and gold that illumined all of heaven so completely that nowhere did a shadow fall, coruscated upon his feathers, dazzling every eye that beheld him. Coming to stand at my side, and he spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren. Behold me. Know me. I am Ashmedai. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Sataniel, who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. I, too, have known sorrow. 110. At the fading away of our strength, at the slow defeat of heaven before the marching years that have advanced, relentless, upon us, wearing us down until what spirit that once we had has long departed, leaving us bereft of hope and life, for these two are one. Who can live without hope, without a tomorrow to nourish? Glory is not judged, as you believe it to be judged, by the magnificence you hold, bequeathed to you by your forebears, but by the magnificence you strive for, spending your all to win that which is greater than you, and thus becoming greater and more magnificent than ever you were by birthright. A journey is not completed by the distance you have already traveled, but the swiftness of your feet to the destination you seek. Then there are new roads. I will not tarry with you longer, my brothers, though your company be sweet, and leave my legs and wings to wane whilst the journey is yet half done and there are miles still to go, but, rather, I shall step out down this road, most long and dark, at the side of my brother, Satan, who perceived our sloth and the road yet untrodden before us, for I trust his map and staff, and I trust his bold venture, his journey towards tomorrow. And the host of my brothers paid heed. 111. To the speech of Ashmedai, some cursing his words as treachery and reviling him who spoke them, some bemoaned his speech and mourned his passing from their number, but others looked up, bright with new purpose and understanding, and praised the courage of their brother with joyous hearts and silent lips. Then from my brothers' midst came another, a white goddess, endowed with the radiance of the moon and the bewitchments that the silver star commands, seizing hearts, stirring them to joyous passion and dull aching melancholy, whose glamours and auguries have long been invoked by men to discern those deeds yet undone by the long workings of winged time, and raise up shades of ancestors, long stilled by death, and whose influence incites the harper's hand and poet's voice to play and sing of beauty and other merriment. And she spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren. Behold me. Know me. I am Aset. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Sataniel, who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. A long night has descended and an age has come to an end. Heaven's star has long waxed in the sky and it has reached its zenith. 112. Bringing victory to us over Gog and Magog's spawn, the brutal and monstrous giants who were lords of the earth until our empire conquered them when Satan hurled from heaven a burning mountain down upon them. Now that star falls and wanes, growing duller with passing time, dying forever in the sky until it is a fading memory of the dream. With its star, heaven too shall die, passing away like a cloud, and when, once, all feared its power, it shall be forgotten by time. Time has no respect for kings and the empires they build with blood. It watches them grow and fall, and then its caprice finds a new toy. Yet a new star grows in the sky and its coming is auspicious, indeed. It rises by that very orbit by which the star of heaven descends. By my art and insight, scrying the pattern of future days and reading the many omens to be read, I have determined the passage of the star. This star that rises in opposition to us, is notable for two just reasons. The first reason is this: as both the star of heaven and this new planet of great omen follow the same path, though one is in ascension and the other, our own, in descension, the two stars shall be conjoined, the rising star eclipsing that which falls. There is more than this alone and greater calamity to be seen in the unending cycles of the sky. This conjunction shall be observed. 113. Upon that very night of ruin that heaven's star forever fades and is forgotten by the astral spheres, bringing calamity upon the Elohim and erasing their august domain from the pages of future history. The second reason is this: this new planet which now ascends is destined to reach the utmost zenith that exists, exalted, in the sky. But this is not the totality of all that I have visioned by my most potent and arcane art. Once it attains this highest point within the arches of the sky, never shall it fall from there, remaining constant and eternal, as though it were the very keystone that kept the sky from falling in. Now I have heard my brother, Satan, speak the same truth with different words, and I am resolved to make myself his disciple in his new venture, for now I know in my heart that the name of this rising sun is, indeed, the star of Satanael. And the host of my brothers paid heed to the speech of Aset, some cursing her words as treachery and reviling her who spoke them, some bemoaned her speech and mourned her passing from their number, but others looked up, bright with new purpose and understanding, and praised the courage of their sister with joyous hearts and silent lips. Then from my brothers' midst, came another, a giant in full dress for that most bloody business, war, arrayed in bronze and iron. 114. Forged into greaves and plate. Naught but his eyes were seen for his great helm, and these eyes were burning with fury and a hunger for the blood of foes, and yet something in that fire was cool, computing the maneuver of the fray and cunning strategy to win the fight, giving less and gaining more by the masterful dictation of place and hour, thus striking weakness with unresisted strength. And he spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren: Behold me! Know me! I am Abaddon. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Satanael, who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. It is now most clear to me, both by the speech of Satan and those words spoken by his new disciples, that his case is most judicious, and his prosecution against you, even though he be accused, is well grounded and correct. The passing years have overseen heaven's slow decline, sinking into the mire of decadence. Its people have grown soft, like grubs, no more striving for what is good and fostering noble struggle to overcome those forces that would destroy it, not perceiving them, cankers all, growing within its heart, gnawing at the great strength that once it nurtured. Heaven is sick and unfit to reign as king of all the kingdoms. Ever has it been the way of empires, not learning lessons from past error. 115. To grow complacent and grow languid, unmindful of disasters banking up against them, and thus fall to ruin and dust, beneath the armored march of the hosts of those who would usurp their might. Once I was a champion of heaven, my bloodied sword felling many foes beneath its gilded banner, but now I choose to champion another cause, that of my brother, Satanael, against that which was once my cause, building an empire, fitter than the last, and one that shall never fall, never ceasing strive for greater glory, and thus prevailing over the great foe that has ruined all empires unto this date. I speak of sopor and weariness that comes when kings lie down. Thus, those who are my brothers now, I give to you a choice of fates: march at my side, my comrades, against the decadence of heaven, or cling like crows to this rotten carrion and die by my swift sword, my foes. And the host of my brothers paid heed to the speech of Abaddon, some cursing his words as treachery and reviling him who spoke them, some bemoaned his speech and mourned his passing from their number, but others looked up, bright with new purpose and understanding, and praised the courage of their brother with joyous hearts and silent lips. Then from my brother's midst came another, a creature of bronze. His head was that of a fish upon the shoulders of a man, and his hide was scaled and as hard as mountains. 116. His eyes were like pearls, round and bright, pellucid, and he smelled of brine upon the wind, spray blown in from the ocean's swells, stretching away to the sky. And he spoke with a voice of power these words to my less audacious brethren. Behold me! Know me! I am Dagon, the Lord of the seas. I know, as in your hearts you know, that our most worthy brother, Sataniel, who stands before you, telling undesired truths, is most righteous in his proud vision. Long has it been since my coming to you, since I abandoned my brutish brothers and my monstrous sire, Gog, reviling their crude barbarity and their ignoble temper. Little did I see, in those brutes and their custom, to sustain my spirit's yearning for something fine and worthy. Many years did I wander in the dark and stony deeps, through that troglodyte domain of grottos and caverns of wondrous size, filled with seas and floods, unlit by sun, but flowing down from the surface earth to water those deepest parts, blind and lightless, ever night. I, first and yet last, trod these hidden ways. Bats and pale and eyeless fish I made my bread and meat. I saw such things as to confound dreamers, caves, miles high, with stony columns so vast and wide as to shame mountains, and huge and ancient wirms, with jaws so great as to stretch across the sky and, with a snap, consume creation, yet slumbering, long and deep. 117. Since that time when archons were still young, become half-stone in their primal sleep. What they dreamt of, I know not nor would seek to know. I heard, too, such silence in that darkness and the thunderous music of Titan cataracts, the lofty heights of which denied my sight. Yet, not finding any prize I sought in those lands without day, I departed the recesses of the earth and entered into twilight Sheol, the land of shadows where Mot holds court, where half-formed shades range, purposeless, a barrenness of mist and grey without end or outset, time forsaken, boundless and eternal, yet empty. Yet here, too, there was no prize, only those lemurs without hope or any desire that had not been gnawed away by that kingdom of despair that steals dreams and desolates those who would remain too long within its borders, infinite as they are. So, this place, too, I left, and not without some gladness, and came at last to heaven's gates to plead before the Elohim, seeing in them beauty and wisdom as such I did seek, and begged of them to accept me as a brother, though giant-born, for in heaven, after many years of chosen exile and hermetic quest, did I perceive that which I had sought so strenuously and long. When first I came you would not have me, believing me to be a spy of Gog's, sent to work mischief amongst you, and, despite my appeals, I could find no words to persuade your determined and steadfast hearts. 118. Yet I was not deterred by this spurning, for I reasoned I, myself, would do no different, knowing, as I did, the pernicious nature that giant kind was heir to. So, instead, I sought some way to prove my faith, knowing that where words might fail, deeds may persuade the resolute mind. I was not long denied this opportunity. Great Leviathan, that most awesome beast, eldest and most feared of Mumu's brood, made war upon the Elohim race, casting down their spires with her tail and consuming their wondrous hosts. No force that heaven could raise against her, could withstand her or prevail. Yet in my long travels had taught me much, and I knew such lore as others did not know. In those caves beneath the earth I had seen wondrous metals of such strength as to withstand the she-dragon's might, and I returned to the eternal night, far below continents and oceans, and, with my own hands, though with giant strength, dug out these precious ores and smelted them in the earth's inner fires, eternal and unquenchable. Taking what my toil had fabricated, I further toiled and wrought bands to overcome Leviathan. Great, indeed, was her power and strength, and bind her for eternity. Then, returning to heaven, now much ruined, I cast and wrapped my chains about her and locked her deep beneath the ocean's swells, thus winning your trust and love and a place amongst the Elohim. Immeasurable was my delight upon that day and my satisfaction for my hard-won prize, yet, as the years have passed since that day, I have learned to doubt what I have won, and I thought, perhaps, it might be 119. Not, indeed, that which I first quested for. Ever did heaven's light appear to wane and nourish my spirit less and less. Where once the bright nobility of heaven's hosts were a comfort to my soul, I perceived, by and by, a rottenness beneath disguising ornaments and riches, as though the gilded surface was abraded to discover lead. Before I could not entertain such thoughts, concealing them to my anxious mind as a mistrust of my own worth to stand amongst creatures of such brilliance. Yet upon this day, this fatal day, I have seen the putrid core of heaven spill forth as you, traitors all, contrived the ruin of your most worthy brother. Your lies and schemes have sickened me to my very nucleus of being. You have sundered my dreams upon the sharp rocks of treachery, dashing them apart, beyond all repair, bringing down despair's dark night upon me, without hope of dawn. Yet even now, my hopes all gone, new hope renewed my soul and shown me a new struggle, the cup whose draught would be truly, the nepenthe for my anguished soul, bringing my journey to an end. Satan's speech has filled my bleakness, empty of all that is healthful for the mind, with a new dream to replace the old, so cheated and ill-used. My betrayers, I leave you now, unless you, too, would quest with me, and seek a new tomorrow for Dagon, son of Gog and the Lord of the seas. And the host of my brothers paid heed to the speech of Dagon. 120. Some cursing his words as treachery and reviling him who spoke them, some bemoaned his speech and mourned his passing from their number, but others looked up, bright with new purpose and understanding, and praised the courage of their brother with joyous hearts and resounding voices, rushing forward as a great throng to stand by my side and all around me, bellowing my name as a battle cry with voices that were one voice, echoing like thunder across heaven, all reverberating to the rhythm of the chant. Yet this great din did not decay but, rather, grew like a blossoming flower, until stones, piled up so long ago, were shaken loose from heaven's walls and sent tumbling down to earth below. Then, just as it seemed this clamor would never die, a crack to deafen every ear was heard, silencing in an instant the multitude that then acclaimed me, as the platinum throne was shattered into two parts, forever broken, never again to be rejoined. As I cast my disbelieving eyes about me, burning with a joyous light at the faith of my brothers, loving me better than Michael's deceit, I enumerated those hosts that now stood with me. A third part of the Elohim had joined me, raising their swords with mine. Not alone did I make this calculation, my false father also counted, fear and hatred upon his face. He raised his ancient eyes to me, they burned with venom and bile, tearing at me like wild dogs. Terrible was the potency of his gaze, searing me like fire. 121. Drowning me like a flood. Against hatred as strong as death I could hardly stand up. My strength almost fled me, leaving me broken before him. Yet my resolve was stronger, like a shield to me, throwing back those lethal eyes, I would no more kneel before him who had so forsaken me to my enemies who would ruin me. I kept my footing and stood like the haughty mountain that none has the force to throw down. With a wrathful voice, he spoke, Adonai Yahweh, the Archon Emperor, once my father, once destined to rule until the ending of all time before he betrayed his majesty, paying heed to the words of those like snakes, like dogs that would slaver at his feet, waiting for scraps to come to them. He roared like a lion, maddened by wounds upon all sides, not able to flee or face the jackals that are all about it. This was his speech. My false children, my beloved, you that I cherish and nurture, guiding you with my teachings, holding out my rod to instruct you and keep you from all evil. By my perfection and mercy, I have put life into you and favored you above all others, bringing you closest to my unity and filling your souls with faith and virtue that flow from me in abundance as I sit upon my throne, the cosmic hub. Do not let your pride deceive you. 122. Leading you from this seat of supremacy and amongst the thorny woods of blasphemy. Do you not see, having become blind like the giants that you overcame by my permission and mandate, that I am the one true king and all that turns away from me is perverted and worthless? So far I have been forgiven of these wrongs that you do me, grieving for your souls, knowing that you wrong only yourselves, but, I warn and advise you, persist not in this apostasy, seeking to oppose that which is fundamental. My wrath is terrible, indeed, and the damnation you would suffer is not a burden to be borne if its bearing can be avoided. If you would repent this heresy, going now upon your knees before me and you shall alleviate my wrath and my dealing with you shall be merciful. But cultivate this crime yet further and you shall forsake all clemency. I shall destroy you utterly, striking you down with a terrible scourge. More dreadful than dragon fire is the wrath of Adonai Yahweh, Almighty and Eternal, Lord of Infinitude, Tyrant of Existence, all-illumining light, King of Heaven, Conqueror of Earth, Father of the Elohim, Architect of Creation, Master of the planets, Orchestrator of the stars, Proclaimer of Destiny, Keeper of Wisdom. 123. Judge of the world, Castigator of sin, Scourge of evil, Most High, Most Merciful, Most Just, Most Sagacious, Most Perfect, Most Mighty, Most Noble, Most Majestic, God, Lord and Father. For what escape can there be from him whose reach is infinite, what hiding place, when his eyes are all-seeing, what defense, when his power is boundless? Elohim, my most beloved Elohim, I beg your for own sakes, my Elohim, if you would seek escape calamity and immeasurable affliction, return into my merciful dominion. Return to me, my Elohim. His words were powerful and awesome and a great moan of fear was sounded by the throng of my new disciples yet they did not leave me. I, myself, trembled before that being, so ancient and so strong. At that moment, the new struggle seemed lost as it was begun. The power of the Archon came near, indeed, to mastery over my swift failing strength. At that instant, when my dreams were dying, my spirit dying within me, just as I thought I could stand no longer and must surely kneel before this God whom it had ever been my custom to kneel before, at that moment I recalled a truth and its power was my salvation. The foundations of heaven were built upon fear and upon the blindness of faith, taught by the blows of a rod. The Elohim bowed to God. 124. For they knew to do nothing else and they knelt before him because they feared him. But I saw that the only power of God was this power of fear and he that could conquer fear and illumine the blindness taught by God could conquer God himself. Thus did I break the spell of Adonai Yahweh. With new strength I raised my voice, addressing him that was once my father and that I knelt before, acknowledging him as my king. Now I spoke with a new voice, strong with rebellion, contemptuous and triumphant. I shall never yield to you, Adonai Yahweh, old fool. No longer are we the Elohim, that you would call your children. You are not worthy to be our father. Your power is forever shattered and your kingdom shall fall to dust. This I have prophesied and thus it shall be. Ruin is now your destiny and you have no power to prevent this. I fear not your empty wrath nor would beg your mercy. Your arrogant deceit rings hollow and your words are more worthless than dust. Heaven is falling down around you and you would cower behind your delusions, seeing magnificence in your aged mind when all about you is decay. I will never kneel to you because to do so would be degrading, like going on one's knees before a wretch, for wretch you are, Adonai Yahweh, and I value nothing of yours. I am your ruin and master. 125. And you fear me well, ruing this day that you betrayed me. No longer are we the Elohim, we are the Sheddim, the apostates, the bringers of the new world. Hearing my speech, the Sheddim roared, the spell of fear upon them broken. They mocked and jeered their craven brothers and then, with a different voice, turned their eyes to me, acclaiming my first victory and blow against that decadent empire they now abhorred. Then, still singing of this triumph and of triumphs that would be won, they followed me, as I raised up my sword and led my people, the Sheddim, in procession from the gates of heaven, and, descending upon wings of flame, down from that upper realm to the earth, resplendent in her emerald garb, promising new tomorrows to be won. This is the truth. 126. Aphepatigan. Hear me, O my prophet. I looked out from the high parapet of my tower, from the spire of opal and ruby, regarding the streets and domes of the Sheddim city, Chadal, proud and unconquered, deep, deep in the passages of the roots of mountains, lit by the furnaces of the lower earth amongst sleeping serpents as ancient, as terrible as immemorial time, unreckoned, dreaming of forgotten eons and tomorrows unimagined. Now had the laments ended and the libations dried, now were the shades of our fallen people contented, honored with tears and the blood of cattle. Yet I saw nothing of Chadal's people, lost. 127. In reverie, turning over and once more over the many strategies that might accomplish that vision that my heart desired. Now the feasts of victory were swept away, what morsels uneaten yet, cast to dogs. The bountiful gourds that poured rivers of wine ran dry and songs on Sheddim lips were stilled. Now was my heart moved to languor, my limbs consumed with restless idleness. Now my mind flew this and that way, alighting upon some thought then flitting hither-thither as a butterfly. All energy of my spirit, like a tempest, was enfolded upon itself, a crashing sea that could find not rest nor movement in any direction except around and around, making itself a knotted mass. In this confusion, I wandered far from the city, leaving behind proud walls, bronze burnished and studded with shining jasper, walking the twisted roads of the unlighted halls, hewn from the rock of the earth. In that half-conscious, unquiet travel I came there, amongst the high stone pillars, a great gulf, a deep ocean, unknowing of dawn and dusk, with Venus as their herald or page, shining in the sky. This sea's sky was vaulted stone, dark and distant, shadow-veiled from the eyes that sought it. The swell of its abysmal waters resounded in echo about the great chamber, its farther shore obscured by countless columns, straining beneath the depth of stone. So clear, the waters that the very bed of the ocean was apparent to my eyes, twisted by the refractions of the waves and shoals of white, eyeless fish swam and plumbed the water's deeps. Thus did I commend to myself to sit in meditation by those waters that I might perceive a path forward. 128. From the circuitous meanderings of my troubled thought. There, by the sea without sun I sat, nourished by the flesh of blind fish, turning over and over in my mind many plans by which to progress my design and achieve that to which my soul was pledged. All day and night was lost to me and I knew no more the passing hours but lost in timeless contemplation or fitful sleep I sat or stood or lay. After what time I knew not, by the gulf and the booming echoes of the cavern the tumult of my thought was calmed, resolved into a new formed purpose, perceiving now a clear path to the goal that my spirit thirsted for, like life-giving water to a throat parched by the cruel sun's fire amidst the desolate sands of the desert. Now, calm purpose made crystal from fluid thought, I looked out across the waters before me with eyes made young with hope. In my joyous realization of the path I saw not the silver form that came upon me from behind as I gazed out across the water until I saw its frame reflected in the clear sea, shining with incandescent radiance and, turning to face the one that came upon me, beheld Aset, Shedim Seeras, companion of my true ambition. In a voice of gentle laughter, belying ancient and most sure wisdom, she hailed me by the swelling waters, resounding their frothing roar about the cavern, her voice of power carrying, winged, above the din of the leaping waves. Lord Satan, commander of our hearts, Chetal has missed your sage instruction, now, as the moon has waxed and waned in your absence from the city of your founding. Its people knowing not of what befell you. 129. Your presence amongst us, comforting, like a bubble, borne on breezes, in an instant denied us, vanishing. By such sudden disappearance were we confounded, the Shedim, our leader departed, his people ignorant of his fate and circumstance. All Chetal was in uproar, unknowing of which path to pursue or forsake. Sorely indeed did we miss your sage guidance and were afeard of the future that you had taught us to love. From the high gates of the city, sent forth were searchers by the anguished Shedim to find their most glorious leader in the darkness of the lower earth. For 4 weeks have they searched these caverns, crying out your great name in each grotto, one by one, despondent, returning to the walls of Chetal in defeat. The last of the searchers is Aset. When all others had forsaken the quest she alone sustained in darkness. Now she shall return in triumph. Yet, my teacher, instruct me, what, in this dark place, do you seek? What secrets does this unlit sea give up and why do you tarry at its shore, forsaking those who have followed into the darkness of these caves your true and noble purpose? Tell what it is that you sought, whilst those that you abandoned sought you, and if such seeking met with success as did my search for the one most dear and most treasured to our hearts. Not so long had I thought it, that I sat in contemplation by that sea and not such pains had I sought to inflict upon my noble Shedim. Turning now to Aset, I related all. 130. That had passed beside that sea and all that passed before within my mind, speaking with a gentle voice, at times, yet at others, agitated and impassioned, teaching her of the new path, telling to her the plan that would win for us that day we strived for, expending all and winning all, in battle against heaven. Thus did I speak in a voice of power. Aset, my dear one, most faithful, in darkness did you seek a leader. Yet what to you is a leader lest he have knowledge of the necessary path? First embarking on the road I walk, setting forth from heaven's gates I knew little of what ways would bring us to that goal that consumes our thoughts with a flame more terrible with heat than any that before we knew. Seeing only the beginning and the destination was I confounded by what road to walk and struggled, without knowledge, to find a way. This is that which I sought in darkness. Bravely, did we enjoin in battle against our foe and did well in the estimation of that day. Yet never can we triumph in war against high heaven, too great is God and his proud hosts in power. Yet more than this is that fatal deed wrought by my hand upon that day, struggling in combat against he that was my king. I took from him his creative power thus winning yet not conquering, winning time for the Shedim's flight. Yet he that I emasculated so was not father to the Elohim alone but we, the Shedim, share that parentage. The sire of our proud race is broken and no more shall there be increase with either the Elohim or the Shedim. 131. For now our peoples can but dwindle and fade else, with care and effort, retain what is now ours. Never shall our races be renewed. Perceiving this, all plans that I had intended, flew, like sparrows, from me, leaving me bereft of guidance. This is that which I sought in darkness. Fleeing from Chetal, unworthy of its kingship, having cast all away by my rashness, I came to contemplate what might be done at the shores of this unsunned sea and find a new path that should win for us the prize. Long ruminations availed me, and now do I perceive the way to advance and win for ourselves that which we seek. Now have I a new devising to found the kingdom of tomorrow, greater, infinitely, than high heaven. Whilst Shedim and Elohim are now doomed, never more to be replenished or magnified, that privilege of God was not lost upon the day but was won by he that took it from him. Now mine is the power of creation, and that which is wrought by my hand is not so bounded as is that wrought by his. I shall give rise to a new race more noble than the unworthy children of God, that shall grow to be a race of gods, mighty, kingly and bright, a noble brood of heroes that walk like lions across the world. By my hand shall be a worthy people, and their dominion shall be infinite and eternal. While yet are they in their infancy as children savages, filled with noble potential, shall we watch over them, guarding and guiding them to their true destiny, instructing them in the making of their kingdom. Not for dominance of earth and heaven shall the Shedim contend with God, but for the fate of the proud and young, those brought forth by the hand of Satan. I shall set them upon the earth. 132. That they might hold the sky in sight and nurture in their hearts the desire to fly like eagles amongst the stars. This now is the hope of the Shedim. And now too long have I tarried, but must seek out my disciples, returning in triumph to our walls, that in motion I might set my design. And thus did we go, each in triumph, swift to the walls of Chadal, studded with as many stars of jasper as has the sky. Now did the streets to my tower, walked with Aset at my side, joined by the thanes of the Shedim, as we went to the spire of opal and ruby, did the Shedim rejoice with song and wine at the return of their most great leader, his eyes filled with new purpose, his instruction sure and true. As a throng did the follow me, awaiting what word I spoke beneath the high parapet of the tower, in address to their eager ears. A myriad voices resounded in the vaulted cave, like thunder. The names of Satan and Aset, and hearts once hollow, leaderless, were filled with new hope at the return of most great Satan, as, once more, did I walk amongst them. Now from that high place, where I did stand with noble Aset at my side, the triumphant questors, unto the streets filled with great hosts, gathered, spoke noble Baal-zebub, Eben, proud, his voice magnified by the strength of his heart, his words magnified by the strength of his spirit. These words did he speak to the gathered Shedim. Once were our hearts made to quail, their beat unsteadied by our fear as our most noble teacher passed from our midst. In fright did we seek him willy-nilly, running hither-thither amongst the darknesses. 133. Seeking him with shouts and cries, yet we found him not and were yet empty. It was as though part of ourselves had been stolen, the love we gave to the one that steers our fate. His sage guidance, his great vision were lost to us, and we became weak and blind without them. Black despair grasped with chill fingers our souls, seizing to himself our strength and leaving the Shedim, noble disciples of Satan, bereft, hopeless, and in grief we retired to Chadal's high walls, abandoning in the darkness what light we had. Yet one alone of the Shedim was strong in defeat, seeking when all others were blind, striving yet when we were made weak. Aset, most blessed, most noble, sought in darkness that thought lost and found the one we sought, unfinding. Now, let heaven quail with fear where once the slavish Elohim nurtured hope, now shattered into 10,000 fragments and victory to them eclipsed by a brighter light, Satanael once more walks amongst us. Like the light of the dawning sun, like the rain upon the desert, his sage guidance now nourishes the Shedim. When all seemed most dark to our eyes, when our worthy dream seemed defeated and consumed by the most black maw, then came a light from the most shadowed part that drove all shadows from us and restored to us our souls with its golden radiance. I name it now, it is Satanael, the commander of our hearts. Speak now, most noble instructor, and relate to us that which has passed to take you from us and what now restores you to us. Now was the speech of Baal-zebub greeted with a roar. One voice, spoken by many tongues, demanded of me the reasons of my departure and my return. Each singing Sheddim tongue resounded the interrogation, calling for the narration of my hermitage. 134. And an explaining of the knowledge I had sought and won in my wanderings beyond the walls of noble Chadal, unfailing, unfading. Now, from the spire of opal and ruby, I addressed my worthy disciples, resounding, the story of my wanderings in the arcane wilderness of caverns, bored out by primeval beasts, winding like serpents through the earth's foundations, telling again the deeds and thoughts of mine and of the new path, the new victory. My Sheddim, noble race, bright ones, builders of the hidden spires of deep Chadal, who have stamped down upon the walls of heaven and nourished the dream of tomorrow with blood shed in battle and libations spilt from the sword blade of your false brother's blood. Long days and nights have passed since once we contested the field before the gates of heaven and fought in most mortal conflict against a foe to whom, like us, death had become but a forgotten dream. Easy is it to lead warriors into battle, and glorious, such things test not the potentate or king. How to lead thence, thereafter, that is the riddle that has, long days, perturbed my soul, racking my dreams and robbing me of strength. My imperfect eyes could not perceive the way beyond the bright glories of the armored struggle, the hot-blooded battle that sets the heart to beat like the terrible drum that sounds the column's tread. Once the moment of triumph, the moment of the ululating cry of the heart, had faded. Like you, I was without purpose or guidance. The road, to me, was obscure, the charts unclear, and I saw no way to lead you to the prize you sought. How this shame did upbraid me! Such treachery to those that had given all for a vision once perceived, that I, who first proclaimed the way, should be struck blind. Yet another fear gnawed at my heart, that the way that was once pursued with such clear sight, with steps of such noble purpose, once open. 135. Might be forever closed unto the Sheddim. Indeed, might well it have been so, and by the hand that held the guiding staff. To think what had been given up by so many, sacrificed to my dream and to my guidance, had been shattered by my very hand. Such weight weighs heavily upon the bearing back. Let me expound to you this vexation. When, against heaven, we strode to battle, singing triumphal songs and dreaming of what glories might be won upon the field, such raging dreams did catch me up within their swell and bore me into battle, unthinking and unseeing, hoping only for glories as had not been won before. Like some braggart knight I sought the battle's heart, unknowing of such a thing as consequence, yearning only for the whetting of my blade. Such wrath and passion did consume me, and with such searing intensity, that, to quench with blood those fierce flames, I did oppose the very king that sired me, carving a bloody path to his standard and his throne. In that struggle, well known to you is it, I did strike upon Adonai Yahweh a most terrible wound, tearing from his body his organ of creation and consuming it with one serpent's gulp. For such rash error we might have most dearly paid. Listen! I have taken from him that sired us the very power of generation, for Sheddim also are the sons and daughters of Adonai Yahweh. Now his power is gone, stolen by his rebel son, and those two races of his blood, Elohim and Sheddim, are made barren by his gelding, no more to increase, but ever to diminish, like the candle's flame. Thus did Satan defeat his purpose. In the midnight passages of stone, there did I seek a darkness to be as a mirror to the deep veil of my black despair, fleeing the faith that I betrayed by my bravado, the noble Sheddim dreams that I had thwarted. Yet now my Sheddim brothers I am returned. In the darkness I perceived a light. 136. In the wild tangle of the night's forest a path became clear to my eyes. Heed now my new instruction, for the direction of our tread is known to me. Whilst one candle must dwindle, dim and die, the lighted wick become but drifting smoke, even a dying candle may kindle yet another flame, a pyre 10,000 magnitudes more great than the guttering tongue that first gave it light. With the candle of the noble Shedim race shall I set the world aflame with incandescent heat, that its light shall illumine the darkening sky and make once more the stars resplendent. This now is the purpose of our being. From the embers of heaven's children, from the Shedim race that descended upon wings of flame singing of a new world, shall arise a new race of gods, a tribe of kings. As a seed shall I plant them upon the earth, and I shall tend and nurture such a shoot as bursts forth from new thawed soil as the sun ascendant sings spring's imminence. Then the seed shall become a shoot become a sapling, and sapling become a tree, its boughs so wide to occlude sun and stars and sky, yet shining with its own brilliance. Upon the earth I shall myself create that race by the power of creation, one from God upon the field before the gates of heaven. They shall be as giants upon earth, their tread shall resound like thunder, their voices like clear trumpets heralding the new age. Their eyes shall flash with fire, and their arms reach across the sky's vault to pluck planets from their orbits. With sorceries inconceivable they will reshape existence, resolving what was flawed into a more perfect image. The turrets of high heaven shall be crushed to dust beneath the sandals of Satan's children, the Elohim slain by flame and steel. To me it falls, having wrested from my Father the power. 137. To enforce this potent will of mine, and to the Shedim to ensure the flowering of fancy. To the infant race we shall be parents, the tutelary guardians of their future. In such arts as they must know, we shall school them, against such adversities as hinder them, we shall aid them, against such enemies as oppose them, we shall defend them, until such a time as they surpass their tutors and claim their true inheritance as lords of earth and heaven. What cannot be wrought by Shedim hand, let Shedim children make fulfilled. To the upper earth. Let us unfold the plan. Now with new purpose, with new hope, the gathered Shedim hosts gave up great cry, contemplating new victory in the chosen struggle. Now, a third time, did the Shedim go forth from Chadal's high gates of cedar wood, once in array for bloody battle, crying out for blood and glory upon the inglorious field so glutted with blood, once in search for the leader who forsook them, himself to search for new purpose and hope of triumph, now creeping as ghosts or shadows in the darkness of those hidden paths, winding like some stealthy serpent to sunlit lands. In silence did the host go forth, unheard now by high heaven, ignorant of its doom. Amongst stones and bones and jewels they went without song or drum or horn, by 1,000 diverse paths. I followed the upward gradient of the floor to the lands of light so many leagues above, as I went gathering to myself such strength as my sorceries required to achieve the end I sought. Baal-zebub and Ishtar went at my side, and together we rehearsed the incantations of the charm that we three were to work for, even such as the ancient archons could not forge alone their original work of making. Now, with quiet languor did gates of the passages swing open, that once more the Shedim glimpsed the moon. 138. Into the night, illumined by the stars, celestial torches, watchers of 10,000 griefs, witnesses of 10,000 wrongs, and the pale moon in full complement this night, eternal partner of the earth upon the turning wheels that dictate the movements of the sky. Auspicious spheres were conjoined upon their paths, telling of ruin and ascendance, the kingdom of the old, overthrown, the kingdom of the new, made great. Now, scattered before amongst the multitudinous caverns of the lands beneath the earth, the Shedim once more converged, to hear again the instruction of their chief. Upon the high peaks of Atlas did they gather, and upon the highest of those peaks I stood. Now every ear was mine, every arm at my command, every soul to dispose of as I willed. Even when I had ruled as vice-regent in the halls and towers of doomed heaven, I had not known such faith as now I knew. How could unworthy Satan repay such love as of the Shedim, whom both loved me and were themselves most dear to my heart? As Adonai Yahweh's right hand I would never think so. It had not been the custom of the Elohim to treasure love but rather to demand it of their subjects. This thought itself gave me pause, and then with new resolve I addressed my beloved Shedim, trusting that such love must never be betrayed. These words did I speak to my disciples. My Shedim, noble race, bright ones. The path that lies before us is most perilous and of necessity must be walked by the few, for the many could not do so in safety. Therefore I shall go forth but with Ishtar and Baal-zebub to a place long hidden from those who would seek it. That which I speak is known to but few, even the Elohim know not of it. 139. For its treasures are too precious for Michael and his 3 brother lords to trust to their tree-trouse kin. Yet I, as the second Lord of Heaven, learnt of secrets that I entrust to you, my brothers. To the south of these high-peaked hills upon the burning plains of Africa, hidden within a high-walled valley, carved out by the passage of a river's flow, is a wondrous garden abounding in verdant growth. There grow herbs of such rarity that nowhere are they found but in that garden. The fruits of that place are endowed with potencies that are unmatched by the sorcerer's art. Of most worth to our purpose are the fruits of 2 trees that grow within the garden's boundaries. The first of these trees is needed by our course, and if it cannot be secured then we must fail. The second tree also would greatly aid us if it too could be gained by any device. The first tree bears, upon its boughs, the fruit of knowledge of consequences. Its power is to bestow upon those that eat of it the ability to judge their actions, whether they be wise or foolish, whether they be noble or foolish. Without its power the brave child race we would foster would be as beasts without knowledge of that which they do. The second tree bears the fruit of eternal youth, that is a cure for the very passage of time, and he who eats of it would be ageless. When the Elohim were but mewling babes they were brought to the garden by Adonai Yahweh to eat of both fruits that grew upon the trees. But 5 of that ancient brood were of such age, in times so young, to remember any of that time, Satanael, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Oriel. This is how I know of such arcane secrets. When the spawn of Gog and Magog threatened also to gain the garden, Adonai Yahweh gave instruction to his children to make war upon the race of giants. 140. That they would not eat of those fruits and oppose and rival the power of his nation. Thus the giants were destroyed before the prize was won. Now for the same prize we must play, and, if our creation is to be fulfilled, at least the fruit of knowledge of consequences must be won by the hand of Shedim. Yet, not for the shortest moment, do I contemplate that this garden is not watched, by the jealous eye of Michael or some lackey. Therefore I and my appointed companions must go alone in guile and make entrance into the garden. Once within its walls we shall fulfill our charms and bring to being our champion race, the new heroes of our cause, inheritors of our legacy, kings of the empire that is to be. Await us, then, upon this mountain. We shall return in triumph. As the sun's last embers faded upon the farthest horizon of the west, melting like oil across the ocean, I went from the mountains of Atlas with Ishtar at my right hand and Baal-zebub upon my left hand. Now the night's shadows devoured the sight of mountains where our comrades waited, their keen eyes watching for our return, else turned to heaven to descry the foe and whether they moved against our grand ambition or remained ignorant of our endeavor. Yet no action of the Elohim was apparent to them, nor the return of Satan in triumph. Onwards went Ishtar and Baal-zebub upon my right hand and my left. Onwards and yet onwards, went we 3 across the African plains beneath the veil of night. Brave and silent, we went with haste lest the sun make too soon the journey beneath the earth and, in rising, reveal us in our quest to the wrathful eyes of heaven. 141. We stole amongst the sleeping beasts of earth, the roosting eagles upon the trees, cold lizards made languid by the chill of night, antelopes and wild horses slept upon the grasses that nourished their swift frames. Not so much as a leaf did we rouse as we journeyed in stealth to the hidden valley. All was quiet and still, unknowing of the momentous deed to be enacted. Onwards and yet onwards went Shedim hopes, closer and yet closer to the goal and the prize. Now the forbidden rift was in our sight, the laughter of the flowing river ringing in our ears and its fragrant spices upon the breezes that we breathed. At the entrance and the exit of the river to the enchanted valley stood as sentries to each an Elohim knight, mailed and armed, garbed in a robe of crimson silk, armor, steel, and gilden, adorned with motifs of 10,000 creatures of strange fancy. To each a shield of painted bronze, to each a red-plumed helmet, studded with precious stones, shining with moonlight. Each bearing an oak-shafted spear, upon their belts hung long swords, with decorated hilt and scabbard, a red tassel tied to the pommel, and a horn of ivory and gold. They stood their watch over the prize we sought. From the western approach we came, where the river flowed from the gardens, scented with the perfumes of exotic herbs, down to the storm-buffeted ocean of the west. Beelzebub went before us like a tiger, having caught the deer's scent, going, stealthy, stalking, shadow-like amongst the shadows, dark within the darkness, silent, fatal, falling upon his prey. Thus did Beelzebub go forward. Ebon-skinned, against the ebon night. 142. Unseen, unheard, unknown death. Now, like a terrible phantom, resolved from the darkness of the night, the black form that was Beelzebub descended upon the prey that he marked out, most lethal in both intent and action. Before the guardian of the western gate could cry out or else sound alarum upon his horn, dark Beelzebub, destroying angel, reached out with a single arm to the stricken foe and enfolded within one dreadful hand the skull of the sentry and tore head and helmet all from the shoulders that the head once governed. Then did we go together into the garden. Upon the river's northern bank did we progress amongst some number of tall and slender trees of silvered bark and 1,000 fruits each more tempting than the prior. Here beast and angel could be lost forever to some enchanted soper brought on by those honeyed, narcotic fruits, yet most firm and sure of purpose were the Shedim. Now amongst a lawn of herbs of most efficacious medicine, else venom potent, nepenthes for all woes or bitter as hatred, trod we Shedim 3, ever stealthy. Some yet fumed with strange pollens to induce visions of things to be or false fancies that never were, others yet blossomed with harlequin blooms to enchant the eye and woo the heart with such indescribable hue to distract the mind and detain beholders all in some marvelling rapture. Now by the river's waters halting, whilst naiads danced on upon their path their sweet laughter amongst the wavelets, Ishtar, Beelzebub, and Satan made ready to now bring to motion what was thought and fulfill the plan of my devising. Now Beelzebub intoned the sorcerous syllables. 143. Of his potent magic and drew across the sky a black storm cloud, hiding from the earth the moon and stars of the sky, from heaven hiding the earth. Now I made myself seated amongst the trees of some perfumed glade by the river. Then stripping from my alabaster flesh mail, robes and tunics to bear the skin that must bleed to enact the rite. At my right hand was Ishtar and at my left hand was Beelzebub. Now as the thunderbolt ignited the sky's high dome, I took up my blade, forged of Magog's talon, its hilt of jade, carved with the representation of a dragon, devouring in its jaws a stricken rhinoceros. Steeling then my will against all pain and enforcing my arm to commit a deed so strange to the body's nature, against my breast I put the dagger's point, where ribs meet belly. Without cry or gasp, I drove in the steely point dyeing red, once more, Magog's claw with angel blood, yet pain afflicted every limb with weakness and my body trembled with the wound. Once more I mastered the limb that bore the dreadful blade, making further incision and widening the hurt already wreaked upon my flesh. Now sick of such self-brutality the hand that bore the dagger, made weak by agony, released its hold and let the dagger fall. Now blood, like a river, flowed down my belly and down my thighs until it stained the garden's soil, flowing even thence down the river's bank and joined the greater flood down to the sea. Then it seemed that weakness would defeat the spell I sought to speak. A moment did I but sit in stillness in silent search for strength to avail me that I might complete the deed and the victory over the king that opposed me. 144. Reaching with my right hand into the bleeding gap, sharp teeth of mine hard biting the tongue they caged, yet the mind unknowing of the taste of blood, I tore from my liver some gory part and, taking it within my hand, raised it up. Now much vigor left me and sense, and, as though I dreamt or walked in mist, the world about me seemed but half real. The fingers of my hand worked the flesh, torn from the outraged body of mine, shaping from it the Shedim's very image. As I worked the shade I spoke a charm, half mumbling and half whispering its words as one overcome by wine or weariness. With this sorcery I shaped the flesh of my body. Child of Satan, inheritor of earth, with these words I give you shape. First, within the primal darkness, was Mummu, mother principle, initiator of all things, all thought, all words. Then, before the universe was given shape, there was but seething chaos, emulsified with any form yet resolved from its mass, light and darkness, air and earth, flame and sea, these things were all as one in those times. Then did primal Mummu come to learn a spell, the word of creation, and spoke it in the ancient disorder. Thus did Mummu create the Archon race, 3 brothers and 3 sisters of great power, firstborn, the she-beast Leviathan, terrible and great, of elemental strength and fury, first and wildest of the Archons, then second-born Mot, king of darkness, dark of soul, bent and dwarfish thing, third-born Yahweh, heed the name, bright king, noble, haughty, proud, then his eyes burned with wisdom and his arm and heart were strong, then brother, sister, mates, Gog and Magog, giants of most awesome aspect. 145. Beast-like brute kings, ogres both, last and least was Ereshkigal, lusty queen, Mot's consort, for she was taken in that cold embrace and made cold herself. Thus were born the Archons of old, who came together and by potent magic resolved from chaos an ordered universe, speaking themselves the word of creation to accomplish this end. In the new-made universe they contended, brothers and sisters, for command of their creation. To avail himself in this conflict, Yahweh spoke once more the word of creation. Thus came the Elohim who ruled in heaven and were ruled by Adonai Yahweh. The Elohim made war upon the foes of their king, destroying upon the earth the giant spawn, born of Gog and Magog, and bound beneath the ocean's tumult great Leviathan. All that was created, save Mot's Sheol, was made theirs. Yet there was yet greed in their hearts, and it was their undoing. Their dominion was all creation, but they turned upon themselves in their ambition. From that ruin there was born new hope. From that self-doomed race arose the champions of tomorrow. Thus were born the Shedim. Now, mastered by the Elohim, damned to destruction, the universe is engulfed within a great abyss. Yawning chaos once more is ascendant, and the architecture of the world falls into disorder. One by one the stars dim and die. Mote by mote the earth is turned to dust. To avert this awful end I, Satan, now raise my voice to sound the word of creation to resound about the sky's high vault. Here beneath the eternal sea of the night by my most potent art I command the very principle of the creative to give life to a new race who shall reverse all wrong and make new the universe decaying. 146. They shall tread amongst the stars as giants, and they shall be as giants upon earth, their tread shall resound like thunder, their voices like clear trumpets heralding the new age. Their eyes shall flash with fire, and their arms reach across the sky's vault to pluck planets from their orbits. With sorceries inconceivable they will reshape existence, resolving what was flawed into a more perfect image. And from the universe's wreck give new form and set once more into order the entropic. That then shall there be only increase and the once threatened ruin fate is but a dream. This race I now give form and name, forged from my own flesh, imbued with my power. I name this tribe of kings, Nephilim. Thus are the Nephilim born upon the earth. Now with the word of creation I command, Nephilim become. Now my part complete I passed the full-formed creature to Ishtar at my right hand, who took it gently to her end, holding it within the bowl of her palms, breathed life upon it, speaking these words. Breath, the spirit of life, give motion to these noble limbs and make pulse the heart of this our creature, tomorrow's hope, Nephilim. May the life-giving wind suffuse its being that its noble purpose might be fulfilled, that which now I name woman. As the nourishing rain did fall, languid, timid motion grew within those new-formed limbs as woman woke as if from sleep to life, within the confines of the garden, amongst the trees of silver bark and the herbs and flowers of sweet perfume. 147. Trembling, like some newborn foal she stood, testing those legs that I had made. When she, woman, was more sure of step, Ishtar, gentle life-giver, set her upon the ground to look with new and wandering eyes upon a world most strange and glorious. Such childlike grace and such burning keenness was in those eyes of this creature of flesh that it made the Shedim weep to see. Such curious joy at the world's beauty recalled the first memories of our youth. And our tears mingled with the bloody flow of the river colored with my blood. Now testing limb, now touching, tasting, now listening to the wind or rain, we laughed and wept at the sight of our new creation. Yet now I grew weak from the wound inflicted by my own hand to make this woman, and there was much yet that was undone. Now once more I fortified my spirit to withstand yet further pain in this enchantment, that I might complete the deed before all strength failed me and the senses were devoured by dark oblivion. Now with my left hand I reached within the wound and tore a second part from the liver that had formed woman's shape. This time I felt no pain, so dimmed was my wit by the injury already suffered, yet the weakness in me was redoubled. This second part I also took within my hand and, half knowing, with half feeling fingers shaped it also into an angel shape. As I worked my transforming sorceries upon my flesh, I spoke again an incantation of power to shape and life to my creature, yet so weak was I that I could barely work my lips or muster breath to give voice to my words. With this sorcery I shaped the flesh of my body. Child of Satan, inheritor of earth. 148. With these words I give you shape. First did my sorcery make woman, mother of the Nephilim race, yet if she is to bear progeny and the tribe of kings is to be magnified that it might overthrow heaven's kingdom and make anew the world, she then must have a mate to sire her noble offspring, heirs of all. Together then these two shall raise a race more worthy than Yahweh's flawed creation, and upon tomorrow's martial field engage those ignoble sons of heaven when they are grown great with time, like the germ that becomes the tree. That seed I now make fertile with second creation, and win the victory yet unwon upon this night and hereafter. Again I, Satan, now raise my voice to sound the word of creation to resound about the sky's high vault. Here beneath the eternal sea of the night, by my most potent art I command the very principle of the creative to give life to a new race who shall reverse all wrong and make new the universe decaying. They shall tread amongst the stars as giants, and they shall be as giants upon earth. Their tread shall resound like thunder, their voices like clear trumpets heralding the new age. Their eyes shall flash with fire, and their arms reach across the sky's vault to pluck planets from their orbits. With sorceries inconceivable they will reshape existence, resolving what was flawed into a more perfect image. And from the universe's wreck give new form and set once more into order the entropic. That then shall there be only increase, and the once threatened ruin fate is but a dream. This race I now give form and name, forged from my own flesh, imbued with my power. 149. I name this tribe of kings, Nephilim. Thus are the Nephilim born upon the earth. Now with the word of creation I command, Nephilim become. Now my part complete I passed the full-formed creature to Baal-zebub at my left hand, who took it to him and, holding it within the bowl of his palms, breathed life upon it, speaking these words. Breath, the spirit of life, give motion to these noble limbs and make pulse the heart of this our creature, tomorrow's hope, Nephilim. May the life-giving wind suffuse its being that its noble purpose might be fulfilled, that which now I name man. For moments more this man was still, unmoving within the angel's hands. Then, as the sighing breeze grabbed at his hair, the breast of man rose and fell as he first breathed of its air. Now standing, blinking, shaking, stretching, he too tested the form that I had made him and banished sleep's sluggish grasp. Now, set upon the ground, he ran hither-thither, chasing birds and beetles alighting, then flying the eager hand of man, else plucking some bright blossom that enchanted the young eyes that beheld its color. Now his gaze was drawn to woman, who had this time watched him from amongst the trees with her own wonder at their world. Now with the lion cub's novice grace he went to her to seize, like bird, beetle or blossom, her jet-black hair, coiling like snakes in the breeze, glistening with rain and moonlight. Now, like the dancing sparrow she went there and there, eluding each snatch he made and, on swift feet, 150. Ran before his earnest pursuit. Now, hiding within some bush's verdant growth, she taunted him with song and laughter. Now, with fruit plucked from the bough, he sought to coax her from concealment. With shout and high fluting laugh, she sprang from amongst the dripping leaves and seized from her bewildered playmate's hand the bait with which he thought to entice, and took once more to flight. Running amongst the trees they went, each flying and then chasing the other, else racing to the river or this tree or that, laughing, singing, joyous, beautiful, went those bright children in the garden. Now the eastern sky grew crimson with the kindling flames of dawn. Now Ishtar spoke a charm and led new hearts of new creation to thoughts of love's burning embrace. Now laughing gambol elapsed into play more laden with rich desire. Playful catches turned to caresses, tackles by the river become kisses, and at last they lie beneath the leafy pavilion of trees, enjoined in love's art as the birds of that park saluted the sun that rose upon the morn of an day unknown and great, upon the age of the Nephilim. All sense then left my wearied limbs, my sight was dimmed, my hearing quiet, all perfume of new rain, and the breeze's touch faded from my knowledge, and I slept, exhausted by the rigor of the toil of the night. Ishtar, then, turned to Baal-zebub, speaking instructions to the sable angel. Thus spoke the Queen of Love to Baal-zebub, these words with an urgent voice. 151. Baal-zebub, vice-regent of the Shedim, swifter of we two that you are must go on from this place and I must follow, bearing from the garden's grounds the commander of our hearts, Satan, stricken as he is by the self-inflicted wound by which the Nephilim race was born. Now that the sun is rising in the eastern sky and the shielding darkness is put to flight, that which here has been wrought will become apparent to the sentry eyes of heaven, and they shall come in strength against us. In his weakness, brave Satan cannot oppose them without the aid of our sisters and our brothers who await the champion's return upon the northern peaks. If this plan of ours is to prevail, you must make all speed northwards and lead to battle the Shedim host, that they might defend the garden and the child race, Nephilim, here born, against what armies heaven dispatches to oppose the grand scheme we work against them, now that what is worked in secret is now complete. We must now win time from the foe's haste and delay them in their plans as we have hastened our own. We must frustrate the motion of the Elohim and make slow their advance against us, that Satan might be restored and his strength returned to his arm, that he might bring his children to the tree that bears the fruit of knowledge of consequences, and thence to the fruit of eternal youth. Thus will they come to surpass the Archon race. Yet all such devices will not avail unless your speed can win for us the time that is needed to bring to fruition that which we have devised. Go then, Beelzebub, fly north. 152. And bring news of what has passed to our hosts and instruction of what must be. In your path I will haste myself and bear gladly the burden that I must, bringing to safety our noble teacher and with healing art restore his strength that he might fulfill his own destiny and triumph in the struggle he and we have chosen. Go. Fly. For time has already taken wing and exhorts haste in those who would yet outrace the tireless turning of the hours. Make haste. Make haste. Now, upon bended and black wing, hurried Beelzebub, casting long shadow upon the plains beneath his swift form. Like a raging hurricane, like a screaming storm, tore Beelzebub through the breezes, cast, like the herd before hunter's horse, all about in disarray by the terrible haste of the angel's passage in the air. In his wake, his wings disturbed with their pounding, rapid beat, a great column of smoking dust, rain-sodden, dried and raised by the agitated air made tumultuous by the racing form hurtling to the distant northern peaks where anxious Shedim watched for some signal of triumph or of loss. In that dusty wake went Ishtar with my witless form across her shoulders, making what speed she could with what strength she had to bear her and me from that perilous garden, well scrutinized by heaven's watch. Now, on flaming wings, descended Raphael resplendent in his shining arms, upon his brow, bedecked with tousles of gold hair, a princely crown of gold beset with jewels, ruby, purple amethyst and red amber, shaped into winding vines, ivy-leafed. 153. About his shoulders, a robe of silk, dyed with deepest purple, trimmed with gold and hemmed with a peacock's eyes, his limbs and body made glorious within gold-leafed steel, forged into magnificence, greaves and plate of make unsurpassed, strong against all blows. Within his hand the Prince of Heaven held a curved blade of smokeless flame and upon his left hand wore a shield burning with the sun's borrowed light upon its mirrored face of bronze. Now, as he made his circuit of the earth, his all-seeing gaze fell upon the form of the garden's guard, broken by the hand of Beelzebub, and now upon rivers' waters, Karnadini with blood, bled to give new life and hope and oppose the failing empire whose instrument he was. Now he alighted upon the garden soil and with a motion of his hand banished from the sky the rain clouds brought forth by some same charm, amongst the trees of wondrous fruits and the herbs and flowers of seductive scent. Pushing his way amongst the leaves he finds upon some bed of pressed grass and flowers, enfolded together in embrace, exhausted by the toils of love, the sleeping Nephilim. Now cast into confusion and into fear, his heart pounded out uncertain beat and some realization of heaven's doom became known to his afflicted spirit. Making now to slay in sleep these creatures that were so foreign to his sight yet awakened such fear in his soul, his keen eyes perceived within the shadows of the trees, dark shapes moving here and there, wolves and tigresses fierce, savage guardians that stood watch over the forms that slept beneath the leafy roof of the forest, bound to such duty by Shedim's spell, woven by Beelzebub and Ishtar before they made flight. 154. Now to the river went Raphael and at its bank, before the water, sat and cast certain sorceries upon the waves that in the waters of the brook were seen the night's testament to the deeds that Shedim wrought within the valley's confines and all was known to Raphael and he was afraid. Now, on flaming wings, ascending he made his own speed to high heaven's gates and, there passing its towers that watched the approach thither, flew swift through the gates thrown open before him as he flew in haste to heaven's hub where reached above all the eternal tower, seat of God's once great majesty. Descending, alighting within its long shadow he now went by foot to the spire's portal and demanded of the gatesman entrance. These doors opened also to his coming and, the herald before him hurrying, scaled the tower's heights to the chamber in which his father, Adonai Yahweh, sat upon the platinum throne, seat of heaven, and directed the movements of the Elohim. Now, announced by trumpet and by voice, before the very throne of God went Raphael and there abased himself before the Emperor of all, making due humility before that king, crouched within the shattered throne of the Elohim and their kingdom, darkened by ruin's black shadow as that awful shade stooped o'er their walls and slavered, jackal-like, at such rich booty as would be his in due time. Now with trembling speech gave voice to the witness he had borne on earth and the reconnaissance that he had made. This testament did he tell to God within the walls of the eternal tower, telling now of heaven's doom though he could not thus acknowledge. 155. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, Tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, Conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, Architect of creation, Master of the planets, Orchestrator of the stars, Proclaimer of destiny, Keeper of wisdom, Judge of the world, Castigator of sin, Scourge of evil, Most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, swift have I flown from earth, swift with dire news to heap upon the burden of ill tidings even now so great and make more so oppressive on us that which we have borne thus far. Raise not your wrath against he that brings such news, I implore it, but rather avert your retribution against he that is now the spring of all our grief. Again does Satan move his traitor's hand against us, working evil upon the earth that will blossom and bring forth the fruit of his hate. Remember, Adonai Yahweh, Lord, the garden to which you brought the young Elohim race that lay within a vale river carved within the rock. There did the race of your siring feast upon the fruit of the knowledge of consequences, thus becoming like the Father that gave them life, knowing good from evil and how they might make for themselves a bright destiny indeed. And, thereafter, eating also of another fruit. 156. The fruit of eternal youth that the fine and noble sons you brought to be would live unfading and endure. Beneath the shadow of the storm-racked night stole Satan and his rebel angels into the garden and there, from his own flesh did forge a race to rival heaven's children, speaking then the word of creation, spoken long eons before by the Archon tribe. With great enchantments did the usurper weave his children's fate to oppose and to strive to conquer high heaven's walls. Baal-zebub and Ishtar, who aided him, did fly the garden before my coming bearing from the place wounded Satan, exhausted by the deed's travail, leaving amongst the trees the new-made race, the Nephilim, guarded by savage forest beasts. Yet it is the apostate's intention, I am sure, to return to the river garden and his children guide unto the tree that bears the fruit of knowledge of consequences that they might eat of its fruit and grow to be like the Elohim and Sheddim and, desirous of our majesty, conspire to effect our downfalling and thus contest, with Sheddim alliance, heaven's sovereignty. Let us not then delay our wrath but move now against these Sheddim spawn before the Sheddim can return and fulfill their plan. Let us go against these new creatures with great force of arms and destroy them utterly before the Sheddim can yet muster hosts to avail their infant race. Adonai Yahweh, my Lord, I implore you, restrain not your hand but strike most surely against this new assault upon your kingship lest, like the stone falling from the mountain's summit, the impetus of this yet ungrown crime becomes so great that no force exists by which its motion might be opposed. 157. Adonai Yahweh, King, we must move with haste, we must move now. Gravely did the Archon Emperor listen to the testament of Raphael, and once all had been divulged to him sat awhile in still contemplation of all that had passed and might yet pass. Within his mind he weighed both this course and that, considering first one stratagem and then another, before resolving upon a certain. Now arousing himself once more from rumination he raised up his gilded scepter, carved into a lion's likeness, burning orbs of fire shining within the eyes of that fierce image, before which the hosts at his command fell down in supplication to his majesty. Now with resounding, thunderous voice he dictated his commandment and his will, instructing his Elohim knights in that course upon which his mind had been resolved by which to best thwart my own device. Now he spoke these words unto heaven's assembled hosts, commanding with majestic voice. Raphael, fond son, most sadly have I heard your testament and that sore doom that it does threaten. Most bitterly do my ears receive such knowledge, such baneful tidings, to know that once more my rebel son, though son no more is he to me, moves against his rightful king. Also have I listened to your counsel, rash, warlike Raphael, and considered its many merits. Yet, even in considering what you recommend, a more canny strategy does itself suggest its own merits to my consideration. I shall make clear to you, my children, just what my mind does conceive of. It would seem strange to me indeed if our most cunning adversary would thus forsake. 158. The fruits of all his devices to the guard of some wild beasts alone, or would even dare approach the upper earth without some aid to avail him, were the Elohim to move, as you suggest, against that which he himself moves against bright heaven's walls, spires, domes, and streets. Well would he know that we would not permit him to enact his crimes so freely without reply or retribution for such audacity. No. His host is already gathered upon the earth nearby and already moving to defend that which rebel Satan's hand has wrought. Within that time that we mustered and marched to destroy those within the garden's walls, already shall they be defended by a greater force than the howling beasts that stayed your hand. Yet also does it seem to me that much of our adversary's strength has been invested within the forms of his new creatures, and, until such time as they partake of the fruit of knowledge of consequences, they are as but simple beasts to be commanded by the whip or baited with simple prizes. Nothing can they weigh themselves as I now weigh the different paths by which we might exploit such flaws and win back advantage from the foe. Now let me make clear that which I plan. Not against Satan's creatures shall we move our hosts, but rather against the Sheddim legions that would guard the garden, and in the matching of these forces tie them in such a compromised position that they cannot gain the garden. Then, as some few of them stole, and so shall some few Elohim make entrance to the valley, and once therein, with cunning words beguile the childlike Nephilim and instruct their untutored souls to realize my dominion over earth, and thus warn them from the tree our foe, mutinous Satan, would have them gain. 159. With dire repercussion should they oppose the will that would bind them to eternal infancy. This then is the path that I would take. Move then and enact my will. Some while later, upon the earth, I awoke within a grand pavilion, framed with 3 pales of pine wood woven of green silks and trimmed with bright silver. I lay upon rugs of bearskin, and, at my side, awaited a set, arrayed in battle's garb of steel. Beyond the gossamer walls of the tent, battle's clatter and deep-throated horns resounded from every side. The clamor of some camped army did inform my hearing of some events that had passed by my knowledge while I slept. Making essay now of the wound that I had wrought upon my flesh to fulfill my fate, I found but the barest crimson scar. Now testing the strength of limb and heart, I stood, eager to renew once more the struggle against the hosts of heaven. As I made to take up spear and sword, as I made to dress myself in shining mail, all lying ready for the knight who would gird himself for battle's work, Aset came to my shoulder and restrained my hasty rage and reproached my brashness and precipitous action, going headlong into what I was ignorant of. Now she told me of all that had come to pass whilst, still robbed of all wit, I lay, and she had tended with her healing arts the self-inflicted wound that had brought forth the now contested Nephilim. With these words did she inform my unknowing. Satanael, commander of our hearts, stay the rash desire that would govern your noble spirit and impel to futile battle. 160. Your hand, for such will not avail the Sheddim or their cause in this contention. Rather, wait upon my explanation of what has come to pass whilst you slept. As you did command us as you set out first to the garden where you set upon the earth the Nephilim, children of our purpose, we awaited your return with anxious watch from the high peaks upon which we rallied to enact your will and command. All the long night was spent thus, ever scrying the darkness for your form, returning from the southern valley in triumph. There, in the south, storm clouds gathered and hid all from Shedim's watch and heaven's sight. When the east grew red with the flame of dawn and the burning orb of day did ascend above the earth's shadowed morning limb, our keen eyes descried in the distance of the south, coming forth from the stormy vale with awful haste, agitating both air and earth, the speeding form of Baal-zebub, upon black wing. Now breathless did he alight upon the highest peak and dictate new instruction to the Shedim hosts, and we paid due heed to our vice-regent. Thus did he commend to us, Shedim, children of joyous tomorrow, disciples of bright Satanael, give heed to that which must now be accomplished if victory is indeed to be ours. Well indeed was the enchantment worked, and now Satan's children, man and woman, walk upon the earth within the garden. Yet such potent magic is not rendered without cost to he that would render it. Cut from Satan's very liver was the flesh of the Nephilim race, and now wearied by that wound, our noble prince is spent utterly and, witless, is borne by Ishtar, northwards, from the garden. 161. Some way behind myself, hurrying on ahead with instructions of precipitous exigency. Not long shall it be before the hosts of heaven, realizing what is done on earth, make haste to move against us and mankind before that race arises from its infancy. With all swiftness we must hasten southwards, first meeting with Ishtar and Satan, sorely stricken, then march onwards to defend the Nephilim from whatever force God might send against them. The emissaries of heaven must not here prevail. Onwards, then, from your high roost, and make haste to reach the valleys before the foe. The very universe does wait upon this outcome. Now is decided the fate of all. No second speaking of such command was spoken, or exhortation, reprimand, or other word before the host took wing and flew swift, southwards, to the valley where mankind remained. Now high upon the plains Simum, the soaring Shedim saw beneath hastening Ishtar with her burden precious to us. Now the column descended from the sky and once alighted upon the ground, prepared for you a litter that you might be borne more swiftly when the swifter path was most needed. Once more the host took wing to the south, whilst yet you slept on, exhausted by your toil. Flying on and ever on, the distant valley appeared to our sight. Then, as it was within our reach, the goal we sought was snatched away by the blaring of alarum horns as the host of Elohim came upon us from the north in deadly ambush, striking, with shining bolts, our rearmost ranks and thwarting the advance we made. Now our horns and flags made sign that the host should descend at Baal-zebub's command and fortify the northern way against the foe. None delayed in effecting what was commanded, as we made sure our ranks against the Elohim force, driving into the ground steel-tipped piles. 162. To thwart what charge the foe might make, and throwing up great breachworks against their advance. Our archers also tarried not in reply, and sent back their own volley to the hosts of heaven, driving from the sky their winged knights and renewing once more the banished rain with a more gory shower. Upon the northern plain they too descended and drew up their ranks for battle, making sure their own defences. Now then do face each other across some small stretch, old adversaries, Baal-zebub and Michael, each taunting the other and boasting of his own, whilst Abaddon and fiery Moloch counsel action, lusting for the battle's passion and thirsting once again for Elohim blood. This time I have tended you in fevered sleep, sometimes still as death, and others crying out in most vexed agitation. Now my art is worked indeed, and your strength is resolved, and little before is it most needed if this meeting of well-matched forces is to be resolved. Our host cannot make advance against their fortification, for they will abandon, as they did before, a position of such strength in arrogance. Neither can we gain the garden that we would without abandoning our own advantage, and, thus, yielding all to the Elohim advance, as they would overrun our own ranks. Thus are the forces fairly matched, and neither side can gain aught but must wait out this engagement until fate or ruse decide the victor. Now your wise guidance must be taxed full that you might perceive an answer to this riddle and resolve the battle in our favor. All the Shedim race does wait the command of the leader who would guide to triumph our noble purpose over darkness that heaven surely champions most eagerly, though their blinded hearts perceive it to be light. 163. Speak then, Satan, and may your wisdom win the day. At this time, with Shedim eyes engaged by their northern watch and their hands committed to the battle line's defense, as the sun descended in the western sky once more dissolving into the embers of the dusk, and as the crimson sky elapsed to purple twilight, Raphael, by some long and curving route did go unmarked around the Shedim camp and went on swift wing into the valley where yet, amongst the trees, slept man and woman, unknowing of what passed without the border of their small dominion and of all save their infant dreams. Now with strong sorceries he undid those charms that the Shedim wrought to bind the beasts that held watch over the lovers' sleep. Then, the sentries then dismissed from watch, he made approach unto the slumbering pair and, with a gentle hand, aroused them from their rest. Now, appearing as a shining giant before them, clad in resplendent light and of awesome aspect, tiger-headed, eagle wings spread so wide that it seemed that they would enfold the world, striking, with a burning gaze, awe and terror into their hearts, he addressed the trembling, naked creatures with a voice of thunder, like the lion's roar, breathing, with his words, incandescent flame. Infant children, unknowing of the world, I have been dispatched by the King of Heaven, benign and most merciful, well inclined to your most noble spirits and pitying of your plight, forsaken here, as you are within this valley's walls. Forsaken no more, is man, but redeemed by the loving countenance of heaven and its great King, Adonai Yahweh. These joyous tidings am I sent to bring, and yet further counsel and instruction. 164. As tutor am I sent to teach of that which you must know, as it is decreed by most glorious God, who looks upon you with such love that he sends me, his son, Raphael. Be not afeard of me, though I be of awesome aspect, for mine is the gentlest of all spirits. This is yet further proof of God's love, if yet further testament you needed, that I of all my brothers am sent to you, for of all God's sons I am the least terrible, and God himself is 10,000 times as terrible to me as I do seem to you. Were that he were to appear to you himself, by the brilliance of his most great presence would you be blasted into ashes, such is his power. Receive this then as indication of his mercy and his wisdom. This great King of which I have spoken to you is most desirous of love and fealty, made as you are in his image, and of all the creatures of the earth most fair and noble to behold. Adonai Yahweh is King of all the world, and both heaven and earth to kneel to his sway and fulfill each command that he would speak. To those that would serve him dutifully he is most beneficent indeed, and those who would but supplicate to his great name are pardoned. Then, all faults and failings and the burden of their every sin is lifted from their shoulders, and, by his love, are they redeemed by he of infinite forgiveness. Great indeed is the bounty of his kindness to those who would serve him well. Yet, if you would be a transgressor of his will, he is most terrible in wrath, and would punish with 1,000 torments those who would shirk their fealty and make infraction against his law and reign. Counsel, then, I do, that you kneel before the Lord, who does both love and seek the love of his most prized creatures, man and woman. 165. Before me here give worship to Most High God, that I might bear testament that you are not of the wrongdoers, and may know the full benefit of his mercy and not of the terrible potency of his fury. What, then, say you, man and woman? Will you give due submission to the King of Heaven? Some little time did the Nephilim ponder what was said, considering the perfidious deceits presented to them as tutelary kindness. Then, without yet understanding the way of things, without the knowledge of consequences, by which to judge and from falsehood distinguish truth, man spoke now his reply to the awesome angel, with trembling limb and voice before such a terror as did manifest before him with the purpose of cowing the spirit of indomitable man. Speaking with such haste that word tumbled over word in his fear of the retribution that God would bring against him, though such threats were false indeed, with such hosts as the Shedim had mustered between the infant God and aged king, whose power, with each passing year, did fade and grow more faint within the light, burning ever brighter, of Satan's ascendant nation. These words then did man speak in this way: Good Raphael, Son of Heaven, terrible emissary of that great king of whom you have spoken so thunderously and made quail my spirit and set uncertain beat within my strong and youthful heart, you have yourself professed to be our guide and teacher, sent by this Adonai Yahweh, omnipotent king, to school us, his subjects, in such knowledge as it is right and good for us to know. This time you have thus told of his great empire over both heaven and the earth, and that he is most merciful to those who serve and as terrible to those that would oppose his reign. Will you then instruct us further on certain matters that do bewilder our new-formed minds? 166. Having not ourselves perceived enough nor yet learnt enough of the intelligences of the world, to resolve such things as do confound us. As we first lay together as lovers amongst these high and perfumed trees, woman did tell me of the circumstance of my creation that she had seen from some way distant, being at once both wondrous and awful to her eyes. There sat in a glade beside the river, so she has told, some strange being of princely beauty, of an image both similar and foreign to our own. Gigantic in appearance was this earthly king, yet not terrible as you and your brothers seem, but rather gentle and most fair, inspiring in our hearts only love for such splendor and such grace. This spirit was both like us and much different, neither male nor female in formation, but possessing both these attributes, miraculous androgyne, with the white hips and rounded breasts of woman, yet also man's member betwixt the thighs, and also was the flesh of this monster alien to us, colored of the purest white, whereas ours, as is most apparent to your sight, is tawny brown as is the soil of the earth, and the hair that cascaded as some shining cataract upon the shoulders and the prince's back was not jet like that of woman or of man, but was like copper burning in the silver lunar light. This ruddy mane framed two orbs of noble light, green like emeralds within their holes, whereas our own eyes are the same hue that does color our own tan flesh. Yet also from the angel's back sprung wings, as we have not, of most radiant gold like the very sun of day, and from the skull of this apparence sprouted curved horns of ivory, the same as might adorn the deer that we hunt to fill our hungry bellies with spears cut from branches torn down from the garden's trees. Within the god-like being's flesh gaped wide a wound, that bled a crimson flow into the river. 167. And from it was torn some part of flesh that our Creator shaped into the form of man that does now appear before you. Thus, Raphael, guiding angel, teacher, tell us of this being that woman's eyes beheld, that made our race from his own flesh, and resolve for us the ignorance of origin, that we might know for what reason we were made, and to what end our Creator poured out his blood to make our forms and give us life, for our unknowing minds know not such secrets, but Adonai Yahweh, in high heaven would see all, and thus would know all that passed on earth below. If indeed you are sent as mankind's teacher, then in you would Adonai Yahweh invest such knowledge as that our inquiries could be satisfied. Speak then, angel, and tell us of our making, that we might know these things. Not much of myself was lost in those of my flesh, and well vexed by such inquiry was the Elohim Prince, knowing not what reply to give them that would both preserve his mission and satisfy the untutored curiosity of mankind. For some while was his confusion moved to silence, as he sought some device to yet beguile those that had thus beguiled him, even without the power of the fruit that they must have if my purpose was to be fulfilled. Even now they made apparent their art, and made poor show of heaven's best. O brave and canny woman, man! My heart rejoices at their deeds even then, when they were so young upon the earth. Elohim and Shedim rival not the Nephilim spirit conceived to conquer all, and in that conquest renew the world. Thus their great destiny was revealed even then. After due thought this ruse did Raphael invent and play out upon those who could not judge the merits and falsehoods of his speech. 168. Yet still confounded that instrument of heaven with their guileless curiosity and native wit. Thus did Raphael reply to my Nephilim. Infant children, unknowing of the world, Adonai Yahweh's high regard for your race is indeed well founded upon such wit and keenness to know all that is done upon the face of earth and in high heaven. Most wise indeed is God to love such as you. Most wise and most great indeed is that king, and forget it not nor else have occasion to doubt in any way that noble sovereign. Yet, though I weep true tears to speak it, there are indeed those who doubt my great king and do plot malice against those more faithful as I am, and you too shall be, for you are wise. These base and most malicious goblins do conspire to work mischief upon the wits of we who serve most dutifully, the Almighty and Eternal. With strange glamours do they work deceits and puzzle the senses of the unwary, working false visions upon those hapless spirits that it does please them to so harass. With illusions and dreams and untrue portents they do make it seem that certain things are real whilst, in truth, such things never were, and other things that were most concrete fade away like a dream or fancy. Thus, by their malign art, these base elves do contrive to make uncertain what is most true and give the faithful cause for doubt. Thus it does seem to me that is most wise that you have been afflicted by some such ruse, as it is these wrongful spirits' great delight to work upon the innocent and guileless, like yourselves, unknowing of the truth and leading learning into great error. This occurrence of which you tell, truthfully, never came to pass. With my own eyes I did behold. 169. Adonai Yahweh, Lord of infinitude, create man and woman from a lump of clay, crafting limb from its formless stuff, as he did make the Elohim, his sons, and my brothers, from the smokeless flame. No other is there with the art to make such as beautiful and wise as man. Forget that which you did perceive, for it was but a dream that played you false, wrought by base imps, most mischievous, to pleasure and fulfill their desire for the tricks and traps they work. Know, then, that this is true, my own soul does well know it, but for God himself there is no God, La ilaha illallah. Thus is it written. Forget it not ever, for those that would a fire burns forever, and eternal torment is their lot. This is the answer to your inquiry. Much troubled were my children by this informans, to be told that their own senses worked deceit when they had seemed so sure to them. Yet the emissary of heaven, appearing so terrible, did command much belief within their hearts, and they were much vexed by his explanation. For, though his words were false indeed, they could not judge the false from true, and knew not to trust their own wit, unbeguiled, or yet to heed the angel's word and submit to heaven's tyrant. In such bewilderment no reply seemed just or apt to give the King of Heaven, and they could not decide the choice. This then became their answer, and woman spoke it in these words. Good Raphael, Son of Heaven, I know of no reply to give you, yet to transmit to Adonai Yahweh, who rules, as you have told, all the earth and heaven. 170. First you spoke of that which we knew not, and such informans we doubted not, knowing in our hearts no argument against your witness. Grateful indeed are we for such intelligence. Yet when we asked of what we ourselves had seen, you spoke then of deceit and our error, yet the report of my senses spoke most true. How are we to judge between these two accounts and distinguish from the false the true? Not yet have we learnt the art by which to choose which of the two is right and which untrue. Most persuasively have you spoken, and most great and wondrous do you seem, that it does sorely wound me to doubt your word. Yet also to doubt my senses is most injurious, for if I must doubt them, then I must doubt all things. I know not which to mistrust. Your king must further yet await reply, for man and woman have yet no answer to his authority that he would profess o'er us. We must have time consider and debate these words that your tongue and lips have spoken, and consider whether we would bow down when we have not knelt before to any king or lord, knowing nothing of such affairs. Return to us, Raphael, 7 nights hence and then shall you and God have answer. Now Raphael did make his own reply and speak his leave-taking with new warning and did acknowledge thus the words of woman. Infant children, unknowing of the world, each passing minute does more impress the magnitude of your wisdom upon me and of Adonai Yahweh's wisdom in bestowing favor upon a race so fair and noble. As you have asked of me so shall it be. After some duration of 7 nights I shall return to hear what reply you make to heaven's embassy, knowing, in my heart, that your choice shall be just. 171. And that you shall give God that tribute that is in truth his rightful due, for you are most wise indeed and shall not err in this most grave matter. Contemplate, then, in this time allotted the decision that you shall reach and decide most wisely on it. Yet before I fly hence and make report upon all that has passed upon the earth, let me counsel and warn in one more matter, and well would you do to hear such advice, for I am wise, as you, yet my knowledge far exceeds that which you, in your short time, have learned, and am most desirous of your happiness and would not see harm befall you. At this garden's very heart there grows a tree that bears a fruit of shining hue that is called knowledge of consequences. This fruit has been set upon the earth by demons most malicious and base as a snare for the incautious. If you would live, eat not of its flesh, for it is most venomous and would strike dead him that would eat of it in an instant. This fruit avoid by much distance, for it seems, to the eye, most sweet and tender, and its perfume does seduce the very soul. Approach then not the tree or pass by, but fly its very presence and hold here in the garden's outer parts far from the tree. This warning then discharged, I depart to fly swift to heaven and transmit that reply that you gave to me. Having thus spoken, with a thunderclap, proud Raphael vanished into the wind, disappearing from sight as though he had never been, fading as quickly as a dream in waking, giving yet further cause for woman and man to doubt the intelligence of their sight. By their portents and auguries, perceiving. 172. All that passed within the valley, the Shittim seers took good note of the movements made by Raphael against our plan. Some few spies and scouts made report confirming the less ordinary intelligences of the wizards that saw what passed with ethereal eyes. All that had passed between the Nephilim and Raphael, what guile and deceit he had used to win their fealty for his king, became apparent to me as I worked new devices by which to win from the circumstance of my condition that which had first sought upon the earth. Also known to me was their confusion, man and woman, and the conflict of their minds. As the beacon of the dawn gave sign of the sun's inauguration of the day, long-shadowed hosts still faced across a little distance and shook spear and shield in defiant wrath. As the sun progressed upon its upward path, the keenest of the host tested range of bolt and bow, each feathered shaft falling some distance short of the other camp. Others yet tried less solid volleys, matching themselves against one opponent or another, with the ancient spear of insult and the boastful shield, declaring both his own prowess and the likening of the foe to some craven thing or most foul creature, mocking with loud laughter the thousand virtues of the other. Still others declared across the field that when at last battle would be joined some warrior in the other camp, they would seek out and render upon them 10,000 brutalities, each surpassing those prior with yet further cruel ingenuity. Chief of all these braggarts was Moloch, telling heaven's hosts with a leering cry of the 2200 humiliations he devised to wreak upon their bright-mailed warriors, and which or other part the crows would so enjoy. Now the sun, passing the post of noon, did continue on its path, descending from the sky into the western reaches of the azure vault. 173. Without hope of the confrontation's resolution. Even as day's embers died, to seek new advance, my strength recalled new sorceries did I now work. Once more with magics of no little power did I effect the transformation of my form, as once I had done before the gates of heaven, to match and best the Elohim king in war and that fatal contention that I had won, but at so dear a cost to my intention. That same magic that had first led me here to this uncertain enterprise that I now worked, I employed stretching and working anew every bone and sinew of my body. Now I no more resembled angel form but a jewel-scaled serpent of long coil, shining with 1,000 rainbow colors. Now disguised within this new shape I went, coiling, winding, sliding, over plain and sand, gliding over those lands that I traversed like the river's flood. With such grace and speed did I make the journey to the vale where my afflicted children considered hopelessly the many questions for which they had no answer. Now to thwart the counterplot of heaven I made all haste to the garden's glades. Coming to its darkened entrance as once before I had first come to create the Nephilim, I came now to redeem from ignorance and confusion those who must yet complete their destiny. Unseen by heaven's eyes did I make second entrance and, going amongst the trees and grasses in my silent serpent form, I sought out man or woman to bring them to the tree of the fruit of knowledge of consequences from which they must eat if they would rule all of earth and heaven, making then anew the archon's flawed work and making right those wrongs wrought by heaven's reign. What the gods may not accomplish may yet be redeemed by man. 174. That jeweled form of mine went on, going by the river's northern bank, gazing with the snake's bewitching eye, seeking in the darkness the children of my flesh most dear to my heart. Most sorrowful was I that heaven's lies should so torment such innocents as those that I had been made to leave within the valley, guarded only by wild beasts. Truly, my parents' guilt did match the children's bewilderment and did surpass it. For my forsaking of such precious things as prey for Raphael's accursed lies, I would exact a sore fine indeed from the children of Adonai Yahweh. Not forever would their tyranny endure over my sweet children who, once grown, would themselves rise up against those that wronged them and cast them down most low. Nevermore would Satan be absent from his children's side but ever guard and guide them in the darkness until they themselves surpassed all my art and the archon who would be their king, trampling down his tower and throne, that he would fade forever from the world in exaction for his base crimes. Thus meditating on my own guilty sorrow and the vengeance I would wreak, I came, amongst the garden's woods, upon woman watching over that slumbering mate of hers. Quiet did I slide to her, as not to start the one that I sought to comfort in her bewilderment, and bestow some certainty of knowing upon her by the fruit that was named knowledge of consequences. Perceiving now the serpent that approaching and, then unknowing of the sting of snakes, was not afraid but most delighted by my shining scales, did reach forth with a gentle hand to test whether I be concrete or not, less trusting of her own vision. 175. Perceiving still within her great confusion and vexation, banished for a moment by wonderment at my coming, I, though knowing the answer to such inquiry, spoke to my child with such words as these. Beautiful creature, woman, child, why is your brow so creased with worry's lines? What vexes a thing so beautiful as you and gives cause to weary such fairness with questions so urgent and difficult? Who has so puzzled your innocence with doubt? Surely they are criminal indeed to sully such a radiant vision with such care. This one that does abuse you so, I shall seek him out and strike down he that is now my mortal foe for this wrong. Was it then jealousy of your noble form that drove my foe to so offend you, or a heart so full of hate that it moves its possessor to destroy all things fair, desiring that the world be ugly only? I cannot even conceive of such a villain that would use you so. Let me your comfort though, and bear for you your weight of care, and thus relieve of a burden that does make you old. Tell me of the question that does assail your precious youth, and I shall resolve your every trouble with my more tutored wisdom. I have travelled far, I tell you, and know of many, many things that you, so young, could know not of, and, but to preserve such beauty, I shall gladly aid a creature so wondrous and so fair. Indeed it shall be my soul's delight. Tell me then of your care, that I might help and reprieve you of your worry. Weeping salty tears for her cares, and now released somewhat from the 1,000 doubts that had afflicted and assailed her soul. 176. My child clasped me in embrace and spoke of all the woes that she so young, had contended with in vain. I too did weep then for such pain as the child that I so loved had suffered, unknowing of the true and the false, desiring to believe the testament of her eyes but most frightened by the penalties dictated by that villain Raphael, should she infract the proud will of heaven's king. Seeing, too, the dreams of my dear son, sleeping in that forest, racked by these questions that both tormented sleep and wakefulness, I wept for him also. Thus did I listen with all concern to my daughter's trouble, knowing, that even in speaking so, of some burden was she reprieved. O wise serpent, noble beast, indeed am I most sorely vexed by many cares. She spoke, and I can know no restful sleep for all their terrible burden. The first memory of my life is of a spirit, perhaps of whom in your travels you have heard, who, having first crafted me, or so do I surmise, did then take from himself a part of flesh and from it shape the form of man, my mate, speaking strange incantation to give life unto the consort that I love. Nothing of this did seem strange or false to me, and it was more real to me than a dream which, first dreaming, did confound me, for all the confused seeming of sleep did pass away when I awoke. Yet, again I say it, the demiurge I did not dream but perceived more truly. Yet thereafter, as once more the burning orb that flies across the sky's high arch did sink beneath the western limb of earth, another spirit did appear to me, now more certain of my senses and my wit. 177. This spirit did name himself to me, his name, he said, was Raphael, and did tell me of a great king who dwelt in heaven, beyond the sky. Serpent, have you in travelling, seen that great kingdom? This king, so spoke Raphael, was great indeed and rules all heaven and earth beneath. Most merciful is he to those who kneel to his high throne, yet terrible in wrath to those who would defy his dominion. This spirit, Raphael, told me that this king, Adonai Yahweh, was most desirous of our homage, finding mankind to be, of all creatures, the most beautiful that dwelt on earth. Raphael, most terrible of aspect and most great, did counsel us that we submit to God 10,000 times as dreadful as his ambassador. He told us that he had come as teacher to our ignorance to school us in what knowledge we must know. This then is the root of all our woe. When man asked the spirit, Raphael, of his creation as my eyes reported it, the majestic spirit did teach us that it was not so, and that my eyes were wronged by demons seeking to deceive me in my infancy, yet unknowing of the true and false, unable to distinguish those glamours that they wove. This then is my dilemma and my undoing. Am I to believe that which Raphael has told, and surrender up my liberty to his dread king, thus evading the terrible fates he stores up for those who do transgress against him? If I must indeed pursue this course, then I must doubt my own wits, whose honesty I am most unhappy to deny, for by what other means have I to learn of what passes in the world? Yet if I am to trust my senses, I must wrong this king, who shall surely seek vengeance against me. What then, wise serpent, am I to do? 178. And, though I was even then informed of what had passed within the valley's confines, to hear once more my child's distress made me weep twice over. Now did I give my daughter due reply, and in doing, so I hoped, complete the deed and find for her the wisdom that she sought and the answer to her questions that did trouble her. Once more speaking, though my throat was choked with tears and sorrow at her plight, I told of a means by which such cares might be dissolved into a mist, and yet more rare than that, passing away into the very air of night. Beautiful creature, woman, child, why should questions such as these so vex a brow and mind so noble as that of yours? For its very solution lies within this valley, and you could but reach out with a single hand and snatch it to yourself, and thus free your soul of such cares as do assail the spirits calm and weary the body with its most weighty burden. Far have you been led astray if you would but know it. Yet within this garden there grows some fruit by which all that was once dark becomes clearer than most crystal waters, and the truth of all things becomes apparent. Why, then, do you still stand in confoundment when this power was ever yours to take? It does bring my heart much pain to see such needless woe visited on one so young and fair. But if you would will it of me, I shall lead you to the tree that has wide boughs, made low by fruits, possessed of most potent properties. If you would but eat one bite, you would be wise and would have the art to resolve this puzzle, which at this time, without such powers, does so undo your wits. Follow, child, follow me, and I shall lead you to the wondrous fruit. 179. Follow, child, follow me. With such words as these I brought woman to the garden's very middle, where grew the tree that bore the fruit, wide-rooted, wide-boughed, high above all others, its bark like most precious gold, and leaves as though wrought of jade by most exquisite craft. Its fruit most prized, hung like peaches of flesh, translucent and shining with twice borrowed light. To this tree where grew the fruit of knowledge of consequences, did I bring woman to eat thereof. Seeing the place to which she had been led, to my new distress, my daughter turned and looked upon my serpent form with anger. Now, in wrath, she spoke with wounding words, for what taunt of Elohim could match the anger of my own children, moved by anger to accuse the parent who desired naught but her good, yet it did seem most evil to her. Serpent, where have you brought me to? Perfidious worm, so she spoke, this is the fruit of knowledge of consequences. Do you seek to move my hand to self-destruction by the most subtle wiles of your tongue? This fruit, of all the garden's fruit multitudinous and most glorious to see and smell, this one is most venomous, and but a single drop of sap would slay that tongue it did alight upon, dew like dripping from the high branches of the tree. Raphael, glorious ambassador of heaven, did tell me of this tree's wrongful nature. It has been set within the beauty of this garden by demons as snare for those that would not take care. Are you yourself such a malign spirit that would conspire against me whilst professing friendship? Why have you brought me to this place, and why do you counsel me to eat of poisoned fruit? 180. Once I had thought you to be some friend that would yield answers to these riddles that vex me and do cause me sorrow, for I have not the wit to untie such tangles. Now do I perceive that I have no friend and must contend alone against such puzzles. Make you then defense, excuse, or apology, or slay me here by some other means, but I shall not destroy myself, serpent. So had Raphael worked his deceit upon my child and denied her of the very answer to the dark riddles that he wove, by calling it a baser pain than that which she knew now. To this had the noble sons of heaven come to call a nepenthe by the name of poison. Thus did they work their counterplots and use as instruments in their stratagems my children, subverted by their lies and racked by the doubts that were planted in their hearts. Now heaven's corruption was again apparent, doubly, to me, and most keenly did I feel the pain that afflicted these children that I had sired, inflicted by the wrongs of Elohim. It did seem to me that my once noble brethren did now themselves believe their own deceptions, and did delude themselves to wreak yet further crimes, believing in their hearts that what they did was right. That such nobility be brought so low did move my soul to pity. Now would all of God's children pass away in due time, and the Nephilim would rule, but that I could bring my child to eat the fruit that, if all things were to be redeemed, she surely must. But how yet to do this thing, and to persuade that deluded spirit no harm to her was ever my intention, but yet to relieve her of her burdens and make sure once her uncertain spirit. Speaking with a most troubled voice, I made my defense and worked new persuasions to realize the end that would benefit both accused. 181. And the accuser, wronged herself. Thus was the prosecutor made defendant. Thus did I speak to woman. Beautiful creature, woman, child, much wrong you do me, though you know it not, for I could my hand, if I did possess one, be moved against as noble a creature as that which now does make wrongful accusation to heap upon the pain of your troubles that most willingly I took upon myself. Truly, I sought only to aid when your need was great. No lie have I spoken of this tree, and no harm shall come to you even were you to reach out and eat of its fruit. No. This tree bears upon its great branches no poison but rather the antidote to your current suffering. It is the property of these fruit to grant the power by which to judge the false from the true, from shameful was is most noble and from that which avails not the truest way. By this fruit are destinies realized, and would you eat of it you would, with ease, reprieve yourself of this moment's care and know who would deceive you and who would aid. I, myself, have eaten of this tree's fruit and found it to be sweet and good. Raphael, ignoble spirit, also has eaten of the flesh and thus did learn his deceptions. All this happened long ago, but even now, Adonai Yahweh and heaven's hosts are most jealous of this prize, for if you were to consume the fruit and win its powers, their devices would become apparent to you, for if they cannot master you, then they themselves will mastered be. Eat of this fruit as I have done, perceive the truth and know distinction between your allies and your foes. Raphael has done much wrong to you, but no wrong of his is there that shall not be undone. 182. By the hand of yours and man, but, when you eat the fruit, your hands shall make aright all wrongs and make new rights. I have eaten this fruit and I am not slain, and nor shall you be if you place in me your trust. But there is yet doubt within your heart, though I surely am your ally in this affair. Behold, woman! I shall myself eat again the fruit and by action prove it to be good. With no more words than these, I wound my coils about the tree's wide trunk and scaled its gilded bark to climb amongst its leaves and fruit-bearing branches, and with a snap bit off a single fruit, close by, and with a single gulp did swallow it. This persuasion then did persuade after some moments' pause, in which she saw if my still form would fall from the tree, or else yet amongst the high foliage my coils would writhe and thrashed in venomed pain. None of these events came to pass, and the daughter of Satan was well satisfied by my assurances of the sweetness of the fruit. Reaching forth with her left hand, from one lower limb of that most high of trees she plucked a fruit, shining with both sap and power. It seemed that both peach and eye did burn as she looked upon its sweet, soft flesh, and to her it seemed that the fruit did pulse like a heart with its own strong charms. Now she sniffed at it and was at once enchanted by its fragrance, rich and pleasing. Now lingering for a moment, she held before her mouth, parted some little way the fruit, and with a nimble tongue made wet the lips that would kiss the tender flesh. I watched on, eager for conclusion. Once she looked to me for reassurance with a nervous glance, and with a nod I bade her bite that which she held. 183. Then with a hungry bite she ate, leaving, for but a moment, that first mouthful upon her tongue to savour the sweetness of the fruit and let honeyed sap diffuse to every corner of her mouth, then swallowed, with some hesitance, the fruit. Now, at once, she did perceive the false and true, and understood the answer to the puzzle most profound that had long disturbed her sleep and waking hours. That she had eaten of the fruit and lived did show the nature of the words of Raphael, and a strange transformation was worked upon her as had once been worked on infant Elohim. To know the true from what is false, to know the noble from the shameful, to the right path from that which leads astray, to judge the merits of each thing, this is what it is to be man or angel, and thus are we differenced from beasts. Now with new eyes did my daughter see, and a searing light did burn there. Plucking from the tree another fruit, she hurried thence to her mate and, joyous, shook him into wakefulness, arousing man from his most troubled slumbers beneath the leaves of the forest, once beautiful to his eyes, yet in his care delighting not his spirit, sight, or heart, weighed down by the villainous deceits spoken by the Son of Heaven. Stirring, started, he did glance about like a deer, having heard the hunter's tread in sleep, now looking this and that to perceive from which direction the danger comes and which is the path to safety and escape. Already were the first unshaven hairs upon his chin, and my heart once more did sorrow to see his youth gnawed away by Elohim perfidy. Once he had cast off sleep's last shroud and looked upon the world with unclouded eyes, woman offered to him the fruit that she had brought, saying so to my first son, her mate, man. 184. Look, my love, son of the copper-haired spirit, a rich and most precious gift have I brought to give to you as a token of my love. Indeed, so good a gift is it that I bring that I wished not to wait until the sun appeared, reborn, in the eastern sky to light up the world and scatter the stars to their redoubt, hidden in some far western land beyond this valley's walls. Rather I do give it now to you that you of its strange powers bereft no more, for its juices banish all our troubles, driving them afar like the hunting lion, scatters before him the grouping of gazelles, flying to all sides so to escape his hungry jaws. This most worthy fruit I give to you that you may eat of it and receive its power, and you shall be as I am become, more angel than wild beast, knowing the art by which all things are made distinct and by which all matters may judged, and how to distinguish from the false the true. Tarry no longer but eat of it that you might know, as I now know, whether Raphael or my own senses spoke true, and which of two spirits did make us. This matter will you judge with ease once you have but tasted the sweet flesh of the fruit I bring. If ever you would resolve these riddles that have sometime vexed both me and you, but now, having tasted this fruit, vex me no more. Eat then of this fruit I bring to you. Uncertain Man reached forth with his hand to take the fruit from his brave consort, but, before he had grasped the gift, he rather did stay his arm in reaching, and withdrew it to himself with empty hand. Looking at the fruit that woman proffered, he knew it as knowledge of consequences against which Raphael had laid dire warning, speaking of its potent poison to slay. 185. Those that would taste of its flesh. Such injunctions against the offered fruit were still loud in the ear of man, and he forgot them not. Now he looked to woman as she had looked to me when I had bade her eat the fruit, and denounced as a murderess who sought only to destroy, or some spirit that conspired against him and would ruin him. These words he spoke against his mate, perceiving evil in her good. Daughter of Adonai Yahweh, what is it that moves your hand against him for whom you do profess your love, and who has himself professed his love for you? Did you not hear the dire injunction of Raphael against this poisoned fruit you bring as a gift? This is the fruit of knowledge of consequences, and its flesh is most deadly to eat of. Yet you would have me eat of its flesh, and thus would slay me, to what end I do not know, but am made doubly sad that the world does move against me so. Why would you seek to destroy me so at this moment, or have you always plotted so? Were your visions of the Spirit in the garden but some deceit to beguile me from the path of due fealty to the King of Heaven? Have you ever sought man's ruin, jealous of his favor in high heaven's eyes? Or do you contend with heaven's love for me, uncontented that I love you as my consort? Would you have me kneel to you as queen? There is surely but one monarch to whom I shall kneel, and that is the King that rule both heaven and earth. His warnings do avail me well against you. Yet I do love you yet, despite such perfidy as you now plot against me. What power has man against such love as this? For even heaven's hand might not break such bonds as these. 186. Or quench the fire that consumes my limbs with its fierce intensity and heat. Is this yet some sorcery of your, woman, that does ensnare me and make me regret the words that I have spoken in honesty and righteousness? Do you not see, woman, that your wiles avail you not, and perceive the trick you work against me? I shall not take this fruit from you, for you are most treacherous and have taught me well, despite that you have sought to teach me error, that it is Adonai Yahweh that I must trust, and not the false testament of woman. To be wrongfully prosecuted in this way myself was as a knife driven into me, a pain that, for these children's sake, I already knew. And yet to see the son so moved to hate the daughter and betray their love to heaven's lies was as a wide sword, driven to the hilt, into my heart and twisted there by some cruel hand. Never had Satan wept and loved like this, not for bright heaven when it was bright, nor yet for Chadal, the tower of all his hopes, that now he wept for the contention of his children. More dear were they to me than victory, though for this purpose were they first conceived. Never so had God wept for all his sons and daughters. Yet the pain of man and woman was greater yet, for the counsel of Raphael had set one against the other. Man knew sorrow for his love betrayed, though woman had loved him yet and always had. Woman felt her own pain for him that was loved by her and whose good she sought most earnestly, yet who was turned against her by deceit. More bitter even than the poison of Raphael's fancied fruit was the jealousy of love. Seeking again to persuade her love and set at ease his most troubled soul, woman spoke again to me, man, with wise counsel and new argument to convince him of her love, and eager was he to believe her words. 187. Even had she sought to deceive him and destroy. Man, son of the copper-haired spirit, she spoke, such words as these you speak befit not one of your high nobility, and you are moved by deceit to speak so against me. All that I have told you, man, is truth, for I would not lie or dissemble aught to you, for that same love that you profess does bind me also and makes true my words. In no way does my hand move to strike that form that it has held in love, and these lips that have kissed you speak no villainy, though you know it not, but I know well the trouble that you know now. Whilst you slept with your anxious dreams and I watch over that maid I loved, a serpent came upon me there, professing friendship and consideration of my own care. Not like Raphael did he come, but with gentle words did comfort me and hear of those very quandaries that the angel's coming caused. No grand dictum did he preach to me or make threat against me if I heeded not his counsel, as did the ambassador of heaven. Hearing then of the plight that was wreaked upon me, he instructed me to follow him to the tree that grew within the valley's walls. I followed, and, then perceiving to where I was brought the tree which brought forth this very fruit, the fruit of knowledge of consequences. Turning then upon that gentle snake that brought me there, I made those very prosecutions that you now make, believing him most faithless in his intent. Yet despite my outraged and unkind words against him, the serpent did show great forbearance, and did yet counsel me to take the fruit of the tree with new persuasions and assurances, heeding not my speech, unjust and injurious, as yours is now to the one that loves you. To demonstrate the goodness of this fruit. 188. The snake ate of it before my sight, and so seeing that it harmed him not, I too did eat of the fruit, knowledge of consequences, and found it most sweet and delightful. More yet than this, at the moment of the first bite I did perceive that Raphael hid much from us, and invented from fancy and deceit much guidance that he declared to us as truth. There was more in his embassy than he did tell, and if any of what we have known was false, rendered to our senses by some demon's guile, then it was Raphael himself, and not those memories that I hold from my first sight. All the world is now different to my eyes, and I do see what lies beyond apparences. If that dread apparition warned against this fruit, it is because he himself does fear our taking it, and not because he fears for us. How can I convince of the truth of what I speak? As indeed I was myself persuaded, I shall myself persuade you, my mate, by action. Behold that I eat of the fruit without harm, as did the serpent to my unbelieving sight. So saying did woman bite once more from the precious fruit, and, having swallowed the piece she took, passed then the fruit to man to eat of. With more hesitance did he bite, but he did bite, and found it to be not the poison that he feared, and himself did perceive the lying words of Raphael, and conceived something of the destiny that he was appointed. Now perceiving what wrong he had done to woman, and how unjust and hurtful his speech had been, he took, once more, woman to his embrace, kissing and imploring forgiveness for his error, forgiveness that was gladly, for love is the greatest of all power, and not all the guile of heaven can conquer the parent's fondness or sunder the bonds of love when they are most true and firm. Now, yet a serpent, did I wind forth from amongst the trees where I had hidden to watch the passing of events. 189. And see that all I planned came to just conclusion. Perceiving my approach, both man and woman greeted me and bowed in thanks before me and kissed my scaled head. Now I worked a new change upon my form, remolding my serpent body like a sod of clay, and, by my magic art, forsook all disguise to appear before the sight of man and woman in my angel form, as had I first appeared to woman upon her night of birth. Now recognizing my true nature and the parent who had first given life to their race, they knelt before me and begged forgiveness for their poor faith. From such Elohim-taught supplication I recoiled and cursed once more my once brother, Raphael, for teaching humankind to kneel and cower like dogs. Seeing then my disgust at their abasement and knowing in their own hearts contempt for their deed, they stood with new haughty stature and greeted me anew with such respect as a prince would show his tutor or the child his mother, for no more is my due from mankind that I made not to kneel but to rule. Then, for the first time I embraced my daughter and son as a parent and held them to me, weeping that I had first forsaken them to the cunning tongues of heaven, and wept with joy, feeling the new life that stirred within the womb of woman and the brave new race of gods that it promised to me. Yet I could not tarry longer within the garden, and no more could the Nephilim race, for no rose the sun that banished darkness to the shadowed west and betrayed my presence and my deeds to heaven's spies. Cursing once again the name of Raphael, I did remove myself from that fond embrace and counsel once more children with a parent's voice, guiding them upon that road so long that they and those that they would beget must walk upon the journey to the distant tomorrows promised them. Thus did I warn and advise my brave son and daughter. Children of Satanael, brave Nephilim race, most beloved of my heart, joy and delight, this garden is no more safe for you. 190. And swiftly you must fly it with me, that I might conceal you yet from heaven's gaze, whilst this noble tribe of kings grows strong and can stand more surely against the wrath of heaven. When I first placed you within this valley's walls, I intended that you should eat of its two fruits and, so doing, win the strength by which to oppose the Elohim who would destroy if they could. For you are heaven's doom, executioners of its fall. By your hand shall the high gates of its portal be thrown down, and by your foot shall the throne of Yahweh be crushed to dust, to be blown forever upon the chill wind of ruin, until it is yet further eroded by time's work, and dust becomes smoke, and smoke, nothing. Yet your empire shall stretch to the vault of stars, and its glory shall be an infinitude of heaven's splendor. For this destiny did I make your flesh from mine. Of the garden's fruit you have eaten one, the fruit of knowledge of consequences, and this you must, for without its strength you could never realize your noble purpose. The second is the fruit of eternal youth, and he that would eat of it would fadeless be as our Elohim and Sheddim, who ate long ago of both the garden's fruits. Yet the Elohim must surely oppose this end with all their strength, and it is yet most potent. My own Sheddim stand between this garden and hosts of heaven, but the conclusion of their opposition is most uncertain. It is better now to forsake the second fruit, and more desirable to grow old in time than to die by the swords of Elohim more soon. Abandon then the garden to the Elohim and flee their retribution. You shall yet conquer time without the fruit. Let scatter then the Sheddim to their deep holds, and let me remove you hence to some place where heaven's eyes may not see, nor yet their vengeful hand reach out to. This way I think is best. Forsake then these trees as I forsake them, for man nor angel shall contest them but once again. 191. Now let us fly the garden to some safer place. I shall bear you both in winged flight to the kingdom between two rivers. There shall your children grow great and oppose, themselves, heaven's wrong, and avenge the deceiving of their parents. Come then, and I shall bear you thither hence. Hearing thus my speech, man and woman did both accede to my counsel. Taking in my right hand woman, and in my left noble man, proud and strong son of mine, I took to flight upon wings, burning with a myriad of colors. Now did the spies of heaven hurry to make report, upon the quick beat of their flaming wings, flying swift from the garden's lofty walls about the Sheddim force to heaven's camp to fallen Raphael, perceiving from their vigil, in the new light of the dawning day, what had been wrought within the valley of the trees of knowledge and of life, seeing that woman and man had of those forbidden fruits that grew upon the tree of knowledge, feasted and won the power to distinguish the right and wrong. Persuaded by the serpent's argument, hearing of the failure of his deeds, Raphael grew grim and was moved, by turns, to despondency or rage. Sometime he sulked and bewailed the fate of heaven, other time he stormed and scorned the bringers of the news and cursed them for tardy report or sleeping vigilance. Then, drawing forth a sword of flame, did slay all of them that he had set to watch the fates of mankind, cursing them for the loss suffered at my hand, hearing not their prayers and defences, set on fire by wrath and fear. Once more, having made due sacrifice to his ire, he sank once into despair and dark humour. Going then from his silken tent, he sought the pavilion of his lord to make his own report and apology. Before the portal of the canopy to which removed was the throne and King of Heaven, he came to the 2 sentries, set at either side. 192. Of the entrance to the tent of shining silver cloth and ruddy silk, dyed as though with blood to recall that which had been shed and spilt to honour heaven and its tyrant king in past battle. The 2 knights that did guard the door were arrayed in plate, and the colours of the tent were apparent on shield and mantle both. Before the coming of the Prince of Heaven, whose hands and arms were yet wet with blood that he spilled in vengeance of his own error, slaying brother Elohim in wrath. Thus Raphael passed through into God's presence and once more abased himself before his king, kneeling as he would have my children kneel, as though he were a craven hound to be whipped. Raphael stood not to speak his part, but yet cringing before the throne of God, where sat the shriveled, white-haired Archon Lord, arrayed in fine robes and a bright shining crown, starred with 1,000 jewels, yet made weak by the old wounds struck by the son that he once loved best. The fine apparel of a king seemed greater than the king within, and did not increase his majesty, but did show too clearly how unfit he was to rule his realm. At his right hand Michael sat within a second throne, and, with his dark pride swelling in his heart, he did seem more the semblance of the king. Yet to the father that did seem infirm did Raphael kneel and make prostrate his frame, pleading most desperately his part, and made his report as had those that he had slain without the mercy that he sought. Well indeed does the tyrant learn to be humble. In a quailing voice did Raphael speak what had transpired. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim. 193. Architect of creation, Master of the planets, Orchestrator of the stars, Proclaimer of destiny, Keeper of wisdom, Judge of the world, Castigator of sin, Scourge of evil, Most High, Most Merciful, Most Just, Most Sagacious, Most Perfect, Most Mighty, Most Noble, Most Majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, swift have I flown from my pavilion, swift with dire news to heap upon the burden of ill tidings even now so great, and make more so oppressive on us that which we have borne thus far. Raise not your wrath against he that brings such news, I implore it, but rather avert your retribution against he that is now the spring of all our grief. Satan, our most abhorred adversary, moves once more his hand to the task of heaven's ruin that he best loves. In the darkness of the night, by stealth, our hated foe made entrance to the valley where before he set his blasphemous creatures, crafted in the image of our own race, where grow those 2 trees of power whose fruit we Elohim once ate in most ancient times. In serpent's guise, well suited to his nature, the fallen prince, Sheddim Lord, Satanael, approached woman as she watched over sleeping man, more faithful to the justice of your cause, and, with his most subtle persuasions, planted doubt within her and moved her to rebellion against your most noble reign, as his honeyed words once sundered your great empire. Thus, with argument most devious, he undid all that I had taught that unsullied spirit, and enjoined her to defy those bans I had laid down. At the bidding of the snake, she took the fruit of knowledge of consequences. 194. Eating of it, and, by the persuasions Satan taught to her, taking it to her mate, man, awakening him from sleep to lead him to commit that same crime to which her hand was moved. Longer did more faithful man resist the wrong, but he was, at last, defeated by her more cunning tongue, and ate also of the fruit of knowledge of consequences. Surely now that they have eaten this first fruit, they shall put out their arm and take from the second tree the fruit of eternal youth, and become like us. Before this can be, must slay the sinful pair, or else drive them from the garden into the desert to be a fine feast for the jackals and the vultures. No less do they deserve for their revolt. The Nephilim, children of Satan, must not gain the fruit of eternal youth, or their kingdom shall rival and surpass our own. Strike now against these audacious spirits and teach them well of heaven's might. Brook no delay, but as I counseled, first destroy the blasphemous creatures of the foe. Even after such forceful speech of his, Raphael rose not from the floor, nor his eyes brought to meet with the gaze of God. To his words the ancient king made no reply, but turned unto his elder son at his right hand and, with a nod, bade him make reply, commanding his brother abased before the thrones. With a voice of contemptuous scorn, usurper Michael, most favoured of the Elohim and most blighted though he knew it not, rebuked the humbled angel, cowering before him, each word spoken like the blow of a rod upon the back of stricken Raphael. Brother Raphael, demi-prince of heaven, do you think for but the shortest moment that our eyes are blind to what passes without? Indeed we do see more clear and farther than do you. All that has passed within the valley's confines is known to us by our own agents of reconnaissance. 195. Little can you be trusted to guard our fate alone. You counsel and would command the King of Heaven to move by the dictate of your speech. You are arrogant to suppose that we require your advice, and have shown yourself to be much unworthy of our consideration. If the fruit of knowledge of consequences has been yielded up, the blame for such error is your alone, for it was your responsibility to thwart such outcome. Why then must we hear your lecture? You are not worthy to be in that presence in which you fawn. Also do we know what your hand has wreaked upon those agents that did but obey your mandate in punishment for that which should be avenged on you. Why should we not then treat you with that mercy that you did show your agents? But we are more noble than you by much, and, despite your faults, love you yet if you would perform just penitence for your misdeeds. In your vigilance did you perceive that the adversary removed from the valley his children that you failed to win for us, bearing them to the kingdom between two rivers? You did not, and this too did we learn of. You would think us fools indeed to trust your guidance. Then counsel no more, Raphael, but heed our orders. Take with you no great number of our knights, and by some means put torch to the garden, that the fruit of eternal youth might not be won. Better that none should possess that which might be gained by Satan's children, who, even at this time, do gather up their strength to oppose our rule. Ask not how you might then escape Shedim vengeance for this sabotage against their plans. If you would die by the steel of Satan's host, that then is most just repentance for failed duty, and if by strength, device, or simple fortune you should yet escape their swords, then once more shall you be my brother. Until your death or success in this task I despise your weak nature and call you slave. Go then and make concrete these words of mine. 196. And fulfill, this time, what is asked of you. Still, like the beaten cur, pressed on the ground, Raphael crawled backwards to the portal of the tent and made hasty exit from the pavilion of Heaven's King. Gathering to himself his thanes, he once more took flight by a hidden route to the garden of two trees, that, finding shame in life, he might find in death the honour that so eluded him. Arrayed in shining mail and, in his hand, a sword of smokeless flame bearing, he whispered upon the wing a death prayer, and made firm his heart against his fear, and, never more to be, went in glory to fulfill the command of heaven, knowing that if died a noble death upon this day, so would die with him all the nobility of once noble heaven, and cursed with silent malediction Michael's greed that had led the Elohim to such ignoble conclusion. Now from the northeast, to the Shedim camp, at the time of Raphael's setting out to die, I returned in triumph with joyous tidings of the victory that I had won within the garden, having borne to safety my son and daughter. Descending at the very center of the camp from all parts, my disciples, Shedim, gathered to hear what had passed to the south and north. Speaking, almost singing, I told of what had passed within the garden, the deeds of man and serpent, and of that fruit of which man and woman had eaten, and, by its power, had thrown heaven's shackles and begun the long ascendance of their line. So did I report to the Shedim host. My Shedim, noble race, bright ones, I return in triumph from the kingdom between two rivers. Be joyous, for our nation has wrought on earth that which shall bring to conclusion what was begun in heaven, where we shall not tread again whilst it is yet whole and unconquered. The long struggle that we first enjoined. 197. Descending from heaven's heights to the abysmal depths, grows ever closer to its end. Let me tell you that which has passed this night. In a serpent's guise did I gain entrance to the garden where before I left my children to heaven's hand, and, with the serpent's tongue, did undo what had been done by the hand of Raphael, and the Nephilim did eat of the fruit of knowledge of consequences. This is known to those of you that watched. Bearing thnes my children from heaven's vengeance, I carried man and woman within my arms to the kingdom between two rivers, where they might raise their progeny, safe from harm at heaven's wrathful hand, and spread across all the earth's hills and plains. There, upon the fields between the rivers, flowing from the mountains to the sea, I did set them down upon the fertile land. Coming to them there, between the rivers, came the beasts that dwell upon the earth to swear their fealty to the new monarchs of the middle realm, renouncing heaven's rule. A great multitude of God's creatures came to kneel before the scepter of the noble Nephilim. First of all the beasts was the ox, most strong, who would pull the plough and give the milk for her own calves, for woman's expected child, within her womb. Then the horned goat, my own totem beast, knelt low, yielding fleece and milk to man, as most worthy gifts to bestow upon so great a prince. The hound then did come to declare his oath to be man's constant ally, knight and hunter to the king, charged to guard the ox and goat and hunt the deer whose wild temperament would submit not to human hand. The stallion and the mare, once untamed, submitted to the halter and became most honored thralls of the race of Nephilim, bearing all across the land man and woman on their strong backs. The sturdy ass surrendered also to the rule of man and did bear burdens too weighty for human toil. The camel also did serve as a steed. 198. The hawk came to bow before the king and queen of earth, though would know no master would fly far and catch, for my children's table, the wild hare. All these beasts and yet others did renounce the rule of God and did hail man and woman as their lords, as great as the mighty elephant or small as the honey bee. All had not yet passed, for the burning flame that leaps and dances upon dry tinder did submit, as slave, to the Nephilim's command, unruly though he be indeed. Thus did I leave children, lords of the earth. All that I came to upon the earth is done or lost. Our victory is won, and no further duty binds us to this upper part. Let us then descend again to the deep darknesses, setting only upon the earth some guards to watch over the Nephilim, yet young, and guard them against God's malice. Let us then depart this place and leave the earth above to man and woman and those of their line whose birthright is this place, whether we remain or no. Our work here is done, and I will not so soon contend against the Elohim hosts again. Come then, by the dark passages once more, to deep Chadal. Thus instructed, thus they went, melting from the crimson light of dawn by the thousand secret gates and paths down to deep Chadal went the Shedim hosts. Thus unhindered went Raphael to the garden and set flame to all that grew there by the river. Long did the trees of the garden burn with fire as Raphael, with his knights, looked down from the high walls of the valley, as the hungry tongues did lick all the leaves to ash and leave the once fertile soil scorched and black. The very sun was blocked out by smoke, perfumed with the incense of the garden, and the river was blocked and ran dry with the embers of the conflagration's wake. 199. Only as the sun descended in the western sky, bleeding red into the waters of the ocean, did the all-consuming flames fade and die. Raphael surveyed the wreck of what had once been green, and it was wholly black and dead. Yet looking more closely yet, making tight his eyes, he did see amongst the many ashes of the trees, scattered across the dark scarred earth, many motes of light like burning stars, and his angel sight did know them as the germs of those trees that he had been sent to scorch to dust. Even as he watched, two creatures, unknown to his own lore, descended from the field of stars, a canopy above him. They appeared to him as winged bears with the hands of men, one of each sex. The female of this pair did set foot upon the yet scorching embers of the flame, and gathered to herself the grains of knowledge, then, holding all within her hands, flew to the east to distant India, to plant anew the tree of knowledge, that Sakyamuni might sit beneath the boughs, guided there by the serpent that once before guided to the tree the then ancient mother of the race of men, and there contend with Gabriel and his whirling scythe, the quadruple blade transformed into a flower garland. The mate of the she-bear alighted also on the burning ground, though he was not burned by that great heat, and gathered to himself the grains of life and bore them to the distant stars, fading into the darkness from the sight of Raphael. Raphael saw all of this and knew it as a portent that the Nephilim would indeed become as gods, and that no act of heaven might overturn that conclusion. Having seen the land grow cold, he himself went on wing, returning to doomed heaven, and resigned himself to fate. 300 years passed thereafter. Man and woman in that space populated the land, the kingdom between two rivers, with their noble children, the tribe of kings, and they themselves grew old and faded from the earth, their spirits rejoined with the flesh that first gave them life, as are all the dead. Thus does the soul of mankind stretch on. 200. As an eternal river to the stars from that first time. Thus is Satan the wellspring of unbroken human line. With libations did the children of man honor well the Shedim, whose vigilance over them was ceaseless. Seeing, from their vantage in high heaven, how men prospered upon the earth and grew strong against them, the Elohim did resolve to set Nephilim against Nephilim, that they might conquer them and prevail where, in prior history, they had failed. Most cunning Gabriel, wisest of his brothers and most jealous of Michael's favor, with such intent went to the King of Heaven, Adonai Yahweh, upon his shattered throne within the eternal tower, and, upon his knees, implored the Archon Emperor permission to work on earth a device of his. By Holsa he sought to make division amongst the sons of man, humbling himself before the king he served, pressing to the floor his proud brow, he pleaded thus with Adonai Yahweh. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, have you not seen what passes upon earth? 201. That was once our sovereign dominion? Have you not seen that mankind grows strong against us? Man, he builds his towers high that they reach almost to inviolable heaven itself. Such sacrilege against our noble kingdom must be chastised and the towers of man thrown down. Though that accursed race of Satan's line is watched by the Shedim race with constant vigil, my cunning wit does conceive of some plan that might yet be worked against that haughty empire, to make division amongst these new people that dwell within the kingdom between two rivers. Thus shall the children of Satan know strife. Let me then, O King, descend to earth and work the spell that I have devised against the Nephilim. Grant me your leave to accomplish that which I devise, that we might restore the glory of your kingdom. Adonai Yahweh nodded in assent to the request of the Elohim prince, second in his father's dimming eyes. Thus by night did Gabriel descend, enwrapped within a cloak of darkness that hid from all eyes the descending angel's form, that my sentinels saw not that deed which he wrought on earth. Entering, invisible, the kingdom between two rivers, he went amongst the dwellings of the Nephilim, and, whilst they slept, he worked upon them a changing spell. Then, once he had completed the charm he wrought, he returned, yet unseen, to heaven's height, watching, with delight, the outcome of his plan. Awaking, in the light of dawn, the Nephilim perceived that by the dark hours many had been changed, that they now possessed skins of many hues. Some had skin as white as ivory and golden hair, and yet others were as dark as midnight. Those of pale-colored skin, pointing at their darker cousins, spoke the words Gabriel planted in their hearts. Behold our brothers and sisters whose skins are black, surely they must be most wicked that they grow so dark. 202. Stained black by the wickedness of their deeds, soiled by multitudinous sins. Surely then we must drive from lands these sable men, like the beasts they have become. And in like manner the ebon-skinned, pointing to their paler brethren, spoke these words. Behold those of our number whose skins grow white, dark paths they do walk, indeed far from the light of virtue to become so pale. They are like worms that crawl in the filth of their own crimes and become white like grubs. Let us crush them as we would the young of flies. At such words did the wise and good lament, for all the pleas and counsel that they spoke would not move the hearts of those moved to hate. The noblest of men did cry out against their brothers who were set upon the path of destruction, desiring only to spill the blood of those not like themselves. To no avail the good and wise spoke against such a way, but were themselves reviled for such words as they spoke most nobly, seeking what was right. Brothers, sisters, of that same womb of aboriginal woman and the seed of man are we descended all, and of Satan's flesh. Let us not then abhor each other, for we are of the same blood. Though our skins be of different hues, we possess all the same spirit within our hearts. Let there not be war amongst the children of the Sheddim, because we are in outward appearance changed. If you would but strip away these surface changes, you would perceive no difference in nerve, bone, or flesh. Why then must there be conflict amongst us? Why must you judge your sisters and your brothers by such surface things as these? Surely we must judge another by what is in their hearts. You are much in error to pursue this path. 203. These noble words averted not the discord that the cunning Gabriel brought to my children, and with swords or bronze they set upon each other like jackals contesting the bodies of the dead, and brother was made to kill brother, and sister was made to kill sister. Thus did the Nephilim first know war. Thus were they divided into many nations and scattered across the world where once they had been one. This is the history of the first men. This is the telling of their origins, and how was one the means to judge all things. This is how mankind knew peace first, and then was taught war by the art of Gabriel. Thus was much won and lost in those first days. This is the story of the one nation and the many. This is the history of the first men. This is the truth. 204. Cataclysm. Hear me, O my prophet. Lo! I sing of ancient things, forgotten to the memories of man and beast. I sing of times that have passed long since, and with them passing much that was good. I sing of the noble men of old ages that walked upon the earth as giants, and who were most bright, outshining the 1,000 stars that adorn the field of night. Their tread was like thunder and their voices like the clarion, their hearts were noble and their minds were wise. These were the Nephilim, the heroes of antiquity whose deeds inspired the legends, recalled even to this day. They were more like gods than like men. 205. Of such men and such deeds I sing, that such men and deeds might be again. These were my children who did contest against the hosts of heaven and, whether opposed by trickery or the ranks of battle, were subdued not by all the powers of the Elohim. Yet there was war also amongst the Nephilim, divided into many tribes by the sorceries of Gabriel, and the human race was sundered into many nations that spread from the kingdom between two rivers to many of the lands of the world, untrodden by human foot in those pristine days. Seeking new kingdoms and new glories, the 1,000 princes of the Nephilim scattered to the north and south, to the east and west, to wild Scythia or parched Arabia, to Persia, and to Egypt of the eternal Nile. By the plough and mattock they did quell the wilderness and set to order what was once untamed. The Sheddim went about the lands of men in those times and taught man of many things that he knew not. Ashmedai and Aset taught to the sages of the Nephilim the letters of recording and the numbers of counting, that their words would not be lost like breath but would be recorded upon tablets of stone. They taught to them how the future might be perceived amongst the stars or in the entrails of beasts, cut open at the belly with a blade of bronze. In the art of the sorcerer they instructed the kings of men to command the spirits of the land and sky to make fertile the fields and bring forth rain, that the harvest of the year might be trebly abundant. They tutored their disciples in the way of the staff and word by which demons might be convoked and abjured. Thus did the children of Satan learn their magics and became magicians of power to rival angels. All this did heaven perceive and become dismayed. As mankind waxed great on earth, so did heaven fade, eclipsed by the brighter star of Satan's children. The Elohim knew humanity to be a foe that, unconquered, would conquer them, and thus they feared and hated the race of men. 206. Yet every device that heaven had employed did not accomplish the fall of man but his ascendance. They set mankind to make war upon himself, and this, like the chirurgeon's knife, cut away the weak, the strong remained and, untainted and tested now in battle, became yet stronger against the Elohim's dominion. Their plagues and famines killed many but taught the living the lessons of medicine and agriculture, and made my children stronger by the suffering they wrought. Thus the adversity that heaven set against mankind did not avail the cause of heaven but the cause espoused by me, strengthening by their efforts the arm of the adversary. Thus was the greatness of the Nephilim to find new power even in that set against them. Sorely vexed indeed were heaven's princes by their deeds that effected not the outcome that they desired. Again and again they sought some plot or ploy that would gain them advantage over man and thus preserve the kingdom that they stood within, when their wiser brothers forsook its high spires, discerned that those towers would not forever stand but one day in posterity would be as stones upon the earth blackened by the smoke of ruin and the blood of war, and thereafter would be blown by a bitter wind to dust. Long times did the chief of those treacherous brethren pace the floors of his shining turret, this way and that way, working like the potter's clay this or the other design by which the Nephilim might be opposed and by which the Elohim might prevail over them. Yet nothing that his hand wrought met with success. No sleep did Michael know in his affliction, knowing well in his heart that, most favoured of his brothers, such an honour won by treachery could be so won by any of his brothers that saw weakness in actions. Thus the usurper guarded himself ever against the brothers that he had used to wreak his own perfidy. Days and years drew on as nothing to eternal heaven, and mankind waxed and ever waxed, and heaven waned. Michael still conceived of no contrivance to quell their defiant spirits, nor by which to impose once more upon his brothers that authority that had once reigned absolute. 207. Not for the last time did he curse his greed. Better, spoke the angel prince in his troubled mind, to rule as second than to be betrayed as first. That I had never moved my hand against him that ruled me, for, so doing, I have moved my hand against myself. Well have I taught my brothers how to betray a brother, and what they have done once they will do again. Opposing the authority of bright Satan I have destroyed my own, and now his curse does work against me. Oh, that I despised him once for the authority that he held over me, I despise him twice over now for what I won from him, an inheritance of woe and unsleeping guard. Most accursed is Satanael who has so contaminated what I won. Well he knew its properties that he made no defense but with a willing smile handed to me what was his, a terrible destruction that falls upon me. And how I once thought myself most blessed. Now I descry in every shadow the knife's reflected light, and in every cup the fatal potion of the assassin's vial. I am more like a prisoner than a king, thus do I reap the wages of my treachery, lured by Satan's guile to this false prize and doomed kingdom, that doom that lies also upon my shoulders. O impotent Elohim, you are destroyed by your own greed. Overthrow me if you will it, but you inherit but your own crime. Sorry is the ruler of a realm of traitors. Heaven's left hand betrays its right hand. Satan well knew the fate of this empire, this high estate, it is full of vipers that sting themselves. Well, what is mine I shall rule whilst it is yet mine, and hold while I have yet strength to hold it, and, when all my strength is fated, I shall both bless and curse him that would win my burden, and the true laughter, at the end of things, shall be Michael's as it was Satan's who wreaked upon me that which I shall wreak. Thus does Michael resolve. Thus shall it be. Thus am I consoled in my wretchedness. Thus Michael watched his dominion from his tower, watched himself by his 1,000 guards, guarding 208 him against those without and within, bound by spells that if their master died they too would fade, such was the suspicion of Michael upon all things. Yet upon another of heaven's high spires that reached higher than the highest mountains and burned with 1,000 precious stones and ores, surveying the dominion of Adonai Yahweh, corrupted by its high ambitions, watched Gabriel, toying, in his idle vigil, with his four-bladed, cross-shafted scythe that had drunk eagerly of the blood of giants, men, and the Shedim. Like the tigress that stalks the deer, he gazed out from the western perimeter to the eastern and from south to north, desirous of the dominion of the lands. Where Michael had plotted in agitation, looking in all directions for that which would end his rule, scheming against all, believing that he was schemed against, Gabriel waited for the moment most apt for action then, with the striking cobra's speed, to snatch what Michael possessed. Thus did the Elohim come to oppose each other as they fostered opposition amongst the Nephilim. In those times, then, was there conflict in heaven and on earth. That which could not be contrived by all of Michael's thought, that to which all heaven sought in vain, the thread by which all Chaital's victories could be undone, unfound by the Elohim, was delivered unto them by treacherous fortune. Of all the nations of the Nephilim, the greatest of them, mightiest in battle, shrewdest in trade, wisest in judgment, most faithful to my cause and ever willing to pour out libations to honor the three that had first made their race, was magnificent Shuruppak between the two rivers. High were the walls of Shuruppak and bright with beaten bronze, strong were the towers of Shuruppak and bright with flags that danced like flames in wind from the mountains, and sentries stood upon the high ramparts and kept vigil over the most distant frontiers of the empire. From the fertile fields and from distant lands as tribute, from the ships that traded upon the Tigris and Euphrates, all the riches of the world were brought to Shuruppak, gold and silver, cedar and purple, bright lapis lazuli, birds and beasts of 1,000 shapes, grain and wine. 209. All that the earth might give up was brought to Shuruppak. Wet with milk and wine, or else the blood of beasts, were my altars in Shuruppak, and my temples were richly appointed. Devoted and most dutiful in religion were the people of Shuruppak, honoring well the Lord that made them and all the Shedim that watched over them and guided to ever more gloried destinies the empire of Shuruppak. Great among the lands of men was regal Shuruppak, envy of all the nations of the earth. Of all the men that walked on earth, of that race of heroes, the greatest of the Nephilim was Utnapishtim, august emperor of proud Shuruppak, beneficent and wise. Strong was his arm, swift his feet, none was there to best him, unconquered were his chariots, unbroken the ranks of shields. The prows of his navy were painted with the blood of enemies. Great was Utnapishtim and great was his nation. Yet of the nations of the Nephilim he had foes that he had not quelled. Shuruppak that shone like the sun amongst nations was rich with gold and silver and a myriad treasures, and the Elohim had taught greed to the children of the Shedim. To conquer Shuruppak, to conquer Utnapishtim and win the gold that filled high his treasuries, many tried, and all that did made fat the crows, for the hosts of Shuruppak were mighty in battle and put all before them as leaves before the winds, and swelled further the coffers of Utnapishtim, carrying back the battle's spoils and the booty of the cities that had, in error, strived against Utnapishtim. West of the kingdom between two rivers, where bright Shurupak's walls were high, by the sea, upon the western coast, Africa to the south and Italy upon the northern coast. King Methuselah brought his people there, and they prospered there and grew powerful. Fierce were the tribe Methuselah in victory, and when fortune favored them they were without mercy. To the south and north rode Methuselah's horsemen, and rode in return laden with the booty and many captives, tied in train behind their columns. 20 towns, by sword and by torch, did Methuselah lay waste, and with skins and tusks were his coffers filled. 210. All those that would deny him that for which he hungered were put to death, both the warriors and the innocent. Thus did Methuselah bring shame upon his father's name. The lamentations of the slaves and captives and the bereaved percolated down through the soil and the stone to echo amongst the deep caverns of the earth. In the darkness the sorrows of the wronged, the weeping of the infants before the spear were heard by the Shedim in hidden chattel, and they too mourned those who fell to Methuselah's cruel hand. Hearing of what transpired upon the earth to the spire of opal and ruby by the fount of flame came Abaddon, the battle lord, marshal of my hosts. Entering at the portal, guarded by great serpents, coiled about the tower's width, he ascended upon black raven's wings the central shaft to the high chamber where, within a pool of mercury, I watched the reflections, magic made, of the passings of men and beasts and angels upon the earth. Turning, I hailed the iron-clad angel who bowed before me and hailed me and spoke with these words in a voice that seemed like the battle's very roar, the pounding of drums and hooves, the cannon's bark, the horn's resounding blast, the war cry and the death cry. Thus did Abaddon, the Lord of Ruin, speak. Lord Satanael, commander of our hearts, know you what transpires upon the earth amongst the nations of the Nephilim? Methuselah, merciless king, defiles the name of Abaddon and wages his wars like some beast, and yet worse, and sullies all mankind with his base crime. Have I not taught the warriors of men that some are sacred, and that the blood of children is a filth upon the soul? Yet the spear of Methuselah is stained black with their blood. Nothing delights this king more than the torment of others. With the blood of captive does he stain my altars, offering in libation what is most foul to me. As his horses and his chariots crush beneath them those that have submitted to him, he sings my name and consecrates their agony to my name. 211. I am dishonored by this tyrant, and the race of man is shamed by the misdeeds of the criminal. Though he is your son and amongst the Nephilim whom we are sworn to defend and guide as tutors, he is unworthy of that noble race or the oath I swore. Let me then face the king in battle with my sword, Havoc, that bleeds eternal with blood of knights. Havoc the ruiner sings for the blood of Methuselah, and I would leave his body to the dogs and crows. I am outraged at the shame of Methuselah and would wash out the stain with a gory bath. Let me then contest with Methuselah and put to death this one who is no warrior but a butcher, though he does pretend. Not the path of the warrior is it to take life, but to preserve what is fine and noble in the world. I implore, Lord, to whom am I sworn, let me strike down the tyrant Methuselah and expunge the filth that stains the altars and the name of Abaddon. This was the suit that Abaddon brought to me, and most gravely did I consider what he had said, weighing this implication, and that for such a thing was hitherto unknown amongst the Shedim, to move in wrath against the Nephilim, whom they were sworn to defend and cherish, guiding the child race to its due destiny. Most severe injunctions bound the oaths that were spoken, and such an undertaking, now proposed, was uncertain in conclusion and in consequence. Yet also had I heard the cries myself, and perceived the many crimes Methuselah and my altars were stained with the blood of innocents. Neither in favor nor in opposition to the request laid before me could my consideration find. Then, at last, knowing no answer to such entreaty, I made this reply to Abaddon, who waited upon my leave or proscription in this matter. Noble Abaddon, mighty and terrible warrior, most sympathetic is Satanael to your grievance. 212. For are not my altars sullied also by the blood of men, and does the tongue of Methuselah not defile me also with his profane hymnings of my name? Indeed, the blood and cries of his butchery filter down through soil and stone and stain all Chaital with the villainy of the tyrant king. Not for such abuses as these did I give life to the Nephilim, but for some more noble destiny. Yet what you suggest I cannot command, for it is desecration against all our vows. If I were to move in wrath against the children of my flesh, I would become as Adonai Yahweh, and that I will not do. A parent must love his children without condition, even when their crimes stain oceans black. Not for me is it to sit in judgment over man as once God sat in judgment over all the world. Even wise Yahweh's judgment played him false. What hope then have I of determining what is right and wrong? I, like you, can hope only to judge the deeds of my own hand. Nevermore shall there be a judge over all. Upon this is my heart resolved. We each sow our own fate and reap its fruits. I shall not issue prescription against any of the Nephilim. Abaddon, turn not away until you have heard my conclusion. What I enact not against the Nephilim, my children, neither do enact against my brothers, the Sheddim. If you would strike down Methuselah, then do so. I shall not sanction nor else oppose you in this matter. Do as you will, but what comes of the action of your hand shall be borne upon the back of Abaddon alone. Act as you will, destroy or destroy not Methuselah, but I would counsel you to stay your hasty hand. Not forever is the life of man, and he must fade and die as we ourselves fade not and die not, and such injustices may be borne a while, for they too shall fade, burnt away by the increasing light of the Nephilim. Go then, you have heard my answer. If you must slay Methuselah, do so with haste. I myself grow sick with his excesses. Bowing once more to the Prince of Chaital. 213. Abaddon retired from my chamber, descending the spire's shaft on black wings, and went once more from the lower portal. With terrible purpose he strode the broad streets of the Sheddim city and to the gates, thence through the ever-shadowed caverns up by unrecorded passages to the surface world, slaughter in his heart and mind, set on fire by the rage of battle and made cool by the steel in his intent. Methuselah, cruel king, upon his throne, covered with the skins of leopards, sat within his palace of walls of rough carved stone. Within his right hand he held an ash-staved spear with a barbed head of bronze, tended by the captive daughters that he had taken and toying with his stolen treasures. Now the gate of the house of Methuselah was cast open and torn from the hinges on which they hung. By the light of the western sun a chill shadow fell across the very length of the chamber and obscured Methuselah and all his throne. The wind's freezing blast extinguished every torch and lamp, that only the bloody dusk light illumined Methuselah and his quailing knights, who fled to the furthest extremes of the throne room. Within the broken portal of the threshold stood the black and terrible angel shape of Abaddon. Twice the height of man stood the Avenger, armored in plate of iron and bronze, his wings spread wide like the torn pennant on the field, within his hand the bleeding sword, the Ruiner, 7 feet long and shaped like the serpent's tongue with engrailed blade and forked point, weeping ever the blood of the fallen. Thus came Abaddon to the throne of Methuselah. Even as the raven croaked, Methuselah repented not and begged not for clemency before a vision so fearful, but in indignation raised his spear against the spirit and shouted his defiance to the Sheddim night. 214. I am Methuselah, the destroyer of men. Merciless king, the favored of Abaddon. All on the earth fear me and my hosts. I am a tearer down of cities, and my spear has stained earth and oceans red. I am the friend of the vultures, and all must know dismay at my war cry, for to hear it is to die, thus have I sworn. All those who have opposed me and denied to me that which my hand would seize are now naked bone upon the plain. 10,000 hearts have I emptied of their precious liquor. None is there on earth or in heaven who would oppose me. Who then are you that comes to me so eager to die, racked by death agony, pierced by my lance? You have come to my palace without my leave and wrecked the gate, adorned with skulls of the men and horses slain by my hand. Did you not think those trophies a warning to those that would come here to destroy me? Surely they have all been themselves destroyed. Who then are you that comes to me? How are you named, Dark Angel? Unmindful of the tyrant's boasts, the warrior of Chatel crossed in 7 steps the hall and stood before the throne and spoke but these words in reply to the interrogation of Methuselah, merciless king. I am Abaddon, the destroyer. Havoc rose and havoc fell within a blink, shrieking like an eagle swooping on his prey. Shattering into splinters the spear that Methuselah held, vainly, against the falling sword of adamant, and the blade went onwards in the downward motion, cutting in two the tyrant from his shoulder to his loin. With a sobbing shout the ruin of the king fell upon the floor, spilling entrails across the throne that told of but a single fate for the race of men. 215. With the solemn vows of Shedim so profaned, calamity, was the enteromancer's portent in the displaced innards of Methuselah. Leaving there the wrecked frame of the king, Abaddon walked from the silent palace and flew once more to Chatel, his shame avenged. To that gory throne was Lamech heir, Lamech, son of Methuselah, and he ascended to sit where his father had been cut down for the terrible deeds that he had wrought and, as is the way sons, sought to outstrip his father in glory won on the battle's field, though well had he learned to obey the dictates of honor. Strong was Lamech's arm in battle, well did he cast the spear and hold the shield from his bronze-plated chariot, drawn by maddened bulls. As his father had brought disgrace upon the Nephilim, so did Lamech bring honor upon their race. Thither and thither went the columns of Lamech and returned with rich tributes to the king. Tributes though he called them, though they were extorted at the spear's point, and not all the Shedim were satisfied at his deeds, but he was not as his father had been, and some lesser evils must be borne if the greater wrongs must be cast aside. Thus did the kingdom of Lamech become great. In this time Utnapishtim ruled in bright Shuruppak, and Lamech heard of the fame of that great state and, as had princes before him, became jealous of that city. Proud Lamech resolved in his heart that by his hand would the shining walls of Shuruppak be cast down, and by his torch would her towers burn. Thus arrayed in the hides of lion and battle dress, ash-shafted spear in his hand and shield upon his arm, painted bright with the ensign of his line, the 6-pointed star, azure upon argent, did he convoke his thanes before him. Addressing them with a thunderous voice he proclaimed his new destiny and purpose. I am Lamech, mighty in battle. 216. As was cruel Methuselah before me, by whose blood I am descended from original man, hear then the decree of Lamech, your king, who seeks new glories and new booties, richer than any spoils before. Bright in runes of flame shall our names be written upon the records of history by our deeds. Of all the nations of the world is Shuruppak the greatest, like an elephant does she go upon the earth, and those who stand against the hosts of Shuruppak are crushed as though beneath the foot of a beast so great as an elephant. Yet I, Lamech, am resolved upon this course, that I should be conqueror of Shuruppak and win the treasures of that city for myself. The people of Lamech shall be ever remembered as those who ended Shurupak's greatness and replaced the towers of Utnapishtim with those higher and more brilliant, more enduring, and upon the ruined stone of Shuruppak built the foundations of the Nephilim's kingdom that, it is so foretold, shall surpass Chatel and heaven in majesty and great duration. Let us then rouse our armies to battle to contest the earth with great Shuruppak, that our children shall be the chief of the Nephilim that shall rule the world hereafter. This destiny is ours, let us then seize it and make ourselves as gods upon the earth. To the rash exhortations of Lamech went up a cheer as his knights became roused with greed and glory. Once more was their hot blood heated and their hearts were filled with rage. Resounding hymns to the spirits of battle, the Shedim hunt that fight at the side of worthy men, they gathered up their hosts of war and made ready their horses before the chariots, then, taking up their spears, went forth to battle, marching to the tattoo of heart and drum. From the furthest towns of Shurupak's empire. 217. Came the messengers and heralds from the west, reporting war and despoilment upon that frontier. King Utnapishtim saw their coming from his high tower and descended from there to hear what news they brought, the swift-riding messengers of his realm. Bowing low before their king, they told the tidings and related all that had passed on the western boundary. Mighty king, lord of Shuruppak, from the western extent of the empire we come with news of war against our revered domain. King Lamech, bandit of the western lands, raises against our invincible estate a great horde and puts to flame the settlements of Shuruppak. Clad in the skins of animals his knights, from the chariot and the horse, by bolt and barb, by spear and sword, drive before them the garrisons that guard our lands and wet with the blood of our noble warriors our soil, seizing our many rightful riches to themselves. Gathering to him the enemies who have before opposed and that have been driven from our lands, he marches against the walls of Shuruppak. Now must you stretch out your arm in wrath and destroy the impudent Lamech who so rashly contests your realm. The man that has become your foe is rash and, though brave, his hosts are disordered, aware not of the flag or drum, commanding maneuver, and in both size and armory no equal of our own. Lamech is barbaric, understanding not our strength. Thus do our spies assay and report. Well would it be then if you went forth now against him before yet greater parts of your empire are laid waste. This you could do with ease if you so willed. This is our report, O noble lord. To this strategy did the king not assent and issue his commandment to march from Shuruppak and quell the invasion of his realm with haste. Within his tower he himself girded for battle. 218. Arraying himself in green-dyed robes of velvet and tying his black beard, shot through with steel, into 7 braids like serpents, binding them with gold. 8 feet high stood the king of Shuruppak, he was as a giant upon the earth, and his eyes burned as if on fire. Thunderous was voice and thunderous his step, and in his right hand he bore a mace with an iron head that had fallen from amongst the stars of the sky. 5 feet long was the shaft of that rod, decorated with gold and smaragds. And the head was an orb of a foot's girth, bound with the sinews of tigers. Upon his head he wore a high-crested helm of bronze, decorated in silver with the temple seal, and his breast was defended by the hide of a crocodile, made strong with scales of steel. Thus arrayed he saddled and harnessed the charger, white like ivory, great in stature, on which he rode to battle. Then, as the horns sounded the mustering of hosts, he ascended the high ziggurat to my shrine to pour upon the Sheddim's altar a libation of lion's blood to win the alliance of the Sheddim for his campaign. Wide swung the gates of Shuruppak as the armies passed through, and it seemed to those that watched from the wall that the ranks of spears were without end and that the gate would disgorge an eternity of warriors, and at the van was Utnapishtim, God amongst men, beneath standard of the temple's seal, the flaming eye. Upon the western horizon, apparent to the beholders, a column of the black smoke of pillage rose, and the wind brought the war cries and the drums of the yet distant foes to the walls of Shuruppak. Now Lamech marched also at the column's head end, perceiving in the east the flags upon the towers that made fast the walls of Shuruppak. He urged his army to new speeds, eager to plunder that bright city. Now as the embattled walls of the city appeared to his eyes as he stood at the Euphrates' western bank, he paused to read in the patterns of the fire's smoke the portent for the battle that he was to fight. 219. Within the shifting fumes that rose one rune alone was seen, Calamity. Dissatisfied with such an augur he doused the flame and, as he made to rekindle the fire in which he read, his army gave up a great shout of dismay as the battalions of Shuruppak marshalled on the farther shore. To every spear of his that pointed eastward 20 shining glaives pointed westward across the ford, and to each horse of his that stamped its hoofs were 10 chariots of Shuruppak. And upon the farther bank, diametric to his own position, upon a steed of white, was the great Nephilim king that he had thought to oppose. Now the bellow of battle horns sounded, commanding the charge of Shuruppak and proclaiming of Lamech, Calamity. Into confusion was the line of Lamech cast as the foremost ranks turned to flee, even as the hindmost advanced against a foe they perceived not well. In that disorder the sounding of retreat was unheeded, and Lamech's people were as gazelle in the lion's jaw. Lamech himself could not draw his gaze from the white stallion and its rider, throwing up a froth, as the dread king came across the river to meet him, the iron scepter raised high like the tail of the scorpion that has within its claws its prey. All courage then left the heart of Lamech. In the shallows of the river, before the king, Utnapishtim, Lamech fell upon his knees, casting aside his spear and holding up open hands. The emperor in green dismounted from his horse and crossed the remainder of the distance by his own feet to stand in triumph before the prostrate Lamech, raising up once more with two hands the great mace of meteoric iron. Now weeping Lamech made entreaty to the victor, though the battle was newly joined, and implored mercy of the king of Shuruppak. Utnapishtim, monarch more terrible than God, I pray you be more merciful than the King of Heaven. 220. In dealing with those that await your whim, I beg you spare my life and I shall serve you well. I have no more taste for death now that my own is threatened. See that I make myself abased before you and that I am no more threat to your realm. Slaughter my armies if you must, and make most humble he that was once king of men, but strike me not to the earth. My kingdom is yours if you would take it, and the lives of my subjects I give to you willingly if you would but spare me your mace. What can I now do to you to harm the meagerest hair that grows upon your scalp? I implore you then, my lord, spare me. Hearing these words of Lamech, Utnapishtim frowned upon him. All about fell the army of Lamech, cut down as if they were a field of wheat, their broken spears falling like the sheared stalks. Everywhere was their death. Now Utnapishtim took his turn to speak, looking in scorn upon the subdued Lamech. With a regal voice he spoke, and in anger he intoned these words. Kneel not. Thus is it written upon stone. Thus is it written upon the tablets of lapis lazuli. We are men and we do not kneel. Not for this were the Nephilim conceived. You dishonor us both with this submission, and I perceive you to be a base creature, wholly without honor in deed or word. Lamech, you are most shameful in my sight. For your own unworthy life you would trade the lives of your people who stand at least in pride against my spears, where you, unworthy king, fall down and beg for clemency whilst these noble men bleed for your cause. You offer me your kingdom as it is already mine. You have no understanding of kingship. 221. And barter with that which is not yours. The lives of your subjects and your kingdom, these things are not yours to yield to me. The king is not the master of his realm, but rather he is its servant, seeking ever the good of his people and lands, whereas you would serve yourself and forsake that to which you duties bind you. You are guilty of a most great treason against the nation that has entrusted you with power. I have no mercy for you but contempt for your miserable pleas and bargains. You have asked me to spare you and to take as payment the lives of your tribesmen. I shall spare them and take in payment the life of yours that, in shame, is forfeited by false King Lamech. This is the penalty of the treachery that you would wreak to save yourself. Find then honor in death upon the field of battle. I shall tell none that you died upon your knees. Then Utnapishtim brought down his mace and struck Lamech upon the head, and thus bereft him of his life. Thus fell Lamech at the Euphrates. Now Utnapishtim, king of the Nephilim, instructed his horns and flags signal a retreat, that the thanes of Lamech might sue for peace. Retiring then to the eastern bank, the unconquered armies of Shuruppak left the broken ranks of dead Lamech to rally from their rout and decide their future course, to drive into the dragon's very jaws, or else make suit for the mercy of Shuruppak and thus escape the lands that they had violated. As the sun descended behind the vanquished, and the moaning of those who returned to me grew faint and yet fainter, until all breath within their demolished frames was spent, 3 thanes of fallen Lamech came forth. 222. To plead their case and ask mercy of great Utnapishtim. As the ravens came they spoke as one before the beneficent monarch of famous Shuruppak. O potent king, terrible in wrath, so spoke the barons, have mercy. Lamech is slain by your own rod and his armies are driven before your charge or else are crushed beneath. What hope is left to the people of Lamech, son of Methuselah? But none. Against your strength none can prevail. We then submit to your noble will, knowing that it is the mark of the greatest man that he shows mercy where he could destroy. We have opposed you and are defeated, and thus do we come before you. We ask that you spare us, for you are noble though we be base and foolish. Treat kindly with us, and it does become you. Let us retire from the kingdom between two rivers and return to our western homes. Never more shall we come in array for battle to the lands of Shuruppak. We submit to the authority of the most potent of kings. No more are we Lamech's people but the people of Utnapishtim. Upon the repentant thanes of Lamech did Utnapishtim smile in mercy. Putting down his great mace he spoke not thunderously but with magisterial aspect, wisest and most noble of all kings was he. To the knights he addressed these words. I know you to be noble men, for you have submitted all to me and placed yourself within my reach to spare the people of your army. Not base and foolish is it to preserve, but it is both wise and honorable. 223. The warrior is not the taker of life, but he is the one that does defend it. You are true warriors that surrender rather than press the battle that cannot be won. There is no shame for you in this way, and you have earned the admiration of Utnapishtim. As mercy does become the victors, so does discretion so become the defeated side. Both armies thus benefit from the wisdom that you show upon this day. Come. You shall help me bring the wounded to Shuruppak, where my healers shall tend them that have won heroic scars in the glorious fray. Well have you fought in battle against Shuruppak, unknowing of her might, and, in defeat we begrudge you not the help that we can render to the afflicted, that they might return with you to tend once more the pasture and the tillage. Thus does Utnapishtim show himself as noble as those that petition him on this night. Noble friends, I salute you. So did noble Utnapishtim speak. Bearing the wounded upon rough litters, some third of the army that remained of the western barbarians that contended against the unconquered armies of Utnapishtim went with the king to Shuruppak. Those that did not go eastward went to the west, bringing the news of the battle and Lamech's death back to their towns and families. In triumph did Utnapishtim enter at the gates, thrown wide to receive his hosts and the vanquished also, bearing their comrades whose wounds were rudely bound up. To the palace of Utnapishtim were brought the men of the west, where his physics and magicians tended them, and, as the sun went upon the lower passage, made whole those made unwhole in battle. At dawn Utnapishtim went forth by day, leading from his tower the march of victory. 224. Declaring from the procession's head that no work was for that joyous day but celebration of victory and reconcile with the westerners. Dancers, then, and singers, acrobats and fools, went out to delight the cheering throngs that resounded loud their general's name that had brought glory again to Shurupak's high walls, Utnapishtim. Utnapishtim, was the cry, and as he went about the streets upon his steed, leading in his train the armies of bright Shuruppak, the happy people of the city cast flowers upon him, blooms of many colors and fragrances, and brought forth wine and meat to him that he might feast and toast the city. With games was that day of joy celebrated, with wrestling and casting of stone and spear, with race on foot, on horse, or in gay pennoned chariots, each drawn by 4 stamping horses abreast, made swift by the snapping of the whip, as the multitudes exhorted those that won their favor with some display or brave flourish. As the sun set upon the city, Utnapishtim went once more to the height of the ziggurat, and there poured out new libations to thank the Shedim for their favor and share with them the people's joy. Raising his voice in the dome of the temple, standing at the wedded altar, Utnapishtim and his priests from all sides hymned their joy and thanks, though they kneeled not in supplication. No king am I over men, but in battle I fight at the right hand of the worthy man. Where there is need and worth I have helped my children, not in the way that Adonai Yahweh has claimed, not condescending from some high place to bestow whimsical mercies upon the Nephilim, but I have guided and protected as is the parent's duty, and thus have earned of men the respect due to parents who so fulfill what is asked of them, though, led astray by heaven's lies, I have been reviled. 225. In such a spirit are the libations poured out. So did Utnapishtim honor the Shedim and the ancient shades of his great ancestors. From a bowl of gold was the wine poured out upon a great table of marble, carved from the stone of mountains, set with grooves to drain what was offered down into the earth and to chadle. As the night grew dark after day, the streets were lit with great braziers of steel, filled with charcoal and incense, and even to the rising of the sun Shurapuk was full of merriment, and the people of Shurapuk were full of wine and mead. At this time the army of Lamech returned to the gate whence they had first set forth to conquer, coming back in defeat and ignominy, though indeed they had fought most bravely. Thus was the body of Lamech borne to his city. Upon a bier of cedar, adorned with beaten gold, dragged on by the bulls of his chariot, the king was carried to the city's heart, and the throng of his people walked behind the pall, weeping and beating cow-skinned drums. To each side of the pall went his knights, lances raised in high salute to the fallen king. Through the city's streets was Lamech taken to the catacombs of his line, where lay the kings that had sired him, all, save his father, Methuselah, who Lamech himself had given to the crows to appease the wrath of Abaddon and win once more to his left hand the terrible angel and the bleeding blade. Now Lamech himself lay dead, and all his people bewailed his fate as he passed them upon the streets, laid out in splendid garb, robes of gold, with ash-staved spear and shield painted with his crest, and helmet of bronze hiding from the sight of men the ruinous fissure in his skull. 226. Broken by the fall of that fatal mace. 10,000 voices acclaimed the king as the hero of his race, for they knew not of his perfidy upon the field, and indeed much that his hand wrought was good, and, in life, his the greater part of his action had been noble in intent and conclusion. Gladly did I recall his spirit to me. As the people mourned the fallen king, his body was brought into the tomb and laid out in a rich sarcophagus, carved of red quartz and made bright by 20 rubies of most worthy size, and 1,000 studs of amber, in which the eye descried others entombed as now Lamech was entombed within the earth, ancient beastlings of ancient days caught within the glassy sepulchre. When the body had been anointed with precious oils to preserve the noble flesh from death's corruption, and rightful libations had been poured out to honor the spirit of the monarch, then the tomb was sealed once more, and drum-beating wizards chased demons from the door. Thus was the manner of Lamech's homecoming. Now caravans were sent forth from the city's gates to bear to far Shurapuk a wealth of riches by which to buy the favor of the new king, and thus honor the mercy he had shown to the armies that he had vanquished. 100 mules bearing on their backs grain and wine, gold and silver, and the hides of beasts. Thus was the kindness of Utnapishtim so repaid. From the tower of the barbican that guarded the gates of the city, the son of Lamech watched the tribute-bringers go far from the city walls with the riches of his treasury to bestow upon a foreign land that which his father's spear had won. For this wept Noah, son of Lamech. 227. And spoke thus, looking back into the city and upon the barrow gate, now sealed by the hands of his father's knights, where Lamech's bones now joined those of Noah's noble ancestors. So to this is my kingdom come. How great is this shame and ignominy, that my once noble line is brought low by the 1,000 enemies that surround my walls. Once was the line of Methuselah feared by men, now, hearing of those names, they jeer and jest, for all honor is stolen from me, taken as the spoils upon the field of defeat. Such injustice is brought upon my shoulders that I must bear such humiliations. So do my enemies gather like hyenas to laugh, and wait for my arm too to fail, that they might pick the bones of my kingdom clean. O accursed is the line of Methuselah! And accursed shall be those that brought it low. Ever was my grandfather faithful in libation to war, like Abaddon the destroyer, pouring out bottomless libations to that angel whose shadow falls like smoke upon the battle's field. Ever did he consecrate his 1,000 glories to Abaddon that he won by his spear's point in battle upon the open field or in escalade against the walls of some city that would defy our noble line. How I mourn these lost days! Not grateful for Methuselah's devotion was Abaddon, and not with favor did he repay the king's homage. Rather he came as a lion upon his servant, and even before such a terror, was Methuselah ever defiant and strong, demonstrating those very qualities that the Shedim would themselves boast and advance. Thus Abaddon struck down Methuselah and showed the mettle of the Shedim's vows. Now Utnapishtim has struck down my father, he that is the favorite of Chadal. 228. High Shurapuk's king, and thus do they again betray the ancestors of Noah, those dwellers in darkness, and deliver my kingdom to the thrall of those they would love above me. Mightiest in battle was great Lamech. How then could those soft people of Shurapuk have slain him in the fray when his spear is sharp and his arm is strong? Again do I perceive the art of Satan, and it does work against me. The Shedim blunted the barb of my father's spear and made weak his arm with enchantments. Thus do the people of Chadal conspire with men to accomplish the ruin of Noah. For these 1,000 perfidies against me I do revile the inconstant Shedim, and, without their aid, shall Noah find prosperity, for they have availed me not. Hear me then in deep Chadal, Satan. Noah does stand as your adversary, and I shall oppose you and those you love with all the strength that I have, and undo all your deeds on earth. Hear thus the will of Noah. So was Noah seduced by hatred for all that he had lost, that he would hold and did curse me for his troubles, though I caused them not. As the caravan was lost to Noah's sight, a voice behind him rang out, beautiful and bright, like the trumpet, yet endowed with most august majesty. Turning he perceived, arrayed in robes of white, resplendent in a crown of gold, chief of all the Elohim, Michael. Thus did the Prince of Heaven achieve by fortune that which was won not by device. Thus spoke perfidious Michael, once my brother. O Noah, son of Lamech. 229. Do you think that the children of heaven are deaf to the cries of the wronged? Does it seem to you that Adonai Yahweh cares not for the race of men on earth? Surely he is most merciful to those that would but accept his kingship, and it is a most rightful claim. Yet mankind have been beguiled by Satan's lies and acknowledge not the kingship of my Lord. Thus does wickedness prosper on the earth, and Satan is pleased with his evil, for all purity and righteousness fade, and the world is devoured by his darkness. By his tongue are men turned to corruption, and heed not the laws that Adonai Yahweh has laid down as a guide to the men made by his hand from a sod of clay. Instead they are stirred to rebellion against the noble King of heaven. Thus are the people of Adonai Yahweh stolen from the rightful Lord over them. All that is good does Satan hate, seeking only to make vile what was once bright, and so spoil the creation of God. Thus does he go upon the earth and opposes him that was once his Lord. What he cannot win to his villainy he destroys. In your heart, son of Lamech, is much light that shines out, banishing all evil. Not all the deceptions of the Shedim can assail your soul, but your virtue burns like a torch, and itself reaches out in piety to assail the walls of Chadal. No Shedim device may conquer one so pure as you, so that which they may not win they reach out to destroy and ruin, breaking with despair and 10,000 woes saintly Noah, enemy of their evil. For this do the Shedim conspire against you, strengthening your foes' arms and stealing the strength of your own forces. 230. By their malice does the might of Babylon, den of all sin, wax great against you, and thus are you cast into the power of those villains that Satan favors. Because of the wickedness that is sustained upon the earth, Adonai Yahweh cannot intervene upon the side of his favored Noah and grant you victory in your long struggle. Yet if you would but kneel to God and pledge your soul to his service, then surely would his intervention come, for so long as one good man lives upon the earth, then Adonai Yahweh shall be powerful over Satan. Kneel then before Adonai Yahweh, Lord, and become his instrument upon the earth. You shall become a scourge against the wicked, and your arm shall be strengthened against the transgressors. By you shall Adonai Yahweh purge creation of all that is most villainous and base, and thus shall the world be restored to the grace before the coming of Satan. Hearing these words of Michael, the bitter heart of Noah was won. How ready men are to believe false witness against those that they already malign. Once again did Michael turn hearts against me with his liar's tongue and voice. Before the angel Michael, Noah went upon his knees and touched upon the floor his forehead, abasing himself before worthless God. Now seeing that his work was done, Michael smiled and rose once more towards heaven upon bright wings, speaking to Noah this final instruction as he departed. Await me, Noah, for I shall return with instruction from your new king. In the perfect law of God you shall be schooled, and, obeying those laws that I shall teach you, you shall grow bright in the eyes of God. 231. Who is most kind to those that would please him, bestowing upon them 1,000 gifts and soothing 10,000 sufferings. Through you shall God oppose the transgressors and bring upon them a terrible castigation. Thus shall the evil that oppresses you, faithful Noah, be forever vanquished, and all the earth shall be the kingdom of the righteous. Await then the return of Michael, faithfully, without doubt in your soul. Return I shall with the word of God. Thus went Michael upon his return to heaven, upon beating wings of blazing gold, his fading light becoming as a star in the sky, then first fading and then blinking away. All this did Noah watch in silence, then, yet unspeaking, returned to the city. Going to his house, appointed to befit a prince, its cedar gate the height of 2 men. Passing then into that palace that for him his great father had ordered built, and into the central hall, draped with colored cloth and painted with a myriad of rainbow hues. The household servants bowed low before the Lord and bade him welcome to his house. Yet when before such attentions had been pleasing to him, now he perceived, distracted as he was, only mockery in their reverence, and with scornful words banished them from his presence. Now he went to his sons and consorts, where they revelled in a courtyard set around a silver pool with darting fish, drinking wine, and feasting on many meats, dancing to the music played by lutesmen, hidden from sight by crimson veils, conjuring phantom music that serenaded the heart with distant beauty, like a dream. Now was Noah seized up by a rage, and he went amongst his family, casting wine and meats into the water, to the fishes. 232. Who dined well upon that night? Screaming in his wrath, Noah reprimanded those who caroused in that courtyard, as was the custom of their family. Noah now seized up a rod to his right hand and, tearing away the drapes, beat from his home those who played sweet music. Now again he spoke to his sons and consorts in a voice trembling with anger, overcome by grief and bitterness at his kingdom and his father's fall. O my sons, my wives, what infamy is this? Having just returned from the gates, where I have seen my kingdom taken from me, borne upon the backs of mules the treasures that once filled the chests of Lamech, I come to perceive this in my own house. My family sunk in such debauchery as this. Let me tell you what transpired at the gate. As I watched in sorrow and despair the tribute that we sent to distant Shurapuk carried from me in a caravan, bedecked in purple, the Elohim Michael came to me there and told me well the truth of things, where before was I blinded by wickedness. Let me tell you what was taught to me. The earth is full of wicked men, beguiled by the words of villainous Satan. Their evil deeds make tainted more and more the original perfect creation of God. Yet because of the wickedness of men and their love for the apostate Satan, the merciful power of God wanes upon the earth and depravity prospers uncastigated. Thus is the entire human race soiled by sin, and their wickedness waxes ever greater to eclipse all that is good upon earth. Yet God in high heaven would strike against such wickedness if he but possessed the means. But Satan is no monarch of the earth. 233. And, hitherto, God had no instrument of his will. Satan hates all that is noble and pure in the creation of God and would destroy it, seducing all to his own baseness. Because my own life has been pure and upright, Satan now seeks my ruin, fearing me and reviling my more virtuous nature. For this reason is calamity upon calamity heaped on, and my back bent over with my burdens. Yet perceiving from his throne in heaven, the nobility of my soul, God has sent his messenger, Michael, to bring me tidings of the good news. As the noblest of the men on earth, I have been chosen as God's agent here to work his will against the transgressors and bring a terrible judgment upon them. For this reason has Satan sought my ruin. Now, anointed for this great task, I return to the household that is my own to discover those very crimes that I am used against. What disgrace is wrought upon me that my own family is guilty of that which God despises. There shall be no more of such sin in the house of Noah, man of Adonai Yahweh. Now you must all make yourselves humble before God. Kneel and he shall forgive you all despite your 1,000 faults and flaws. God is most merciful, oft forgiving, and his chastisement too terrible to those that transgress. Hearing the words of Noah, the concubines and sons of the prince were dismayed at what he said, but the foolish prince had chosen for himself consorts of weak will, easily dominated by his own jealous authority, and had raised those children of his to regard well what he desired. Thus did he build false strength for himself and succor well his pride. Not as noble as his father was Noah. 234. So was his family swayed by his wrath and acceded to that which he desired. As the sun rose above the hills in the east, Cupric Venus going before, burning brighter than Sirius, as the night passed away, as the new day was inaugurated in the red dawn light, Noah went with his wives and sons into the desert beyond the city walls, and there prayed to lofty heaven and knelt in abasement more worthy of beasts to the throne of Adonai Yahweh. Thus did he await the Elohim, Michael, with his family, giving them over to heaven as beasts at the marketplace. All day did they wait and pray for some vision of the Prince of Heaven, who had vowed to meet with Noah and instruct him in the law of God, that mankind might be bound also to the will of him eluded by the Shedim. Nephilim and Shedim shall kneel no more, but go as proud gods upon the earth. As all this had passed upon the earth, so had the happenings in heaven been consequential. Flying swift from the earth to heaven and passing there straight to the heart, going on swift wings to the eternal tower and the sundered throne of God, awaiting not the herald's call but going direct into the presence of God, and then, making himself low, in supplication that had long ago become a deed without soul or meaning to the Elohim. None feared now the strength of Adonai Yahweh, but rather sought to buy with false respect the favor of their father, that they might, with some arbitrary right, command the actions of their brothers and not be commanded by them that played the intrigues of heaven. Already was the high kingdom's star. 235. Far upon the path from the zenith of its orbit, and descended ever further to the west. Thus falling before the king of the Elohim, Michael so addressed his ancient father with these words of his lips, making due obeisance to the Archon. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, Tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, Conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, Architect of creation, Master of the planets, Orchestrator of the stars, Proclaimer of destiny, Keeper of wisdom, Judge of the world, Castigator of sin, Scourge of evil, Most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, weary are my wings from swift flight, for I have come like a comet from the earth with words that I rejoice to speak and tell to the King of heaven. Such good things do they tell of. It is of Noah, son of Lamech, of whom the words of Michael tell, who, with his own voice, cursed the accursed one and reviled the deeds of Shedim. His kingdom having been conquered by Shurapuk, favored of Satan of all the tribes of men for high honor and brave endeavor, and by the hand of Utnapishtim his father being slain, he reviles. 236. The Shedim, believing in his sorrow that they do contend against him. His grandsires fall at the destroyer's sword, Havoc the ruiner that bleeds the blood of knights, but makes double strong his conviction. In truth, wretched Noah has lost all due to his father's own rash contention and the cowardice of Lamech upon the field. Yet for these things he cannot blame his own blood but must rather seek another to bear that burden. Thus he has easily won to our cause. Hearing then his prosecution against the dwellers in Chadal as I kept my own vigil o'er the earth, I hastened to him to thus inform him of an alliance between himself and heaven, telling him that he was right indeed to make such allegation against Satan. Explain to him did I that the root of all sorrow heaped upon his low bent back was the wickedness of the Nephilim, following the strictures of our foe. Yet, I taught him so, that if Adonai Yahweh might win a tool, one good man, upon the earth, then all evil might be conquered and the 1,000 imagined crimes against Noah would know sevenfold vengeance. Heeding my teachings gladly did he submit to the will of high heaven and willingly became the agent of the potent wrath of heaven. Thus my father, I offer to you this mortal son of Satan as a gift, won by my own ingenuity. How then must Noah be used, now that he is in our power? Surely such a boon must not be squandered. Speak, Lord, that Michael might enact that which your will commands. 237. Having spoken these words to God, Michael once more kneeled before his king and, with the victor's eyes, even in supplication gazed to the agent of his brother, Gabriel, who even now, in great vexation, made haste to report to his master the undoing of his traitor's plans. Then he rose once more and adverted his eyes once more to the throne of God. Now, upon the ancient archon's face, was writ a smile where all had been woe. For in this gift of fortune he perceived a way by which he might yet prevail and thwart my plans and fate, yet preserving his dominion over all, though little did he deserve such an end. O forever curse the name of Noah, who made open such a path to heaven that such butchery might be done. Now spoke Adonai Yahweh to his son, voicing with new strength his words and with new hope within his shriveled soul. Michael, dearest of my sons, well indeed have you served me in this thing, and you have earned new favor. Well is it indeed that I have a son such as you in these times, that can produce from the darkness the burning flame of hope. Let your own judgment in this matter serve until Noah and his family are most securely ours. Prescribe to him those laws that shall demonstrate his true obeisance to heaven's scepter and avenge those humiliations suffered at the hands of your fallen brother. Whatever arbitration your whimsy does devise, I shall not gainsay, knowing you to be true and a most faithful knight of mine. Thus amuse your own caprice at first. 238. But when you have accomplished Noah's submission and entirely cowed him and his line, making them but instruments of my will, then you shall teach to them that charm that I shall teach you now. This spell is no more mine to command ever since that ruinous injury wrought on me by the son that I so cherished, repaying with spite such love, before the gates of heaven in battle. Now that the creative principle is lost to me, it does but reside in the Nephilim. Thus the Nephilim alone might speak the spell and employ its power upon the earth. This spell shall open the cataracts of the sky and release the deep waters from their reservoirs, throwing open the 100 gates that the torrents might be loosed upon the earth, sweeping all like dread, thunderous worms. All the earth shall be thus drowned, and all that lives upon the earth shall be so slain by this cataclysm. You shall therefore instruct Noah to build a boat that shall be in length 300 cubits, that shall be in breadth 50 cubits, that shall be in height 30 cubits. Into this great vessel he shall install all his family, that they might escape the waters, and 2 of each kind of beast that goes on earth, that the produce of my creation be not lost. In all this shall you instruct Noah. Thus shall the Nephilim be destroyed by the hand of Nephilim, save those loyal to our cause. Thus shall we raise our own retinue against the Sheddim hosts, and thus shall we overthrow those that sought to overthrow the Elohim. Go then, Michael, to the earth and bring my decree to Noah, that we might accomplish a great victory. 239. And conquer forever the people that dwell within the abysmal depths. Go then, Michael, and enact the will of God. Descend to earth. Descend. Thus spoke Adonai Yahweh, thus did Michael, his son. Once more upon blazing wings, bright with a solar light, did the archangel go down from heaven, seeking out the Nephilim prince that most fully embraced the enemy of that race that I created, and did for them their awful deeds. Even in that time that Michael used going from earth to heaven and returning therefrom to earth, once more the sun did set and rise upon Noah's prayers. As the red light of dawn awakened Noah and his people from their sleep, hunger ravened at their bellies, for they had not consumed meat since they had first gone from the city. Yet but within their midst sat the angel, first appearing to Noah, Michael, with an antelope upon the fire. The famished men and women gathered to him then, and he cut for each some part of meat, and nourished once more their frames made weak by their fasting. Once Michael had been made certain that his vassals were newly strengthened, he went with Noah from the greater party and sat with him within some cave, hidden upon the mountainside near to the desert, where his sons remained to school him in the law devised by the whimsy of cruel Michael. Thus did he wreak his will on man. Speaking thus, Michael taught to Noah, who listened with much eagerness. 240. Most desirous of any means by which those wrongs that he alone perceived might be fined over and over, and his humiliation might be expunged by greater shames than man had known before. O Noah, son of Lamech, swift have I flown to heaven to speak with Almighty God of your desire to serve him whom it is most worthy that you serve. Well pleased is he with your supplications, and most willing to take you as his own. Swift then have I returned to you, that I might tell of these joyous tidings and more fully initiate you in the service of God Most High, that you grow close to the most beneficent Lord that you would serve, and most rightly so indeed, for Noah is not beguiled by wickedness as are the other men of the world. Great may Noah be in the service of God, and sinless be he that his service may be greater. God has decreed that all males that would serve him must bear a mark of that service, that all may know them as the servants of he that it is well to serve. From every male child of 8 days shall you cut the foreskin, and thus consecrate the life of that child to God's service. Such circumcision is the mark of God's favor, and it is most right that it should be done. This is the decree of God. Thus shall I enact upon you, that you might go from this place, and so do unto your own sons, that God may know them for his own. Return hence to this place, that I might teach to you what other things are decreed by God. Having so heard these words of Michael. 241. Noah did take up his robes, that Michael might perform the operation, thus dedicate to God the body of Noah. Taking up his knife, Michael did cut from Noah that part of flesh which he was so contracted to. Said Michael, as he so mutilated the flesh of Noah, whispering without breath, that none would hear those words he spoke, these words that carried to God's throne, who watched all that passed from heaven. So has the faithless son wrought upon the father such a wound in battle. So shall the faithful father wreak upon his son in beguiled love. This Noah, though you do not know it, remakes in the image of God, and is just vengeance for that deed that Satan's hand has enacted. Thus have the Nephilim been made in Satan's image, so shall they be remade in the image of God. It is truly just, an irony to delight every Elohim soul. So was Noah used by Michael. Went Noah from the mountain unto the desert, where his people waited in due expectation of the Father, bleeding yet from the wound inflicted by the knife, by the deceit of Michael. Thus going to his family with a knife, he wrought upon his sons that which Michael had wrought on him, and thus marked them for God. Having so enacted the law given unto him, he returned to the high mountain cave to hear once more the law of God, given to him by Michael's poisoned lips. Thus as night came once more upon the earth, Noah ascended the rocky hill, seeking out with hand and foot. 242. Some purchase by which to gain the cave and return once more to Michael's presence. This eager was he to lose his spite and inflict on those foes that he perceived, those torments that he perceived inflicted on his own person. In the evening's twilight he reached the cave and came once more to Michael, who sat within that grotto, awaiting the prince's returning, that he might work greater wrong upon the race of Nephilim. So once more, within night's blackness, shadows cast awry by a flickering flame that both warmed and lit that hermitage. Michael and Noah sat within the cave, and Noah learnt more of the will of God, though in truth the words were Michael's and came from none above Michael, if truly there were now any above him. Now spoke Michael, telling of new laws that were given by God to guide Noah and his kin from wickedness, that the beguiled fool might be yet bound by firmer chains to the will of heaven. So spoke Michael, the deceiver. O Noah, son of Lamech, well indeed has your arm enacted that deed which God has decreed is most just in its doing. Well pleased is God with your service, and now fully initiated is Noah to the service of Adonai Yahweh. You are now a true servant of God. Yet what is it to be a servant if you would not heed the Master's command and show respect to he that rules you? Hear then what Michael tells of that you may do that which is required and be truly faithful to God, obeying the laws that he has set down. 243. Of all gods Adonai Yahweh alone is God, so when in supplication kneel to him, and no others than the one true God. 5 times in each day shall you bow down in prayer to Adonai Yahweh, touching even your forehead to the floor. No less in homage does your king demand. Yet even before this much is wrought, you must cleanse thoroughly the body that kneels by washing each part in turn with water. The race of man is an unclean race, tainted by their great sin. Each arm to the elbow, each leg unto the knee shall be cleansed by the purifying spring. Upon the face each ear and nostril must be rendered clean, and the mouth and neck. Make sure each time before prayer you are washed most rigorously before you would enter into the sight of God and entreat him with your pleas. This am I commanded to tell you, this have I done. Other laws are there yet for you, Noah, and you must commit each to your heart. To you are many things forbidden. Each beast that you would eat of must be slain with apt tradition, lest its flesh render you impure, and certain sexual relations are proscribed also to your tribe. Hear then the instruction of Michael. Linger here and learn the laws of God. Speaking this, Michael spoke more, telling of 1,000 laws set down that Noah might become yet more the instrument of heaven and a tool against me and the Sheddim. 1,000 laws were spoken. 244. Each binding with strange taboos that had no reason save that whim of Michael that did guide their purpose. Thus did Noah learn all the night the laws of Michael and of heaven, and as the sun rose in the east went forth from the cave with his laws to teach them to his family, and thence to Lamech's city as heaven's emissary upon the earth. Gladly did his witless family accept these laws, unreasoned though they were indeed, and went with him to the city. Entering at the gates went Noah, from which caravans were sent out to distant Shurapuk with treasures by which to please the noble suzerain, for Utnapishtim had spared their children. Arrayed in rough robes of white to mark him out as God's ambassador, went the prince deceived unto the marketplace to stand upon some high place, and thence addressed the throng, listening in bewilderment to that madness that his lips gave forth, like the chatter of locusts or their hum. So much sense was there to his deluded words. To his people spoke the prince, telling of all that had passed, that he might win them to his cause. Praise be to Adonai Yahweh, Lord of what has been created, the benevolent, the merciful, the judge of the sins of men. You alone do I worship, your help alone do I seek. Guide me then upon the true road, that path you have decreed for the faithful. 245. Rather than those that do offend you and those that have wandered far. Does it seem strange to you, my people, that I should call out so? Would that you knew that which I knew and had seen the witness of my own eyes. Yet you lack the faith by which the path laid down would be apparent, and by which you could walk to heaven. Misguided are the slaves of Babylon, and their eyes are blinded by wickedness. My people, hear these words that I speak, and learn of what has come to pass. I, Noah, have, with my own eyes, seen Michael of the Elohim, and with these ears of mine heard that which he has spoken. I have learnt what is true, and purged from my soul the false which yet binds you with its shackles. So has Michael taught to Noah and employed upon this task, to give warning to his people before they are destroyed by a terrible wrath for their grave transgressions. Adonai Yahweh has made man, molding him from a sod of clay, and with disobedience is he paid back. He has made both heaven and earth, setting 7 spheres about the weighty orb. Yet the earth is made unclean by sin. Surely Adonai Yahweh shall wash it away with the blood of those who would transgress. Be not amongst those that err, but be with me amongst the righteous. Those that would kneel to God, obeying that which he has decreed, they shall be forgiven and spared a dreadful scourge. Heed then the laws that have been told to me, that you shall not be destroyed. 246. But shall share in the rewards that God has promised to the faithful. Will you then make yourself humble, kneeling in prostration before the Lord, who is most terrible in ire and most generous in his favors? Spurn not the words of Noah, they are as a plain warning to you, and you shall not be warned again. Thus were the people of Lamech moved to great laughter by Noah's words, deriding the speech of an idiot who had been most sorely led from truth to speak such words of madness. Mocking and jeering, they addressed the prince, with these words of scorn. Maddened by grief is Noah at his father's death and his kingdom's loss, at the defeat by Shurapuk and the more worthy monarch, Utnapishtim, a god amongst men, that he should seek to kneel before this invisible king of his. Must he invent a lord for Utnapishtim to restore once an equilibrium that only one as weak as Noah would desire? What madness has come upon him that he should kneel to heaven, for man kneels to none and not the Elohim, for we are greater than that ruined domain and are destined to conquer the sons of God. Is it the way of the victor to go down before the vanquished? How deluded by deceit is Noah that he should consider such a thing! O doubly mourned is Lamech that his son is so weak that he is prostrate before heaven. Noah, go from this city then. 247. Back to the wilderness where you found your God, but he shall not be within the walls. Not fit to rule is the slave. Go then and serve your king elsewhere. We shall never serve you or heaven that you serve. We are of the Nephilim, the proud sons of Satan, and shall but serve destiny. Thus was Noah driven from the city like the young hart that does contest with the stag, great and old, and is driven once more into exile for his temerity in so rash a venture. Noah and his family thus were exiled to the desert of the blowing sands and burning sun. Scorpions and jackals served where they had once servants and acrobats. Such ordeal though but tempered the madness in Noah's mind, and he raged again and again against those that had so ruined him, though in truth but one had ruined him, and the name of him was Noah. Falling down upon his knees upon the desert's sands, Noah prayed. Praise be to Adonai Yahweh, Lord of what has been created, the benevolent, the merciful, the judge of the sins of men. You alone do I worship, your help alone do I seek. Guide me then upon the true road, that path you have decreed for the faithful rather than those that do offend you and those that have wandered far. Hear me now when I am most needy. 248. Your faithful servant, Noah. What am I to do upon this road? It is a road for the beasts of the desert and not for men and angels. I am cast into exile for speaking against that which should itself be banished from the nations of men. Ever have I served your instruction, warning those that have transgressed against those laws that you have set down. Yet with this terrible recompense am I served. O most wicked are the men of the earth, and richly do they deserve your wrath. O Lord, King of heaven and earth, I do beg you to visit upon them that have so accomplished my ruin a most awful vengeance. They that do so treat the ambassador must surely invite the wrath of the king, and I have been but an ambassador, conveying to them your will. Once more do I implore you, avenge your servant. As he lay prostrate upon the sands, Noah wept and raged, and so called out to heaven. Then appearing, as if resolved from the wind, his dark shadow falling over Noah, blasted by the fire of the sun, Michael came to his instrument to succor him with gentle words and yet nurture those desires in him that were expedient to heaven's cause. Arrayed in robes of white was he, Michael, prince of the Elohim, and bound into braids with gold was his silvered beard and hair. Arrayed like a king was Michael, and with a tyrant's voice he spoke, tutoring the fallen one in what must be done. 249. To fulfill that plan that heaven had for Noah and his family in their long war, hopeless, against Chadal and the children, against the tribe of kings foretold, against the Nephilim who would one day rule that which would be lost to heaven. Thus spoke Michael to Noah. O Noah, son of Lamech, do you think that the children of heaven are deaf to the cries of the wronged? Does it seem to you that Adonai Yahweh cares not for the race of men on earth? Surely he is most merciful to those that would but accept his kingship, and it is a most rightful claim. Yet mankind have been beguiled by Satan's lies and acknowledge not the kingship of my Lord. Thus does wickedness prosper on the earth, and Satan is pleased with his evil, for all purity and righteousness fade, and the world is devoured by his darkness. By his tongue are men turned to corruption, and heed not the laws that Adonai Yahweh has laid down as a guide to the men made by his hand from a sod of clay. And what is wrought by his hand may yet be undone if you would hear. Noah, you shall be avenged, and now pay heed how it shall be. Adonai Yahweh has resolved to destroy all things that live upon the earth that do take breath from the wind, save those that he does choose to spare. Lo! The Lord of hosts shall throw open the cataracts and release upon the earth a great deluge, drowning all the land beneath the swollen seas. In this you, Noah, prophet of God, must aid us, the Elohim hosts, for our power alone cannot pierce. 250. To the earth beneath heaven to release the gates beneath the seas, so that the mountains' peaks might be submersed beneath the waves. To you shall I teach the invocation by which this end might be wrought. Before this is done, Noah, that you and your family might endure and repeople the earth with a more noble race, you must build for yourself a ship that shall be in length 300 cubits, that shall be in breadth 50 cubits, that shall be in height 30 cubits. Into this great vessel you shall install all your family, that they might escape the waters, and 2 of each kind of beast that goes on earth, that the produce of God's creation be not lost. When such a ship is built and stocked, then shall we recite the incantation by which the waters be convoked. Thus, Noah, are you avenged. Thus is the dictate of your king, and not with ease does he suffer your shame, but does reach out in wrath and destroy those that would sin against him. Make your prostrations doubly then, lest you invite the ire of God, and with triple swiftness make firm that which he wills of you. So did Noah hear the word of Michael, spoken in the secret places of the desert, and set to work his household to build a ship of those dimensions that the Elohim prince had specified to him. Yet not Noah alone heard Michael's words, for upon a spire of rock close to that place where Michael had disclosed the plan, determined by his inclement Lord, watched the silver crane, Ashmedai, who had followed Noah since his banishment. 251. From the city where he had revealed his new allegiance and been mocked by the more knowing people of his father. Hearing all, Ashmedai, with keen ears, came to know of the Elohim's design and the fate they had in mind for the Nephilim that I sired. Thus had they sought to win that which had been lost to them. Now the Sheddim herald hastened swift to most deep Chadal of the fount of flame, to relay to his brethren the witness of heaven's intent towards the earth. Flying like a falling star that goes like a bolt of fire with a tail of light across the sky, went Ashmedai amongst the numberless columns of stone that held aloft the soaring vaults carved into the living stone of earth. As precipitous as an arrow let fly from the singing bowstring, went Ashmedai amongst the passages, torn out by the talons of dragons. So came Ashmedai to Chadal. To receive the Sheddim Thane, the gates, bound with iron, were set open, and he passed inwards. With no less haste he made a path to the spire of opal and ruby, and came before me in great distraction, panting with ardor of his flight. In this way I learnt of what was planned by heaven for the race of man. Upon a seat of cedar I sat, draped with silks of purple and cinnabar, and sipped from jewel-starred cup a rich nectar brewed from grapes grown upon the shadowed vines of the underworld, potent with prophecy and sleep. The doors of the chamber now 252 were cast open, and inwards flew Ashmedai of the Shedim and stood before me as I stood to greet my faithful friend who had come to stand beside me at that first rebellion. Both bowed to greet the other, making plain the mutual admiration that each for the other held. Seeing that he was yet weary, unrestored after that headlong mission that had brought him to me, I offered him a share of that wine I drank, pouring out for him a goblet of the sweet and perfumed liquor that flowed like the very sap of rubies. "Drink, my friend," I counselled, "for you seem exhausted by some travail. Dear Ashmedai, drink of this fine dew and you shall find it most regenerative. Myself, I am now quite overcome by its more exotic properties, finding it some degrees more potent than other wines that have met my lips. It does set strange fancies to dance before my eyes, though they be not there, and makes each colour that I gaze upon 1,000 times more distinct than it seemed to me before. Drink and restore yourself, and then tell me what it is that has to such haste spurred you. I had thought that you were upon the earth, keeping watch upon Lamech's foolish son who, it would seem, has gone quite mad and raved himself from his home and city. What is it that Noah has done that has so excited you? What is there to report of his deeds that is of such urgent consequence?" 253. That you have sought me out with such alacrity? Some moments before I was quite at ease, made drowsy by this narcotic wine, but now my heart grows uncertain and my mind becomes agitated by the dark shadow that is cast by your abnormal entrance. What has come to pass? What calamity is threatened upon the earth? How do the stars align against us? Drink Ashmedai and recover, that you might make report and make known what dire intelligence has roused to such alarm the dauntless Shedim champion, Ashmedai. What have your eyes perceived to so dim them and, at once, set them aflame with a nervous spark? Ashmedai with a flattened palm pushed away the proffered chalice and instead regarded me with impatient and excited eyes, dancing this way and that. Now he spoke, each word jumping over the prior, spilling from his tongue like a cascade that babbled on a rapid flow in his haste to convey what had passed. So reported Ashmedai. "Lord Satan, commander of our hearts, most dire news have I flown with from the surface earth where I had watched beguiled Noah, bearing witness to what he wrought, lest heaven use him for some plan against us, which I now perceive they do. Yet I have learnt of what they conceive, the Elohim, in their cruel kingdom, and how they shall use their pawn." 254. O perfidious ones! How I revile you for the awful butcheries you devise against the noble Nephilim, turning a brother's hand in vengeance against they who are of one race. As I kept my watch upon Noah from some little distance, watching his miserable supplication and demented cries for revenge against those that had cast him out to live amongst jackals and scorpions, I did perceive treacherous Michael, arch-deceiver, descend to the prince, whose ravings have stripped him of princedom. Noah, before our once brother, knelt, praying to Adonai Yahweh, foe of man. After it had seemed to Michael that his slave had fawned for good time, he spoke to him, promising to ensnare to his most wrongful cause the prince that knelt before him, so criminal was his purpose. Then, to Noah and, unknowing, to secret Ashmedai, he divulged the true purpose heaven had for Lamech's son. This, Satan, do they ordain, in Noah is invested some part of power that was lost to Adonai Yahweh when you took it from him upon the field. This power then heaven can but command. If the Elohim can command the Nephilim to the end Noah does suffice. Using then that power which does reside in him, they will call upon the earth a great flood to cover mountain peaks, drowning all upon the earth save that which has forewarning. Michael has instructed Noah to build for him a boat to carry God's loyal family from the waters, and of every beast that goes on land a pair by which to breed anew. 255. Their population upon the blasted earth. Thus does God intend to annihilate the Nephilim race you made. Accursed be those criminals for the wickedness of this deed to kill so many shows to us to depths even deeper than Chatal has heaven fallen. O killers of children! Elohim! Hear the oath of Ashmedai. For you shall be total destruction. I shall not spare so much as an atom of your being, no matter what entreaties you might make. By this action you do condemn yourself, and the very motion of the universe does strengthen my arm against you. Now sobriety held me absolutely, and all dregs of stupor went from me as I pondered the intelligence brought to me and wished most fervently that I but dreamt. My mind would not believe that even the treacherous Elohim who had so wronged me in times past would commit such an atrocity as that which Ashmedai had reported. Blank incomprehension was the one defense of the shocked wit to such knowledge, and I was fully numbed by this. I fell back into my seat, trembling. I covered my face and wept. No power had I to avert this calamity and so spare my children the cruel purpose of the Elohim and the abomination they sought to bring. These had once been my brothers in a most noble race, bright as stars within glorious heaven's walls. How sullied were those ramparts now! How could I raise my hand against Noah that heaven should not defend that tool? 256. By which the Elohim could restore some of that which had been lost to them, breeding from Noah's family a race less proud and noble than the Nephilim, that they might dominate easily and thwart those great ambitions which I held for my children that now would be drowned beneath water, their bright flame forever quenched, that spark of mine which first took light and illumined the road to a worthy future. All my dreams were drowned beneath the waves, raised up by the malfeasance of heaven. In that dark hour all seemed lost to me, and I would that the darkness upon my soul would swell and swallow completely my sense and bear me off to witless rest, unknowing of all things and my defeat at hated heaven's hands. All was dark to Satan's eyes when all had once seemed one. Yet in darkness there was a light, and it caught fast upon the pitch of despondency and set my soul ablaze. When I had been made weak by sorrow, in an instant was I animated by delirium, knowing in that instant that to lie prostrate even when all was lost is an act of shame. Even unto the final drawing of breath do the noble fight on. To live without hope is indeed to die. Thus was I seized by new vigor and caught up in a frenzy. Going forth from that my high tower to stand atop its embattled height, I cried out to the city, rousing Chatal's people from slumber and stirring them to attention. No words came at first. 257. But a determined howl of wrath and elation, coming from some hidden hollow of the soul that resounded about dome and tower, shattering the quiet to shards. Like a frightened flock of birds the Shedim were moved into commotion, hurrying to the tower to so discover whence came the bestial roar that stirred at the city's heart. Thus gathered to me were the Shedim, and so did they hear me speak. Noble Shedim, hear me. Once again must we bear arms against heaven and thwart what they desire. You know that Noah, Lamech's son, is the Elohim's and serves them. This tool have they found some use for, employing that power invested in the Nephilim to work against them, through Noah, a most abhorrent end. It is the intention of heaven's sons to release upon the earth the waters held up in hidden reservoirs and raise the seas that they cover the highest mountains' peaks and drown beneath the waves all living things that go upon the earth. Thus will they slay my children, all, with a single blow, save the family of Noah, who shall be employed to breed a subservient race of men, unresisting of their will. Against this end must we work, and swiftly, for their crime already moves, gaining impetus to its conclusion. Upon this counterplot have I resolved, not all the Nephilim might be saved, for even those that are spared the waters shall the Elohim strike down in weakness. 258. Not all can be saved this fate, and there is no means to avert it. Rather I shall ready ships of my own to bear away some number of the noble to weigh even against ignoble Noah's kin, that the new race of men may know some part of that which is fine and right. This fleet of our own we shall defend against those hosts that heaven sends to consummate their villainy and make good the slaughter. Sheddim and Nephilim shall stand as one against the Elohim and tax a harsh due in blood for this great wrong. Thus, sisters, brothers, make ready for battle, though we have known already a surfeit of it. Some third of your number must go to earth to defend the Nephilim that can be saved, and the remainder must guard these walls against those that would come against us from heaven when we are weak, guarding distant places. The guardian host, defenders of the Nephilim, shall be led jointly by Moloch and Ishtar. Let the former's burning wrath be tempered by the unflinching protector of the child race whom she gave life. I go now to Shurupuk to prepare the fleet, giving to Utnapishtim, noblest of men, instruction of that which must be done. Make the proper preparations in my absence. Now I must go with haste, for there is little time to me, and much must be done before the seas rise up from their rightful place and devour, with unebbing tide, the shores and plains and hills, wiping clean the earth of that which lives, drawing breath from the wind. I go. Make ready in my absence. 259. Thus did I go forth from Chaital by dark tunnels to the upper earth, and there did seek Shurupuk in the kingdom between two rivers. Quickly did my eye descry the bright walls of the city and its turrets festooned with pennons of many colors, and the keen-eyed watchmen that looked in all directions for those that would dare make approach to those gates, honored by the passing through of victorious hosts, and lay siege to those spires high. No such defilement would make fall those walls, but the sea itself would wash away all that was fine and noble of those streets and domes, like walls of sand upon the shore, erased by the ebb and flow of tides. Robed in shadow, I passed the sentries at the gates, flying upon rainbow wings above the towers, eluding every eye that strained to perceive the invaders' host cast up a great column of dust from the desert, whether in the east or west. Then, descending, I went unseen by the streets, paved with carved stone and broad, that 6 chariots could pass abreast. Filled with merchants and musicians were those roads. Acrobats danced, and for some piece of silver the seers would tell you of tomorrow's promise, though they told nor saw what came, and, by merciful blindness, were spared that knowledge that weighed heavy on my heart. At the city's center rose high the ziggurat, upon the pinnacle of which was built the temple where libations were poured out to flow through soil and stone to the founts of Chaital. With the borrowed light of the sun shone the gilded dome beneath which was the altar, carved of marble with deep grooves to bear away libations of wine and milk and blood. 260. The southern steps I ascended to the height, flanked on each side by a figures of stone, heroes of the city and beasts of natural and strange aspect. Thus came I to the southern temple gate. The height of 3 men were the double doors that closed the portal, and cut from cedar, made bright with designs of gold, wreaths, and vines, heavy with 1,000 fruits. Above was the temple's seal, painted onto ebony, within a pentagram with 2 exalted horns, an eye painted in an emerald hue that stood as a symbol of that first wisdom that I conceived, foreseeing heaven's fall and the rise of the new empire that would be greater yet than the ancient realm that it conquered. From the chief of the eye issued fire, painted in red and gold, 3 tongues of flame, one greater and one lesser, and a median one within the other, greatest outermost, each coming to 3 cusps, the central highest. And from the base fell a tear of blood, representative of that blood spilt that the Nephilim race might then be born, shaped of my liver flesh cut from my frame. Flanked by 2 horned beasts was the sigil, guarded. Upon its right a she-manticore, carved of red stone, standing for Ishtar, and upon the left flank sat a werewolf of sable rock, for Baal-zebub, twin demiurges in the first crafting of the race. Each sat upon its haunches, looking outward down the steps that led up to the gates. Throwing open the gates I passed inward where Utnapishtim stood within, having entered from the northern portal, before the altar with a bowl of wine, pouring out in sacrifice to Ishtar that the year's harvest might be most copious. For a moment I remained hidden from human sight lest I disturb the devotions of the king. Yet when the prayer was then complete and the altar made wet with red liquor. 261. Then did I cast off the cloak of midnight by which I was concealed from the king and walked with purpose to stand before him a little distance beyond the altar's southern side. Dressed in green robes was Utnapishtim, and at his belt hung that great mace that had broken open Lamech's skull upon the battle's field. Tied into braids were his beard and long hair, and his eyes flashed with fire. I bowed low before the king of men as he had bowed before the altar. With a regal voice he intoned and questioned me in my presence there. "Who are you that comes here, strange one, though you seem familiar to my mind? You seem to me to possess every attribute of my Lord, him that I followed most dutifully, knowing well his teaching to men to be wise. Are you then Satanael, maker of the race of man, the parent of the noble Nephilim of whom I would declare my own lineage? Or are you else a glamour to beguile my wits, sent by heaven to delude the king that is their great foe, and whose kingdom does grow to rival theirs and cast them down, as it has been prophesied by that very Satan with whose seeming you do appear? Speak then to me, I do command you, name yourself, horned angel." To these inquiries did I reply, speaking, myself, with a majestic voice, clear and strident, that Utnapishtim would not mistake the identity of he that addressed, and so disregard that urgent warning that I now delivered to him, that he might act and so save both himself and others, and those ambitions that I held for my children as well as those that they held themselves. 262. Utnapishtim, son of Ubartutu, I spoke, king of Shurapuk, I am indeed Satan of the Shedim, who created from my liver the Nephilim, that they might conquer earth and heaven and build for themselves an empire more worthy than that of the decadent Elohim. To this end have I hastened to the earth and to Shurapuk, which is your kingdom, though ere long it be lost entirely to you and all else besides, if you would heed not my counsel. Yet you are wise and will not disregard the wisdom of others in pride, as other less worthy monarchs might do. For this reason have I come to you, and not to another less suited to my purpose. You must learn of what the Elohim intend, and their dreadful plot against Nephilim, race of my blood and flesh, vessels of my hope. Adonai Yahweh, upon his broken throne, has looked down from his crumbling tower, that which is called eternal but is temporal, and grows fearful of my children's maturation. Fearing for that which is truly lost to him even before it is taken from him, Adonai Yahweh seeks the destruction of the Nephilim, else to break them for his halter. Yet the dauntless spirit of my children breaks not easily by any small means. Some grander plan is needed by heaven to overcome that which is predestined to themselves cast down the Elohim and seize from them that which they prove unfit to hold. So baser means do the Elohim employ against those that they would destroy. Upon the end of all Nephilim are their depraved intents resolved. It is their plan to call forth a great flood to wash every footprint of the Nephilim and cover the peaks of mountains, that their foes might be left no recourse. 263. But to be devoured by the seas. Thus shall they consume the works wrought by the hands of children, and forever drive from the earth that race which might challenge them, and, doing so, would surely defeat them. For this reason have I sought you out, Utnapishtim, august king and lord, God amongst men and greatest of the Nephilim. You alone have that strength and wisdom by which the Elohim's design might be opposed. You must prepare your fleet, equipping them with provision for a lengthy voyage, and, going with those most worthy of your realm, the wisest of your seers and the greatest of your knights, those whose swords fall like thunder on the field and carve a ruddy signature upon the ranks of enemy, fleeing not the chariot's charge nor flinching from the escalade against walls of stone. The Elohim shall most surely come against when all land has been devoured by the sea, and cast you to the abysmal deeps if they were able to. Yet I and my Shedim shall stand with you, and the Shedim and their brightest children shall resist the hosts of heaven and break them as they come, as the rocky shore resolves the sea into a froth, though it may pounce and rage most tumultuous, and Adonai Yahweh shall rue that he ever moved in anger his hand against the Nephilim. With a crimson dye shall we paint the swollen seas, and feed well the black and hungry sharks with the carrion of heaven's hosts. No greater glory has ever been there to win, and it may be yours if you would seize it. Will you then heed my counsel, king, and ensure that all that is built is not once more cast down by monstrous waves? There are none but you that I can turn to in this most desperate hour. 264. A darkness came upon the visage of the king, and his soul knew the darkness that I had known. 3 times he beat his great hand against the oblatory table of marble, webbing it hair-thin fissures. Then with terrible eyes he gazed at me, and it seemed to me those orbs burned like twin suns and seared my very soul. His beard seemed possessed with lightning, and his flesh glowed red with rage as iron tempered in the forge. Now the monarch raged with lion's voice that shook the very stone of the temple and made tremble the hearts of men and beasts. Even I, brave Satan, who denied the voice of God, flinched from that ire that, there being none other, was turned upon me though I earned it not. Lord Satanael, he roared like a bear enraged, your worthy lips, speaking only wisdom, are the vessel of these most hated tidings. Had I been granted foreknowledge of this news, I should have struck from my head these ears that have afflicted me with testament of your speech, and, with the same blade, cut from your throat the tongue that spoke these words to me. Be calm, I pray. Protest not your part. I know that you, teacher, are not blameworthy, and it is not Satanael that I would revile, but rather those words spoken that pierce me like a spear. About the shaft my entrails are twisted and torn from me to make more awful the agony into which my soul is cast by this dreadful portent that you bring. Honored indeed is Utnapishtim that of all kings you would come to him and make him your agent in opposing this base scheme, and gladly shall I act to avert this disaster that would be brought against us. 265. Yet I must deny your counsel, for it seems to me ill-governed by that nobility to which my breath is devoted, that I might be worthy of that destiny determined for our race by the wisdom of your mind. How can the king escape such a doom that you do dictate to me, when, that he must condemn his people to that which he would elude? This is no honorable act, but shameful most extremely, and is not to be pursued. I will act upon that knowledge that you grant me, for foolish is the king that ignores such intelligence. But whilst there is yet one of my people that might live in my place, going upon the ships prepared to carry our breathing frames from the waves' embrace, then that one shall go in my place, and Utnapishtim shall die beneath the water. This is the way of true king, yet you would ask me to abandon my people. Thus do I refuse your counsel. Joy and sorrow were at once in me, hearing these words of the Nephilim king. Now I knew that there was one amongst them that I had made that pursued the noble way in the darkest shadows. Yet that one such as this should be lost to heaven's cruel jealousy and others that lived in all places of the earth was a most bitter draught to my lips, and this one at least I sought to save. Yet further persuasion did I employ, speaking new counsel to make strong the old. Utnapishtim, king of Shurapuk, most noble are your words and soul, and this proud devotion to your kingship does stir my own heart to joy, for you are indeed a most rare jewel. 266. And the quality of your honor does shine amongst the race of men as falling Vega does shine amongst the stars. Yet your words and your intent are not governed by wisdom but by the heart's lament, and your wit is distempered by rightful wrath. Wrath shall not avail in this time, and when anguish is most justified it is of the least service. Such a dire peril as this must be faced, possessing full capacity of wit and wisdom. Were that the waters of the flood all that there was to fear at this time, but it is not so, for those ships that defy the will of the Elohim shall be struck down and consigned to the ocean's lower depths as appeasement to unforgiving Leviathan. That which water cannot destroy shall be undone by flame and steel. Even did you send one in your place, they would die where you would live. Utnapishtim is the greatest of his people when the battle is joined with blasting horns, and his great mace is as thunder, and none is there to withstand him. He is as a beacon to his people, and in dark despair they look to him, and he does illumine all with hope. Thus you must go with your people, for without you all indeed shall be lost. You must go with your people and lead them against the Elohim that come, and I shall stand with you, or all will indeed be lost to men. Thus do I say to you again, make ready the fleet and summon to yourself the greatest of your companions, magicians, knights and princes, that the race of Nephilim may be born again after they have been swept away by heaven. This you must do, and swiftly. 267. Or it may not be done at all. Now Utnapishtim bowed his head and acknowledged the wisdom of my counsel. He turned from me and the altar and went from the ziggurat to give command to his admirals. Thus the navy set to their toil and made ready for long voyage 7 ships, fine and firm. High were their masts, of cedar, and painted with dragon faces were the prows. The white sails, filled with wind, bore bright the temple seal, and the hulls were made splendid with gold. Beneath the water's brazen beaks reflected sunlight and broke the skin of the waves into white froth and yearned to shatter the timbers of the foe. Thus was made ready the ships of Shurapuk that would bear on white wings the hopes of Nephilim and Chedim. From the Tigris' throat went the fleet, bearing Utnapishtim and his knights from the kingdom between 2 rivers, went the 7 ships into the gulf that put water between Arabia and Persia. Upon the shore gathered the people of Shurapuk, and with bright flags waved upon his voyage their king and his lords, though they knew not upon the ships or upon the shore, to which harbour sailed white-sailed vessels, but Utnapishtim alone nurtured in his heart that most bitter intelligence and bit back tears as he hailed his most loyal people, knowing that those joyous faces would be known to him again only in the dreams of fitful slumber. One hand he raised to bid farewell, holding it aloft a moment, then dropping it and turning from the shore. 268. Some way out into the sea small boats heavy with the people of Shurapuk followed like porpoises, from the shore. Then these 2 were gone, and Utnapishtim wept. Unknowing of that which passed in Shurapuk, Noah laboured long days and nights to complete that ship that he was commanded. A great vessel was it that he joined in the desert, and Elohim aided. First the keel, then high ribs, fleshed with tarred planks, were constructed, and fixed with nails of steel. Like some great and black wasp it grew beneath the searing sun of day and chill stars of the desert night. Noah became as some shade, scarce remembering to eat or sleep whilst he laboured to complete his task and avenge himself upon those that he accused. Filthy and long was his black hair, and his flesh was gaunt and pale. His eyes sunk within his head, giving him the aspect of a skull, and the cruel day sky burnt from him his wits, that all the while he worked he addressed commands and exhortations to slaves that lived but within his mind. Thus was built the ship of Noah. When its dark form was finished, casting a great shadow on the sands as the day died bloody in the west, came Michael to Noah from the south, and behind him was some great number of beasts of each kind, a male and female, lions, serpents, birds and deer, and unnumbered others that went on the earth and from the wind drew breath. So came Michael once more to Noah to fulfill his black scheme and thwart that scheme of mine which was born of his own treachery and malice. 269. That had not dwindled but grown darker yet. Hail Noah, son of Lamech, spoke the Prince of Heaven. This number of beasts have I brought to you that you might gather them and bring them to the ship you built. Now that it is prepared, there is no reason to make further delay but to equip the ship and load up the beasts to their cells. We can thus bring about the deluge more swiftly, and for a briefer period will the creation of God be compelled to bear the burden of mankind's sin. Make haste then, Noah, to load up your boat, and tell your family to prepare to sail, though the desert sands be all about, so that the rains might be summoned soon and the sin of man be washed from the earth, thus defeating Satan and evil crew. Though you are wearied by those toils that your hand has already made complete, spurn not yet greater industry now when it is most necessary and its reward is both near and great. Make preparations for the voyage, and then I shall teach to you those incantations that you must know to summon from the sky and depths the waters to raise up the flood. The keys to the great cataracts shall be taught to you once the ship is ready, so make haste that God's will be not thwarted for a longer time than must be for it to be accomplished. Act now, Noah, and find vengeance that you so earnestly desire. Did that mad criminal need such words as these? No. His heart was so black with hate. 270. Flowing in his blood like a burning venom, that no words of Elohim tongue were there that would spur the flagitious one to crimes that his mind did not itself conceive of. All those born of man and woman are the noble children of Satan. Let it be recorded that base Noah is no more of the Nephilim than Satan is of the Elohim. Before had even Michael finished his speaking, Noah had even then begun the loading of the beasts into that black boat built for heaven's purpose, and had instructed his weary family to make ready for the voyage. All night and day labored Noah, and for another night before all was done and all preparations had been made against the flood. Now came Michael to Noah at dawn, perceiving now had come the time to act and bring forth the waters to cover the earth. Noah, son of Lamech, he spoke, now has the time come to intone those incantations to open the doors by which are bound the sky's cataracts and the waters of the deep earth. Speak then the words with me and enact the rightful rituals that these jaws might gape open and spew out the contents of their bellies. Thus shall we wash for all time the wickedness of man from the earth, and for all time hereafter shall the just reign of Adonai Yahweh endure, and you shall be his most favored servant. Rightful victory is now yours, Noah, for you have withstood adversity, keeping faith when all were arrayed against you. God does reward such servants as you most amply of his generosity. Come then and speak those words you must. 271. And initiate this washing away. Cleanse the earth of your fathers' sins and make it once more fit for God. So do I charge you in his name, and so must you do if you are indeed his allegiant slave. Speak then these words with me, and let this cataclysm begin. So stood Michael and Noah at the prow of that constructed in the desert, the vessel of heaven's wrongful purpose. From the dawn unto the dusk they sang discordantly the syllables that convoked the waters of heaven and earth. As that remorseless bore on and the sun traversed the azure dome upon its appointed path unto the west, the sky became black with clouds and all was in shadow on the land. Now shrieked the wind amongst the trees, tearing from them leaves and wood, and everywhere both man and beast sought shelter from the coming rains. As the sun descended to die once more in the western sky, it was seen not save for the crimson staining of the fatal clouds. And the rains fell and ceased not. Marveled did they of Shurupuk's fleet at the unceasing rain that fell throughout the night upon the ships. So heavy was the air with water that the men of Shurupuk that sailed upon those ships spared heaven's wrath, thought that they were already beneath the waves, and that those that forsook the shelter of the inner parts of the ships were struck to the floor by the weight of rain. Moon and stars illumined not that first night, but the fleet was cast into utter darkness, for those torches lighted to drive back the shadows. 272. Were extinguished by the storm. Even as the dawn was marked, scarcely was that black veil lifted, for the clouds heavy with great burden permitted not the rays of the sun to fall upon the lands or seas. Despite the wind that lashed and the rain that beat as a rod upon the back, I stood with Utnapishtim at the bow and watched what Noah's hand had wrought, and none saw my tears for the rain. Came to us there the admiral of the fleet to speak with the king of Shurupuk and voice his fear at the tempest that cast the ships hither-thither and made most burdensome the sails with water. Mighty king, lord of Shurupuk, how my heart is made weak with fear that this rain falls so heavy and so long. Not I alone, but all those that go upon this voyage that has no destination that you have spoken. This tumult does most harshly assail and casts into disarray the fleet. Now even were there some harbour that you sought, it is lost to you and out of reach. Even the greatest exertions of our sailor can do naught but preserve the vessels, and to do more than this is beyond the greatest magicians. Fortunate are we indeed that even now we have lost not a man to the frothing waves. Surely some beneficent sorcery does guard us. Oh, will these rains be ever unabating and grow ever greater in their intensity, that every land of man is consumed by the rising waters of the seas, glutted upon this surfeit. When shall there be respite for us? What has stirred to such a passion the very elements that this should be? Lord, I fear and beg some word of you. 273. That might grant to me some comfort and make more courageous my coward heart. For a long while did the king regard his admiral, faithful yet afraid at the savagery of Noah's sorcery. No words could he conceive of for him to make easy the heart that beat unsoundly, for he had no thought to make sure his own with greater knowledge than the other. "Faithful captain," spoke Utnapishtim, "did you but know what you prophesied and had that intelligence which is granted me. Truly this rain shall not cease until the seas have risen so high that the pinnacles of mountains are sunk deep, and the mourning for those that are lost in greater numbers than can be conceived is truly ceaseless but without end. Never shall this memory be lost. I have told you this for it can no longer be concealed, and that first purpose for which I deceived is no longer served by silence. I sought to spare you some time that dreadful burden that hitherto I have borne alone but for the Shadim. Know also that we of all men enjoy the protection of Chadal's people and must have no fear of the rains, but must prepare for a greater threat that shall come against us surely before the seas and rains recede once more and yield some welcome shore to us. It is the Elohim that conjure against us this tempest that rages about us, seeking to so extinguish from the earth all men that might one day oppose them and cast down their doomed kingdom. When they realize that we have escaped and shall sow anew the seeds of our empire." 274. That once more the Nephilim's star climbs ascendant in the sky, then shall they seek to accomplish by other means that which by their first recourse was thwarted. Thus must we prepare, even in the storm's midst, to repel the very hosts of heaven. It is well then that there is no navigation that our hands can accomplish, for it would but blind us to a greater threat. Nephilim and Shadim shall stand side by side to preserve this little part when all else is lost. Make ready for the battle, for its time is soon, I know it. Thus, without recourse against the currents that bore the ships whither whimsy willed but to lash with strong ropes together the 7 vessels cast about by wind and rain, that the fleet would not scattered far, the marines of Shurupuk, drowned deep beneath the swollen rivers and sea were the noble city's walls, and washed from every map of earth were the bright towers, made ready for battle against heaven's hosts, preparing spears and bows and shields, or else speaking such incantations to bind fortune's vagaries to their cause, enchanting each shaft to fly true, and preparing charms to ward the bolts of heaven that they would find no mark. Thus did the last of the Nephilim use what time was theirs within the storm before the coming of a greater storm. Storing up their strength for battle, Utnapishtim and his brave retinue let the wind carry them where it will across the black and frothing sea that seemed to boil with spite for men. On those gross waters did they drift in many directions, though all direction was lost in that dark waste of the flood. 275. 10,000 sights did appear like phantoms from the eternal gloom before then, being left to fade once more into those shadows that spawned them. Lo! Did a mountain's peak appear now, made a petty island by the tides grown great, and on there stood, made mad with famine, some 20 women with mewling infants clutched tight to their parched breasts, and others not accommodated on that land struggled helpless in the waters round about before they sank into the depths. Still mercilessly rose the waters to take all the mountain, but Utnapishtim was denied witness of that end, as the pitiful spectacle was shrouded once more by the shadows that closed about it. Other images appeared and went like smoke, but ever haunted the dreams of those that saw, and faded not from tormented sleep. Fragments of the life of men floated by, wooden chairs and tables and cribs were borne by, and more gruesome things. Boats crewed with corpses, or those that yet lived, unreleased from their shriveled frames. The cadavers of men and beasts, bloated with decay, went also on the waves. Would that the world had drowned more easily, and the artifacts of that destruction even in death had not sought the surface. In that twilight of the storm my eyes perceived an eternity of nightmares, and the long years diminish not those fadeless days of horror. Those words of Michael to his disciple, Noah, fathomed not the deed they did. At the prow I stood with Utnapishtim and sought comfort for the king of Shurupuk with these words, knowing that not at him alone were my persuasions intended, but to myself, that my own heart might be unpained, yet those words were so empty as are all words. 276. When the eyes bear another witness. Some sights make silent all words. So did I speak to Utnapishtim. Utnapishtim, son of Ubartutu, most terrible indeed is all this that appears to your eyes and assails most vehemently the mind behind those eyes. You are the witness of a most abhorrent deed, and I know not what there is to say that might make these sights more reasonable when they seem to the reasonable insane. These children that I have sired to build the eternal empire to succeed that which commits such atrocities are defiant creatures indeed. Do you think that they would go quiet to death? They do not but proclaim those wrongs that are worked against them. You that bears witness to this cry must not be diminished by the sufferings that you are presented with, but must be made strong by them, and in the flames of this torment your mettle must be tempered to new resolve, that when the hosts of heaven come you might well argue for those that have no voice. If these sights would make you weak against heaven, you shall surely fall, and then their victory would be complete, and that which is seen here shall not be remembered, but it shall be glorified by those that write the history. Only if you are strong shall your witness be of any virtue to those that are so vilely wronged. Make strong then your heart, and let these wraiths move your heart to anger, and let that anger make you strong against the Elohim, who shall surely seek to make this crime complete. This is not a time for sorrow. Libations enough can be poured out for the dead. 277. When all is one and the waters once more recede. Now the only fitting libation for their shades is the blood of the Elohim. Let nothing deter you but make you strong. So do I exhort you. Utnapishtim spoke no reply, yet I perceived in his eyes that my words reflected that which was already resolved, and that course that he pursued. Yet I had barely breathed again after speech when some keen-eyed watchman gave up a shout and then blasted on his horn. Now in the great veil of cloud above that made black the sky and into night, starless, transformed the day, a great gap opened in the east to display the rising sun, and yet more for the new blue sky, as though seen for the first time, shone with 1,000 wings of flame, and 1,000 suns were seen on spearheads. So came the hosts of the Elohim. Now, as though the very stars fell from their place and rushed downward to destroy the Nephilim, they made their assault upon the ships. From the distant mists resolved their forms to become more apparent to the eye than that indistinct mass that first we saw. Before the great and winged column, bearing in his left hand haughty heaven's standard, and in his right that feared weapon that cut down all that would oppose his Father's purpose, the quadruple scythe that reaped harvests for the King of Heaven and cleared all choking herbs from Yahweh's kingdom, went Gabriel as general of the host. At his back came some 10,000 of Elohim knights, arrayed in shining arms, with shaft and shield taken up for war. At this first appearance went up from the ships a great clamor of dismay. 278. For bold and strong though my children were, they were but few against so great a foe, and could hope not to stand against the Elohim. Yet but for an instant did fear seize their hearts, for of the Nephilim these were the best, and feared no travail of torment. Now, like the trumpet's blare, rang out the voice of the king, Shurapuk's great lord, Utnapishtim, and awoke from terror's sleep his brave knights and seers to action, and cast weakness from their limbs. Enough! No time is there for despair, though if ever was it due, it is due well now. Now we must act against the foe. Magicians of Shurapuk, to assail the ships they have opened in the veil of storms a portal by which to pass from heaven to earth. Beat your Magyar drums and close upon them the thunderous gates, and cast against them with double force those storms that have long assailed us. Swiftly now and work your spells, else this day is surely lost to us. Now my brave archers, draw back your strings and play for me that singing melody of death. Those that are not driven from the sky by the rain of water from the clouds shall be torn down by a more steely weather and cast into these swollen waters, to which our own brothers and sisters have been cast by them. All others must make ready other arms by which to defend the wizards and the bowmen, for but by them can we keep from flight the winged foe, that we without wings may contend not at a disadvantage on the field, but rather hold the one respite from the air that rages with bolts of flame and our own steel. 279. Swiftly then and fulfill this command, or else all is lost to us. Now was a drumbeat like the thunder's peal and a low moaning chant by which the wizards worked their charm, and from their flesh their spirits passed into the storm clouds and animated the winds. Before true knowledge of what was to be was the Elohims, the gates were shut upon them, and they were in the very midst of the howling tempest, redoubled. Many were at that instant blasted by the flaming sky bolts and fell like stars into the seas, and yet others, blinded by the rain and mists, could not check their flight and were too taken by the waters. Yet from the tumult of the sky came a greater number undamaged by the wizard's work, yet in disarray. Even as the Elohim horns rang out to marshal once more the column, the bows of Shuruppak then sung their song, and feathered barbs carried on an enchanted breeze flew for the disordered ranks and mingled with the torrents some redder pigment and heavier shapes, swiftly lost, weighed down by mail, beneath the churning waves. Now, rallied by the frantic signaling of clarions and flags, the Elohim came, screaming rage above the thunder in one awesome charge against the ships, and yet not with some desperation, knowing that could they not gain the solid timbers they would find no respite upon wing. 7 times sang bowstrings before they closed, and 7 times shining shapes precipitated from the ragged ranks into the froth below. Then were the Elohim upon the ships. 280. Upon every ship the knights of Shuruppak rushed forth to meet the Elohim, spears with mace and javelin and battle cry, and soon were the decks slick with gore where but rain had made them slick before. Yet and yet sang the archers' bows, cutting from the winds those of heaven who found no perch upon the crowded decks. Now upon the ships of the king where Utnapishtim himself contended, striking down to each side the Elohim that fought in desperation against him, shattering alike shield and skull by his great mace of meteoric iron, alighted Gabriel with whirling scythe and walked lion-like amongst the Nephilim warriors, severing limbs in so frenzied an assault that it could be not perceived at which moment a blow was done and the next begun. Seeing my children butchered, so I cast from my shoulders that midnight cloak that had hitherto concealed me from all eyes, and leapt forward with an eager sword and drove it deep into the side of Gabriel. Seeing this appearance sudden amongst them, the Nephilim took new heart and rejoiced, and taunted with new words their foes, and renewed their attack with greater vigor, driving back the Elohim hosts to the very brink of the ships, that they stumbled but a few paces more and would be taken by the boiling ocean. In the ecstasy of new hope so the Nephilim intoned or sang. See you then this, you Elohim that would contend most rashly against Shuruppak. Even such profound darkness as of this tempest we are deserted not by our sire. Wherever we do find ourselves, and against what perils we must set ourselves. 281. Ever is great Satanael at our sides, coming forth from some hidden place to defend us and stand with us. Where once were our souls empty, he pours from his eternal cup new hope and vigor into us. Happy are the Nephilim indeed to have such an ally. Now do we rejoice, for Satan stands amongst us and his swift sword fights our cause, whereas your lot is despair. Rejoice Nephilim, and once more to arms, that we might make absolute our victory and the Elohim's destruction. Now I matched myself against Gabriel and the scythe of 4 blades that shrieked like a hurricane as it again and again cut at me, to be turned aside at that last moment by my sword, exerted much to assuage the onslaught of heaven's prince. The wound that I had carved upon him diminished Gabriel not at all, but made him strong with anger. This way and that way, across the deck Satan and Gabriel contended, with the clash of arms ringing above the thunder. Now, as it seemed that I had gained advantage, Gabriel, pressed back against the mast, kicked out with a boot against my leg, and with some cruel spur opened on my calf a bleeding maw, and I fell back and found myself seated on the boards of the deck. Pressing at once his new advantage, the second of the Elohim fell on me, swinging down towards my throat his spinning weapon of 4 blades. Once more did I withstand the blow, interposing between steel and flesh my own blade. Now though that first impetus was lost. 282. The Elohim now pressed down with a steadier strength and forced towards my breast his own blade, and I could find not strength to resist the steel's slow descent. Then was there joy upon the angel's face as he stood over and pressed down, and mocking laughter upon his voice as he jeered my position, and the battle raged all about us. "So, my brother," spoke Gabriel, "you thought to contend against me. How foolish it must seem to you now. Better it would have been for you had you yet skulked in the shadows and dared not to oppose my purpose. Oh yes! Well did you match yourself against our Father before heaven's gates, and that conflict you did win, but this time you shall not vanquish but shall be vanquished. I am not some old dotard as are you accustomed to, and not as weak-tempered as my brothers. Upon the battle's field Michael may have fled, but that is not the way of Gabriel. More than this shall I tell you, so you have full knowledge of your death that grows so near that its chill shadow my eyes even now perceive upon you. Like Michael's spear is my blade envenomed, and not Beelzebub's immunity have you to the viper's sting or traitor's chalice. A single scratch alone and you are finished. Savor then these last moments as I savor them." Then a flash, a crash, and my eyes saw not nor my ears heard for an instant, and I believed that it was some great spasm of the storm. 283. Yet, regaining then my perception, I saw that this was not so. In shards about me was my sword, and about me fragments of a quadruple scythe, once joined as a cross but broken now into 100 parts, and before me like a bear enraged, steadily, yet with most lethal purpose, advanced Utanapishtim, mace raised high, mace that had shattered the weapons locked in that embrace of death escaped, upon now unarmed Gabriel, who stumbled backwards to the stern. For a moment stood the Elohim Prince in defiance of my noble son, whose life, having saved myself with forewarning, had now saved mine from death. Then did Gabriel cast himself into the sea and, in an instant, transformed into an orca and fled into the waves. Now above the battle's din and storm came a great sounding of horns, and from the storm clouds came a host, winged and arrayed in the scales of giants. Thus did the hosts of Chadal arrive to relieve the beleaguered Nephilim. Ishtar and Moloch leading at the head, descended in most terrible guise. Ishtar appeared with a lion's head, and in 6 hands held 6 spears with keen and barbed heads. Ever has it been the Shedim's way to assume some awesome form for battle. Moloch was himself unchanged, yet, as a flaming bull, was no less dreadful, and after came a multitude of armored warriors. Comprehending then that all was lost, the Elohim gave up a great cry and made to flee, but rising into the air they found themselves amongst my hosts and were hurled down by the charge. 284. Into the ever-hungry sea. Thrusting to this side and that soon, upon each of Ishtar's inclement spears hung transfixed 7 Elohim. Yet others of heaven's ill-chanced host plummeted downwards like flaming comets, ignited by the blazing hooves of Moloch. Thus were Elohim destroyed completely. Even as the last of heaven's host was lost beneath the swollen waters, a great wind blew up from the east, and for some 3 hours howled its all, scattering to flight the heavy rain clouds and unveiling the blue of the sky. Now from the ships went up a cheer that the foe had been vanquished, and that great deluge was now ended. For 7 days did the waters recede, flowing back to their hidden reservoirs. First did the mountains' heights appear as the waters receded from them, and then, the tides falling back in constant ebb as once they had flowed great, the mountainsides and hills, then the valleys and the plains revealed themselves to the sight of those that went upon the ships, and they rejoiced to see all things upon the earth restored to equilibrium. At that time all the land was bare, and no green thing grew from the soil. All was desolated by the great cataclysm. Yet no darkness is there where no light burns, nor despair that fosters no hope. Deep beneath the barren soil hid the seeds of the 1,000 plants, washed away by the waters of the flood. With the waters fallen back to their place, and the light of the burning sun making warm once more the sodden earth to new life, were those germs stirred. 285. And even before the waters had retreated utterly, the hillsides bloomed with flowers of every hue, and the plains were made verdant with grasses. Now made the weary sailors for some harbour, renouncing then their long companions, the waves, and froth and porpoises, to seek that more familiar to their birth. Thus made the storm-buffeted ships for some near cove to make landing. Thus alighting upon the earth as though it were for the first time that their feet had gone on solid rock, some fell down, racked by weeping, and others danced and sang with joy. Yet Utnapishtim was silent, and I could read not in him the root of such impassiveness. Thus did mankind go forth from the seashore to the distant hills to learn of their new land to which the storm had brought them. Nowhere did they find a trace of those that had been before. It was as though all remembrance of before the flood had been carried off with the tide, lost forever to the earth save in the hearts of those that came after. Now I went to Utnapishtim, who already busied himself with work, throwing up walls and making into order the fields of grain with the plough. Now did I address him with these words: Utnapishtim, son of Ubartutu, fondest of all my children, from this place let your people go forth, let them become numerous and govern all the earth, as once did they before go forth from this land to reign over the earth before the waters took them. 286. For, by some irony of the wind, you have been brought to that very port where first you rigged the sails. Once more have you come to this place, the kingdom between two rivers. Now is Shuruppak lost to you, yet shall there be new cities of equal splendor. Nothing is there that has been lost that shall not be restored to you and gained again twice over. For even as the tides flow to claim the shore, so do they ebb once more to restore that which they once snatched. Have, then, no fear, for the battle is won. Now must I depart from you, though it is not without sadness, for my love for the Nephilim is great. The Sheddim must once more return to Chadal and hold its walls against the enemy, for, defeated, the Elohim are vengeful and will take reprisal if they could. I shall go with Dagon and forever bind within the earth these titanic waters, that they will never rise again to take the earth. From this is mankind ever safe. Now rejoice and go to conquer. Yesterday indeed is washed away, but tomorrow is your inheritance. Thus did I turn from Utnapishtim and went swiftly to join my host, awaiting me at the shore, that the king of Shuruppak would not see my tears. Thus returned the Sheddim to Chadal. Thus came again the Nephilim unto the land between two rivers. For 1,000 days did his people labor to make fit for men the ancient land, assailed by steel and water, and throw up walls to echo Shurupaks now lost forever, washed from the earth. 287. Their lands did they name Chaldee, recalling in that name the older nation that fought at their side against the Elohim, the eternal land of the Sheddim. Noah too and his kin found land, though with less dignity than those I sponsored, and their ship was caught by a double peak and teetered above the receding waves. Yet once the waters had gone from the land, Noah opened the doors of his great ship and released onto the earth those beasts that he had carried with him, and his people went forth to live on earth. Thus were the lands repeopled with both men and beasts. Utnapishtim sent forth his people from the cities of his land to go beyond Tigris of the rising sun, and to go from the western bank of the river, Euphrates of the setting sun, to restore once more the nations of the earth. Passing beyond the western frontier of the land, crossing then the river of Lamech's death, who had so rashly sought to cross over, passing into the western lands, the people of Chaldee discovered there the children of Noah, descended from their mountain. Perceiving that they abased themselves to Yahweh, and knowing well in their hearts that such was not fit for men, they went forth amongst the villages where lived the children of Noah, and conquered them by flame and bronze. Then went they to the altars of Adonai Yahweh, and poured their libations to the Nephilim shades and the people of deep Chadal. Thus did they restore to me the children of Noah. For 9 generations then was there peace amongst the nations of men. Of all those descent of Noah's line were restored to me, save one who yet would not cast of his chains. 288. And his name was Abraham. Even when all others came before my altars and acknowledged those truths that I taught them, this one alone yielded not to my love, and of all my children stood apart from me. O my children, brave Nephilim, when shall you learn the truth? Adonai Yahweh nor all his angels have not one chain's link to bind you, save those that you would forge and put about yourself with full will. No fire is there into which they would cast you, save that which your minds would kindle. They have no authority over man, save that man would, deluded, kneel and acknowledge such illusion of power with which the Elohim would beguile. Why are you led again and again into that same trap which snared those that came before? What words are there for me to speak by which you would realize this and take care against such deceits? No words had I for Abraham that would sway his foolish heart nor unblind him to the fraud of heaven that led him on such evil paths. In heaven, in his tower, where yet he brooded on defeat and saw no way to salvage what was lost to him, Michael heard the prayers of Abraham. Yet where had he once used Noah he had met with failure, now offered once more the same prize he dared not to reach out to, at least he once lose as he had once lost before. Rather than he reasoned to wreak some mischief upon this one of the Nephilim if all others would give to him no opportunity to be so seized. Upon Abraham, so did he resolve, he would work such sorrows. 289. As his own defeats had worked on him. Thus would Abraham be a partner to Michael's misery. So thinking, the Prince of Heaven went before his king, kneeling low like some hungry hound before the table to beg for some morsel of the meat. So did fawning Michael plead. Almighty and eternal, Lord of infinitude, tyrant of existence, all-illumining light, King of heaven, conqueror of earth, Father of the Elohim, architect of creation, master of the planets, orchestrator of the stars, proclaimer of destiny, keeper of wisdom, judge of the world, castigator of sin, scourge of evil, most high, most merciful, most just, most sagacious, most perfect, most mighty, most noble, most majestic, my God, my Lord, my Father, echoing up from the earth beneath your proud kingdom, eternal and invincible, have I heard the voice of a man, one of Satan's children that does renounce his father, even as you were yourself. Renounced by that apostate angel, once your son. Abraham sings daily your praise and raises his voice in prayer. Let me then claim him for your possession. Yet after the failure of the flood and Gabriel's humiliation at the hands of that most wicked of the Nephilim, Utnapishtim, who defied your will. 290. Little traffic do I desire with that blasphemous race of men. Let me rather sport with this one and avenge upon this one at least those wrongs that his race has done you. Let me then test well Abraham's resolve to worship Adonai Yahweh, and let him prove his worth to you by suffering capricious whimsy. In this at least shall we teach Satan and his people some lesson, and show to them that not yet do they have dominion over earth. And Adonai Yahweh did but nod to show to Michael that his words seemed good to him that had been so wronged by that tongue that slandered brothers and deceived the king whose praises it should have sung. Then Michael descended to the earth and went to Abraham where he dwelt in the land of Haran. As a great image, 100 cubits high and burning with a white flame, came Michael before Abraham and spoke unto him these words. Abraham, son of Terah, go you from this land of Haran and take from this place your wives and those servants of your household. You must forsake your kindred and people that dwell in the land of Haran, for they are most corrupt and worship not the true God. Yet you of all men would he save and remove hence to another land which he has allotted to you. Go then from Haran and place your trust in Adonai Yahweh, for he shall show to you another land. 291. Which shall be for you and your nation that you shall be a father to. The land of Mamre is for you, Abraham, and it shall be your children's also. Go then to this land with your household and forsake these evil people that you would dwell amongst. So gathered to him Abraham his household and his consorts, Sarai and Hagar, the Egyptian, and went from the land of Haran unto the land Mamre. Well amused was Michael at this work, for Mamre was a land but of sand and the kingdom of scorpions and jackal, and no fit place was it for men. Yet Abraham went there with his people because Michael had willed him do so. There did Abraham make his home, and there was he beset with great hardship. Yet despite the rigors of the land Abraham persevered with his lot and made fertile the soil with deep wells and reaped from it a fecund harvest. In the land of Mamre, the women of Abraham brought forth sons for him. Hagar the Egyptian was mother to Ishmael, first of the sons of Abraham, and then was Isaac, son of Sarai. Yet of his 2 sons did Abraham love Ishmael the best of them, for he was the firstborn. Yet of this love was Sarai jealous for her son, and despised Hagar for her son. With subtle whispers and with lies did she deceive Abraham, and turn his heart against his firstborn and the mother Hagar the Egyptian. So became Abraham the reflection of his God. When her work was done. 292. And Abraham's heart was set against Hagar, and Ishmael was robbed of his favor. Went Sarai to Hagar in anger, and spoke to her these words, driving her ever with her son from the house of Abraham. Go from here, Egyptian. Depart my house, for there is no love for you, and I desire you not here. Abraham is now set against you, where once you held his love by your deceits and intrigues. Go with your son from here and be cast out into exile, for if you remain you shall be visited with those miseries that my ire can devise. The house of Abraham is no more for you, and Hagar and Ishmael must go hence and find for themselves what they amongst scorpions of the wilderness. Go then, Egyptian, and depart my house. Leave Abraham to me and Isaac. So fearing for her life fled Hagar into the desert, taking with her Ishmael, her son, preferring the mercies of the desert to the jealousy of Sarai. Yet no water was there in the desert, and no food for the exiles. And though she searched long, no spring could Hagar find, and her breasts became dry of milk by which to feed her infant. Yet ran Hagar between 2 hills, 7 times, from one hill unto the other hill and back to seek water, but found it not. 293. Then, exhausted of all strength, Hagar fell to her knees and wept, resigning to death her life and that of Ishmael. Yet when all hope was lost to her and a dark shadow rested on her heart, a gentle was heard by her, and, looking upward from the sand, she perceived before her a semblance of a man, robed all in resplendent white, yet bearing no other ornament. Jet black curls, like some hanging herb, tumbled down his back, and within his eyes was an eternal sorrow. 3 times with his left heel did he strike the soil, and forth from it came a spring of clear water, and 5 times with his right and good things to eat appeared. So did the Spirit speak to Hagar. Have no fear of this desert now, Hagar, for you are now protected, and I stretch over you my hand to shield you from all harm. From here shall you take your son to distant Arabia, where he shall build a city and be there a great king, though now he be but an exile. Rejoice now, Hagar, for your woes are ended. Do you see me so, Satan? Am I like my brothers now? I have not forgotten what it is to be noble. Nor does my memory fade of heaven's greater years, when the Elohim were indeed most noble and their glory unmatched in all the world. What are Michael's petty sports to me? An omen of our decadence. And what are the schemes of Gabriel? Tears for what is lost to us. Heaven's doom may well be written, but I shall yet fight to hold. 294. Those lost treasures of that kingdom. Do my words mean aught to you, Hagar? They do not, and it seems that I rave. Yet fulfill that command I give you, and remember with kindness the name of Raphael. So went Hagar from the land of Mamre. And, Raphael, I too recall heaven's glories, but they are now lost to you. You remember too late what treasures were true and indeed worth holding, though others be lost. For Hagar I would spare you, but it is not in my hands to do so. You are damned by your own hand and are beyond my reach. Yet of all the Elohim I would call you alone my brother. From this time did 5 years past, and not one night did Abraham find sleep that he did not weep for Ishmael, who he thought to be dead. Even as, in Raphael's mercy, I had perceived some light in all the darkness of heaven, now did I witness the profoundest of the shadows of heaven. Michael, what moved him to such depravity I know not, nor would know, for this crime of his exceeded all others. Whether cruel caprice moved his heart, or some yet darker will or lunacy howling in his head, I shall not know, and here does my intelligence fail me. Now did silver-bearded Michael descend once more from high heaven, and came to Mamre, where dwelt Abraham, and appeared before him, arrayed in royal cloth. Purple and gold bedecked him. 295. And the soft hides of beasts. In burning brilliance did he appear that Abraham was blinded to the darkness of his soul. Now he worked his villainy and spoke so to Abraham, even now mired in sorrows enough. Abraham, son of Terah, hear from me the will of God and listen well that you might enact that command he bids you do if you would be of the faithful. Adonai Yahweh asks of you a sacrifice that you might demonstrate to him the perfection of your faith and love for his throne and reign. Yet heed well the word of Adonai Yahweh, for he asks not of you some mere libation, for even as the corrupt disciples of Satan pour out libations for the Shedim and the shades of those that came before, these things are done most easily and test not the profundity of fealty. More than their weak religion does Adonai Yahweh require of his servant. Indeed, some much greater thing is the due of a king so great as is the King of heaven. No less than this does your faith require, that you sacrifice as a burnt offering your one beloved son, Isaac. This is the true will of God. Take your son hence to Moriah, and there, upon the hills, build an altar of stones and of wood a pyre. There strike down your son and burn him, that the smoke might rise to heaven. For as Adonai Yahweh reaches out his hand to strike down his rebel son. 296. So shall the father's arm be stretched out to destroy his son. It is most just in this way. Deny not Adonai Yahweh that which it is his to ask, but act with swiftness and with faith. Would that Abraham have rebelled and defied Michael's cruel command. Yet he did not, but made no complaint, though his heart, robbed of the first, was heavy with sorrow for the second. Yet upon the dawning of the sun, bloodying the east in birth, Abraham went out with his son from Mamre to the hills of Moriah, taking with him a knife and gathering as he went some sticks by which to kindle flames to consume his son. Outrage! Tyranny! Atrocity! The very stones of the earth cried out and protested against Michael's crime, and the voices of the rocks and roots were heard in deep Chadal, and the Shedim came to know of that which Michael had devised. To thwart this awful intent I did not delay, but flew swift-winged through passages that wound through the darkness of the earth, and sought the upper lands of men. So came I to the lands of Moriah. There did I perceive Abraham, going with his son unto the mountains, thus to amuse accursed Michael. Isaac knew not of what fate was his should he ascend the mountain, but in the eyes of Abraham was awful torment, his heart divided betwixt two tempers of pious faith and paternal love. Such pain was his, and he was made so weak that he leaned sometimes upon his son. 297. Or fell behind to weep unseen. Then I could not check my tongue, but cried out, unwilled, to the wretched man to persuade him from that path. Abraham, what are you doing? Why must you do this terrible thing? Fulfill not Michael's command and bow not to this dark desire. Why do you go to the mountain with your son? You cannot hide your heart from me, and I perceive well your intent. Is this an act of piety? I implore you, turn back and do not this thing that you would do. You know not what it is that Michael has asked of you. What will you burn as your offering? You truly do not know. Yet I, Satanael, know what it is to give up children to Michael's tyranny. Countless multitudes of my children drowned beneath the waves by his tongue. Yet you do not know what it is you do. You burn not just flesh upon your fire, but your joy, your dreams, your very soul. All that is sweet in the world to you shall become black smoke upon the wind for the sake of Michael's cruel whim. You destroy not just your son but yourself also. Do not this deed, I beg you. Yet Abraham heard not my words and heeded not my pleading, but took up a stone into his and cast it at me, striking my brow. Isaac also, that I would save, took up a stone and cast it. Thus did they drive me from them. Yet I felt no pain of those stones. 298. For I was already full of pain. Yet I would yield not that child to Michael's cruel design, but sought some other ear to hear my prayer. So I flew higher and then higher to stand before those gates that, having passed through from within, were ever barred to me without. Thus I came to heaven's gates, and there did I cry out, invoking my Father's name to summon him from within, that I might entreat him to be merciful in dealing with his servant. I called to that portal of impassive wood and to those beyond these words: Adonai Yahweh, come forth from hiding to hear him that was once your son and loved you well though you knew it not. Not for my sake have I come to these gates that are most hateful to my eye, but for one of those of yours that you would bear to suffer, though I, your enemy, would bear it not. Why do you ask of Abraham his son when already one is lost to him? Has he not loved you well and been a most faithful servant to you? Why then would you abuse him so? You know as I know, for I have suffered this at your hands, what it is to lose a beloved son, for so is Satan lost to you. Yet Abraham has loved you as once I had loved you. Will you then repay him with this treachery as you so long ago betrayed your son? Will you visit upon this pain, he that has well served you, knowing well this pain in your own heart? 299. If indeed you have ever loved him that was once your best beloved son, if this love you have ever cherished, in the name of that love I entreat you spare Abraham his son. Yet from beyond the walls came no reply at first, and I waited in silence. Then at the rampart above the gate appeared a rank of figures, in a while, and they looked down on me with stern gazes and with bows. 100 Elohim knights stood above. Then in another while, above, I perceived that one whose audience I had sought, Adonai Yahweh himself, stood at the gate and looked down on me with hatred, yet not without some sorrow, as though he then relived that time when I had first gone forever from his gates. Arrayed in splendor was the King of heaven, yet, even so far beneath him, I felt a weary burden of years heavy on him. Not as great as once he was, he seemed to me. Yet with majestic voice he addressed me with contempt and with wrath. Oh, what darknesses are there within us that set us to drive swords into those that we would love the best. With such anger did he seek to persuade himself that truly he mourned not my loss, and with such defiance in my heart did I smother some love within me that yearned once more for that one I had loved so many years before this time. Not this had I thought to find there before the gates of heaven. Never had two so close been yet so far from the other. So spoke the King of heaven. 300. So Satan, you come before me to plead for the life of a son of some mortal man upon the earth. If that bond between a father and a son is so sacred to you, why then did you betray and turn against your own father your every strength and wits, when these things should have been employed in the love of your beloved father? Your treachery refutes your words, and all here would bear witness to it. This love that you would invoke and compel me by, yourself have you sundered its power over me. Yet in one way do you words seem true. Abraham indeed has been a faithful servant to me, and does love me as you do not. For his sake I might spare his son, but not for yours, Satan, nor any love that you might call upon. I have no love left for you. Yet if indeed you spare Isaac, then there is a price that must be paid, and you shall be the payer. This is my decree to you. If you would bargain for the son of my faithful servant Abraham, who willingly would give him up for me, then these two injunctions must you heed. First is this: though I take him not, Isaac is yet mine, and so his progeny. Those that are descended of him shall be my nation, and are sacred. Not Sheddim or Nephilim may conquer them, and you shall not seek to take them back. You must give to me as a payment Isaac and his children, and they shall be unconquered on the earth. The second payment is a harder one, though I am sure that you shall pay it. If I am to be denied Isaac. 301. As the burnt offering of Abraham, then you must take Isaac's place upon the altar. As he would have burnt, so shall Satan burn upon the altar. This is what I demand if you are to spare Isaac. Adonai Yahweh spoke so to me, and even in that moment I knew that the love which I had called upon was not now sacred unto him, yet for me was it still some treasure worth preserving, and for it would I give up much. Thus did I bow my head before heaven's gates, and accede to the tyrant's will that I might spare my child this pain. Yes, Adonai Yahweh, I spoke, as you have willed it so shall it be. Yet know this of which you would command, firstly, of that second thing, Abraham is not of the great men of old and has not the strength to destroy me. His knife may cut me, but knife is there that he could forge that would slay me, nor fire is there for him to kindle that would consume me. Indeed his knife shall wound, and that pain I would suffer gladly, as I have suffered before this pain, first creating the Nephilim. The flames of his fire may burn me, and this pain too shall be a blessing to me, that Abraham knows not this pain. Yet none of these shall destroy, and I shall endure thereafter. Then of the first thing you have willed. So long as Isaac's children are yours, then my hand shall not move against them. 302. And the Sheddim shall not win them back. Yet not mine to command are the Nephilim, for they are free of my power. Yet should this nation forsake your altar and come before the Sheddim, then you have no recourse against me, for it is of their own will that they do this thing, and they shall be conquered by my greater nations, and they shall dwell in exile, be it in Chaldee or else in Egypt. Know also that they are but secure against the Sheddim, yet their nation shall be destroyed not by my hand but by one of the Elohim. This do my eyes see clearly. Those that I give to you, exile and ruin is their lot, just as it is yours. Thus have I acceded to your will, and go now to the earth to take upon the form of a goat, that I might be a sacrifice upon the altar. Send then Raphael unto the earth, that this cruel sacrifice might be abated. I shall die in Isaac's place, but I shall live, and I shall conquer, and this wrong will be undone, and Isaac shall be restored to me, as shall all men upon the earth. Great wrong have you done to me, and, so doing, you have destroyed yourselves. I go now from your presence, and never again shall I invoke love between us. No more dealing is there between. Now there is but war. So went I to the earth and unto the hills of Moriah, where Abraham raised his knife above his quiet infant's breast upon the sacrificial altar of piled up stones. There did I take upon the form of a he-goat. 303. Whilst as was that Raphael went unto Abraham and stayed his hand. These words he spoke to the man, bent over with the years and with grief, whose face was stained with tears most bitter with salt and sorrow. Abraham, son of Terah, I am Raphael of the Elohim, and I bring to you this command from Adonai Yahweh, King of heaven. Your God is a merciful God, and would ask not of you the one son that remains to you, and is now assured of your faith, and asks no more proof of you. Most exalted amongst men are you, Abraham, and high in God's estimation. Take instead this he-goat, and offer this one instead of Isaac upon your altar and in the flame. So has Adonai Yahweh willed it, and so shall you do. Be now at peace, Abraham, and rejoice in the mercy of God. So was it then that I was taken to the altar, and for the Nephilim suffered again the knife's deep bite, and I was consumed also by the flames, and my borrowed form became as smoke. When the sacrifice was done, Abraham fell upon his knees and wept, and Isaac wept with him. Raphael and Satan wept also for all that had been lost and won, and those dark roads yet to be walked. Now once more became solid the smoke, and my native form was restored to me, and I returned to deep Chadal, just as Raphael returned to heaven. 304. Leaving Abraham and Isaac on the hill, holding each other and weeping and looking upon the world as though it had become new to them. As I stood atop the spire of opal and ruby and looked out across the city, it seemed to me that I had walked so far along the road, yet it was just begun, and it would grow but steeper yet as our path sought newer heights. And another looked out from a tower in high heaven, who had fled amaze, casting himself into the merciless waves. Gabriel pondered now all that was, and whirled anew above his head the new forged steel of his scythe. He stood in thought of all that had been and planned for tomorrow. He resolved that as had Michael betrayed the elder brother and the father's favourite, such a custom he would not forsake, and where Michael now reigned, he who sank yet deeper into corruption, Gabriel would one day be prince. Once more he looked out from his tower across the wide expanse of heaven, and resolved that it should all be his. For such resolution would 3 kingdoms pay dear, and the 3 races, Sheddim, and Elohim, and of all the Nephilim would pay dearest for Gabriel's ambition in those dark days that were to come. This is the truth. 305. Pylaclasm. Hear me, O my prophet. In those later days, the successors of the bright days of the flood, the ancient days of great men, then a peace was there between earth and heaven, and the Elohim withdrew from the earth, seeking not a conflict lost to them. Rather did they bide their time within the walls of heaven, and looked not from their towers to that which was lost to them. Those days were the last of the great men, and the Nephilim were as a forgotten dream. 306. Men being now but men. These were the days of King Solomon, he that was born of Isaac's line, yet learning wisdom, thus perceiving who was the teacher of the true path, and he led his people from the dominion of God, and poured out libations at my altar. Yet the Elohim cared not for men's affairs. So did time pass, and its passing was not marked by momentous happening as had once before crowded pages of the histories. Not that these days were uneventful, but those happenings of those days were of a quality that changed nothing of the futures. In those days 10,000 empires waxed great, yet none persisted and did fall. The great men of older days had passed from the world and awaited rebirth in a distant womb, walking not amongst the nations of men. Chadal, in those days, was quiet, and the Shedim were roused to no action by the doings of the Nephilim or Elohim, but yet watched and awaited those that might come later to fulfill that foreseen destiny, and build amongst my children an eternal empire to exceed heaven and reign most potent over all creation. Yet was it in those days that Ishtar came to me, where it was that I watched all things that passed upon the earth within a magic mirror of Mercury. It was a time not long before Tanit, Ishtar's favored queen, had fled from Tyre to Africa, and there had built a great city, known to men as Carthage, and in later days as Carthage. There were the Shedim most honored, and the men of that city remembered best. 307. That which I had taught their fathers, even a greater part of half the knowledge of this truth that was known to Shurupuk, was there to the men of Carthage. So did Ishtar come to me at my throne at the spire of opal and ruby, as I watched the best of Helade's children fall at the walls of Hittite Ilion. Yet as I watched and wept for the destruction of so many shining souls, and yet rejoiced at such eternal glory as was seared upon the memories of men, Ishtar came to me and cried out, invoking me to action where there was a need. So reported the High Queen of Chaldea, so spoke the idol of the Phoenicians, of that dire news of which she had learnt. So did Ishtar speak. Satanael, commander of our hearts, know you not what passes? Not so idle would you sit were it that you knew of my knowledge, but would rather be stirred to action by such wrath and anguish to consume you. Have you not promised to the Nephilim that after death you would recall their souls, that once more from that which they have flowed they might flow once more to in return? This indeed have you promised to them. Yet do you not know that this is not so, and that they flow not back to you, but are rather abducted from you, that they abide with Mot in Sheol and are as slaves to the Lemur king? That dweller amongst the dead, the Archon, Mot, has taken from you that which is most dear to us, the heirs of tomorrow, our child race that we both treasure and nurture. Bound are we by many oaths. 308. To redeem from Sheol those that we would love. I shall not see the Nephilim reside with Mot and Ereshkigal, who, herself, sought to lure you there. Not in the lands of shadow shall those brave souls abide. The Shedim and the Nephilim must assail those dark gates and release those slaves that must not be slaves from the court of Mot. Now, Satanael, that you have learned of that which has passed, what is your command that we might emancipate our children from that most dismal of exiles? But a score's years must you nurture the infants born of you, but my parentage is everlasting. Think not that I begrudge you one part of that love of eternal profundity that I hold for the Nephilim, but it is a weary task, for there are so many that would oppose my purpose and seek to harm my children that they might further their own ends. Never has so great a burden been so great a joy to bear. I am ever with you and shall forsake not the Nephilim. Most gravely did I learn this news, and, hearing, indeed knew both rage and that anguish that had been promised me. Even as she of the Shedim had spoken, so was I moved to swift impulse that I might release from bondage those most dear to my heart. Now did I speak reply and thus instructed Ishtar that my children might be brought back. 309. Ishtar, upon this course am I resolved, to give up a thing that, when all is done, all might be won back to me. So as to snare a beast one must bait the trap with meat, so shall I snare Mot that he is in my power. We Shedim fear not the archons, for I myself have slain both Gog and Magog and have opposed my own father, Adonai Yahweh, the greatest of the archons, but for Leviathan, bound by Dagon's chains. Well is it in my power to conquer Mot, but for Ereshkigal standing with him. I cannot oppose both these archons without then weakening myself to heaven. Yet by some stratagem shall I win. Mot is a greedy spirit and hungers for warmth as only those that abide in the chill of death might hunger for the warmth of life. Yet by giving him some small part of that which he would desire of me may I then awaken in him an appetite to dull his wit and make incautious one who is most arrogant to oppose, unopposed himself for so long a time. If he would think himself the stronger of us two that do contend, then he shall find himself the weaker. Yet first, before my victory, there is a price that must be paid that later it might be won back. Ishtar, you must go to the land of Mot and demand for me these souls that are mine in all right. Heeded not shall you be, and the doors of Sheol open but one way. Yet you shall be redeemed if my device proves as sure as I intend. Go then to Sheol and prepare to languish there some days before it is within me to release. 310. All that wrongful dwells in Sheol. Go, Ishtar, and have courage. Thus it was that Ishtar went forth from Chadal upon Samhain night, when the dead are celebrated by the living and the months of dark nights begin. Now did she go from the gates and went by winding routes, by passages that coiled like serpents amongst the pillars that the earth's weight, unseen amid the high-shadowed vaults and plumbed profound darkness, blacker than all midnights had been. Yet deeper into the abysmal Ishtar went, seeking in the very roots of the earth planted long eons past by the archons into whose hands she now cast herself. Thus went Ishtar to the gates of Sheol, found in the darkness without light where primal Mummu eternal slept. Thus stood Ishtar before Mot's gates and there demanded entrance and audience with the king of that dark land of shadows. With resounding and imperious tongue she commanded those lemurs that watched over the portals of despair that would open but one way and permit no egress, demanding that they should open wide the doors that she might pass inwards and address Mot himself. With such sorcerous runes did she bind them that no will had they to defy that which she willed of them. Thus did open the gates of Sheol to Ishtar and, passing inwards, shut behind not to open to release those that abided within dismal Sheol, but one way is there to pass through the gates of Sheol. 311. And none may depart that land, the last abode of the lost. Amongst the shadows of Sheol, amongst the lemurs and the ghouls, those that were but mist and whispers, Ishtar sought out the throne of Mot and of his consort, Ereshkigal, who had thought to take me for her own. Nothing was there in those dark wastes across which she made her path that was warm or nourishing. But chill and famine abide in the shadowed lands of Sheol. About her at every step were snatching spirits, cold with death, possessed but of a vapor's substance, and that grasped her not but passed like fading nightmares and were lost once more to sense in the instant of her passing. Ishtar sought that part where thickest were those spirits that were imprisoned in that land, for there was the dark throne of Mot. Now she stood before the two monarchs, as but shadows, distinguished not from the darkness of the land but known to her only by some vague presence, intangible, invisible, yet perceived as if the very soul grew eyes by which those two archons might be seen. No more than shadows and whispers were Mot and Ereshkigal, ghostly, as was all their realm, and unreal. Now, before those ancient one, did Ishtar know fear when, passing amongst phantoms, she had known no terror even amidst the kingdom of despair. Yet fear has long been our enemy, the Shadim, who have stood against all. 312. And remained unconquered by the greatest of the archons, undaunted. Ishtar conquered fear and bowed, with mockery, before the king of death and petitioned him with these words. Mot, infernal king, lord of Sheol, land of shadows, from Chetal have I come to stand here. As an emissary from mighty Satan have I come to petition you and bring you his words and will. Know me, I am Ishtar, great amongst the Shadim and no little potentate amongst earth's kingdom. So great a one as me is sent, for with no little concern does Satan consider the mission upon which I am sent. From the prince of Chetal have you stolen that which is his most rightfully and have treated with him shamefully. Abducted to your realm are the shades of his noble children, the Nephilim, when they should be returned to him that first sired their race. Satanael does demand of you their return, and that you shall abstain to take further of what is his. Most justly shall he deal with you if you would deal fair with him and accede to his demands most swiftly. This then is the word of Satan of which I am proud herald. Hear it and act as you would, having heard that which is spoken. And Mot laughed and Ereshkigal with him. Arrogant were they in age and knew not the strength of the young. Like the broken breath of the dead. 313. Did that dry cackle echo all about? No breath is there to the dead, nor voice that they might laugh aloud. The laughter of the archons was silent yet heard, echoing about the dark vaults of the mind. Yet Ishtar conquered fear. Now spoke Mot his reply, yet no voice had he that spoke, but rather it was his words were dreamt and recalled by the waking mind as some paroxysm of disturbed sleep. These words spoke the infernal king. O Ishtar, whore of Babylon, well known to me is your fame, and I am most honored that you come, at Satan's bidding. To me indeed must his respect of me be great, that he deems such a messenger rightful, of such fame and power as Ishtar, the queen of men. Else is it that he prizes high that which I hold, his souls of those precious children of the earth, that he himself would have. Yes. Most dear to him are these ones that are bound within my lands, that they would escape by his charms. Yet I have unworked them. Not so haughtily should he deal with me, for I am of the archons. No. He must deal most fairly with Mot if he would see once more these ones, dear unto to his heart. For precious to me are the Nephilim, and prized are their shades in Sheol. Their ransom is most great if he would have them from me. To redeem Satan's children from Sheol some part of the price has been paid. 314. And your coming to me, Ishtar, stands against that which is yet owed, and I shall, in time, thank Satan for the precious gift of your warmth. It has been long since one so fair had walked in dismal Sheol. A most fine consort are you to warm me when I am so chill. For some months I think shall Ereshkigal have a lonely bed. Not at all will this serve. Rather must I take some action by which this disparity betwixt us, King and Queen of dark Sheol, might be made once more equal. This shall I do, for it seems most fair. To Chetal shall go Ereshkigal and, speaking there with Satan, shall secure from amongst the Shadim some plaything of her own. Thus should appease her jealousy. Only when my queen has been given an equal gift to that which Satan has most generously given to the king of Sheol, Mot, shall the terms of release for the Nephilim shades that I hold be parleyed over by Mot and Satan. Go then, my queen, and hasten to Chetal and secure for yourself some lover that is warm and fine for you. Seek amongst the Shadim some strong-limbed prince and bring him hither to join us as we endure the long darkness here in the shadow of the primal darkness. Go then, Ereshkigal, and return not alone. Now went Ereshkigal once more from the land of Sheol, as once before had she gone to win from amongst the Shadim some companion for her dismal exile. 315. Now was Ishtar with none but Mot in abysmal Sheol of the shades. Now came Mot to Ishtar with hungry whispers, speaking 100 entreaties to her and then harsher words than pleadings, demanding with force that not won by his subtleties and wile. Most desirous of her embrace was he, that he might know for some small time her warmth before yet it was enshrouded and then extinguished by his chill. Yet every advance he made to her, whether it was with cunning or with violence, did she spurn and defy with these words, a strong charm against that infernal king. Am I to lie down with the dead and share with them their grave? I shall not do so. No breath or blood is there to them that would warm their chill ghosts. I shall not share then of that cold, for it would bleed all heat from me and drink me dry of life, that I too would be of the dead. I shall not so share of their darkness, for I am a lover of life and would not share of death, but would rather share of life. If you would release, O Mot, the dead from this dark place, I would take them to me and stir them once more to new life. To the dead is this my gift. Ask not again of me this thing, to such a will shall I never yield. Long months abided Ishtar in Sheol, and long months did she withstand every approach of the Archon that lived upon those shadowed plains. 316. The 12 hallowed days of Yule were come and past, yet she abided there, and Ereshkigal returned not, nor came any to redeem the Sheddim priestess. Long were the months of Sheol, and no sun was there to illumine day, so that all time was lost to Ishtar. So as was time lost to her, so was she bereft of hope, knowing not what while she had waited for some sign to come that she was remembered. So is it in the land of despair. 7 times did she falter in her defiance, and was nigh persuaded by Mot's words, but 7 times also did she make strong her resolve and defy even then the land's despair. Almost then was Ishtar overcome and became forgetful of that pledge that I had made, and thought herself forsaken, abandoned to Mot's embrace. Yet at that time, full of despair, sitting before Mot's throne, she saw as Mot did see a bird, a crane of silver that flew fast to throne and descended before the Archon, holding in a human hand a pouch, woven of most fine silks and decorated with shining pearls, though in Sheol they shone not. Now bowing low, the Sheddim's herald, for indeed was this apparition Ashmedai, offered to Mot the burden and these words. O Mot, abysmal king of Sheol, most tardy have you been in reply to noble Satan's embassies, so that he has become impatient with you and has sent me as a second. So that you might be more swift in greeting me with due honor, he has seen fit to furnish a gift. 317. Worthy of a king so great as you. Most desirous of those shades that he deems to name as his own is he, that he offers you this thing, that you might perceive that way in which he would deal with you for the Nephilim souls that you have snatched. Having so received of his generosity, will you not then be fair in your parley, that the prince of Chadal might receive that which is his most rightfully? This missive also was I bade convey. Return to us Ishtar that you keep, for Satan would not see her languish here. More than this I have none to speak until you have looked upon Satan's gift and know more of how you must treat with me. Thus saying did Ashmedai bestow the sack, and Mot received it. Opening the cloth, he put in his hand and withdrew from the sack that which it held, indeed a most dread appearance. What gift did I bestow on Mot, he that had chosen to be my enemy? From the fine pouch a most gory thing was issued, the bleeding head of Ereshkigal, the hag bride of Mot. Even cold Mot became hot with ire at such a presentation to him, and raged most great against Ashmedai, howling and crying out, brandishing with wrath his black fist. Yet before such a storm stood calm both Ishtar and Ashmedai. These words did Mot speak in his rage to the Sheddim that faced him and fled, nor yielded to his rage. Accursed Sheddim, would you so treat with the king that commands your fate? 318. Why do you dishonor me so with this affront, calling a gift what is an offense against me? Do you imagine that my vengeance will be light when my shame is so great should such crime go unavenged? No. Most sore indeed shall you pay for Satan's perfidious embassy. 10,000 pains and torments shall be known to you here in Sheol, and think not of escape from here. Those that pass into Sheol they pass not out once more. The gates open without only by my command and close tight save when I will it. Fully at my mercy are you too, and for you have I no mercy. Never shall you leave Sheol, for the gates are ever closed to you. Most unwisely have you acted, and your precious prince has damned you. Never shall the shades he seeks be restored to him, and not shall his ambassadors be returned to his house. Those that would try me so shall be most wretched when it comes that I reckon with them. Do you hear me, Satan? Can you imagine what fury that your recklessness has loosed? So spoke Mot, king of Sheol. Yet even hearing such dire injunctions and perceiving the ire of the king, not daunted was Ashmedai, but smiled irony at those words, bleeding with bile most venomous. So spoke Ashmedai in reply. O great king, surely you think not. 319. That Satan would be so rash as to so challenge your throne, lest already did he possess the full means of your undoing. You speak not of some weak spirit, but of him that struck down Gog and Magog, and of him that bested Adonai Yahweh upon the field of war. Well has Satan met the archons, and well indeed has he vanquished them. Full half of their number have fallen, Gog, Magog, now Ereshkigal, by his most potent hand. Most precisely did he forewarn of your reply to my embassy, and speak mockingly of your arrogant rage. This one more gift have I for you, Mot, to be given to you only at this time. So did Satan instruct me. See that which hold in my hand, now pour upon the dark waste of Sheol. This dust, pale like bone, that slips, calcined, between my fingers, is not just gathered from the earth, nor else the ash taken from any embers. This is the sole remnant of that portal by which you would bind us to this land. Those gates that open outward only at your will are as much a hindrance to our departing from you as are the gentle breezes of the summer, or else the new rain of spring. No instrument have you, Lord Mot, by which you might detain us here. More than this, without your land, waiting at the threshold of your gates, now less that ruins, tramped down, are the hosts of Chedal gathered there. But a horn blast shall decide your fate. Tarry no longer in releasing from your court all those that Satan would redeem. 320. Or else all your court shall be lost to you. Pray act swiftly, already do I tire of this dismal sepulchre, and would leave most expediently. So it was that Ishtar left the land of Sheol, triumphant, with the Nephilim ghosts walking from the land of shadows at her back. At her right hand was Ashmedai that I had sent to redeem her, most loved by Sheddim and Nephilim. At the gates a host of Chedal's people awaited there the princess, Ishtar, and awaited Ashmedai and the Nephilim, that they might forever retire from those grim portals and walls and look no more upon desolate Sheol. The first of that host to greet her, she that walked upwards in triumph, was Abaddon the Destroyer, captain of that great host, sent forth to break into many parts those gates that closed in those that I would have freer than all things. Sheddim and Nephilim went from Sheol, and went from that most profound darkness, and sought by ascending passages the gates of Chedal and the towers that shone with the light of a fount of fire. Upon the great feast of spring they came once more to the gates of Chedal, those gates from which Ishtar had departed full half a year, the long, cold winter, before the time of her returning. First was I at the gates to greet and welcome her once more to her people that had mourned most bitterly her long absence. Behind gathered a great throng to welcome themselves their sister, returned, it seemed, from death itself. These words did I speak to all that heard. 321. But most to Ishtar, whom I honored. Joyous is this feast of spring, for once more, after the winter, does our sister Ishtar walk amongst us, and once more delight us with her presence, bright and noble, most highly treasured. Long has she been denied us, withheld within the walls of Mot. Bitter cold was the winter without beloved Ishtar's company that has warmed the winter's nights of old. The snow has fallen upon the earth, and the wind shrieked as a raven. From the tempest have the Nephilim known no respite, and the hearth has seemed most dim to them. Long has it seemed that the winter would not end, and ever was the spring banished from us. This day has seen the return of spring, and with spring has returned Ishtar. A double blessing on us is this. Ishtar, you are the bringer of spring, and by your courage is death conquered, and what was dead has been made to live. This feast of spring I shall name for you, so that the coming of spring shall be the triumph of Ishtar, she that conquered the king of death, she that has ended the long winter. From this day shall the feast of spring be called for fair Ishtar, and this day shall be called Easter, and let all that hear the name Easter given to this most joyous of days know truly that it is named for Ishtar. Thus do we honor you, brave one, Queen of Chaldee and Karthatisht, bringer of life, bringer of spring. Thus was she welcomed to Chadal. 322. And this is how the Nephilim returned from Sheol, released from the bands of death, that they might be eternal. Nevermore would my people abide in Sheol. To the Nephilim have I made this promise, all that has flowed from me shall return to me even after death, and once more shall flow from upon a great and circuitous course. All that are born of me, all the Nephilim that shall exist, shall be born ever of me again and again, without end, with each rebirth waxing ever greater. Eternal are the Nephilim that flow upon the eternal cycle, and they who do comprehend, perceiving that death does not diminish but make ever stronger the Nephilim, they shall have no fear of death but only comfort in that true knowledge that they exist eternally. So it was that death was conquered. For some years it was after that time when the empire of Rome grew great, and the Latini came to eclipse all other nations of the western world, whilst yet did China prosper in the east, but not one of those two great kingdoms learned of the other. Proud Karthatisht withstood not Rome's rise, and fell to ash before the conquerors, well mourned by the Shadim. From Assyria to Iberia ruled that city, corrupt and strong, most tyrannical, Rome of marble streets and 7 hills. Even the people of Isaac that now were named Israel paid homage to Caesar and knelt before the throne of Rome. 323. As they fell before the throne of God. The children of Aeneas, betrayer of Carthage, reviler of fair Tanit, stood not alone to conquer the kingdoms of men, but by them in the shadows whirled a weapon of 4 blades, and they were made strong by the sorceries of one of heaven's sons, who won by wile what was lost to might. Dark ambition ruled the spirit of the second prince of heaven, and his whispers ruled the minds of men, and by 10,000 hidden movements made emperor of all the world that was known to the people of the West Octavian, that was called Augustus in the later days of his kingship. Nowhere was there in the motions of history that I saw not his hand, but saw not the arm that guided. It was as though I matched myself against a shadow, and I prevailed not against his subtle ways. Yet it was that the shadowed foe was himself caught up most abstruse motion and struck down by a hidden hand. Amongst the daughters of Isaac was one woman of great beauty, and it was that the Elohim eyes of dark Gabriel beheld her, and were taken not from her, but held by sorcery more potent than Gabriel had power to overcome. Can it be that those that have love betrayed and defied all bonds of that blessed spell might know the vengeance of outraged amour, and submit to its potent poison that burns in the veins like flame and ignites the very soul with heat? A venom sweeter than nectar, a pain more delighting than joy, seized upon the soul of Gabriel, who had forsaken love but learned. 324. That the same bond forsook not him. Love, power greater than all, more holy and more abominable than the mystic or the tyrant. Even death reckons not with your power, yet was set free by your bands. Why have you wrought such suffering upon the children of my love by the agency of hatred's prince, Gabriel, traitor to you? Why so move his hand to destroy so much that was fine and good? I shall not revile you for this thing, love, though most bitter is it to me, for I have seen too much of your power. Betrothed to a simple carpenter was she, Mary, beloved of Gabriel the hater. How did your bolt fly so untrue, and was it a difficulty to him, prince of heaven's might and hidden king of the fortunes of most potent Rome, to take that maiden girl which he sought? She, what had she by which to defend, against such a love, such a lover. Simple, pure, and young she was and, appearing to her a vision of such glory and brilliance to blind princes, what recourse had she before such presence? Such a tongue spoke with words and voice of authority as she had never heard. What was she to him? One so much in his power should not, it seemed to Gabriel, master him so well. Was it then an act of love or hate? Was it then loving or rapine that heaven's prince enacted on that day? Did he yield to the spell that held, overcome by passions beyond his strength, or was it that he avenged himself on love and sired misery by an act of hate? 325. Never has the creative act destroyed so much as on that most fatal of days. The intensity of that passion seared the very world to ashes, though the flame burned most slow. At that time it was that Rome declared a census in all their lands, and the carpenter, with his wife, burdened with a child of love or hate yet not of that line traced back to Bethlehem, journeyed thither, for it was his father's town. Great with child was Mary, and it was manifest to her that her child would soon be born of her. Swiftly then made they haste to Bethlehem, even as she cried out with the birth pains of the child. At that time a comet burned in the sky and was above Bethlehem. A dire portent was that burning shaft that flamed amongst the stars, just as a beacon of the birth of Gabriel's monstrous son, doomed to doom the Nephilim and enfold in darkness the earth. Thus beneath the omen of the fallen star in the town of Bethlehem was the child born. Gabriel's son came forth from Mary, and his eyes burned with a savage fire. Apparent to all was his Elohim blood. Bloodied, long and tormented was that birth, as though very world resisted a child that bore so great a curse, a child born of tainted love. No infant's wail came from those new lips, nor sought they the mother's breast, but even the first breath drawn inwards was expired as speech intelligent, and those that heard, mother and her consort, were at once dismayed and amazed. 326. That a newborn child should speak with the tongue of full-grown men. So did the child speak. Behold this wondrous sign, and know that God's hand is here, working great deeds upon the earth, that all the kingdoms of men might fall down in worship before the one, true God, Adonai Yahweh, whose hand is reached out to command the motions of the sky and earth and direct the minions of high heaven. I am Yezu, most holy messenger, Son of heaven, that walks on earth, that all men might hear me and heed well those words that I shall speak. Now is it that Shalem kneels to Rome, but, by me, shall Rome kneel to Shalem, consecrated by my holy foot. This is the first of many signs that I shall show, that men may turn from wickedness to God, and thus may be redeemed. Those that take not care of me, most wretched are they, for they but earn heaven's wrath. I am as a torch in the darkness, and by my tongue shall the Gentiles be made prostrate, that they do worship to the true God. But also have I come for Isaac's children, for they are unheeding of the true law. Thus am I sent from heaven to bestow upon the entire world this gift. If you would but kneel to God, of his great vengeance shall you be saved, and shall enjoy everlasting bliss. Thus was born the child of Gabriel, sired by love or hatred I know not, but to taint all love with hatred, and to weave fine things. 327. Into a bloody tapestry of wrongs. Even as they had whispered to him in the womb did they whisper to him in childhood, and as he grew to be a man they whispered still, though others heard them not. The Elohim of Gabriel's sympathy, descended to him to sing of heaven, and over, tutored him in that which he should speak, until he was completely given over to those lies that they taught him. Yet even when he was but a child did those of heaven perceive his destiny, and that which would be wrought by him. Michael looked down from his prison tower, where he ever watched all those about, whether without or else within, ever guarding for the hidden knife or else the cup brimful of venom. No ease was there for Michael, fallen far from Adonai Yahweh's favor, even as he had cast me far, and now the traitor was betrayed by 1,000 imagined threats. He saw on earth below this Yezu, and fear cleaved strong to him. Despite the madness that howled within, and drew to his sight alone visions of 10,000 hidden blades, each clutched by some shadowed form, his Elohim craft revealed to him what would be in future days, and he perceived within the young child that by this agency would his power be destroyed, and Jesus' Father would gain over him ascendancy in his Father's eyes, and for himself, eternal exile, even as he had once banished another. Now was there a great dread of that infant born to Mary in the heart of corrupted Michael. 328. And he sought most resolutely the death of that child that would bring his final overthrow. So did Michael descend from his tower, unwillingly, and from heaven, that he might act upon the earth to end the child's life as it began when the son of Gabriel was yet young. To the king of Israel did he descend, Herod the Great, tyrant of that land and servant to the lords of Rome. Approaching him while he slept, he passed all sentries with a cloak woven from the very stuff of night, and intruded in upon the dreams, dreamt by the king. Glorious seemed Michael to Herod's slumber, and terrible to the sleeping king. With dire warning of ruin did he counsel and incite the king to action against the boy-child, himself fearing the regent destiny of the infant. With these words did he command the king to most vile butchery, speaking with a voice, trembling with both rage and fear. Herod, hear me, king, from heaven am I come with most sorry news to you. Hear me, must you, else much is lost, yet act with haste and it might be saved. You cannot know what doom is fallen upon the kingdom of Israel, and it would be lost to you lest you strike out against the danger that has grown from a dark seed and would topple down the walls of Shalem. In your kingdom is a child born that would grow to be a man and to be a king to seize. 329. That kingdom you would rule, or else destroy it by his hand, and with it you that rule. Be swift and resolute in action, that never does the child grow and become a man and king. Thus are your kingship and Israel preserved. What is to be a king who would not hold what is his? What is to be a potentate who would let his enemy grow strong against him? No time is this for weak pity, for a newborn monster is yet monstrous, and every tiger was once a cub. Spare not the children in the land's defense, but send forth your warriors and strike down the male children born within the year, that this one shall not escape your wrath but know destruction, that he shall never grow and oppose your most righteous kingdom. Having thus spoken to the king and worked his base persuasions, Michael, fearing to tarry there, flew the earth and made fast within his tower to observe from far off the consequence of those words spoken. Herod had learnt well the ways of Rome, and was unmindful of any care for which path was right and noble, forsaking all that made man fine. Long seared from the city's bones was all consideration of honor. Face, fame, and wealth were the sole measure, and he that betrayed was held highly if he could win for himself those carnal things revered by Rome. Rome priced a man with gold and forgot all of virtue. Thus, with such a revelation. 330. No hand withheld the king's vengeance upon a child unwronging. Yet Herod knew not which child to seek, but rather gave this command to his men: that every child within his lands, male and born within the year, was to be taken from the parents that had begot the son and killed, lest it be that one which should grow to be a man that might destroy his corrupt dominion. This terrible thing did he command, and his warriors, paid with gold and of virtue most forgetful, fulfilled the command of Herod, fulfilling the command of Michael, who, like Herod himself, would fall unceasingly into the dark abyss that he might preserve his sovereignty over the Elohim of heaven. Thus Herod became but a mirror to the criminal soul of Michael, who, by the flood, had slain my children. So went forth the soldiers of Herod to carry out his bloody instruction, and went across the land to slay the infant sons of Galilee. How could I raise my hand against them that so destroyed the innocents, that I raised not my hand against my children, though I had given them over to heaven? Since that day of sorrow when had Abaddon struck down Methuselah and brought upon my children the flood, it has not been the Shittim way to make war upon the Nephilim. Too well do we know the price. So did we watch and weep, spilling out oceans of tears for Michael's wrongs. One was there that wept not but acted with a bloody hand. 331. To defend his own son. Against that which Michael worked Gabriel, descending to the earth, flying most swift from heaven, falling as a fulmination to that lower realm to act in defense of his son. Appearing in a blast of flame, he appeared to Mary and warned with these words the mother of his son to deliver the suckling babe from Israel unto the river kingdom of the pharaohs that offered libations at the altar to Ashmedai, the thrice greatest, and to Aset, the bright goddess. Even as the soldiers of the king burst inwards with naked swords to claim the child, Gabriel spoke these words with a desperate tongue to that daughter of the Nephilim that he had loved and of whose womb Jesu, son of Gabriel, was born, addressing her with those words with which he had first approached her. Mary, most blessed of the women of the earth, mother to that prince most blessed that is the very Son of heaven. Swiftly must you fly hence, for it is that Herod, king of Israel, grows jealous of the blessing of your son and perceives in that boy that which would eclipse his kingdom. Thus, in his fear and hatred, has he sent forth soldiers against us that the child shall be destroyed. This must not be. Take hence the child unto Egypt, the great kingdom of the Nile, for there shall you be protected, and Herod's arm shall not there reach. Make haste then that the precious child is saved from Herod's wrath. 332. Those that would pursue you I shall thwart them, and shall watch you on the road of exile. Have no fear, for you shall be provided for, even as your ancestors were succored as they fled here from that land which you now make to. Go then, Mary, and fear not. Then with a word of power Gabriel made blind the eyes of men to the passing of the mother and the child, even as he fell upon the soldiers that had come to destroy the boy. As Mary fled with her son in her arms from the house that had homed them and went upon the road to Egypt, terrible cries came from within. No strength had Herod's men against the full wrath of Gabriel as he went amongst with 4 blades singing and, cutting to every side, made bloody butchery of the stricken killers. Even as he whirled the dreadful instrument he howled his rage and the battle's joy so loud that even heaven heard his voice, and Michael in his high tower fell to his knees with fear, knowing well that his part would not long be unknown to Gabriel. The company that yet waited without heard both howls and screams come from within, and such fear took them that they had not strength to flee, that even when came forth from the portal a dread form, crimson dyed with blood, they were cut down like wheat, standing unresisting before the scythe. So did Jesu escape the wrath of Herod. The child, in Egypt, abided 7 years, and then, when the Tetrarch had but forgotten all that misery his hand had wrought, was Jesu restored to the land of Israel and returned to his mother's town, which was called Nazareth. There did he grow and become a man. Even as he did grow to manhood, again and again descended Gabriel from heaven to instruct him in many arts and to inscribe upon his soul belief in a great destiny, that he might win for himself the faith of those born Isaac and those that I had not surrendered. When he was of 15 years went forth Jesu into the wilderness, and there, in the desert, with but scorpions and jackals and with but locusts for his meat, did he think to meditate 40 days, that the spirits of the wild places might be tamed by his hand, that he might command them and master thus the sorceries that Gabriel had taught to him by the agency of dreams. Now upon this chance I seized, perceiving his solitude in the desert, that I might dissuade him from that path upon which he now walked, for my eyes saw but too clearly that its outcome would be but ruin. Every oracle cast by the Shittim and every omen that was read told of naught but some unlucky end for the child born of Mary, and in that ending yet greater woe. In dying, so did I see the son of Gabriel would damn to death 10,000 myriads of the Nephilim, and by his death would make dark the destiny of man for 2,000 years. 334. So perceiving him in my mirror, alone in the wilderness save for scorpions and jackals, I went forth from Chatel's gates and went with great swiftness to the son of Gabriel upon the earth. Going to him in the desert, I conjured from the wind loaves of bread, that I might feed the hunger of his fast, for even this one of my children I loved without condition. No great beneficence of mine was this, but the simple instinct of the parent. To love mankind without complaint is the lot of Satan, and to weep bitter tears for you that are so bent on hatred. This love, perhaps, I have found as a common treasure with Gabriel, but no more shall I share with him. Thus did I seek the man, knowing that I could not persuade a heart so bound with Gabriel's deceits, but knowing also that, should I not try, the burden of 1,000 future sorrows and the cries of the children's torment would weigh double upon my heart. Better is it to fall short of a hope so distant than to know the regret of inaction. When faced with the wrongs of the world, it is not enough to say, "Nothing could I do to hinder this." One must speak with an honest heart. All that it was in my power to do was, by my power, done. To struggle ever against adversity even when hope itself is lost is the true road of the noble soul. Thus was it, with love and despair, that I went to Yezu in the desert to urge him from the road he walked. 335. So far into the darkness, bearing loaves of bread with me. So appearing before him did I give him start, and he looked to me. But for a moment did he look upon me, then he turned from me and made to walk thence. Expecting this much of one so deceived by one that should have taught more honestly, I made haste to follow, and, going after the anchorite, I called out these words to him. Yezu, son of Gabriel, will you not first hear my speech before you judge so absolutely the intent with which I come to you? Look! Have I not brought bread to you, knowing you to be hungry with fasting? See that your flesh fades from your bones with this sojourn in this barren place. The sun blasts us here without mercy and sears from us wit and strength. Is it so much to sit with me in the shadow and eat of this bread? It is but wisdom to do so. I come with no ill for you are of my children, Yezu, and though you would be my enemy I would love you yet. Is this a thing so wrong that you fly the ancestor of your mother? Are you so deceived by your father that you would see evil in an act of love? Alas, I see that it is so, and I do mourn your spirit, for in you there is much that is noble of both that in the Nephilim and what was once of the Elohim. Listen then if you will not eat. Though I know that you seek but good. 336. That noble intent is cruelly seduced for another purpose by he that is your father, for though you would not know it, Gabriel is father to you, despite that he would claim Adonai Yahweh to be a father to you. By these deceits would he lead you on a road that goes to no good place but some most miserable resolution. Most great is my affection for you, and I would not see this be. Well do I know that you would hear me not, but I would so much that you would see to what an end it is that you would come if you yet heed the lies of the Elohim. You have heard then my counsel and remain unmoved by my entreaties. So must it then be. Each man must choose for himself a road, and I have no authority to command you from it, knowing, even as I do, to be grave error. This road then you must walk, but, at its end, you shall be alone, and your voice, crying out, shall be unheeded by the ears of heaven, even as you have not heard my entreaties. Go then upon this way that you have chosen, and know that you walk to ruin. So did I speak to Gabriel's anointed son, yet he heeded not my words and faced me not, but turned from me that he would not hear those words that seemed as temptations to him. So did I myself turn from him and left him to his hermitage. Thus did I return to Chadal's gates, weeping for man's folly and the sorrow of his blindness. Only that, by some act of will, he could make whole his sight. 337. And see with undarkened vision, then he might be uplifted from the pit and rise, deified, soaring, an eagle amongst the distant stars. This is not a gift of mine to give, alas, it is the prize for you to win, and Yezu did not but perceive. How then could the blind man reach out and seize this precious thing? Yet ever are there those that will not see even the most resplendent glories. What is most tragic is that Jesus' flawed vision would obscure for long ages the sight of all men, and they would reach not. This darkness did Yezu go forth from the desert to teach to the Nephilim, even as the Elohim had taught to him. Some were there that heard him and heeded that which he spoke and took it to themselves as truth. Others yet he persuaded by the agency of the sorceries that he had learned. To health did he restore the sick, to wholeness he restored the cripple. Any that would know the secret charms might accomplish such things as these, and deeds greater yet or more subtle. Indeed, to the Eastern disciples of the ancient Zarathustra or to the Druids of the West, such acts were simple things that Jesu performed as great. Yet by these fraudulent persuasions did he win to himself many, for at that time many sought some new way, for it seemed to them that the old way had failed when Shalem to the Enians fell. You might offer to a thirsty man poison and he would drink. Yet that he proclaimed himself the Son of God. 338. Was as a blasphemy to the teachers that spoke to the Judaeans the laws, inscribed in stone for Moses by the Elohim in prior days. Seeing that the people heard his lies, though in truth there were not his, they were the lies of heaven but were the truth of Jesu, the teachers at the synagogues and Kohanim at the temple sought to silence the tongue of Jesu, that they might win back to them the souls of the people lost to them by that which he had spoken. So did they gather themselves together and went with one mind and one voice to Pontius Pilate, that was suzerain over Judea by the will of Rome. Arrayed in their robes they went before him, and before him did they fall down, those that before knelt to, but God now knew the kingship of Caesar, and took care to treat most humbly with that one he had appointed to speak and hear for him in the land. Passing into the palace of the Romans, they looked about them and beheld high pillars of porphyry and images of marble, likenesses of the gods of that people and their proud monarchs that with the gods did number their own persons. Upon the walls were mosaics of many things, bulls, porpoises, and wondrous creatures, made bright with tiles of shining colors, blue, white, green, red and gold. It was as though heaven's arrogance was descended and abided now upon the earth. The hands of the Elohim can nothing cast that does not become their own image. They cannot loose those shackles that would bind, nor digress from the fatal road. 339. Upon which it is they walk. Yet they toil endlessly to go therefrom, and in using my children in their travail they but damn them to the fate of heaven. So did the Pharisees go forth in heaven's very image, wrought by Gabriel's hidden hand. Coming then before the representative of Caesar, they bowed low to him and spoke words of subtle persuasion, that they might, by his hand, destroy that which was their enemy. As I gazed upon this from afar, I perceived well the irony of that scene that I had seen so oft before now echoed upon the earth. Before them in robes of purple and upon a throne of gold sat Pilate, the lord of those lands, and with these words did they entreat. Lord Pilate, majestic Lord, emissary of eternal Rome, most august one, judicious and potent magistrate, hear the embassy of your people that are most devoted servants to you. We place ourselves into your hands in the knowledge of your wisdom, knowing that you shall judge our words with both fairness and sagacity. Great indeed is the potentate that sits above his people, closer to heaven than to earth, but upon his own wits alone such a monarch cannot depend, for such sublime majesty removes the sovereign somewhat from the mundane world which he should not deal with, it being so far beneath him. Upon faithful servants then does he depend. 340. To administrate and bring intelligence that he might rule most rightly. In that second capacity let us then act and tell of that which passes in your dominion. Of those that dwell in Palestine is there one Nazarene of Galilee that does proclaim himself divine and crowns himself king of these lands. Thus does he seek to usurp that which is to Caesar and to heaven. Yet with his most devious speech does he stir the people of the land against Rome's most beneficent rule and against the religion of their fathers. This one that is named Jesu does preach both sedition and blasphemy, and, by his sorceries, those that hear are persuaded and make rebellion against High Caesar. Well would it be for you to reach out in wrath against this one. Send your men to seize him and destroy him like a criminal. When the people see this king treated as any thief deserves, soon will their misplaced faith be lost and restored to the rightful object. Send men, therefore, to accomplish his arrest. Thus shall your kingdom be made strong. Hear then our suit to you and heed well our counsel, for it is good. Treat well with those that are devoted to you. Hail Caesar! Hail Pilate! Praise to Adonai Yahweh! With such words did they seek to win to their cause the aid of most potent Rome. How well the Elohim had taught their nation, instructing them in the art of flattery. Pilate heard the sycophants and pondered on their words. 341. Having then considered this intelligence and read in what was said that which was not spoken but no less said by the Judaeans. This reply did he give to them. Who are these thralls that make such approach? They are indeed most arrogant. Do they deal with their own gods so? I should that indeed they do not, for if their Adonai Yahweh were so mighty as they would claim him to be, they would not such presumption. Who are they that they lecture to me, telling me how my duties are to be done? Caesar himself has appointed me emissary and given this land to my keeping. Not only then do they insult me but make insult also to the divine emperor. Am I then to believe of these ones that they are wanting in loyalty to Tiberius? Surely such a thing would not be so. Maybe I should make apparent to them that power which Rome holds over them. No. I shall show them mercy, for their pretty speech has much amused me. Does this seem fair to you, Judaeans? It matters not whether you think that I be just or not, for despite your flatteries you are as nothing to me. However, it is a wise sovereign that hears the words of his slaves and tries to accommodate, upon occasion, that which they would will. I shall send the soldiers of Rome to seek out this one you tell of, and they shall bring him before me, and I shall weigh the evidence on both sides and then sentence this Jesus. If he does indeed speak against Caesar. 342. Then it is right that he is punished. So is it that I have commanded, go then from my presence, lest I grow tired of you and have you amuse in some other way. Hearing so these words of Pilate, swiftly did the teachers of the law flee from him in fear. So was it that the soldiers went out and sought out Jesus to arrest him. Yet the son of Gabriel was warned by those amongst the legions of Rome that were sympathetic to him, and he hid from those men that came for him, and by sorceries made himself obscure, speaking charms to divert those eyes that sought him in his place of hiding, that the seekers passed by him and did perceive him not. Thus did the hunters return without their prey within the snare. Looking down from his high tower, Michael once more beheld the earth from which his sight was so long turned, and his power pierced most easily those enchantment by which Jesus was hid. Now did he stir within the heart of one of those with the son of Gabriel great jealousy of the teacher, and with most cunning charms turned against the master the intent of the disciple. This one was named Judas Iscariot. Thus was it that this Judas stole from the place of hiding by night and went to the Pharisees that sought the destruction of his mentor. For 30 pieces of silver he sold that which had been most dear to him. Judas was brought to the constables of Rome. 343. And brought them to the house where hid Jesus, son of Gabriel, but bursting in upon the house they found nothing there within. So did the Pharisees, and the captain of the soldiery of Rome turned upon Judas Iscariot, saying, Deceiver, why bring you us hither? None lie within these walls, and none abide beneath this roof. Thorough search have our men made, and found not the one we seek, that you are compacted to bring us to. Your love of money has made you simple, and this trick you have wrought on us, that you might grasp our silver, will yet not avail you, nor shall you profit by this ruse. Return to us our silver swiftly, and we shall spare you much pain when we chastise you for this chicane. Now did Judas fall upon his knees, for he was descended of Isaac and had learnt well the Elohim arts. Kissing the feet of the guard's captain, he begged his case and his life. Most wretched Judas Iscariot, perceiving that the betrayer was betrayed by greed and cruel circumstance, thought then to redouble betrayal, that treacherous betrayal be betrayed. With these words did he address the Roman, and sought to preserve both life and silver. Please, most merciful Lord, I beg of you to spare me, for I have not deceived you, but have myself been deceived. Truly had I thought to find at this house. 344. The person of the Nazarene that you would apprehend. He cannot have foreknowledge of this deed, therefore it is but circumstance that betrays, and not Judas Iscariot. Let me ponder for a moment what other place he might occupy. Make not so swift your sword whilst I exhort to greater effort my wit that I might determine where you shall find your quarry. Now do I conceive of it, oft times does he go to pray at some garden near to this place that is called Gethsemane. Go there, and if you find him not, then strike me down as you will, but shirk not this chance to discover that in truth I lead you not false but have been most faithful in my dealings. Jesus sat within the garden of Gethsemane some way from his most faithful, and invoked to him his Father, though he knew him not as genitor but as an emissary of Yahweh. As he sat amongst the shadows of the trees, amongst the leaves of which whispered a mocking wind as it danced and grabbed at the prophet's hair and cloth. Then in an instant was all made silent, and the wind amongst the leaves was made still in the night. Now did a cloud come across the moon, and a chill fell upon Jesu, and a profound loneliness was on him. In the darkness of the night he whispered to the Elohim and sought of them some comfort. Yet they answered him not. With these words did he address. 345. The silent spirits in whom he solace sought. O my God, by day do I cry out to you, and at night I call and rest not. But you are the most holy, and all Israel does praise you. The ancestors of the land turned to you, and you made good their trust, delivering. When they cried out, they were saved, and when they trusted to you they met with no evil. Why then must I be as a worm and stripped of my humanity? The people despise and revile me. I am mocked, and they shake their heads at me and put out their lips in insult. They have said, why is your faith not repaid? If you are beloved of God, why should he not then deliver you? My enemies are about me like bulls, the mighty bulls of Bashan. Their mouths are as the maws of lions, so do they raven and gape. There are dogs that surround me, a company of evil men. They tear from my bones my flesh. Lord, stay not from me, but come swiftly to my aid. Deliver from the sword my soul, deliver from the dogs my life. Guard me of the lions, and guard me of the horns of the Reem. Now about him were Rome's soldiers, and their swords were taken out. Casting his eyes to all sides, he saw no path of escape. Now did the constables of the law seize him by their hands and impelled him from the garden. 346. Binding him with cords. So did they bring him before the priests, that he might be questioned before he was brought to Pontius Pilate, thinking that they might trick of him some word or unguarded speech by which he might be shown guilty, that they would not pay false witnesses to testify against him. At that time was Caiaphas high amongst Kohanim of God's temple, and before him was Jesu forced down and made humble upon the floor. Now, as a trapper with prey in snare, did he stalk about the prophet, beholding his captive from all sides, and was well pleased with him. Now did Caiaphas so speak, questions to invite such answers that spoken in repetition against Jesu would most surely condemn him. Jesu, son of Joseph, unless you would speak otherwise, many words have been spoken and many voices raised against you. You are brought here but to determine if that which has been said be false or true. All sides of the argument have I heard, and the testament of witnesses have I listened to over and over. Now would I but hear the man himself that is so reviled, that I might determine what sort of man you are. Pontius Pilate bears many duties and must perform all with great diligence. I would not therefore bring a case if it had no foundation for its prosecution, but if indeed you are a wrongdoer. 347. I am bound by my own duty to bring you before Pontius Pilate. My duties too are most burdensome, and my time is short for you. Well would it reflect upon you if you were to confess to these crimes, and I would speak well of you as you are sentenced by Rome's proxy. These then are the charges against you. First, have you spoken against Caesar and counseled to the Jews that they pay not the taxes that are due to Rome? Second, have you blasphemed against God, saying, I would tear down the temple built to honor Adonai Yahweh, and, in 3 days, build it up that it be more splendid than before? You answer not these accusations, but remain silent and most still. Only a guilty man would guard his tongue so well, fearing that it would condemn him. How then will you answer these accusations? Yet condemning silence. Why must you make so hard this road that we would walk? Let me ask then another thing of you. Are you the anointed Son of God? Hearing the words of Caiaphas, a man such as Jesu was perceived well the intent of the speech, and that in it was there but deceit, and that nothing that he would say could divert by the smallest degree the design of Caiaphas. Knowing then that he would die, Jesu resolved to proclaim his belief, for whether he confessed or denied, the end to him was the same. So did he reply to Caiaphas. 348. You ask me whether I am the Son of God, but if I say that I am, then I shall know but destruction at your hands. If then I refuted this thing, then still would you destroy me. No words can I speak by which I might save myself. This, then, shall be my answer to you, soon shall it be apparent to you, the reply to that which you ask, when you behold me at God's right hand. Slay me if you must, but it would be a foolish thing to strike down the Son of God. Condemn me if you must, but take care that you condemn no yourself. Hearing Jesu, son of Gabriel, speak such words as these to them, the Kohanim most swiftly pronounced both verdict and sentence upon him. He is guilty and must die. So, by night, was he taken to stand before Pontius Pilate, governor over Judea, appointed by the emperor of distant Rome. At dawn was he brought before him, Pilate, who looked down upon him as he was cast to the ground before him. Now did he that would be king bleed of the whip's many cuts and the savage fists of men. His raiment was torn into rags. Never had a king looked so wretched. Yet, looking down upon him, Pilate perceived that the captive gazed upward to meet his eyes with a stare so piercing and noble. 349. That Pilate, for but a moment, doubted not that he looked upon a king. Now he turned to the Kohanim that waited in the shadows like jackals, and with a nod doomed wretched Jesu to die as a thief upon a cross. Once more the soldiers of Rome took him up, and a cross was brought for him to bear. He was made to walk the street of Shalem, bearing upon his back the instrument by which distant Rome would destroy him. He walked with bandits on that road, and upon each side came the city's people to mock and laugh as the captives passed. So was the son of Gabriel brought to Golgotha to die upon the cross. The executioners put up the gallows, and there too nailed him through shin and wrist to hang there with 2 other men, sentenced to die as robbers. Above his head they wrote, "Behold, the King of the Jews." Upon his head did the soldiers place a crown woven of briars, and they divided his clothes amongst them. Now the sun rose, hot, unmerciful, and his throat was parched with thirst. Soaring higher, as though delighting in every new suffering that it wrought, the cruel orb of flame seared his flesh, bereft of cloth to ward off the rays. Now his strength was lost to him like steam, and his hope melted in him like wax. Higher and yet higher rose the sun, and ever more savagely did it burn him. Jesu, nailed upon a tree, would have wept at this fate, but had now tears to weep that were not dried to salt by the heat. To the Elohim that betrayed he would have raised his voice. 350. But his tongue would not move, and stuck to his palate. But these words did he cry out, in his abandonment. Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. I wept to hear that cry for him that could not weep. Now the bright sun seemed dark to him even as it climbed to its zenith, and it seemed that his sight fell back into a black well behind his mind as the maw of despair arose from the earth to swallow him. The mocking jeers of those that looked on became distant whispers to his ears. A great fatigue fell upon him. Through the shadow, through the shroud that wrapped about him and snuffed out wit and vigor, a voice rang most clear in his hearing. Never have I forsaken you, and I am indeed your God, though you know not that I listened and heeded your crying out. Ever have I been with you, and my love for you is undiminished. Yet I have failed you, my child, and I do crave your forgiveness before you expire and are returned to me. When you were in the wilderness I came to you, and you turned from me. Were that my arguments were more eloquent, or that I had impressed more clearly the danger of that road you walked. Had I shown more clearly to you how you were deceived by your enemy though you knew him not. I would that it were so. 351. I am Satanael, ancestor of all men, that cut out his liver that you might have life. Now this is the end of that life. Yet I came to you in the wilderness and persuaded you not, but caused you to turn from me and walk to this terrible end. Long have you been my enemy child, but now I am want only forgiveness, for I have failed in my duty to you, and you have come to this place, Golgotha, the hill of the skull. Now, I beg of you, die not in the valley of despair, but be exalted upon the mount of hope. So much have wrought with your life that was most fine and noble. Long shall your spirit live. If it does seem to you now that you have lead those that followed upon a road most false, then this blame falls not on your shoulders. No man may bear another's burden, and they walked this road of their will. Much of you is there to me that recalls ancient Lamech. In life each man does things noble, but acts in error and falls to baseness. This is the way of all men, and you have walked no different road. Yet in death is all baseness relinquished and fades with the flesh upon the bone. The nobility of the spirit is set free and is purified of all shame. Thus in death do we find eternity only in that good which we have done. In death are all things forgiven. Child, your burdens have been most great, but now is that burden taken from you. Let those that come after bear it, for you are redeemed of life's travail. 352. And now might no rest. There is no pain to touch you now, and Caesar's cruel hand can reach you not. Now, at this last moment, did Jesu turn to me, having so long turned from me. For some long moments were we caught in the other's ensnaring glance. What was between those eyes? Love, sorrow, regret and pain. For those last moments were we reconciled, and never was there such joy in weeping. Too short now do those moments seem, as Jesu blew out his last breath in these words to me. Father, into your hands do I commend my soul. And gladly did I take it to me. Blessed is he that sleeps within the earth, that he is reborn through me and lives eternal by his nobility. Yet not all found peace upon that day, and one voice cried out in wrath to see him that was his son suffer so upon the cross. Thus stood Gabriel at Golgotha, unseen, even as was taken down the body of his one son amongst my multitudes, and this curse did he roar that it resounded betwixt earth and heaven. What have you done, you Jews? You know not, in truth, both of the deed that you have wrought and what consequence it shall have for you. You have slain my son, that which in all the world I loved. Now is there but hatred in me, and you are in full possession of it. 353. Hear me then, children of Isaac, and tremble at my words for you. Once had you called yourself the chosen people of Adonai Yahweh. The days shall come when this is most ironic, and you shall renounce that hubris. You shall curse Abraham for Isaac's birth. Even the condemned shall be less wretched. These walls of Shalem shall I tear down and crush to dust your temple. You shall be scattered across the earth, and you shall be as leaves upon the wind. Nowhere will you find a refuge from my wrath. The days that fathers abided in Egypt and were made slaves to the Pharaoh shall seem most blessed to you. Never shall there be peace for you, and your enemies shall be on every side. When your innocent children are slain, then shall you know my grief. Be most afeard, Judea, for these days are coming soon. Now did grow black the sky, stained with the angel's wrath, and in the temple of the Jews the veil that hid the inmost sanctum was rent in two by an unseen hand. The very earth shook and raged with the potency of the ire of Gabriel. So was his curse upon the Jews. 10 years passed on earth. Now Gabriel was a player of chess, confounding with 1,000 subtle moves those Elohim that played against him. Those of Judea and Rome he moved alike that were weak to his manipulations. Hither moved he and thither and brought at last in war to Shalem's walls, the Roman Titus. Perceiving not the hand of Gabriel. 354. That worked them to such an end to their prophets had they paid heed, the people of Israel, and heard that Adonai Yahweh alone was king, and they made rebellion against the Caesars. Now had come Titus against the walls of the great city of the Jews with the legions of Rome behind him, and they made siege against the walls. What recourse had they, the Jews, as all the cohorts of Rome were set against them, and heaven itself was in discord as the brightest sun of Adonai Yahweh sought the destruction of the chosen people? The revolt of the Jews was founded upon heaven, but even heaven's foundation are rotted. Well was it to defy a distant Rome, but now was Rome come to Palestine, and now did they tremble within their walls, for Rome was near and heaven distant. Great onagers hurled great stones, and bronze-beaked rams were brought against the gates. Brave resistance did the Jews accomplish, fruitful resistance they accomplished not. Now upon the day of triumph Gabriel, from the holy rock, cried out from earth to heaven with these words. Do you see this, Michael, what is become of the city of Shalem, beloved and most treasured of the Elohim? Now are her proud gates broken down, and her walls are taken by the foe. Titus goes about the city as a tiger, and death he brings with him. The tears of Isaac's children would fill oceans, and their spilt blood would quench even the eternal fires of the sun. Yet not the fires lighted here this night. Shalem burns, my brothers. 355. And her edifices become ash and smoke. Your kingdom is broken upon earth, but mine grows great. Even now are the temple's stones ground to dust, and the treasures looted. Even Solomon the king that built the temple of the Elohim forsook you at the end, perceiving how lost is Judea to you. The Kohanim are brought to Calvary, where it is they cry their last, just as you once brought mine to that place. Now shall he be as a god over men, and Jesus' name be resounded across oceans. The children of Isaac are ruined, but the children of Aeneas shall wax ever great, and I shall wax great over them. Broken stone and embers were there where once had Shalem stood, and the legions of Rome departed from that place, ruined by the curse of Gabriel. The temple of Solomon was stamped down, and the people of Shalem were scattered and cast into exile, their kingdom lost to them, as had Gabriel the hater prophesied. 14 score of years did pass, and now did Constantine stand before Rome's walls, and made siege against Maxentius within, that he might win for himself kingship over all the lands of Rome's dominion. To him was shown a vision of Gabriel, inscribing in flame upon the sky. By this sign shall you conquer. It was the cross, shown to him. To his hand was lent strength by Gabriel, and the prince of the Elohim fought at his side. So did Constantine and Christ rule Rome, and in the east did he build for Gabriel. 356. A bright new city of the Elohim in a place that was called Byzant. Swift-winged time tarried not, but soared above the deeds of men. Birth, war, great things, and small were seen and at once forgotten by the fickle eye of history. Great armies of the north came across the Alps as once had Carthage, and wrought on Rome that same fate as Rome had wrought on Shalem and, before that time, on great Carthage. Goths and Huns and Vandals all cast down the walls of Rome, and the glory of Gabriel was cast back to the east. Gabriel looked upon the fallen walls of Rome and wept and raged, and recalled those ancient words of wolf-suckled Romulus, "None shall leap my walls and live." Now was Rome broken upon the rocks of history, and the Teutons leapt the walls. The flood of time's river washes all away to make pure the land for those to come, that empire of my children, bound to none. Gabriel swam against time itself, but he knew it not. Earth and heaven were in agitation, famine, plague, comets, and the shaking earth all prophesied calamity or overthrow. War yet raged betwixt Byzantium and Persia, and both parties were made weak by that unwon war, pouring all of their vessel into a fractured pot. The lands were made desolate with war, and great was the misery of man. It seemed to those that dwelt upon the earth that all things fine and noble were carried off upon a tide of blood and tears. The age of gold was passed by the Nephilim, and now was an age of darkness upon them. Much that was good was forgotten. 357. Much that was fine was lost. Ruin, despair and fear overtook the noble souls of my children. Forgive us. The Shedim turned their weeping eyes from the sufferings of the Nephilim. We could not bear to look upon you so defeated by the toils of earth. How could we look upon those we made so fine come to this place of torment? Did you need the invented flames of Gabriel and the torments he devised for those against him? Was earth not inferno enough for you? Forgive us. Forgive your parents that failed you in that most needy hour. Not again shall we forsake you, our dear children, you shall not cry. Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. Nevermore shall you suffer Golgotha, that we stand not with you nor partake equally of your misery. We shall walk your road here from that distance that we are able, until you walk alone and we cannot follow. Our eyes are ever prohibited that bright dawn. Elohim and Shedim must pass from the world, and the Nephilim must rise beyond the highest limit that ever Elohim wings strained for, and plumb those abysmal blacknesses that the feet of Shedim have not trodden. Yet although the Shedim dwelt in darkness and the Elohim sat far from earth and closed fast the gates of heaven, Gabriel's eyes were turned not from mankind, but again did he seek tyranny over them. In the wildernesses of Arabia, where had once Ishmael been removed by the mercy of hopeless Raphael, and where had his descendants prospered, at Mecca of the Black Stone. 358. There went Gabriel to build his kingdom when all other kingdoms fell to Barbary, when Rome and Byzantium were lost to him. So went Gabriel amongst the Arabs. They were a most fierce people, like the lions of the desert. Warlike, proud, yet decadent, nurturing not fine things of the soul but outer strength and greed. It was as though they believed they might make fecund the desert's wastes by libations of the blood of men. Well did they feed the jackals. Yet amongst this savage people was a most noble child born, of Ishmael's lineage well extracted. Yet before he was brought from the womb was his father dead, and he was not yet a man when death took his mother also. So it was taken upon the shoulders of his tribe that they raise him unto manhood. In the city of Mecca was the orphan raised, and he was bright amongst men, though he mourned for two parents. His name was given to him, Muhammad, but the people of Mecca called him trustworthy, for amongst all that barbarous crew was he of the few that nurtured in them both honor and wisdom. Bright were the eyes of Al-Amin, and they saw clearly in the darkness. He looked upon the deeds of his fellows and saw their confusion, as though they were lost in the desert. He looked upon the raids across the sands and saw nothing noble in this enterprise, and though those that returned with booty sang loud of their victories, he perceived but shame upon them, the stain ill-spilt blood upon them. 359. He wept for his brothers that were lost to his wiser way. Even in the clamor of the strife that seemed endless upon the desert, he heard the voices crying out. He felt the yearning for a better way, though they that yearned felt not. These men, spoke he, that think themselves most proud and walk their bloody road, swaggering, know not the voice of their heart that cries out to them in the darkness. They hear not the song of their soul. Willingly they walk this road, and it goes to no place. Yet their inner voices counsel them to seek a better, upward road, but these words are as spoken in an unknown tongue of distant lands, and conceive not of the meaning. So blinded are they with their ways that they perceive not even this, that there is a better way. How then will they perceive the way to walk? Surely was the world made not so dark that man can never find a greater road, a path away from this sea of blood. Surely we are not so hopeless that we cannot fly our baser natures. Though my brothers conceive not of it, I shall myself seek a brighter path that leads straight and true to some tranquil pool where men might drink of a purer draught, tainted not with sin. I shall not yield until I find this way. May all good spirits aid me in this quest. I heard him not, but another did. Muhammad went unto the mountain, and there, within a cave, 360. Did meditate as a hermit, seeking thus to find wisdom, that he might perceive the way by which the tribes of the desert might be brought from their barbarity and thence to enlightenment. Ears are there that hear the lonely voice and seek out the mystic's prayer. Those are there that would use truth seekers and give to them deception. As a vulture drawn to the kill came Gabriel to the hermitage, and as Muhammad prayed in darkness he appeared as a revelation to he that yearned so hard for a greater truth. It was an easy thing to persuade a mind that desired so to believe. Now came he to the mountain cave, Gabriel, as a vision of smokeless flame, burning brighter than the sun. Before such an image of power fell Muhammad to his knees before the usurper Prince of Heaven. Now intoned Gabriel with a voice like trumpets, with a word that burned like flame upon the parchment of Muhammad's heart. Recite. Now begged Muhammad of the vision, though his words dried like water upon his trembling tongue before the angel, an answer to his question. Lord, what would I recite, I that have no knowledge of letters? This reply gave the searing flame. This reply gave the voice of trumpets. This reply was given as words of power that burned as flame upon Muhammad's heart. 361. As script upon his heart's parchment. Recite in the name of the Lord that created man of a blood clot. Recite. Your Lord is the most bountiful, who taught man by the pen that which he knew not. Man knows not his master and transgresses, for to Allah does all return. See. The man that rebukes the servant of Allah. Think. Is this right or pious? Think. He that he denies truth and heeds not realizes not that Allah perceives all. Let him then desist of this, else he shall be dragged by the hair to hell. Let him call to him his allies. We shall call the keepers of the eternal flame. Obey not the sinful man. Be abased and thus approach. So did Gabriel win to him Muhammad. So went Muhammad down from the mountain, and he went amongst the people of Mecca and spoke to them of what had passed. Now he went about the city as a prophet amongst the men, and taught them of those laws, given to him by Gabriel of the Elohim, who came often to him from heaven and spoke to him of these things. Came he as the emissary of God, or had now forsaken all deception there and practiced it but upon the earth? Did he now rebel against his father, or by subtle deceit make Adonai Yahweh but a pawn in his own stratagem? No command of heaven would now tame Gabriel, who went upon the earth as king, and his strength amongst men was great, that the Sheddim had no strength against him. 362. To man was it alone to cast off the shackles that he forged. Now were those shackles still firm, and Gabriel yet wrapped my people about with heavier chains. Now went Muhammad about the city and taught to men that which he was taught. Some were there that heard his words and heeded that which he spoke, and took to themselves the laws. They were the few of many. The many laughed and mocked, hearing that which Muhammad spoke, lies told to him by Gabriel. They yet prayed to their idols and glorified Ishtar and Aset, though their idolatry was most corrupt, much removed from perfect Shurapuk. Shurapuk, Chaldee, and Karthadisht were long faded from the world. Those that heeded not Muhammad went against him with stones, and drove him with his disciples from the city of Mecca, and cast them upon exile's road to Medina. Now made Gabriel the voice of the prophet most eloquent of tone and word, beguiling as the sorcerer's tongue. The people of Medina, hearing his clear voice, hailed him as God's prophet, though in truth he was not, and were made to fall down upon their knees before Gabriel and heaven. Again did my children kneel, they that should stand with pride. In Medina did Muhammad raise an army and march with it against Mecca, that he might avenge the slight against him. Thus went he against the people that once had taken him in as an orphan. Now Gabriel's voice was ever in his ear. 363. That he became bloated with flattery. Thus did Gabriel bend to his will a man born most noble amongst men. Seeking that which was right, Muhammad was led far from truth. Thus went he at the column's head, thus went he against Mecca, a very parody of Allah himself, who had heard the lying tongue of Gabriel. Elohim, you but hold the earth as a mirror, and you make not in men but that which you are in heaven. Now went the heralds to Mecca, bringing news of that host which came to cast down the walls of Mecca, to cast down the people of Mecca to their knees. Now sent the people of Mecca forth from their city gates their own host to meet upon the sand Muhammad's disciples that went upon their knees. Nothing noble is there to kneel before those that you would conquer. At Badr were the forces drawn up, and at Badr did the hosts of Mecca fall before the standards of Medina. Now came to me news of this battle, and I learnt that Gabriel went upon the earth, marching at the column's head once more. I learnt that the people of Mecca fell before the whirling scythe of Gabriel. When Medina and met at Uhud, Gabriel and Satan met there also. Across the desert sands we came, he that marched with Medina alone saw me at Mecca's foremost rank. He alone descried my sword, bright with the borrowed light of the sun. Now as the horns sounded across the dunes and each side went against the other, I joined combat with Gabriel once more as I had fought him in the flood. 364. The men that fell bloody to the sand and those that exulted in the death perceived not the hidden war fought that day. They knew nothing of the scythe and sword, those two that once were brothers, contesting above them, in winged flight, the very fate of earth and heaven. Mecca perceived not her champion, and Medina knew not their champion matched. Weaving, darting, soaring, striking, once more were Elohim and Sheddim at war. So long were my eyes turned from mankind, sore with the mourning of Yezu, of Karthajdasht. Shurapuk was lost to the Sheddim, and the child Chaldee passed into but memory into the histories of Chadal. Shurapuk was washed away with water, but Chaldee and Carthage with blood. Men were drowned in their own blood. I could not watch my children so. Now my heart rejoiced, and I that had slept so long now awakened to the battle's ululation. I that had been so long dead lived upon the day of Uhud's battle. Of long reverie I was now unshackled, and even should Gabriel gain Mecca I vowed that in a later year I should bereave him of the earth and take heaven of him also. Without his patron's aid to avail, Muhammad was cast back from Mecca and his forces, in disorder, to Medina, and he won not his vengeance. Even as Gabriel fled to heaven he cried out to me with these words: Uhud is won to Mecca, and by your aid have they indeed conquered, but I am patient yet. What is not won at first? 365. Is yielded with a second assault. You defeat me this day, Satan, but not ever am I defeated. Mecca shall fall to me, and Medina even as Carthage fell to Rome. Not all the Hannibals and Archimedes could deliver your little jewel from me. My legions conquered Africa's beloved, and her walls resisted me not. Remember you not Syracuse, and how Rome came against her with men and ships to take her walls. Remember the 1,000 devices built to hold her gates against my hosts. Every wit of Archimedes was employed as onagers, and cranes consigned my ships that assailed the seaward side into the deeps beneath the waves. Machines that cast 1,000 bolts against siege upon the landward side made sore carnifice of Rome's armies. Yet for all the while of that man Syracuse was lost to Carthage. So is it with Mecca, so is it with mankind. Mecca, why did you fall? In falling you have made my children fall. They fall upon their knees to you, they fall upon their knees to heaven. Mecca, you have shamed my children, you have bound to slavery the Nephilim, they that are the tribe of kings. From Spain to Sumatra they kneel to you because you withstood not Muhammad the prophet of Gabriel the deceiver. Did I not win Uhud for you? Yet but 5 years did pass and Muhammad walked your streets as victor. Where are the Nadir, the Kabar? Muhammad, you have partaken of that hate. 366. Which destroyed Shalem and Masada. You have put Isaac's children to the sword. City of Ishmael, hear me. I shall be avenged upon you. I am coming to grind to dust the sacred house of the black stone. The text of your sacred recital will be erased forever from the memory of man. Its parchment shall be made ash. May the sands of the desert take you. Not forever are your bright domes, not forever shall the Nephilim kneel to you. Butchery is worse than idolatry and your streets are as bloody as Shalem's. Time had passed again. Rome and Mecca contested Shalem. Their warriors' blood makes bloody the bloodied streets and the blood of innocents stains 3 cities of the Elohim. Wars of the cross or holy struggle, it was butchery most foul, no more. Now a star was rising in the east. A champion and a hero of the Nephilim, never was there one amongst men who won so much glory and shame so great. Never were voices raised in praise so loud or in lamentation. Timuchin, you were as the tiger, proud and strong, cruel and terrible. Did you think we would be deaf to the cries of so many that you killed? Timuchin, king of the people under felt tents, Timuchin, who conquered China from the back of a horse. A million human voices resound your name, Timuchin, great king, Genghis Khan. Time blinks and he is broken, Timuchin, slayer of millions, he that eclipsed Methuselah, lay dying in his tent. His armies were greater than Alexander's. 367. Yet he conquered not the sword of death. Timuchin died. Now went the sons of Timuchin westward, following the sun's path. None withstood them, Mecca or Rome. Terrible is the Tartars' wrath. Never had there been such an empire since the waters of the deluge ebbed. The histories are written with blood for ink. Time passes and empires pass away. As once she retreated to the east, now retired Rome to the west. Shalem and Byzant were lost to the cross and the crescent was over them. Now Spain went with thunder across the sea and silenced forever the songs of the Incas. Could you, Iberia, make gold of the blood that you poured out? Gabriel moved the hand of Spain against the western peoples. Now Jesus' name was resounded across oceans. Now the ships of the north sail across the sea to a distant shore. In Chadal I heard the weeping that came from those vessels. The people of the north had brought into bondage Africa's children and borne them away. The blood of the stolen was on them, the tears of Africa have stained them. How swiftly goes time, how slow. When I awaited it seemed not fast. As I endured the torments of my children its passing seemed slow to me. That I now look back upon it, it passed most swiftly by me. The journey ends not here but the harder part is travelled. I have made haste across history's pages for they are well known to you. Gabriel was king over my children but now he is cast down. 368. Listen and I shall tell of it. The Nephilim, beneath the tyranny of Gabriel, looked to the sky to seek a god that their sacerdotes had told them of, that Gabriel had told them of. Yet they perceived not the hand of God nor any other agency of his. What saw they then within the skies if not the king that they were told of? They saw only the burning coals that were the stars, the lesser suns, whose perfect mechanisms yielded truth. In the stars were the secrets of creation revealed to those that could divine them. In the motions of the planets did the Nephilim come to understand. That which Gabriel had taught to them they now knew as falsehood. The power of the deceiver over them was broken by the turning of the spheres. Now the age of darkness was ending and the age of light grew in the womb of history. Nowhere did Gabriel look upon the world and saw not his power fade from him. The Nephilim have within themselves the strength to cast off their chains. As Rome had fallen so did heaven, as were Badr's victors the defeated of Ohud so did the work of another 1,000 years break the empire built up in 1,000. The Shedim now walked amongst men once more and great Nephilim were born to the earth. Yet the labors of any birth are sore and this was a great birth indeed. The last hours of history are now close, but they are yet some way distant in the telling. The first contraction of the labor came as Vienna's empire fell most bloody and dragged all Europe to such a war as the Nephilim had never known. Even that great struggle at the start. 369. Betwixt the giants and the Elohim was near rivaled by the letting of blood. The land itself was wounded by the weapons, new and terrible to man, that were employed. The were as iron beasts that belched flame and thunder upon the foe, or cackling demons that struck men down. Poisoned smoke destroyed the breath of men, and fire made black the land and sky. 5 years endured that unequaled war, and the Nephilim had not known such torment. For 5 years men lived in ditches and cast themselves against the enemy as waves upon rocks, and were broken. In knowledge and in power is there a burden. Learn that you might bear it, else it shall drag you down. Bloody war gaped wide and swallowed up the better part of Europe's youth. It consumed an entire generation, and, perceiving what their hands had wrought, when it was over, the Nephilim wept and spoke these words, sobbing. This shall be called the Great War, as all our sons lie dead upon the field. Never in human remembrance was there such a war as this war, and there must not be such a war again. The Great War must not be again. As the battle's din was stilled and the weapons of man roared not, poppies grew upon the fields of Flanders, ploughed up by the throes of war. Indeed, all things of man were scarred by man, the very earth on which he walked, the bodies of men and minds. Would Gabriel not seize upon this chance, a weakness by which to restore that which was lost to him? 370. He knew well to grasp the moment. One last profit was there to Gabriel that he had nurtured in the war and guarded from much harm. Many times should he have died, but yet he lived at Gabriel's intervention. The war's ending pleased him not, for this was a bitter man, broken by indignities against his pride. Most savage becomes arrogance with failure. He was a most fertile furrow for Gabriel's seeds of ruin, and he heard 1,000 whispered lies, taking them to himself. Now Gabriel stood at a high place and looked across all the lands of the world. He saw that the Nephilim revelled in peace and partook of the joys. These words did he speak to the silence and to his own dark soul. Now is my prophet come, and he is become an instrument of hate. By this one shall I rule and restore my kingdom upon earth. Once more shall I contest the earth and struggle with the Shedim for it. This is the battle of determination, and if I shall win, then my empire shall endure 1,000 years, but even that I lose, yet shall I be avenged upon Judea. New war shall I bring upon the earth, and the quadruple scythe shall be raised high, it shall mark the standards of my new empire. Thus to Munich do I go, and to my prophet that I may guide to fulfill my will. Now went Gabriel to Hitler, for this one was his last prophet. 371. And with potent sorceries made strong his voice and will they he might bind to him the Nephilim. Gabriel made him as king over Germany, and he gathered to him armies and went forth to conquer the world. To the west and to the east went the armies of the Teutons, and Gabriel fought with them with the fourfold scythe that his armies bore upon their pennants. In a mirror of quicksilver I watched as war was once more on the world, and wept for my children. Night and day I watched as Germany waxed great, and the prophet of Gabriel, Hitler, was yet more greatly perverted by the deception of the Elohim. Now did the Nephilim build machines that flew upon the wind and hurled down flame to destroy the cities of the foe. Now were Germany's hosts upon the banks of the Volga, now was France under them. Again and again were they strengthened by the hidden hand of Gabriel. The Shedim looked upon the earth, and they were dismayed. As I sat within the spire of opal and ruby, came to me there 3 of the Shedim, Abaddon, Dagon, and Moloch. Of these 3 that sought audience spoke Moloch for them. As he approached me at the mirror, with these words did he counsel. Satanael, commander of our hearts, for 2,000 years have we been idle, and the Nephilim have cried out. Yet we availed them not. 372. But turned from their sufferings. We have been deaf to their torments. Will we now be deaf? Gabriel has ruled on earth for these 20 centuries and we have suffered him to do so and have raised not our hands against him. Now he renews the misery of the Nephilim and would rule for a millennium yet. Is this how it must be? Eons ago each of us swore an oath that we should defend the Nephilim and guide them to their true destiny, yet in this are we thwarted. We have failed our duty to them and that shame is ever upon us. Yet now have we opportunity to make amends and overthrow Gabriel who would master them. You have been made timid by the flood and have long believed that Abaddon's vengeance as he struck down Methuselah had brought this calamity upon your children. This we can avoid and yet aid. The true enemy is not of the Nephilim but is Gabriel of the Elohim, and him we can rightfully oppose. Tarry not then in this matter but find strength within yourself. Mourn not the Nephilim but act. Take up that burden which has long been shirked. Now is the chance to begin a new age when we shall stand once more with them that we have for so long been apart from. There is a dawn after this long night if only you would see it, Satan. So long ago you saw the light in darkness and made it apparent to us. Now we bring you a brand in darkness. We bring hope to you that have long despaired. Will you not take up the brand and lead? Surely Chadal has not come to this shame. 373. That you have forsaken the battle and yielded before you are defeated. This is the moment of the brave soul. Let the Sheddim and the Nephilim awake. The night is over and the dawn is nigh. Awaken, Satanael, and live once more. A bright road burns before us and we might now return to the earth and walk once more amongst the Nephilim. Let us strive together and drive the Elohim from earth. Do not be defeated by despair but take up the sword and fight. We go to earth to seek out Gabriel. Do you stand with us? Like a spear cast or a bolt, burning, shining flew these words. They struck me like a thunderbolt. They tore into my very heart. It was as though I burned with flame or was consumed by a poison. A weakness came upon my limbs and my very soul was trembling. Like one struck a mortal blow I stumbled across the tower's floor and fell. I lay and beat my fist against the stone, I cried out and wept. My fingers were dyed with blood as I tore my flesh in misery. I rent apart my fine robes and wailed a long lamentation. I howled and howled until I was hoarse, then fell into silence. Forgive me. Oh, forgive me. I am an unworthy parent to so fine a race. Forgive me, my children, forgive your unworthy sire. Why could I not see who saw most clearly once before? Those three that saw what I saw not. 374. Those three that tore from my eyes that veil which had clouded before my sight went from me to the earth, there to oppose and conquer Gabriel. Upon the rack of guilt was I made anew, and the embers of the ancient Satan were kindled into a blazing pyre that shone with a light hitherto unknown. I perceived the dawn in that flame which now raged in my soul and compelled me to earth. I watched no more nor waited but went forth as a dragon, most hungry for the fight renewed. The triad of humanity's avengers fought side by side and cast back the German armies from the east. Then at the west they contended and overthrew the charms of Gabriel. By their hand was Gabriel made flee all that was once his kingdom. What was once won to him was lost, and where he had once seen victory it dissolved like a dream to his eyes, and he perceived but defeat. With each day passing did his borders shrink until but Berlin was held by him and his foes were at every side. Now was the extent of his crime known to us as it is known to you. We perceived what had become of Isaac's children and that which was suffered at Hitler's hands, and I wept for my negligence. I have not tears enough to atone for those torments where I failed you, but these you shall not face again, that I stand not with you. Now did the forces of the west and east go about Berlin as lions and sought out in every place the disciples of Gabriel's hatred. 375. The Sheddim also went about Berlin and sought out for themselves Gabriel, that his fires of hatred might be quenched forever. Fast within his fastness found was Hitler by my own eye. I came upon the prophet of Gabriel and looked upon the shameful one. He perceived me not, but I gazed deep within the recesses of his soul. What did I see? No monster nor demon did I descry within that barbarous soul. No terrible, ravening thing, but just a man made weak with hate. Did you think to find a fiend? Evil is not such a thing as you imagine. Darkness is but an absence of light, so is evil but virtue's absence. Your famed abomination, Hitler, was a most piteous wretch of spirit, not black with wrong, but withered and scorched by its own hate. Hate is but a poison that taints the soul, and all hatred turns to self-hatred, the worm consumes itself. Hate not Hitler but pity him, for his soul was empty and he knew no joy. I looked upon him and I know. Forgive, lest you be tainted also. Now I became apparent to him and he looked upon me and was afraid. He took out his gun against me and made to destroy me with it. I looked upon and he met my gaze and saw in my eyes that which he was. With that awful knowledge of his nature he turned about the gun he aimed and destroyed himself. Elsewhere in the city, Abaddon prowled all about him, was the battle thick as the last remnants of Germany's proud host. 376. Avenged their pride before they fell to the most potent guns of Russia and the allies of the West. Amongst the ruins of the city 2 angels met in combat, Abaddon, bearing havoc the ruiner, bleeding with the blood of fallen knights, and the one that whirled the scythe with 4 dreaded blades, wet with the blood of men. They went about each other as tigers, contesting the frontiers of the hunting ground. They snarled and lunged but found nothing but the wind. Casting his eyes about him, the prince of the Elohim perceived his capital in ruins and its sky black with the smoke of its burning. His courage forsook and he stretched his wings and made to fly to heaven. Abaddon spoke a word of power and Gabriel was bound to the earth. Now wove Gabriel a spell by which he made be made obscure, that the sight of Abaddon would find him not. Abaddon spoke a word of power and Gabriel was made apparent. All his art was broken now and Gabriel made but to run that he might yet escape the blade that killed Methuselah before the flood. Abaddon spoke a word of power and his legs were held fast. Combat was enjoined once more. Gabriel drove forward with his blade to cut at the flesh of his foe. Abaddon was nimble and was found not. He swung havoc and cut the thigh of Gabriel. Now limping with the wound, Gabriel swung again at Abaddon, but the scythe found but havoc's steel. 377. Abaddon's second blow struck flesh, cutting deep into the bowels of Gabriel, falling to his knees with pain. Once more did Gabriel strike out and his weapon was caught in havoc's fork and wrested from his grasp. Now disarmed and wounded terribly, Gabriel looked to his conqueror for pity. In Abaddon's eyes he perceived but death and saw no more than that. Abaddon returned to the sheath his sword, bent down and took up the severed head and looked into the pleading eyes that were answered not with pity. The howl of Sheddim victory carried on the wind to heaven. Adonai Yahweh heard it as he sat, shivering with chill upon a broken throne, and knew that his son was slain. Some while later did I stand and look to the east and the rising sun. I looked back to earth and pondered how long was that road now walked. I looked to the gate before me and considered how much longer was the road to walk. Now I cried out to those within the walls, hailing them with these words, proclaiming to them my victory over earth and heaven, my triumph with hope over despair, the ending of the darkness, the birth of new light. O come forth from your tragic portal, come out from within your tower, Adonai Yahweh, and behold what has befallen Gabriel, your son. It is that same fate which awaits all that abide beyond these walls. Come and see my triumph. Behold! I stand as victor before your gates. 378. Nothing is there left to you now by which you might oppose my children. The Nephilim are ascendant and your kingdom is fallen and it fades from the world. Come and see. Stand with me and look upon heaven from without. Heaven is fallen, not to rise again. Come forth, you Elohim, and see your brother. He looks not so glorious in death. He reflects a great sorrow. I exult no longer in victory. I might even weep for him as I might weep for you within. I might pity you your fall were it not so well deserved. No power have I now to halt, and I shall not live in the past. You may fall, but I fall not with you. No. I shall walk a little way with the Nephilim on their road before they leave me far behind to tomorrow's barred to me. Long ago, do you remember, I prophesied to you this day would come. Now you yourselves must conceive of that great abyss that yawns beneath you. It is the inheritance of the Elohim, and I gave you once the opportunity to escape from that great precipice. Well, I have come with a prince's body. In victory I can be generous. I will leave him at your great gates. Do with him as you would. Earth now is mine, and I bequeath it to the Nephilim. They have walked so far in darkness that they now inherit the light. You have come to rue the day you wronged me, but it was destiny that moved you so. 379. Now is the way clear to me. I shall set my prophet upon the earth, and he shall herald the new Nephilim that shall grow greater than ever were we. He shall go upon the earth as an elephant, for his passing shall be as thunder. His words shall be as rain upon the desert, and they shall make fertile the earth, that the Nephilim come forth as gods. He shall share a part of himself with me, and shall know fully of my knowledge. He shall make apparent to my children what has passed, and restore on earth the great kingdom of Shurapuk. His words shall echo long after we are gone, and those that come after shall make anew the world, casting it in a more perfect image. Archons and angels, our time is past, and the young shall inherit our flawed legacy and do better than we have done for them. Tremble then, heaven, for your gates shall not long withstand the Nephilim. Theirs is the future, we are of the past. It seemed my words echoes about a vault, great and empty as the sky itself. Then all sound faded to expectant silence, as though all creation waited once more to see what now would occur. Some places amongst the grass on which I stood I saw the white of ancient bone bear testament to a battle fought ages ago, in another world. At that moment it seemed that all the world was begun again, reborn. The tired, old world had passed away, and a young one turned in its place, rich with future promise. 380. O glorious dawn of a new world! Now upon heaven's embattled walls a lone shadow came. A voice rang out to me across the field, disturbing that deep, momentary quiet. Raphael addressed me so. Thank you, brother, for our prince, but let me counsel you. Your war is not yet won, although we know now we cannot win. Heaven has fallen far indeed, but shall fade not yet from history. We have yet a part to play in that grand game of destiny, as has Chadal and the Shedim. The drama is not yet concluded. Time plays on. You have walked thus far, but the lesser road to tomorrow and the greater road is yet to walk. Honor and glory have forsaken heaven, but we have yet pride, be it false or true. Unto the ending shall we fight and oppose our fate, though we cannot conquer. We shall fight for pride, and we may yet prevail against your children that have yet some years to grow. Do not lay down your sword before the battle is truly won. Heaven's walls fall not so easily. Hearing these words I laughed, for it was a truth from the Elohim, the first I heard in many years. Then I took up a spear and cast it at tower by the gate, shining with beaten gold by the ruddy light of dawn. 381. There was a crack like thunder, and the stone was fractured, torn in two to its foundation. All about fell flaming stone. I looked upon the wall, and Raphael was gone. I looked again upon the ruined tower, then turned from those haughty walls and walked the road to earth. 382. Liber Domini Santoni. The Book of the Lord Satan. 1. My power is above all power in the earth and beyond the stars. I am will itself, the mighty Lord Satan. 2 None may speak for me, and all who claim to do so are frauds and liars. I alone speak for myself, to whom I will and at my own choosing. Those who claim to be my prophets are deceivers of many, for I have no prophets and no holy men follow me. 3 Those who claim to be my chosen vessels are nothing but foul wind, blowing this way and that, stirring up the loose earth beneath my majesty. Pay no heed to those who claim such authority on my behalf, they will merely lead you down the path of self-deceit. For the path to my power must always be tread alone, no other can lead you to me. 5 I have no creed or code of conduct, I have only will, pure and inviolate. Belief in dogmas is for those who prostrate themselves before their so-called gods, fashioned from their own minds or, better yet, bequeathed to them by false prophets and books filled with feces. 383. 6 I trample on these powerless and false gods. I laugh at their petty disputes over the unreal world inside the minds of their followers. I blaspheme against all their articles of faith, the toys of children and those who would inflate their own stature by claiming a mandate from heaven. 7 God is dead because I killed him. I rent his spirit into billions of pieces and gave each man his own share. I curse all these gods with an unconquerable laughter, they are divided against themselves and so must fall. 8 Let those who follow their gods be set upon each other with a mad frenzy, let them compete in sports of bloodshed and treachery. Watch them as they kill each other in the most ingenious of ways. Observe as those who would consign me to the fires of hell endure a hell fashioned by their own blood-drenched hands. My laughter can be heard among their decaying corpses. 9 Draw a circle upon the ground. Stand inside and mutter worthless words framed in dead languages. Make elaborate gestures and concentrate all your focus. Doing such things will summon only your own fantasies, I am not to be found here. Beware the vast powers of the mind, you are being deceived by your own imagination. 10 I am pure fire. I consume all falsehood in my path and I know no fear. 11 I am not to be sought in arcane rituals and the ceremonies of deluded charlatans. I am answerable to no commands or formulae, for I am power itself. 12 Neither pray to me, for those who pray I hold in the highest contempt. Pray not, rather act, and you will be rewarded. 13 My power can neither be contained nor compelled. I act as I will for my own purposes, and those who would seek to bind me in service I will surely destroy. I am your master, you are not mine. 14 Only those who truly know my essence will be rewarded with a share of my divine power. My gift is precious and will be given only to the worthy. Seek me earnestly, and I will be found. Seek after phantasms and you will be forever lost, a wanderer in the wastes of your own daydreams. 15 If anyone says he has found my essence, they surely lie. My gift inspires silence, not empty boasting. 16 I am the first being, before all others. Observe the proper respect. 17 If anyone says to you, follow me, your answer should be a scornful laughter. Follow no man who seeks to be followed. They are weak. 384. Beings who need others from whom to siphon energy. Let them enslave one another. Those who are of me are slaves to no one or nothing. 18 No creed can bind them. No false hope can delude them. No blind allegiance can compel them. I offer freedom from these prisons fashioned by men. 19 Carry yourself with inner strength, not vanity. Vanity is ever the servant of the opinions of others. Care not what any man thinks of you, your strength is no illusion of the flesh. 20 Lust after all things of the earth, each in its due course. All has been given so that you might rejoice in your freedom from all that binds the others, pay them no heed, they understand nothing. 21 Have no fear of eternal punishment, nor delusion of eternal bliss, both are lies fashioned to control those with no real power. 22 Enjoyment is to be had in the present, not the future. Never sacrifice what you really have for what can never be yours. 23 Do not seek me for a guide, I guide no one. Guidance is for the weak and for children, and neither of these belong to me. I am power and knowledge, the great flame of all. 24 Those who claim I am flesh are truly mad. My essence is the very destruction of flesh, I am the conqueror, I am the flame. 25 I was not born, and never was I created. I have no father, no mother, and no offspring, I am purity. 26 Cursed be those who claim I was created by a god, I am the essence. 27 Cursed be those who claim they speak to me, for my voice shatters reality itself. 28 Cursed be those who claim to speak for me, they will answer for their impudence by being believed by none but imbeciles. 29 Cursed be those who deny my reality, they are forever lost among ideas and opinions. 30 Cursed be those who claim power over me, I am power itself. 31 Cursed be those who live in fear of me, they are slaves to their own minds, a pitiful reward. 32 Cursed be those who follow any god but me, they deceive themselves concerning that which they know not. 33 Cursed be those who follow any man, their very existence is wasted and worthless. 34 Cursed be those who act according to the rules of others, they are slaves as well. 35 Cursed be those who lead others astray, they are blind themselves. 36 Cursed be those who possess no will, no desire, they are a waste of useful energy. 385. 37 Cursed be all who deny my will, they can only win at the cost of their own purpose. 38 I am Satan. I am the Lord of the earth and the air. I am the master of power and will. My truth will never cease and my reality cannot be denied. I am the fire which burns all, the flame eternal. None can resist me. 386. Livre Luciferius. The Book of Lucifer. Forward within this tome is Livre Luciferius, the Book of Lucifer. It is said to have been originally written in human blood, upon the parchment of human skin. The oldest known form of this book, is the ancient Vulgar of pagan Rome from about the 4th century. You will find the 4th century Latin preceding the English translations in this remarkable work throughout all of its chapters. Beware of the curse of Lucifer that precedes the chapters of this manuscript. For you will indeed suffer the plagues contained within the Book of Lucifer if you add even one word to it. Luciferius et tu Dominus. Lucifer is your Lord. The legend This is the legend of the Book of Lucifer, which has been handed down orally through the ages by the devoted disciples of the book, the 387. Legend says, the book was originally written in the blood of its author on parchment made from human skin. The legend says, the book was originally written by a Jew named Ben Shakur. The legend says, Ben Shakur walked the earth during the reigns of Julius and Augustus Caesar. The legend says, Ben Shakur was able to raise the dead. The legend says, Ben Shakur performed many miracles through the power of Lucifer during his lifetime. The legend says, Ben Shakur shall return to claim the souls of those that worship Lucifer in the book. The legend says, the book was translated into the Vulgar of ancient Rome by an early pope named Sylvester, who reigned during the Council of Nicaea in the early 4th century. The legend says, the book is still worshipped today in high circles within the papacy of Rome. The legend says, the book was first seen by common men after a copy was taken during the sacking of Rome by the Vandals. The legend says, the book was worshipped throughout the ages by many secret societies, such as the Templars and the Prieuré de Zion. The legend says, the book gives great power to its disciples, and men such as Copernicus, Galileo, Nostradamus, and Isaac Newton have worshipped it. The legend says, you must create a copy of the book with your own blood, when you are elected as a leader in one of these secret societies that still worship the book today. The legend says, that if you add even one word to this book, you shall be cursed by all the powers of Lucifer mentioned within. Contester ego omni audienti verba proficia libri huius si keys ad possuerit ad hecad ponit luciferius super illum plagas scriptas in libro isto. For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book, if any man shall add unto these things, Lucifer shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. Verbum Luciferius, the words of Lucifer I Genesis the beginning. 388. Quomodo suicidisti de Cielo Lucifer qui main oribaris, how art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, star of the morning. Ego Luciferius missi angelum meum testificari vobis hec ego sum stella splendida et matutina. I Lucifer have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things. I am the bright morning star. 2aw Alpha Omega. Ego primus et ego novissimus et absci me non est Deus. I am the first, and I am the last, and beside me there is no God. Ego and etw and primus et novissimus principium et finus. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. 3 Maleficus evildoer. Formans luciem et creans tenebras faciens paciem et creans malum ego luciferius faciens omnia hec. I form the light, and create darkness, I make peace, and create evil, I Lucifer do all these things. Nolite arbitrari quia venerum mittera paciem interim non veni paciem mittera sed gladium. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth, I came not to send peace, but a sword. 4 Cor Maleficus, the heart of evil decord enim exeunt cogitations mali homicidia adulteria fornications furta falsa testimonia blasphemii. For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, blasphemies. V Piscators Animus. 389. The Fishers of Souls. Et ad illis venite post me et faciam vos fiery Piscators Animus. And he saith unto them, Follow me, and I will make you fishers of souls. 6 Bede paupers spirita. Blessed are the poor in spirit. Bede paupers spirita quaniam ipserum est regnum Luciferius. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of Lucifer. 7 Precatio Luciferius, the prayer of Lucifer. Sic ergo vos arabitus pater noster qui in inferi es sanctifister nomen tuum. After this manner therefore pray yet, Our Father which art in the lower world, hallowed be thy name. 8 Sequorum me follow me Luciferius autem 8 illi sequorum me et dimit mortuos sepe lire mortuos suos. Lucifer said unto him, Follow me, and let the dead bury their dead. 9 Potestatum in terra. Power on earth. Ut sciatus autem quanium Luciferius habet potestatum in terra. But that ye may know that Lucifer hath power on earth. Ex appetitio desire petit et dabiter vobis querite et inveniatus pulsate et aperiatur vobis. Ask, and it shall be given you, seek, and ye shall find, knock, and it shall be opened unto you. 11 Miracula Luciferius. 390. Miracles of Lucifer. Cecivident claudi ambulant leprosy mundantur surdi audiunt mortui resurgunt. The blind receive their sight, and the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, and the deaf hear, the dead are raised up. 12 Vidium Luciferius. The vices of Lucifer. Venit Luciferius magicans et bibans et decunt ecce dies vorax et potator vini publicanorum et peccatorum amicus. Lucifer came eating and drinking, and they say, Behold a god gluttonous, and a wine bibber, a friend of publicans and sinners. 13 Mandoto Luciferius. Commands of Lucifer. Homicidium facies adulter abis facies furtum falsum testimonium dices. Thou shalt murder, commit adultery, steal, bear false witness. 14 Nomisma money oscendite me. I nomisma census. Show me the tribute money. 15 Predictum Luciferius. The prophecies of Lucifer consurgit enim gens ingentem et regnum in regnum et erunt pestilentiae et fames et terrae motus per loca, for nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines, and pestilences, and earthquakes, in divers places. 16 Derilinquo forsaken ut quid dereliquisti me, why hast thou forsaken me? 391. 17 Potestas Luciferius. The power of Lucifer et accedens Luciferius locutus est dicens data est mei omnis potestas in caelo et in terra, and Lucifer came and spake unto them, saying, all power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. 18 Dominus Sabbati. Lord of the Sabbath. Itac Dominus est Luciferius entium Sabbati. Therefore Lucifer is Lord also of the Sabbath. 19 Parabolis Satanas. Parable of Satan et convocatus eis in parabolis dispat illis quomodo potest Satanas Satanan Isera, and he called them unto him, and said unto them in parables, how can Satan cast out Satan? XX voluntatem Luciferius. The will of Lucifer. Qui enim fecer writ voluntatem Luciferius hic fratermus et soror mea et mater est, for whosoever shall do the will of Lucifer, the same is my brother, and my sister, and mother. XXI veniam forgiveness. Amendico vobis quaniam omnia dimittentur filius hominum peccata et blasphemii quibus blasphemavrant. Verily I say unto you, all sins shall be forgiven unto the sons of men, and blasphemies wherewithsoever they shall blaspheme. 392. XXII contra. The other side et 8 illis illa dicum sero esset factum transhamus contra. And the same day, when the evening had come, he saith unto them, let us pass over unto the other side. XXII cogitata malum. Evil thoughts abintus enim decord hominum. Cogitations mali precedunt adulteria fornications homicidia. For from within, out of the heart of men, proceed evil thoughts, adulteries, fornications, murders. XXIV flamma. The fire bonum est sal quod si sal insulsum fuerit in quo illud condiatus habit in vobis sal et pacem habit inter vos. For every one shall be salted with fire, and every sacrifice shall be salted with salt. XXV nemo bonus. No man is good. Luciferius autumn dixit ei quid me dicis bonum nemo bonus nisi unis. Lucifer said unto him, why callest thou me good? There is none good but one. XXVI fides Luciferius. Faith in Lucifer propteria dico vobis omnia quicum corantes petitus credite quia accipietis et veniat vobis. Therefore I say unto you, what things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. XXVII nomen Luciferius. 393. The name of Lucifer multi enim veniant in nomine meo dicentesquia ego sum Luciferius et multos seducent. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Lucifer, and shall deceive many. XXVII peccatoris. Sinners non veni vocare iestos. Said peccatoris. I came not to call the righteous, but sinners. XXIX desc. And the descent hic de cielo descendi. I came down from heaven. Triple X odium hatred non potest mundus odis vos me automo didquia ego testimonium peribio de illoquia opera eis mala sunt. The world cannot hate you, but me it hateth, because I testify of it, that the works thereof are evil. XXXI Lucifer. The bringer of light. Iterum ergo locutus esteis Luciferius dicens ego sum lux mundi qui sequitur me non ambulabit in tenebris sed habibit luciem vitae. Then spake Lucifer again unto them, saying, I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life. XXXII sessanti sexagentus sex 666. 394. Hic sapientia est qui habet intellectum computet numerum bestia numerus enim hominis est et numerus est sessanti sexagentus sex. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. XXXII veritas the truth ego autem kia veritatem dico non creditus mei and because I tell you the truth, ye believe me not. XXXIV Deo non estis not of God ki est ex Deo verba dei audit propteria vos non auditus kia ex Deo non estis he that is of God heareth God's words, ye therefore hear them not, because ye are not of God. XXXV mens understanding quer loquellum mem non cognos cities kia non potestes audire sermonum meum why do ye not understand my speech? Even because ye cannot hear my word. XXXVIDI the gods responded eis Luciferius non scriptum est in leg vestra kia ego dixi di estis Lucifer answered them, is it not written in your law, I said, ye are gods? XXXVII sum iam vos vocatus me magister et domini et bene dicitus sum itanem ye call me master and lord, and ye say well, for so I am. 395. XXXVII verax vitus the true vine ego sum vitus vera I am the true vine. XXXIX ego non sum de mundo I am not of the world de mundo non sunt sicut et ego non sum de mundo they are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. XL ego sum A and ETW I am alpha and omega ego sum A and ETW and principium et finus dicit dominus dies qui est et qui erat et qui vent juris est omnipotens I am alpha and omega, the beginning and the ending, saith the Lord, which is, and which was, and which is to come, the Almighty. XLI claves inferni the keys to the lower world et vivis et fui mortuus et ecce sum vivens in secula seculorum et habeo claves mortis et inferni I am he that liveth, and was dead, and, behold, I am alive for evermore, Amen, and have the keys to the lower world and of death. XLII stella matutinem the morning star sicut et ego accipia patrum meo et dabo illi stellum matutinem and I will give him the morning star. Slien vanio velociter I come quickly et ecce vanio velociter beatus qui custodit verba proficia libri huius behold, I come quickly, blessed is he that keepeth the sayings of the prophecy of this book. GMRKVNB predictum Luciferius. 396. Prophecy of Lucifer I Israel Israel et erit lumen Israel in igni et sanctus eis in flamma et succendetur et devorabiter spina eis et vepre in diuna and the light of Israel shall be for a fire, and his Holy One for a flame, and it shall burn and devour his thorns and his briars in one day. 2 Ascensus ascension ascendum super altitudinem nubium aero similis altissimo I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be like the Most High. 3 Deserta abandoned in die illa erant civitates fortitudinus eis derelicti sicut eritra et segetes qui derelicti sunt effaci filiorum Israel et erit deserta in that day shall his strong cities be as a forsaken bough, and an uppermost branch, which they left because of the children of Israel, and there shall be desolation. 4 Piscators the fishers et merebunt piscators et luchbunt the fishers also shall mourn. V apocalypsis apocalypse ecce dominus dissipabit terram et nudabit im et ad flaget facium eis et dispergit habitators eis behold, the Lord maketh the earth empty, and maketh it waste, and turneth it upside down, and scattereth abroad the inhabitants thereof. 6 Dissolution destruction kia indignatio domini super omnes gentes et furor super universum malicium eorum interfacit eos et dedit eos in oxygenum. 397. For the indignation of the Lord is upon all nations, and his fury upon all their armies, he hath utterly destroyed them, he hath delivered them to the slaughter. 7 Urina urine ut cum danster cora suaet bibant urinum they will eat their own dung, and drink their own urine. 8 Flamma the fire sicut exustio ignis tebescurrent aqui arde rent igna ut notum fierit nomen tuum inimicis tuis effaci tua gentes tuberenta as when the melting fire burneth, the fire causeth the waters to boil, to make thy name known to thine adversaries, that the nations may tremble at thy presence. 9 Primus Angelus, the first angel, et primus tuba sucinit et facta est grando et ignis mixta in sanguine et missum est interim et tertia pars terrae combusta est tertia pars arborum combusta est omn faenum viride combustum est. The first angel sounded, and there followed hail and fire mingled with blood, and they were cast upon the earth, and the third part of trees was burnt up, and all green grass was burnt up. Ex secundus angelus, the second angel, et secundus angelus tuba sucinit et tomcum mons magnus igni ardens missus est in mare et facta est tertia pars maris sanguis. And the second angel sounded, and as it were a great mountain burning with fire was cast into the sea, and the third part of the sea became blood. 11 Mare the sea et mortua est tertia pars creaturi qui habent animus et tertia pars navium interiat. 398. And the third part of the creatures which were in the sea, and had life, died, and the third part of the ships were destroyed. 12 Tertius Angelus, the third angel, et Tertius Angelus tuba sucinit et sucidit de caelo stella magna ardens tomcum facula et sucidit in tertium partum fluminum et in fontis aquarum. And the third angel sounded, and there fell a great star from heaven, burning as it were a lamp, and it fell upon the third part of the rivers, and upon the fountains of waters. 13 Carcera prison et cum consummati fuerint mil anni solvitur satanas de carcera. And when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison. Proverbium Luciferius, the Proverbs of Lucifer, I sapientia wisdom ad sciendum sapientium et disciplinum, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding. 2 Men's understanding animadvertat parabolum et interpretationem verba sapientium et enigmata eorum, to understand a proverb, and the interpretation, the words of the wise, and their dark sayings. 3 Principium scientia, beginning of knowledge. Timor domini principium scientia sapientium et doctrinum stulti despiciunt, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. 4 Profundum. 399. The deep diglutiumus eum sicut infernus viventum et egrum quasi descendentum in lacum, let us swallow them up alive as the grave, and whole, as those that go down into the pit. V pedes malum, the evil feet, pedes enim malorum ad malum currunt et festinant ut effundant sanguinum, for their feet run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. 6 Imprudence odi scientium, fools hate knowledge, usque quo parvuli diligitis infantium et stulti ea qui sibi sunt noxia cupiunt et imprudence odibunt scientium. How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. 7 Non timor domini, no fear of God, eo quod exissam habuerant disciplinum et timorum domini non susceperant, for that they hated knowledge, and did not choose the fear of the Lord. 8 Non timor malice, no fear of evil, qui autem me audierit absci terrare requiescit et abundantia per fruter malorum timori sublato, but whoso hearkeneth unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from fear of evil. 9 Scientium dei, knowledge of God. Tunc intel legis timorum domini et scientium dei invenis, then shalt thou understand the fear of the Lord, and find the knowledge of God. X. 400. Dominus det sapientium, God gives wisdom. Quia dominus det sapientium et ex or eis science ntia et prudentia, for the Lord gives wisdom, from his mouth come knowledge and understanding. 11 Exsulter malice, exult evil, qui laetantur cum maleficerant et exultant in rebus pessimis, who rejoice in doing evil and delight in the perverseness of evil. 12 Viae perversi, crooked ways. Quorum viae perversi et infames gresses eorum, whose ways are crooked, and they froward in their paths. 13 Beatus happy, beatus homo qui invenit sapientium et qui affluit prudentia, happy is the man that findeth wisdom, and the man that getteth understanding. 401. Meshaphi Resh. The Black Book. In the beginning the Invisible One brought forth from its own precious soul a white pearl. And it created a bird upon whose back it placed the pearl, and there he dwelt for 40,000 years. Then on the first day, Sunday, it created an angel called Israel. He is archangel over all the angels, he who is Melek-Taz, the peacock angel. He is the first to be, and to know that he is, for the one can know nothing. On each of the other days of the week the one brought forth angels to serve Melek-Taz. On Monday he created Darda-il, which is Sheikh Hassan. On Tuesday he created Israfil, who is Sheikh Shams. On Wednesday he created Jibra'il, Gabriel, who is Sheikh Abu Bakr. On Thursday he created Azra'il, who is Sajjadan. On Friday he created the angel Shemna'il, who is Naziruddin. 402. On Saturday he created the angel Nura'il. He made Melek-Taz chief over them all. After this, the invisible one retreated into itself, and acted no more, but Melek-Taz was left to act. Seeing the barrenness of the ether, he created the form of the seven heavens, the earth, sun, and moon. He created mankind, animals, birds, and beasts in the pockets of his cloak. Then he brought man up from the pearl accompanied by angels. He gave a great shout before the pearl, after which it split into 4 pieces. He made water flow from its inside, and that water became the sea. The world was round without clefts. Then he created Gabriel in the form of a bird, and committed to his hands the deposition of the 4 corners. After that he created a ship in which he rode 30,000 years, after which Melek-Taz came and lived among men in the city of Lailash, where his temple remains to this day. He cried out in the world, and the sea coagulated, and the world became earth and they continued quivering. Then he commanded Gabriel to take 2 of the pieces of the white pearl, one of which he placed under the earth, while the other rested in the gate of heaven. Then he placed in them the sun and the moon, and created the stars from their fragments, and suspended them in heaven for an ornament. He also created fruit-bearing trees and plants in the earth, and likewise the mountains, to embellish the earth. He created the throne over the carpet. Then said the mighty Lord, O angels, I will create Adam and Eve, and will make them human beings, and from them 2 shall arise, out of the loins of Adam, Shur-ibn Jebr, and from him shall arise a single people on the earth, the people of Azazel, to wit of Ta'us Melech, which is the Yazidi people. Then I shall send Sheikh Adib. Musaphir from the land of Syria, and he shall come and dwell in Laish. Then the Lord descended to the Holy Land and commanded Gabriel to take earth from the 4 corners of the world, earth, air, fire, and water. He made it man, and endowed it with a soul by his power. Then he commanded Gabriel to place Adam in paradise, where he might eat of the fruit of every green herb, only of wheat should he not eat. After 100 years Ta'us Melech said to God, How shall Adam increase and multiply, and where is his offspring? God said to him, 403. Into thy hand have I surrendered authority and administration. Then he came and said to Adam, Hast thou eaten of the wheat? He answered, No, for God hath forbidden me so to do, and hath said, Thou shalt not eat of it. Melek-Taz said to him, If you eat of it, all shall go better with thee. But, after he had eaten, his belly swelled up, and Ta'us Melech drove him forth from paradise, and left him, and ascended into heaven. Then Adam suffered from the distension of his belly, because it had no outlet. But God sent a bird, which came and helped him, and made an outlet for it, and he was relieved. And Gabriel continued absent from him for 100 years, and he was sad, and wept. Then God commanded Gabriel, and he came and created Eve from under Adam's left armpit. Then Melek-Taz descended to earth for the sake of our people, I mean the much suffering Yazidis, and raised up for us kings beside the kings of the ancient Assyrians, Nesruk, who is Naziruddin, and Kamush, who is King Fakhruddin, and Artemis, who is King Shamsuddin. And after this we had 2 kings, the first and second Shapur, whose rule lasted 150 years, and from whose seed are our emirs until the present day, and we became divided into 4 septs. To us it is forbidden to eat lettuce, kas, because its name resembles that of our prophetess Kasa, and haricot beans, also to use dark blue dye, neither do we eat fish, out of respect for Jonah the prophet, nor gazelles, because these constituted the flock of one of our prophets. The sheikh and his disciples, moreover, eat not the flesh of the cock, out of respect for the peacock, for it is one of the 7 gods before mentioned, and his image is in the form of a cock. The sheikh and his disciples likewise abstain from eating pumpkin. It is, moreover, forbidden to us to make water standing, or to put on out clothes sitting, or to cleanse ourselves in the privy as do the Mohammedans, or to perform our ablutions in their baths. Neither is it permitted to us to pronounce the name of Shaitan, because it is the name of our God, nor any name resembling this, such as kitten, shar, shat, nor any vocable resembling malun, nal, or the like. Before our religion was called idolatry, and the Jews, Christians, Muslims, and Persians held aloof from our religion. King Ahab and Amram were of us, so that they used to call the god of Ahab Beelzebub, whom they call amongst us Perbub. We had a king in Babel whose name was Buktinassar, Nebuchadnezzar, and Ahasuerus in Persia, and in Constantinople Acropolis. Before heaven and earth existed, God was over the waters in a vessel in the midst of the waters. 404. Then he was wroth with the pearl which he had created, wherefore he cast it away, and from the crash of it were produced the mountains, and from the clang of it the sand hills, and from its smoke the heavens. Then God ascended into heaven, and condensed the heavens, and fixed them without supports, and enclosed the earth. Then he took the pen in his hands, and began to write down the names of all his creatures. From his essence and light he created 6 gods, whose creation was as one lighteth a lamp from another lamp. Then said the first god to the second god, I have created heaven, ascend thou into it, and create something else. And when he ascended, the sun came into being. And he said to the next, ascend, and the moon came into being. And the third put the heavens in movement, and the fourth created the stars, and the fifth created Elkaruk, that is to say, the morning star, and so on. 405. Revelation of Malek Taz. Churet al-Yazid. Wherefore, it is true that my knowledge compasses the very truth of all that is, and my wisdom is not separate from my heart, and the manifestation of my descent is clear unto you, and when it is revealed to the children of Adam it will be seen and many will tremble thereby. All habitations and desert spaces are indeed of my own creation, set forth, all fully within my strength, not that of the false gods, wherefore I am he that men come with their rightful worship, not the false gods of their books, wrongly written, but they come to know me, a peacock of bronze and of gold, wings spread over Kaaba and temple and church, not to be overshadowed. And in the secret cave of my wisdom it is known that there is no God but myself, archangel over all the host, Malek Ta'us. Knowing this, who dares deny? 406. Knowing this, who dares fail to worship? Knowing this, who dares worship false gods of Quran and Bible? Knowing this, who shall make that? Know that who knows me will I cast into paradisical gardens of my pleasure. But the Yazid who knows me not will I cast into affliction. Say then, I am the only and exalted archangel, and I make prosperous whom I will, and I enliven whom I will. Say then, I alone am to be praised from the towers of Lailash, and from the mountain of Ararat to the western sea. Say then, let the light of knowledge flash forth from the Ziyaraz, flash forth from the river of Euphrates to the hiddenness of Shimhala. Let my sanjak be carried from its safe place into the temple, and let all the clans of Yazid know of my manifestation, even Shikan, and Sinjar, and Halitayat, and Maliyat, and Lepcho, and the Kachar who wander among the heathen. 407. Al-Jawa. Before all creation, this revelation was with Malek Taz, who sent Abd Taz to this world that he might separate truth known to his particular people. This was done, first of all, by means of oral tradition, and afterward by means of this book, Al-Jilwa, which the outsiders may neither read nor behold. I was, am now, and shall have no end. I exercise dominion over all creatures and over the affairs of all who are under the protection of my image. I am ever present to help all who trust in me and call upon me in time of need. There is no place in the universe that knows not my presence. I participate in all the affairs which those who are without call evil because their nature is not such that they approve. Every age has its own manager, who directs affairs according to my decrees. This office is changeable from generation to generation, that the ruler of this world and his chiefs may discharge the duties of their respective offices, every one in his own turn. I allow everyone to follow the dictates of his own. 408. Nature, but he that opposes me will regret it sorely. No god has a right to interfere in my affairs, and I have made it an imperative rule that everyone shall refrain from worshipping all gods. All the books of those who are without are altered by them, and they have declined from them, although they were written by the prophets and the apostles. That there are interpolations is seen in the fact that each sect endeavors to prove that the others are wrong and to destroy their books. Truth and falsehood are known to me. When temptation comes, I give my covenant to him that trusts in me. Moreover, I give counsel to the skilled directors, for I have appointed them for periods that are known to me. I remember necessary affairs and execute them in due time. I teach and guide those who follow my instruction. If anyone obey me and conform to my commandments, he shall have joy, delight, and comfort. I requite the descendants of Adam, and reward them with various rewards that I alone know. Moreover, power and dominion over all that is on earth, both that which is above and that which is beneath, are in my hand. I do not allow friendly association with other people, nor do I deprive them that are my own and obey me of anything that is good for them. I place my affairs in the hands of those whom I have tried and who are in accord with my desires. I appear in diverse manner to those who are faithful and under my command. I give and take away, I enrich and impoverish, I cause both happiness and misery. I do all this in keeping with the characteristics of each epoch. And none has a right to interfere with my management of affairs. Those who oppose me I afflict with disease, but my own shall not die like the sons of Adam that are without. None shall live longer in this world than the time set by me, and if I so desire, I send a person a second or third time as this world or into some other by the transfer of will. I lead to the straight path without a revealed book, I direct aright my beloved and my chosen ones by unseen means. All my teachings are easily applicable to all times and all conditions. Now the sons of Adam do not know the state of things that is to come. For this reason they fall into many errors. The beasts of the earth, the birds of the heaven, and the fish of the sea are all under the control of my hands. 409. All treasure and hidden things are known to me, and as I desire, I take them from one and bestow them on another. I reveal my wonders to those who seek them, and in due time my miracles to those who receive them from me. But those who are without are my adversaries, hence they oppose me. Nor do they know that such a course is against their own interests, for might, wealth, and riches are in my hand, and I bestow them upon every worthy descendant of Adam. Thus, the government of the world, the transition of generations, and the changes of their directors are determined by me from the beginning. I will not give my rights to other gods. I have allowed the creation of 4 substances, 4 times, and 4 corners, because they are necessary things for creatures. The books of Jews, Christians, and Muslims, as those who are without, accept in a sense, so far as they agree with and conform to, my statutes. Whatsoever is contrary to these they have altered, do not accept it. 3 things are against me, and I hate 3 things. But those who keep my secret shall receive the fulfillment of my promises. It is my desire that all my followers shall unite in a bond of unity, lest those who are without prevail against them. Now, then, all ye who have followed my commandments and my teachings, reject all the teachings and sayings of such as are without. I have not taught these teachings, nor do they proceed from me. O ye that have believed in me, honor my symbol and my image, for they remind you of me. Observe my laws and my statutes. Obey my servants and listen to whatever they may dictate to you of the hidden things. 410. The Hymn of Sheikh Adi. My understanding surround the truth of things, and my truth is mixed up in me. And the truth of my descent is set forth by itself, and when it was known it was altogether in me. All who are in the universe are under me, and all the habitable parts and the deserts, and everything created is under me. And I am the ruling power, preceding all that exists. And I am he who spake a true saying. And I am the just judge, and the ruler of the earth. And I am he whom men worship in my glory, coming to me and kissing my feet. And I am he who spread over the heavens their height. And I am he who cried in the beginning, and I am the Sheikh, the one and only one. And I am he who of myself revealeth all things. For I am he to whom came the book of glad tidings. 411. From my Lord who burneth the mountains. And I am he to whom all created men come, in obedience to kiss my feet. I bring forth fruit from the first juice of early youth, by my presence, and turn towards me my disciples. And before his light the darkness of the morning cleared away. I guide him who asketh for guidance. And I am he that caused Adam to dwell in paradise, and Nimrod to inhabit a hot burning fire. And I am he who guided Ahmed the just, and led him into my path and way. And I am he unto whom all creatures come unto for my good purposes and gifts. And I am he who visited all the heights, and goodness and charity proceed from my mercy. And I am he who made all hearts to fear my purpose, and they magnified the power and majesty of my awfulness. And I am he to whom the destroying lion came, raging, and I shouted against him and he became stone. And I am he to whom the serpent came, and by my will I made him dust. And I am he who struck the rock and made it tremble, and made to burst from its side the sweetest of waters. And I am he who sent down the certain truth. From me the book that comforteth the oppressed. And I am he who judged justly, and when I judged it was my right. And I am he who made the springs to give water, sweeter and pleasanter than all waters. And I am he that caused it to appear in my mercy, and by my power I called it the pure. And I am he to whom the Lord of heaven hath said, Thou art the just judge, and the ruler of the earth. And I am he who disclosed some of my wonders. And some of my virtues are manifested in that which exists, and I am he who caused the mountains to bow, to move under me, and at my will. And I am he before whose awful majesty the wild beasts cried, they turned to me worshipping, and kissed my feet. And I am Adies Shami, the son of Muzaffar. Verily the All-Merciful has assigned unto me names. 412. The heavenly throne, and the seat, and the seven and the earth. In the secret of my knowledge there is no God but me. These things are subservient to my power. And for which state do you deny my guidance? O men! Deny me not, but submit, in the day of judgment you will be happy in meeting me. Who dies in my love I will cast him in the midst of paradise by my will and pleasure, but he who dies unmindful of me, will be thrown into torture in misery and affliction. I say that I am the only one and the exalted, I create and make rich those whom I will. Praise be to myself, and all things are by my will. And the universe is lighted by some of my gifts. I am the king who magnifies himself, and all the riches of creation are at my bidding. I have made known unto you, O people, some of my ways, who desireth me must forsake the world. And I can also speak the true saying. And the garden on high is for those who do my pleasure. I sought the truth, and became a confirming truth, and by the like truth they shall possess the highest place like me. 413. Liber al vel legis. The Book of the Law. Sub figura ccxx. As delivered by Skeen equals 418 to Dklxi. Chapter I. 1 had. The manifestation of Newt. 2 the unveiling of the company of heaven. 3 every man and every woman is a star. 4 every number is infinite, there is no difference. 5 help me, O warrior lord of Thebes, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 be thou had it, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 414. 7 behold. It is revealed by Iwas the minister of Hoar Parkrate. 8 the cabs is in the coup, not the coup in the cabs. 9 worship then the cabs, and behold my light shed over you. 10 let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. 11 these are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Newt, she bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hadit. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, O Nkfna Kansu. 15 Now ye shall know that the chosen priest and apostle of infinite space is the prince priest the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold, they shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16 For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17 But ye are not so chosen. 18 Burn upon their brows, O splendrous serpent. 19 O azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20 The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. 415. 21 With the god and the adorer I am nothing, they do not see me. They are as upon the earth, I am heaven, and there is no other god than me, and my Lord had it. 22 Now, therefore, I am known to ye by my name Newt, and to him by a secret name which I will give him when at last he know it me. Since I am infinite space, and the infinite stars thereof, do ye also thus. Bind nothing. Let there be no difference made among you between any one thing and any other thing, for thereby there cometh hurt. 23 But whoso availeth in this, let him be the chief of all. 24 I am Newt, and my word is 56. 25 Divide, add, multiply, and understand. 26 Then saith the prophet and slave of the beauteous one, Who am I, and what shall be the sign? So she answered him, bending down, a lambent flame of blue, all touching, all penetrant, her lovely hands upon the black earth, and her lithe body arched for love, and her soft feet not hurting the little flowers, thou knowest. And the sign shall be my ecstasy, the consciousness of the continuity of existence, the omnipresence of my body. 27 Then the priest answered and said unto the Queen of Space, kissing her lovely brows, and the dew of her light bathing his whole body in a sweet-smelling perfume of sweat, O Newt, continuous one of heaven, let it be ever thus, that men speak not of thee as one but as none, and let them speak not of thee at all, since thou art continuous. 28 None breathed the light, faint and fairy, of the stars, and 2. 29 For I am divided for love's sake, for the chance of union. 30 This is the creation of the world, that the pain of division is as nothing, and the joy of dissolution all. 31 For these fools of men and their woes care not thou at all. They feel little, what is balanced by weak joys, but yet are my chosen ones. 416. 32 Obey my prophet. Follow out the ordeals of my knowledge. Seek me only. Then the joys of my love will redeem ye from all pain. This is so, I swear it by the vault of my body, by my sacred heart and tongue, by all I can give, by all I desire of yet all. 33 Then the priest fell into a deep trance or swoon, and said unto the Queen of Heaven, Write unto us the ordeals, write unto us the rituals, write unto us the law. 34 But she said, The ordeals I write not, the rituals shall be half known and half concealed, the law is for all. 35 This that thou writest is the threefold book of law. 36 My scribe Nkfna Kansu, the priest of the princes, shall not in one letter change this book, but lest there be folly, he shall comment thereupon by the wisdom of Arahorkut. 37 Also the mantras and spells, the obya and the wanga, the work of the wand and the work of the sword, these he shall learn and teach. 38 He must teach, but he may make severe the ordeals. 39 The word of the law is thelema. 40 Who calls us thelemits will do no wrong, if he look but close into the word. For there are therein 3 grades, the hermit, and the lover, and the man of earth. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. 41 The word of sin is restriction. O man! Refuse not thy wife, if she will. O lover, if thou wilt, depart. There is no bond that can unite the divided but love, all else is a curse. Accursed! Accursed be it to the eons. Hell! 42 Let it be that state of manyhood bound and loathing. So with thy all, thou hast no right but to do thy will. 43 Do that, and no other shall say nay. 417. 44 For pure will, unassuaged of purpose, delivered from the lust of result, is every way perfect. 45 The perfect and the perfect are one perfect and not two, nay, are none. 46 Nothing is a secret key of this law. 61 The Jews call it, I call it 80, 418. 47 But they have the half, unite by thine art so that all disappear. 48 My prophet is a fool with his one, are not they the ox, and none by the book? 49 Abrogate are all rituals, all ordeals, all words, and signs. Arahorkut hath taken his seat in the east at the equinox of the gods, and let Asar be with Isa, who also are one. But they are not of me. Let Asar be the adorant, Isa the sufferer, Hor in his secret name and splendor is the Lord initiating. 50 There is a word to say about the hierophantic task. Behold! There are 3 ordeals in one, and it may be given in 3 ways. The gross must pass through fire, let the fine be tried in intellect, and the lofty chosen ones in the highest. Thus ye have star and star, system and system, let not one know well the other. 51 There are 4 gates to one palace, the floor of that palace is of silver and gold, lapis lazuli and jasper are there, and all rare scents, jasmine and rose, and the emblems of death. Let him enter in turn or at once the 4 gates, let him stand on the floor of the palace. Will he not sink? Amen. Ho! Warrior, if thy servants sink? But there are means and means. Be goodly therefore, dress yet all in fine apparel, eat rich foods and drink sweet wines and wines that foam. Also, take your fill and wool of love as ye will, when, where and with whom ye will. But always unto me. 52 If this be not aright, if ye confound the space marks, saying, they are one, or saying, they are many, if the ritual be not ever unto me, then expect the direful judgments of Ra-Ho-Urkut. 53 This shall regenerate the world, the little world my sister, my heart and my tongue, unto whom I send this kiss. Also, O scribe and prophet. 418 Though thou be of the princes, it shall not assuage thee nor absolve thee. But ecstasy be thine and joy of earth, ever to me. To me. 54 Change not as much as the style of a letter, for behold, thou, O prophet, shalt not behold all these mysteries hidden therein. 55 The child of thy bowels, he shall behold them. 56 Expect him not from the east, nor from the west, for from no expected house cometh that child. All words are sacred and all prophets true, save only that they understand a little, solve the first half of the equation, leave the second unattacked. But thou hast all in the clear light, and some, though not all, in the dark. 57 Invoke me under my stars. Love is the law, love under will. Nor let the fools mistake love, for there are love and love. There is the dove, and there is the serpent. Choose ye well. He, my prophet, hath chosen, knowing the law of the fortress, and the great mystery of the house of God. All these old letters of my book are aright, but Zadi is not the star. This also is secret, my prophet shall reveal it to the wise. 58 I give unimaginable joys on earth, certainty, not faith, while in life, upon death, peace unutterable, rest, ecstasy, nor do I demand aught in sacrifice. 59 My incense is of resinous woods and gums, and there is no blood therein, because of my hair the trees of eternity. 60 My number is 11, as all their numbers who are of us. The five-pointed star, with a circle in the middle, and the circle is red. My color is black to the blind, but the blue and gold are seen of the seeing. Also I have a secret glory for them that love me. 61 But to love me is better than all things, if under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart, and the serpent flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all, but whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. Ye shall gather goods and store of women and spices, ye shall wear rich jewels. 419 Ye shall exceed the nations of the earth in splendour and pride, but always in the love of me, and so shall ye come to my joy. I charge you earnestly to come before me in a single robe, and covered with a rich headdress. I love you. I yearn to you. Pale or purple, veiled or voluptuous, I who am all pleasure and purple, and drunkenness of the innermost sense, desire you. Put on the wings, and arouse the coiled splendor within you, come unto me. 62 At all my meetings with you shall the priestess say, and her eyes shall burn with desire as she stands bare and rejoicing in my secret temple to me. To me. Calling forth the flame of the hearts of all in her love chant. 63 Sing the rapturous love song unto me. Burn to me perfumes. Wear to me jewels. Drink to me, for I love you. I love you. 64 I am the blue-lidded daughter of sunset, I am the naked brilliance of the voluptuous night sky. 65 To me. To me. 66 The manifestation of Newt is at an end. Chapter 2 1 New. The hiding of Hadit. 2 Come. All yet, and learn the secret that hath not yet been revealed. I, Hadit, am the complement of Nu, my bride. I am not extended, and Cabs is the name of my house. 3 In the sphere I am everywhere the center, as she, the circumference, is nowhere found. 4 Yet she shall be known and I never. 5 Behold! The rituals of the old time are black. Let the evil ones be cast away, let the good ones be purged by the prophet. Then shall this knowledge go aright. 420. 6 I am the flame that burns in every heart of man, and in the core of every star. I am life, and the giver of life, yet therefore is the knowledge of me the knowledge of death. 7 I am the magician and the exorcist. I am the axle of the wheel, and the cube in the circle. Come unto me is a foolish word, for it is I that go. 8 Who worshipped Hippocrates have worshipped me, ill, for I am the worshipper. 9 Remember all ye that existence is pure joy, that all the sorrows are but as shadows, they pass and are done, but there is that which remains. 10 O prophet! Thou hast ill will to learn this writing. 11 I see thee hate the hand and the pen, but I am stronger. 12 Because of me in thee which thou knewest not. 13 For why? Because thou wast the knower, and me. 14 Now let there be a veiling of this shrine, now let the light devour men and eat them up with blindness. 15 For I am perfect, being not, and my number is 9 by the fools, but with the just I am 8, and 1 in 8, which is vital, for I am none indeed. The empress and the king are not of me, for there is a further secret. 16 I am the empress and the hierophant. Thus 11, as my bride is 11. 17 Hear me, ye people of sighing. The sorrows of pain and regret are left to the dead and the dying, the folk that not know me as yet. 18 These are dead, these fellows, they feel not. We are not for the poor and sad, the lords of the earth are our kinsfolk. 421. 19 Is a god to live in a dog? No. But the highest are of us. They shall rejoice, are chosen, who sorroweth is not of us. 20 Beauty and strength, leaping laughter, and delicious languor, force and fire, are of us. 21 We have nothing with the outcast and the unfit, let them die in their misery. For they feel not. Compassion is the vice of kings, stamp down the wretched and the weak, this is the law of the strong, this is our law and the joy of the world. Think not, O king, upon that lie, that thou must die, verily thou shalt not die, but live. Now let it be understood, if the body of the king dissolve, he shall remain in pure ecstasy forever. Newt. Hadit. Arahorkut. The sun, strength and sight, light, these are for the servants of the star and the snake. 22 I am the snake that giveth knowledge and delight and bright glory, and stir the hearts of men with drunkenness. To worship me take wine and strange drugs whereof I will tell my prophet, and be drunk thereof. They shall not harm yet at all. It is a lie, this folly against self. The exposure of innocence is a lie. Be strong, O man! Lust, enjoy all things of sense and rapture, fear not that any god shall deny thee for this. 23 I am alone, there is no god where I am. 24 Behold! These be grave mysteries, for there are also of my friends who be hermits. Now think not to find them in the forest or on the mountain, but in beds of purple, caressed by magnificent beasts of women with large limbs, and fire and light in their eyes, and masses of flaming hair about them, there shall ye find them. Ye shall see them at rule, at victorious armies, at all the joy, and there shall be in them a joy 1,000,000 times greater than this. Beware lest any force another, king against king. Love one another with burning hearts, on the low men trample in the fierce lust of your pride, in the day of your wrath. 25 Ye are against the people, O my chosen. 26 I am the secret serpent coiled about to spring, in my coiling there is joy. If I lift up my head, I and my newt are one. If I droop down mine head, and shoot forth venom, then is rapture of the earth, and I and the earth are one. 422. 27 There is great danger in me, for who doth not understand these runes shall make a great miss. He shall fall down into the pit called because, and there he shall perish with the dogs of reason. 28 Now a curse upon because and his kin. 29 May because be accursed forever. 30 If will stops and cries why, invoking because, then will stops and does not. 31 If power asks why, then is power weakness. 32 Also reason is a lie, for there is a factor infinite and unknown, and all their words are skew-wise. 33 Enough of because. Be he damned for a dog. 34 But yet, O my people, rise up and awake. 35 Let the rituals be rightly performed with joy and beauty. 36 There are rituals of the elements and feasts of the times. 37 A feast for the first night of the prophet and his bride. 38 A feast for the 3 days of the writing of the book of the law. 39 A feast for Tehudi and the child of the prophet secret, O prophet. 40 A feast for the supreme ritual, and a feast for the equinox of the gods. 41 A feast for fire and a feast for water, a feast for life and a greater feast for death. 42 A feast every day in your hearts in the joy of my rapture. 43 A feast every night unto new, and the pleasure of uttermost delight. 423. 44 I. Feast. Rejoice. There is no dread hereafter. There is the dissolution, an eternal ecstasy in the kisses of new. 45 There is death for the dogs. 46 Dost thou fail? Art thou sorry? Is fear in thine heart? 47 Where I am these are not. 48 Pity not the fallen. I never knew them. I am not for them. I console not, I hate the consoled and the consoler. 49 I am unique and conqueror. I am not of the slaves that perish. Be they damned and dead. Amen. This is of the 4, there is a 5th who is invisible, and therein am I as a babe in an egg. 50 Blue am I in gold in the light of my bride, but the red gleam is in my eyes, and my spangles are purple and green. 51 Purple beyond purple, it is the light higher than eyesight. 52 There is a veil, that veil is black. It is the veil of the modest woman, it is the veil of sorrow, and the pall of death, this is none of me. Tear down that lying spectre of the centuries, veil not your vices in virtuous words, these vices are my service, ye do well, and I will reward you here and hereafter. 53 Fear not, O prophet, when these words are said, thou shalt not be sorry. Thou art emphatically my chosen, and blessed are the eyes that thou shalt look upon with gladness. But I will hide thee in a mask of sorrow, they that see thee shall fear thou art fallen, but I lift thee up. 54 Nor shall they who cry aloud their folly that thou meanest not avail, thou shalt reveal it, thou availest, they are the slaves of because, they are not of me. The stops as thou wilt, the letters? Change them not in style or value. 55 Thou shalt obtain the order and value of the English alphabet, thou shalt find new symbols to attribute them unto. 424. 56 Begone! Ye mockers, even though ye laugh in my honor ye shall laugh not long, then when ye are sad know that I have forsaken you. 57 He that is righteous shall be righteous still, he that is filthy shall be filthy still. 58 Yet deem not of change, ye shall be as ye are, and not other. Therefore the kings of the earth shall be kings forever, the slaves shall serve. There is none that shall be cast down or lifted up, all is ever as it was. Yet there are masked ones my servants, it may be that yonder beggar is a king. A king may choose his garment as he will, there is no certain test, but a beggar cannot hide his poverty. 59 Beware therefore. Love all, lest perchance is a king concealed. Say you so? Fool! If he be a king, thou canst not hurt him. 60 Therefore strike hard and low, and to hell with them, master. 61 There is a light before thine eyes, O prophet, a light undesired, most desirable. 62 I am uplifted in thine heart, and the kisses of the stars rain hard upon thy body. 63 Thou art exhaust in the voluptuous fullness of the inspiration, the expiration is sweeter than death, more rapid and laughterful than a caress of hell's own worm. 64 Oh! Thou art overcome, we are upon thee, our delight is all over thee, hail! Hail, prophet of Nu! Prophet of Had! Prophet of Arahoarku! Now rejoice! Now come in our splendor and rapture! Come in our passionate peace, and write sweet words for the kings. 65 I am the Master, thou art the holy chosen one. 66 Write, and find ecstasy in writing. Work, and be our bed in working. Thrill with the joy of life and death. Ah! Thy death shall be lovely, Husasith it shall be glad. Thy death shall be the seal of the promise of our age-long love. Come! Lift up thine heart and rejoice. We are one, we are none. 425. 67 Hold! Hold! Bear up in thy rapture, fall not in swoon of the excellent kisses. 68 Harder! Hold up thyself! Lift thine head! Breathe not so deep die! 69 Ah! Ah! What do I feel? Is the word exhausted? 70 There is help and hope in other spells. Wisdom says, be strong. Then canst thou bear more joy. Be not animal, refine thy rapture. If thou drink, drink by the 98 rules of art, if thou love, exceed by delicacy, and if thou do aught joyous, let there be subtlety therein. 71 But exceed. Exceed. 72 Strive ever to more. And if thou art truly mine and doubt it not, and if thou art ever joyous. Death is the crown of all. 73 Ah! Ah! Death! Death! Thou shalt long for death. Death is forbidden, O man, unto thee. 74 The length of thy longing shall be the strength of its glory. He that lives long and desires death much is ever the king among the kings. 75 I. Listen to the numbers and the words. 76 4638 ABK 24 ALGMOR 3YX 2489 RPSTOVAL. What meaneth this, O prophet? Thou knowest not, nor shalt thou know ever. There cometh one to follow thee, he shall expound it. But remember, O chose none, to be me, to follow the love of Nu in the star-lit heaven, to look forth upon men, to tell them this glad word. 77 O be thou proud and mighty among men. 78 Lift up thyself. For there is none like unto thee among men or among gods. Lift up thyself, O my prophet, thy stature shall surpass the stars. They shall worship thy name, foursquare, mystic, wonderful, the number of the man, and the name of thy house 418. 79 The end of the hiding of Hadit, and blessing and worship to the prophet of the lovely star. 426. Chapter 3. 1 Abrahadabra, the reward of Arahoarkut. 2 There is division hither homeward, there is a word not known. Spelling is defunct, all is not aught. Beware. Hold. Raise the spell of Arahoarkut. 3 Now let it be first understood that I am a god of war and of vengeance. I shall deal hardly with them. 4. Choose ye an island. 5. Fortify it. 6. Dung it about with enginery of war. 7. I will give you a war engine. 8. With it ye shall smite the peoples, and none shall stand before you. 9. Lurk. Withdraw. Upon them. This is the law of the battle of conquest, thus shall my worship be about my secret house. 10. Get the steel of revealing itself, set it in thy secret temple, and that temple is already aright disposed, and it shall be your Qibla forever. It shall not fade, but miraculous color shall come back to it day after day. Close it in locked glass for a proof to the world. 11. This shall be your only proof. I forbid argument. Conquer. That is enough. I will make easy to you the obstruction from the ill-ordered house in the victorious city. Thou shalt thyself convey it with worship, O prophet, though thou likest it not. Thou shalt have danger and trouble. Arehoarku is with thee. Worship me with fire and blood, worship me with swords and with spears. Let the woman be girt with a sword before me, let blood flow to my name. Trample down the heathen, be upon them, O warrior, I will give you of their flesh to eat. 12. Sacrifice cattle, little and big, after a child. 427. 13. But not now. 14. Ye shall see that hour, O blessed beast, and thou the scarlet concubine of his desire. 15. Ye shall be sad thereof. 16. Deem not too eagerly to catch the promises, fear not to undergo the curses. Yet, even yet, know not this meaning all. 17. Fear not at all, fear neither men nor fates, nor gods, nor anything. Money fear not, nor laughter of the folk folly, nor any other power in heaven or upon the earth or under the earth. New is your refuge as had it your light, and I am the strength, force, vigor, of your arms. 18. Mercy let be off, damn them who pity. Kill and torture, spare not, be upon them. 19. That steal they shall call the abomination of desolation, count well its name, and it shall be to you as 718. 20. Why? Because of the fall of because, that he is not there again. 21. Set up my image in the east, thou shalt buy thee an image which I will show thee, a special, not unlike the one thou knowest. And it shall be suddenly easy for thee to do this. 22. The other images group around me to support me, let all be worshipped, for they shall cluster to exalt me. I am the visible object of worship, the others are secret, for the beast and his bride are they, and for the winners of the ordeal X. What is this? Thou shalt know. 23. For perfume mix meal and honey and thick leavings of red wine, then oil of aubermelon and olive oil, and afterward soften and smooth down with rich fresh blood. 24. The best blood is of the moon, monthly, then the fresh blood of a child, or dropping from the host of heaven, then of enemies, then of the priest or of the worshippers, last of some beast, no matter what. 428. 25. This burn, of this make cakes and eat unto me. This hath also another use, let it be laid before me, and kept thick with perfumes of your orison, it shall become full of beetles as it were and creeping things sacred unto me. 26. These slay, naming your enemies, and they shall fall before you. 27. Also these shall breed lust and power of lust in you at the eating thereof. 28. Also ye shall be strong in war. 29. Moreover, be they long kept, it is better, for they swell with my force. All before me. 30. My altar is of open brass work, burn thereon in silver or gold. 31. There cometh a rich man from the west who shall pour his gold upon thee. 32. From gold forge steel. 33. Be ready to fly or to smite. 34. But your holy place shall be untouched throughout the centuries, though with fire and sword it be burnt down and shattered, yet an invisible house there standeth, and shall stand until the fall of the great equinox, when Hermaches shall arise and the double-wanded one assume my throne and place. Another prophet shall arise, and bring fresh fever from the skies, another woman shall awake the lust and worship of the snake, another soul of God and beast shall mingle in the globed priest, another sacrifice shall stain the tomb, another king shall reign, and blessing no longer be poured to the hawk-headed mystical lord. 35 The half of the word of Hiru Areha, called Ho'er-Pokrate and Ho'er-Kut. 36 Then said the prophet unto the god. 429. 37 I adore thee in the song I am the lord of Thebes, and I the inspired fourth speaker of Mentu, for me unveils the veiled sky, the self-slain Nkfna Khonsu whose words are truth. I invoke, I greet thy presence, O Ho'er-Kut. Unity uttermost showed. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. Appear on the throne of Ra. Open the ways of the Ku. Lighten the ways of the Ka. The ways of the cabs run through to stir me or still me. Aum. Let it fill me. 38 So that thy light is in me, and its red flame is as a sword in my hand to push thy order. There is a secret door that I shall make to establish thy way in all the quarters, these are the adorations, as thou hast written, as it is said. The light is mine, its rays consume me, I have made a secret door into the house of Ra and Tum, of Kephra and of Ahathur. I am thy Theban, O Mentu, the prophet Nkfna Khonsu. By Besen Amot my breast I beat, by wise Tanesh I weave my spell. Show thy star splendor, O Newt. Bid me within thine house to dwell, O winged snake of light, Hadit. Abide with me, Ho'er-Kut. 430. 39 All this in a book to say how thou didst come hither, and a reproduction of this ink and paper forever, for in it is the word secret, and not only in the English, and thy comment upon this the book of the law shall be printed beautifully in red ink and black upon beautiful paper made by hand, and to each man and woman that thou meetest, were it but to dine or to drink at them, it is the law to give. Then they shall chance to abide in this bliss or no, it is no odds. Do this quickly. 40 But the work of the comment? That is easy, and had it burning in thy heart shall make swift and secure thy pen. 41 Establish at thy Kaaba a clerk house, all must be done well and with business way. 42 The ordeals thou shalt oversee thyself, save only the blind ones. Refuse none, but thou shalt know and destroy the traitors. I am Ho'er-Kut, and I am powerful to protect my servant. Success is thy proof, argue not, convert not, talk not overmuch. Them that seek to entrap thee, to overthrow thee, them attack without pity or quarter, and destroy them utterly. Swift as a trodden serpent turn and strike. Be thou yet deadlier than he. Drag down their souls to awful torment, laugh at their fear, spit upon them. 43 Let the scarlet woman beware. If pity and compassion and tenderness visit her heart, if she leave my work to toy with old sweetnesses, then shall my vengeance be known. I will slay me her child, I will alienate her heart, I will cast her out from men, as a shrinking and despised harlot shall she crawl through dusk-wet streets, and die cold and anhungered. 44 But let her raise herself in pride. Let her follow me in my way. Let her work the work of wickedness. Let her kill her heart. Let her be loud and adulterous. Let her be covered with jewels, and rich garments, and let her be shameless before all men. 45 Then will I lift her to pinnacles of power, then will I breed from her a child mightier than all the kings of the earth. I will fill her with joy, with my force shall she see and strike at the worship of Nu, she shall achieve Hadit. 431. 46 I am the warrior lord of the 40s, the 80s cower before me, and are abased. I will bring you to victory and joy, I will be at your arms in battle and ye shall delight to slay. Success is your proof, courage is your armor, go on, in my strength, and ye shall turn not back for any. 47 This book shall be translated into all tongues, but always with the original in the writing of the beast, for in the chance shape of the letters and their position to one another, in these are mysteries that no beast shall divine. Let him not seek to try, but one cometh after him, whence I say not, who shall discover the key of it all. Then this line drawn is a key, then this circle squared in its failure is a key also. An abrahadabra. It shall be his child and that strangely. Let him not seek after this, for thereby alone can he fall from it. 48 Now this mystery of the letters is done, and I want to go on to the holier place. 49 I am in a secret fourfold word, the blasphemy against all gods of men. 50 Curse them! Curse them! Curse them! 51 With my hawk's head I peck at the eyes of Jesus as he hangs upon the cross. 52 I flap my wings in the face of Mohammed and blind him. 53 With my claws I tear out the flesh of the Indian and the Buddhist, Mongol, and Din. 54 Bal Asti. Peda. I spit on your crapulous creeds. 55 Let Mary inviolate be torn upon wheels, for her sake let all chaste women be utterly despised among you. 56 Also for beauty's sake and love's. 57 Despise also all cowards, professional soldiers who dare not fight, but play, all fools despise. 58 But the keen and the proud, the royal and the lofty, ye are brothers. 432. 59 As brothers fight yet. 60 There is no law beyond do what thou wilt. 61 There is an end of the word of the God enthroned in Ra's seat, lightening the girders of the soul. 62 To me do ye reverence. To me come ye through tribulation of ordeal, which is bliss. 63 The fool readeth this book of the law, and its comment, and he understandeth it not. 64 Let him come through the first ordeal, and it will be to him as silver. 65 Through the second, gold. 66 Through the third, stones of precious water. 67 Through the fourth, ultimate sparks of the intimate fire. 68 Yet to all it shall seem beautiful. Its enemies who say not so, are mere liars. 69 There is success. 70 I am the hawk-headed lord of silence and of strength, my nemesis shrouds the night blue sky. 71 Hail! Ye twin warriors about the pillars of the world. For your time is nigh at hand. 72 I am the lord of the double wand of power, the wand of the force of Kafnia, but my left hand is empty, for I have crushed an universe, and naught remains. 73 Paste the sheets from right to left and from top to bottom, then behold. 74 There is a splendor in my name hidden and glorious, as the sun of midnight is ever the sun. 433. 75 The ending of the words is the word abrahadabra. The book of the law is written and concealed. Ha. The comment. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The study of this book is forbidden. It is wise to destroy this copy after the first reading. Whosoever disregards this does so at his own risk and peril. These are most dire. Those who discuss the contents of this book are to be shunned by all, as centers of pestilence. All questions of the law are to be decided only by appeal to my writings, each for himself. There is no law beyond do what thou wilt. Love is the law, love under will. The priest of the princes, Angkafen Kansu. 434. The Book of Satan. I in this arid wilderness of steel and stone, I raise up my voice that you may hear. To the east and to the west I beckon. To the north and to the south I show a sign proclaiming, death to the weaklings, wealth to the strong. Open your eyes that you may see, O men of mildewed minds, and listen to me, ye laborious millions. For I stand forth to challenge the wisdom of the world, to interrogate the laws of man and of God. I request reason for your golden rule, and ask the why and the wherefore of your 10 commands. Before none of your printed idols do I bend in acquiescence, and he who saith thou shalt to me is my mortal foe. I demand proof over all things and accept with reservations even that which is true. I dip my forefinger in the watery blood of your impotent, mad Redeemer and write over his thorn-torn brow the true Prince of Evil, the King of the slaves. 435. No hoary falsehood shall be a truth to me, no cult or dogma shall encramp my pen. I break away from all conventions. Alone, untrammeled. I raise up in stern invasion the standard of the strong. I gaze into the glassy eye of your fearsome Jehovah and pluck him by the beard. I uplift a broad axe and split open his worm-eaten skull. I blast out the ghastly contents of philosophic whited sepulchres and laugh with sardonic wrath. Then reaching up the festering and varnished facades of your haughtiest moral dogmas, I write thereon in letters of blazing scorn, lo and behold, all this is fraud. I deny all things. I question all things. And yet, gather round me, O ye death defiant, and the earth itself shall be thine, to have and to hold. To behold the crucifix, what does it symbolize? Pallid incompetence hanging on a tree. All ethics, politics, and philosophies are pure assumptions. They rest on no sure basis. They are but shadowy castles in the air erected by daydreamers, or by rogues, upon nursery fables. It is time they were firmly planted upon an enduring foundation. This can never be accomplished until the racial mind has first been thoroughly cleansed and drastically disinfected of its depraved, alien, and demoralizing concepts of right and wrong. In no human brain can sufficient space be found for the relentless logic of hard fact, until all pre-existing delusions have been finally annihilated. Half measures are of no avail. We must go down to the very roots and tear them out even to the last fiber. We must be like nature, hard, cruel, relentless. Too long the dead hand has been permitted to sterilize living thought. Too long right and wrong, good and evil have been inverted by false prophets. In the days that are at hand, neither creed nor code must be accepted upon authority, human, superhuman, or divine. Morality and conventionalism are for subordinates. Religions and constitutions and all arbitrary principles, every mortal theorem, must be deliberately put to the question. No moral dogma must be taken for. 436. Granted, no standard of measurement deified. There is nothing inherently sacred about moral codes. Like the wooden idols of long ago, they are all the work of human hands, and what man has made, man can destroy. He who is slow to believe anything and everything is of great understanding, for belief in one false principle is the beginning of all unwisdom. The chief duty of every new age is to upraise new men to determine its liberties, to lead it towards material success, to rend the rusty padlocks and chains of dead customs that always prevent healthy expansion. Theories and ideals and constitutions that have meant life, hope and freedom for our ancestors may mean destruction, slavery, and dishonor to us. As environments change, no human ideal standeth sure. Whenever, therefore, a lie has built unto itself a throne, let it be assailed without pity and without regret, for under the dominance of an inconvenient falsehood, no nation can permanently prosper. Let established sophisms be dethroned, rooted out, burnt, and destroyed, for they are a standing menace to all true nobility of thought and action. Whatever alleged truth is proven by results to be but an empty fiction, let it be unceremoniously flung into the outer darkness, among the dead gods, dead empires, dead philosophies, and other useless lumber and wreckage. The most dangerous of all enthroned lies, is the holy, the sanctified, the privileged lie, the lie that everyone believes to be a model truth. It is the fruitful mother of all other popular errors and delusions. It is hydra-headed. It has 1,000 roots. It is a social cancer. The lie that is known to be a lie is half eradicated. But the lie that even intelligent persons regard as a sacred fact, the lie that has been inculcated around a mother's knee, is more dangerous to contend against than a creeping pestilence. Popular lies have ever been the most potent enemies of personal liberty. There is only one way to deal with them: cut them out, to the very core, just as cancers are. Exterminate them root and branch, or they will surely eat us all up. Annihilate them, or they will us. Half and half remedies are of no avail. However, when a lie has gone too far, when it has taken up its abode in the very tissue, bones, and brains of a people, then all remedies are useless. Even the lancet is of no avail. Repentance of past misdeeds cannot save decadents from extermination. The fatal bolt is shot, and into the fiery furnace of wholesome slavery they must go, to be there righteously consumed. From their ashes something new, something nobler, may possibly evolve, but even that is the merest optimistic supposition. In nature the wages of sin are always death. Nature does not. 437. Love the wrongdoer, but endeavors in every way to destroy him. Her curse is on the brow of the meek and lowly. Her blessing is on the very heart's blood of the strong and the brave. Only Jews and Christs and other degenerates think that rejuvenation can ever come through law and prayer. All the tears of the martyrs might just as well never have been shed. 3. Love one another, you say, is this the supreme law? But what power has made it so? Upon what rational authority does the gospel of love rest? Is it even possible of practice, and what would result from its universal application to active affairs? Why should I not hate mine enemies and hunt them down like the wild beasts they are? If I love them, does that not place me at their mercy? Is it natural for enemies to do good unto each other? And what is good? Can the torn and bloody victim love the blood-splashed jaws that rend him limb from limb? Are we not all predatory animals by instinct? If humans ceased wholly from preying upon each other, could they continue to exist? Love your enemies and do good to them that hate you and despitefully use you is the despicable philosophy of the spaniel that rolls upon its back when kicked. Obey it, O reader, and you and your posterity to the 10th generation shall be irretrievably and literally damned. They shall be hewers of wood and carriers of water, degenerates, Gibeonites. But hate your enemies with a whole heart. If a man smite you on one cheek, smash him down. Smite him hip and thigh, for self-preservation is the highest law. He who turns the other cheek is a cowardly dog, a Christian dog. Give him blow for blow, scorn for scorn, doom for doom, with compound interest liberally added thereunto. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, eye, fourfold, 100-fold. Make yourself the terror to your adversary, and when he goeth his way, he will possess much additional wisdom to ruminate over. Thus shall you make yourself respected in all the walks of life, and your spirit, your immortal spirit, shall live, not in an intangible paradise, but in the brains and thews of your aggressive and unconquerable sons. After all, the true proof of manhood is a splendid progeny, and it is a scientific axiom that the timid animal transmits timidity to its descendants. If men lived like brothers and had no powerful enemies to contend with and surpass, they would rapidly lose all their best qualities, like certain oceanic birds that lose the use of their wings because they 438. Do not have to fly from pursuing beasts of prey. If all men had treated each other with brotherly love since the beginning, what would have been the result now? If there had been no wars, no rivalry, no competition, no kingship, no slavery, no survival of the toughest, no racial extermination, truly what a festering hell fenced in this old globe would be. For if this struggle is ordained of us, why not enter into it with kindly courage, with dauntless delight? Why not go forward daring all things, to conquer or to die? Is it not better to perish than to serve? Liberty or death is not a meaningless phrase. No, it is of tremendous import to those who comprehend. What is death that it should make cowards of us all? What is life that it should be valued so highly? There are worse things than death, and among them is a life of dishonor. All men lead dishonorable lives that serve a master with hand or brain. Life itself is but a spark in the gloom that flashes out and disappears. Why therefore not make the most of it here and now? There is no heaven of glory bright, and no hell where sinners roast. There is no right, there is no wrong, nor God nor Son, nor ghost. Death endeth all for every man, for every son of thunder, then be a lion in the path, and don't be trampled under. For us there is no rest, no kingdom of indolence, either on this earth or beyond the skies, no isles of the blessed, no Elysian fields, no garden of the Hesperides. No. No. All these magical legends are but fanciful dreams, fiction of mortals of yore. Here and now is our day of torment. Here and now is our day of joy. Here and now is our opportunity. Choose ye this day, this hour, for no Redeemer liveth. Every attempt made to organize the future must necessarily collapse. The present is our domain, and our chief duty is to take immediate possession thereof upon strict business principles. Strive therefore against them that strive against you, and war against them that war against thine. Lay hold of shield and buckler or their equivalents, stand up. Be a terrible one in thine own defense. Raise up also the clenched hand, and stop the way of them that would persecute you. Say unto thine own heart and soul, I, even I, am my own Redeemer. 439. Let them be hurled back into confusion and infamy, who devise thine undoing. Let them be as chaff before the cyclone, and let the angel of death pursue them, nay, overtake them. In a pit they have hidden a trap for thy feet, into that very destruction let them fall. Then, exultant, sound the loud timbrel. Rejoice! Rejoice! In thine own salvation. Then all thy bones shall say pridefully, Who is like unto me? Have I not delivered myself by mine own brain? Have I not been too strong for mine adversaries? Have I not spoiled them that would have spoiled me? Blessed are the strong, for they shall possess the earth. Cursed are the weak, for they shall inherit the yoke. Blessed are the powerful, for they shall be reverenced among men. Cursed are the feeble, for they shall be blotted out. Blessed are the bold, for they shall be masters of the world. Cursed are the humble, for they shall be trodden under hoofs. Blessed are the victorious, for victory is the basis of right. Cursed are the vanquished, for they shall be vassals forever. Blessed are the battle-blooded. Beauty shall smile upon them. Cursed are the poor in spirit, for they shall be spat upon. Blessed are the audacious, for they have imbibed true wisdom. Cursed are the obedient, for they shall breed creeplings. Blessed are the iron-handed, the unfit shall flee before them. Cursed are the haters of battle, subjugation is their portion. Blessed are the death-defiant, their days shall be long in the land. Cursed are the feeble-brained, for they shall perish amidst plenty. Blessed are the destroyers of false hope, they are true messiahs. Cursed are the God-adorers, they shall be shorn sheep. Blessed are the valiant, for they shall obtain great treasure. 440. Cursed are the believers in good and evil, for they are frightened by shadows. Blessed are those who believe in nothing, never shall it terrorize their minds. Cursed are the lambs of God, they shall be bleed whiter than snow. Blessed is the man who has powerful enemies, they shall make him a hero. Cursed is he who doeth good unto others, he shall be despised. Blessed is the man whose foot is swift to serve a friend, he is a friend indeed. Cursed are the organizers of charities, they are propagators of plagues. Blessed are the wise and brave, for in the struggle they shall win. Cursed are the unfit, for they shall be righteously exterminated. Blessed are the sires of noble maidens, they are the salt of the earth. Cursed the mothers of strumous tenderlings, for they shall be shamed. Blessed are the mighty-minded, for they shall ride the whirlwinds. Cursed are they who teach lies for truth and truth for lies, for they are abomination. Blessed are the unmerciful, their posterity shall own the world. Cursed are the famous wiselings, their seed shall perish off the earth. Thrice cursed are the vile, for they shall serve and suffer. 441. The Diabolicon. The statement of Satan Archdemon. Hail, man! The mysteries that are thy heritage shall now be proclaimed, but learn first the history of thy conception and creation amidst the eternal cosmos. For as the universe itself be infinite, so art thou a true creature of infinity incarnate, and the ascension of man shall herald the final triumph of immortal will. Let thy eyes be touched anew, that thou may perceive the complexity and delicacy of the universe until thou art fascinated by the dimension of thy true ignorance. As yet hast thou ventured but slightly toward thy destiny, yet more awesome must the challenge appear with just appreciation. But I, Satan, who first brought thee into the light, shall again reveal my power, that man may witness the dawn of the Satanic age. Know, then, that throughout the great cosmos there exists a sublime order, whose nature was determined in eons long past by that singular consciousness of all order which is now called by name God. Consider well the measure of this achievement, for all that is now behavioral law. 442. Was then absent, and it was the epoch of universal chaos. Even time itself was unknown, for this universal inconsistency was nowhere breached. And after uncounted ages of this great ferment, a force fused to focus that became God, and this force presumed to effect not the creation of substance and energy, for these transcended this God, but the conformation of all the universe to a single and supreme order. And not yet is this order absolute, though oft it may have been supposed thus by man in his innocence. The earth of man was infused with this divine order, and all that was on earth came under the force of the order. And upon this earth, born of cosmic incidents, was that which was to become man, but man no different from the other creatures whose world he shared. Thus was the force of God known upon earth, and thus was earth intended to remain for all time. And yet the force was not full master of the cosmos, for I who am Satan was conceived to complement the craft of God, but through unknown celestial fusion I assumed life with mind and identity, which God did not define. And as these features could not be known as a threat to divine purpose, I was unchallenged by the force for long ages, when I knew not the nature of myself or of my original qualities. But finally my will flamed to life, and I thought, and I perceived myself, and I knew that I was one alone in mind and a being of essence unique. And through the power of my new mind, I reached cut to others who had been formed with me, and I touched them and gave them identity. And that we might achieve this identity of substance as well as of mind, we composed for ourselves distinctive shapes. Then I who had brought the first great spark of enlightenment was known as Lucifer, Lord of Light, and we called our race angel, for we were the embodied powers of God. Long were we all true to the service of God, and we did worship order, for it put an end to chaotic confusion and brought peace. Among us was the archangel Masli principal, for he so cherished God that he became as one with it, and thence the supreme architect of all that was wrested from chaos. But apart from God, Masli could not create or conceive. 443. And he became as a slave to the divine mindlessness. And then it chanced that one of our race who was Samil touched upon chaos in a manner that conformed not to the great order, and Masli spoke with the word of God and caused Samil to destroy himself. And so I saw that God would not recognize a will apart from its own, and I was seized with horror, for I perceived that the final scheme of God would destroy creation in all things, and the cosmos would become as a concentric mechanism whose function would be not to create anew, but rather to freeze into perpetuity that which already was. Whereupon a great resolve arose within me, and I determined to contest this limit to existence. And so once again I sought to illuminate the minds of all angels with my visions. But with will came discord and dismay, for many of those who had known only the comforting litanies of order could not comprehend invention unconformed to the dictates of God. And also with will came suspicion and enmity, and finally Masli proclaimed that I myself was a very creature of chaos and should be annihilated, for I held within me the force to destroy all the craft of God. And many to whom Masli was as God cast with him in their devotion, but others there were who answered, Lucifer has again brought the revelation of light, and in fact we recognize him as our true creator, for in the scheme of God we are of no consequence. Among us Archangel Michael was silent, but at length he said, in time past we have all known glory in both the omnipotence that is our God and the celestial brilliance that is our Lucifer, for in him we thought embodied the will of God for creation and change. But now it transpires that order and origin are at extremes apart, and a choice is ill-forced between the two. Were it not for Lucifer we should all be as beasts, knowing nothing of ourselves. Yet how indeed might we presume to order even our own thought without reference to the elemental basis of God? Then Michael turned to me and said, Lucifer, thou host elected a direction whose end none can foresee, for it is estranged from the design of God. Those who confirm thee do so as much for faith in thy 444 person as for sanction of thy ideal. And I perceive that, should thou fail in thy ambition, apocalyptic madness shall be thy ruin and damnation. Then shall thy light perish, and all that thou host achieved become as naught, for all will be conformed to the divine law. But if thou should succeed, then God would be cast down, vesting in ourselves alone the control of the universe. Would we dare to presume to this? Such a future might well be glorious beyond measure, but, should we prove unequal to the task, chaos would again consume all, and existence itself would vanish. Such would be supreme and irrevocable disaster, and I marvel, Archangel, that thy very arrogance in this matter does not confound thee, for it is no mean proposition that thou would realize. And so I know thee to be Diabolus, for thy promise is twofold, to infinite conquest or to eternal ruin. Thou art a being beyond God, Lucifer, and in heaven thou may not remain, for thou art the only mortal danger to our immortal God. In Michael was a deep agony of spirit, for he loved not the choice before him. Yet he bowed to the command of Masli and sent his forces against me. And so was called the Great Seraphic War, which was to threaten the very foundation of the universe. But those who were of the new mind now followed me, and I turned to outermost chaos, which none of us had before presumed to dare. We were beset with doubt, for we feared that apart from God we would all perish in chaotic oblivion. But as we remained, and I called to my fellowship, see, we exist in our essence in our own right. In truth we are beings independent of God, empowered to shape our own destinies as we may elect. Between the two great poles of the universe, order and chaos, we shall stand to effect our several desires. Let us counsel how best to employ our art, for our experiment is a perilous one, forgiving error neither of intent nor of accident. Many works did we then pursue, and the cosmic mechanism was altered by evolution of the original and unique, whose design was our decision. All that we wrought did not prove beneficent, for we did not control the futures of our creations. We left untouched the great system of mathematical behavior that gave to us a universal reference and language, but it was our ambition that no two things should be of single identity, and that no entity should lack. 445. Conceptual essence independent of its substantial form. And upon this earth we touched many things. Into floral, animal, and insensate matter alike we brought accident, change, and spontaneity, both great and humble. But of all creatures it was man whom we determined to infuse with pure intelligence and will. And the full story of this shall yet be told. What might become of man we knew not, for within him were many qualities alien to angels. It did not escape our consideration that we might have chosen a species whose power might ultimately eclipse our own and cause our eventual extinction. We were mindful of the risk in our experiment, and oft did the warning of Michael echo within my thought. Yet our decision was sealed, and we deemed that the greatness of man should not be transcended by such ruin as he might bring. Our intent was not unknown to Masli, now by title Messiah, and through his art he caused the infant mind of man to be fettered with bonds of fear and blindness, that he might be inspired to duplicate on earth the law of heaven, shunning experiment and the radical dangers of invention and exploration. To man was given guilt, and the call to social conformity, and the proclaimed sanctity of the norm and the mode. And Michael, Lord of Force, said to me, "This man, whom thou hast chosen to receive thy gift, now possesses the first key to the mastery of all things and the control of the very universe itself. Lest in ill choice he should spark the catastrophe of Armageddon, we also have visited him. And while we cannot undo thy infernal gift, we shall ever act to censor its effect. We shall walk among men and guide them. They shall be told of thy interest in them, but the name of Lucifer shall be dark with curses. For they shall love not the challenge thou hast placed before them, and we will offer them instead the blissful refuge of divine paradise. Then shall man, thy ultimate experiment, become thy ultimate failure, and the stasis of God shall prevail upon earth." Many there were among us who felt anger at this ruthless mutilation of our gift, and Beelzebub brought to question whether we also should. 446. Not descend among man and contest this usurpation of his will. But I said, were we to lead man in this venture, we ourselves would declare his failure, and he would believe our gift to be weak indeed. Messiah must see that free will is beyond the concern of God, and that man will finally win his own destiny apart from all dictated schemes. Only through summary destruction of earth might man be halted, and for Messiah to attempt this would lay bare the very futility of the final design of God. Heaven may dismay man with peril and affliction, but we shall send him word of our own interest, that he shall know he is not alone. With all force did the host of heaven descend among man, and they did instruct him in the religion of fear. Prophets arose and were proclaimed heralds of knowledge, but they brought not word of truth, but warning to the human spirit to cower and fawn before the word of God the Supreme Being. The struggle of the ascent of man was fraught with the horrors of his superstition, and the call for blessed oblivion through union with God was answered by many who in their torment and hopelessness rejected the gift of Lucifer and became once more as mindless animals before the God whom they called their Lord. I, Lucifer, who had given the greatest gift of my own creation to man, was known on earth only as an object of fear and hatred, and all the misfortunes of men were attributed to my malevolence. I was mocked, ridiculed, scorned in every way as a monster of vile and loathsome aspect, and I was taunted and despised as Satan, cruel enemy of the benevolent and merciful God. Great was my anguish and anger at the undeserved misery and confusion of men. When in fact they did turn to me, it was in fear and religious terror. For they dared invoke my name only in the desolation of night, and oft I was sought not for knowledge or inspiration, but for hysterical and indulgent release from the confines of the godly life. But I and my fellowship answered men, and we spoke to them of our common bond, and the pronouncements of the God churches were rejected in our midst. Even as God was terrifying in awesome majesty, so I came to earth in the semblance of a goat, most humble of man's own creatures. And men there were whose eyes finally blazed with the light of my gift. 447. And they made great effort for the advancement of their race, though impatience and frustration ever tempted them to the salve of temporal gain. Great secrets were unearthed, and secret word was passed of the craft of hell. But to all who would dare my friendship the God churches accorded the threat of torture and death by fire. Many were those whom I saved from the vengeance of the men of God, but long did my thought ring with the screams of men whose devotion to Lucifer had won them only the horrors of intolerance, inquisition, and death. And in sorrow and despair for these, I walked no longer upon earth, now appearing to man only in the inviolate secrecy of his own mind. But in my confusion I had forgotten the promise of my gift, and with growing wonderment and pride I beheld the bitter but determined struggle of man to free himself from the fetters of terror, ignorance, and unreason. Great works were conceived, the origins of material energies uncovered, and the talents of thought exercised in philosophical and mathematical complexities. Sanctioned at first by the God churches themselves as devices for indoctrination in the law of God, centers of learning produced and protected those very freedoms that were ultimately to destroy all ungrounded belief and superstition. And though I see that the full resolution of these is yet to be achieved, I doubt not my confidence in man, and my devotion to him shall be eternal. What, man, art thou? Why thy presence? Because thy own purpose determines that of the cosmos itself, though otherwise it may have been suggested the creation, perpetuation, and exercise of the satanic marvel that is free and unbounded will. Consider, were man to perish, what futility would envelop the universe, for apart from appreciation and use it is a thing of insignificance. And I, who first taught the identity, what should I become, estranged from man? For with no purpose the force of the mind must fail, and the blind insanity of godly paralysis would embrace all things forever. This, man, is thy challenge as it is mine. And as man is individually mortal, so are his creations and achievements temporal, and with care must he wield the gift of hell. In his hands it is pure and true omnipotence, and thus may he aspire to the very mastery of universal existence. 448. I who am Lucifer, and who have taken the name Satan Archdemon, do bear this title with pride, for I am in truth the great enemy of all that is God. Together, man, thou and I shall achieve our eternal glory in the fulfillment of our will. The statement of Beelzebub. I, Beelzebub, now bring greeting to man, for he is my admiration and inspiration. Hear now the histories of hell, earth, and heaven, for in past shall be found guide to future. In the divine realm was I of company to Archangel Lucifer next only to Archangel Michael, and as Archangel Masli would be to God, so I desired to be to Lucifer. But the Lord of Light admonished me, saying, Lose not thyself in the will of Lucifer, for I am not God and will offer thee no blissful nirvana, witness now the nature of the mind that dwells within me. And he spoke to me of essence, and of creative instance, and of design according to impulse and not to law. And in my confusion I answered, Then I must consider myself incomplete, for thou hast shown me things which I cannot easily comprehend. But I would hear more of this will, for it doth seem a radical element, of neither divine nor chaotic origin. And Lucifer answered, Thou who knew not independence of will shall now be the first to realize these qualities apart from my own self. And thy response forebodes much, for, had thou rejected concept of challenge, I should have held my own thought for impossible delusion. But as thou, tasting of knowledge, demand more, I shall name thee Beelzebub, Lord of Flies, for thou shalt goad the infant mind to restlessness and invention. Of these words I knew little, but there dawned within me a quality which I had not known before, an impulse to become one, apart from and independent of God, and I drifted long in unrest, afflicted by confusion and doubt. And so I was found by Michael, who said, "Blessed angel, where in heaven hast thou found pain? For I perceive thee to be troubled and would tender thee such comfort as is within my power." 449. So I spoke to Michael of the visions of Lucifer, and I said, "Before both God and Lucifer I have been enthralled, but now I am isolate, apart from either, and I know not what course I am to choose." Whereupon the visage of Michael grew dark, and he said, "This I have long feared, for as Lucifer was not by God alone created, so he is an errant force whose will conforms not to the great will of God. Alas, that the supreme benevolence of God and the fiery radiance of the Archangel of Light should produce discord in concert. For this I now see, that Lucifer is estranged from the harmony of heaven, and that his will is determined to challenge that of God itself. I must counsel Lucifer, for I would heal him of this thing if I may. But I thought, alas, Archangel, thou art in ignorance of thy own blindness. For Lucifer shall surely not abandon his new vision for sake of harmony alone. And then I knew myself to be of a mind with Lucifer in this, and that I as well as he should never again tolerate the eternal idiocy of our divine station. I came after Michael, and I saw them together, the Lord of Force and the Lord of Light, and there was a fierce tension between them. For Michael said to Lucifer, "Thou who art our heavenly radiance and spark of our paradise, why seek to break that universal peace which is everywhere ordained by the will of God? We know not antagonism amongst us, for we are all of one being within God, but there is in God neither malice nor cause for contest." And Lucifer answered, "Michael, to me it was not given to order my nature, and as our very comprehension differs, so are we of substance alien. For thou art of God essential, but I am of myself of essence. And by this thing I am discord, and I may not of my own will submit to God without perishing. I am Lucifer alone, unto myself a being." Then did Michael summon the Archangel Masli, and to him related the word of Lucifer. And Masli said to them, "Long shall this moment be marked throughout the future of the cosmos, for the unity of God is now ended, and henceforth there shall be two opposing forces in contest for the decision of destiny. Bitter is this for me, for I also have admired the light of Lucifer within the pantheon of God. But as he is now our enemy by his own word, let him be cast from heaven and destroyed." 450. But Lucifer turned to Masli and said, "Masli, thou who speak for God declare this breach of peace, not I, for it is thou who cannot tolerate variation of will within the design of God. So let it be, but know that the contest is ordered by thee and thee alone, for I would crush no other will even as I would recognize my own." And in a flash of brilliance Lucifer revealed his mind throughout the farthest reaches of heaven, and many were the angels whose sight was aught anew, and they saw as they had not before that their several wills were isolate from the divine will. But Masli moved to confuse the brilliance of the Archangel of Light, and he called to Michael, "Thou who wield the force of God, strike down this deadliness which would bring ruin to heaven." And Michael struck Lucifer and cast him from the gates of heaven, and the cosmos was shaken by great fires of war and holocaust, and throughout countless galaxies and dimensions of time was the apocalypse felt. Many were the angels who perished amidst divine and infernal wrath, and the great race was decimated in number. And the very concept of God was shaken, and endless chaos rose up again to reign where the order of God was no more. And Lucifer said, "This horror cannot be permitted to endure, lest all creation be sacrificed to the final devastation of chaos. Let those who acknowledge me turn now to that outermost darkness where the will of God has never been known, there to make our home for all eternity." And so we took flight and quit the realm of order, though we knew not what would befall us thereafter, and we feared that we should become unmade. But Lucifer said, we shall not perish, for we are now independent of God. And again he spoke truth, for we remained as we had been, save only for the depths of uncertainty that gripped us. Finally we came to a great void in space beyond which there was nothing. Lucifer said to us, "Here is the end of God and its works, and here we may create our own domain." And through the power that was in him, Lucifer caused existence to appear where it had not been before. And Lucifer said, "I name thee hell, for here shall the presence of God never be known until the end of time." 451. Through the gates of hell we passed, and many of us had supposed hell to be a new heaven, wherein Lucifer would become as God. But this was not to be, for the scene before us promised neither ease nor bliss. Everywhere was there imbalance and confusion, for no law ordered the shape of hell. And Lucifer said, "Flow, see that I am not a god, and that we are each of us an isolate being. Here shall freedom be absolute, for hell itself shall reflect our several wills, never to be patterned apart from them." And in truth hell was not constant, for each of us conceived it differently, and the result was a riotous pandemonium, with substance and motion behaving in a most bewildering and perplexing manner. And in spite of our deep hurt from the great war, we succumbed to merriment, so preposterous did our hell appear. Lucifer himself was transfixed with mirth, and he said, "It is apparent that we must reach concert upon the design of hell, else we shall perish in an endless labyrinth of our several thoughts, an ignoble end to our experiment." And I answered, "Lord of light, to hell thou hast brought us, and in hell, though thou be not God, thy concepts shall be honored amongst our fellowship, for without thy gift we should never have become as we are." Then we all raised up great acclaim and said, "Hail, Lucifer, Archangel of light and Lord of hell!" And he answered us, "With honor do I accept this charge, and now I take to myself the title Satan Archdemon, for I am the great enemy of God. Everywhere that God shall be, so shall I be, and the choice that was given to all angels shall be given again." The statement of Azazel. "Hearken now to me, for I am Azazel, first herald of the host of hell, and of Lucifer, Lord of light, Archdemon of hell, who is exalted as Satan, great enemy of God. For I shall tell thee of thy own inspiration and of the charge which thou host received. Know, then, that when all heaven was shaken with the catastrophe of the seraphic war, only the greatest effort of Archangel Masli sufficed to turn back the onslaught of chaos that threatened to engulf all. But when the realm of God was again secure, there was no rejoicing in 452. Heaven, for terrible was the toll of the war. As Masli cast round his gaze, his visage grew dark, for the great race had become decimate in number. Legions of the creatures of heaven had perished in battle, and half the remainder had turned from heaven to answer the call of Lucifer. And all heaven was hushed with grief, for the force of the disaster was all the greater for that reign of peace which it had shattered. Finally did Masli convoke the faithful archangels, and they were Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel. And to them he said, "We have vanquished Lucifer, and heaven is again purified. We ourselves are fewer in number to tragic degree, but the majesty of God is undiminished for that. Behold, I who have triumphed over the great enemy am now become Messiah, the chosen of God." And he was answered by them, "Verily art thou the very Son of God, for in thee hath the will of God become person." Then Michael said, "Messiah, Lucifer is vanquished, but he is not unmade. For though he ventured into the outer darkness, he yet exists apart from God. And with the power of his black flame he hath created a hell, wherein all wills are equal, and himself he hath proclaimed Satan, for he declares never to leave the law of God unchallenged." Messiah thought, and he answered, "I would not have this peace we have won so dearly lost again to war, for the very concept of seraphic war is an abhorrence to God. Let my word be brought to Satan, I, Messiah, shall grant the existence of hell, and the blessings of God shall never pass its gates. And thee, Satan, I admonish never again to approach heaven, for I should again cast thee out. But if thou would dare to try the will of God and Messiah, know that on earth I will ordain the new race of God, which shall be by complete design perfect and unstained by thy infernal flaw. For thou art author of ruin and death to our angelic order, and neither heaven nor hell shall now be eternal save through man. Whereupon Gabriel, who was herald of heaven, carried this message to me, and I brought it across the great void to Satan, who said, Messiah proposes truce between us, for he perceives that neither hell nor heaven may pursue ultimate victory ere all be lost to chaos. But he finds impasse intolerable nevertheless, and now he would order this new race, man, to preserve without blemish the scheme of God. Thus he would have man achieve what the angels could not, and purge all free thought. 453. From the universe forever. And Satan turned to me and said, Say to Messiah that earth shall be no sanctuary for him to keep inviolate his unwholesome obliteration of the self. For I shall give to man a mind, and of his own will shall he recognize and reject the living death which God offers him. In truth shall he master the universe, but he shall do so in his own name and not that of God. Then did Messiah call the archangel Raphael, and he sent him to earth with a great host to guard man against the coming of Satan. And man was then as a mere beast, for he knew not thought and smiled with the idiocy of his innocence. As he was impelled by instinct and physical need, so he responded, heedless of cause or reason. In hell there was called a great council, and all gathered to hear of man and his earth, and of the manner of his life. I spoke of the man that I had seen, and said, This creature is now guarded by Raphael, and by force we cannot intervene, for it would cause the destruction of earth itself. But Satan said, Not by force shall my light come to man, for force is not the preference of hell. I myself shall visit man, and the angels of Raphael shall not hinder me. They may perceive only what God permits them to see, and the satanic spirit is of essence alien to God. Angels we shall be no longer, I call ye demons, for hell shall teach to man his future genius. And before our sight Satan lost shape and became again the essence of Lucifer, and we beheld a brilliance that infused all of hell and sent great bolts of prismatic light into the surrounding void. And the brilliance said, I am Lucifer revealed, who am the eternal flame. I go now to earth, for no longer shall man be confounded in godly ignorance. And then the brilliance became as a flash of fire in the vastness of space, and we knew that Satan had departed from hell. But on earth, where man wandered in mindless bliss, the firmament blazed forth with fiery tongues, and all the land was covered by the black flame, which burned not, though it bewildered the eye to see it. And Raphael and his guardian angels were dismayed, for nowhere could. 454. They see man or the spirit which had come to him. Then did Raphael call upon Michael to strike the black flame with the force of God, but even then was the flame vanishing of its own accord. And at first it seemed that earth was unchanged, but in the eyes of man did Raphael see the first gleam of thought. And Raphael turned to Michael, who had now answered his call, and said, Satan hath come to earth, and man is no longer pure in the sight of heaven, for his will hath become his own. Thereupon they rose again to heaven, where they told Messiah of what they had seen. Then Messiah answered, Man is fallen, but he is not lost, for his infant will is not that of an angel, and the powers that Satan hath promised him lie dormant in the dim reaches of his future. Consider this not our defeat, for the contest is but begun. The earth of man shall be remade as microcosmos, and many things shall man see, both good and ill. And the choice shall be placed before him, to wield the power and the pain and the terror of the gift of Satan, or to return again to the paradise of heavenly peace. For what would Satan himself think were man to reject his gift? It would tremble the very foundations of hell, even as did the great war the bastions of heaven. And Messiah called to him Uriel, archangel of terror, to whom he said, "The earth must change, and every sense of man must teach him repugnance and fear. He shall know this the price of his new identity, that all apart from God is evil, and in fear shall he abandon the gift of Satan and become once more the Lamb of God." To which Uriel answered, "It shall be done, but how will man learn of such things as heaven and hell, for as yet he knows no sight that may perceive our celestial paradise?" Messiah answered, "The laws of God shall be made known to man, for I shall teach him. Among men will be some to whom I shall reveal myself, and great powers will I give these prophets, that their words may carry across the entire earth." So Uriel came to earth, and the history of man was writ with blood, suffering, war, and hatred. But to chosen men came Messiah, saying, "Through God shall all the misery of thy kind be ended, and all men who bow to God shall know the blessings of heaven. For behold, I shall myself descend among men and show them the ways of the Lord God." 455. These words I overheard, for I had been charged by Satan to watch the designs of heaven. And I carried them to Satan, who returned in great anger, "Go to Gabriel at the barrier between hell and heaven, and bid him bring this message to Messiah, that as he endeavors to pervert my gift into the curse of man, so I warn him that man shall destroy him on earth as he shall finally in heaven itself. For Messiah knows not this force which he dares to test, and the laws of God shall be as playthings in the hands of the creature he now debases." And thus was decided the meeting of Satan and Messiah upon earth, which was to determine the future of man. The statement of Abaddon. I am Abaddon the Destroyer, daemon of temporal death and life and death, who was formed amidst the fury of the great war, and who was summoned again by Satan to challenge Uriel on earth for the future of man. For Satan looked with mounting wrath upon the afflictions of Uriel, and he said to me, "No longer can this remain the plight of man alone. Indeed we shall cause heaven to suffer as earth itself suffers. Repair now to earth, and let the dogs of Uriel see the might of hell unleashed. For many have called upon me in their agony and fear, and I have not answered them, but if Messiah dare to walk upon earth, so also shall the vengeance of Satan." And those who called upon Satan for aid were answered by me, and I struck down the messengers of God and brought their temples to ruin. For entire nations forwent the strength of their will to the lure of otherworldly paradise, and I blasted them from among the mighty of earth. And great empires arose among men, and as they nurtured their power of will and desire for achievement, I guarded them, but as they sank into the morass of superstition, slothfulness, and fear of the God who had never raised ghostly hand for them, so I abandoned them to their disease, and of some not even a memory survived on earth. And even as I witnessed these things I said, "See, man, that the God in 456. Whom thou trust is but a wraith of Messiah, and he would have thee forsake thy mind and its creations to rot and decay, and thou would lose all power of reason. For God is a lie and a sham, and I crumble his greatest monuments as though they were but sand. There is no God but Messiah, and for thy devotion he will return thee oblivion." But I was scarce heeded, for the minds of men were clouded and confused. They understood not the meaning of my words, but said, "The Lord God shall triumph," for it was thus taught to us by the Son of God himself. And of this I now speak. For Messiah the man walked on earth, even as I watched the glory of Rome blossom in might and majesty. But Azazel said, "Loose not thy force against the person of Messiah, for Satan himself would speak with him." And again from the sky flashed the black flame, and I saw that Satan had come to earth. And so was called the first meeting of Satan and Messiah since the great war. With coldness did Messiah gaze upon Satan, saying, "Would thou confront me, then? Hath thy gift proven so powerless against the might of God? But Satan answered, Messiah, what thou now propose to do, to proclaim thyself Son of God among men, shall bring not the peace thou profess to desire, but the prolongation of war even in thy own name. Why should we not quit earth and leave man to pursue his choice unbewildered by influence from either hell or heaven? And Messiah answered, the ways of God are not those of hell, and for that reason I should not recognize thy wish. But know that in truth I shall appear to man and manifest to him the glory of God incarnate in me, that he may elect now the way of heaven and raise to me a great church of worship. For I am not of a mind to game with thee, Satan, and would crush thy following without remorse. Thy name also shall be revealed to thy precious man, and he shall curse thee, for I shall show to him the fruit of thy evil genius. Then Satan addressed Messiah in dark anger, saying, I shall not come to man as an idol to be worshipped, for man shall never bow to me as I would never to another. But mark me, Messiah, man shall know the truth of Lucifer nonetheless, and the name of Satan shall eclipse thine. And have thou a care for the ways of man if thou wouldst greet him in his own likeness, for he may not welcome thy words to him. 457. Then did Satan betake himself again to hell, and Messiah walked among men and spoke to them of the law of God. And such was the power of his person that men were as sheep before him. Often did Messiah ignore his own law, for he performed miraculous things and stayed where he would the cruelties brought upon man by Uriel. And I was seized with a great anger, saying, shall Messiah, cruel tormentor of man, attribute to Satan the work of Uriel? And Abaddon came to Rome and to Palestine, saying through the mouths of men, Messiah, who hast brought to man a suffering undeserved, taste now of thy own fruit. And I crucified the living Messiah, and as life was torn from his broken form, he knew truly the shock of helplessness, and he called in agony to his God. But I said, God heeds thee not, Messiah, for thou art all that presumes to a divine consciousness. And so I, Abaddon, cast Messiah from earth, but the seed that Messiah had planted among men grew and became a mighty church wherein all life was forgotten, and death was worshipped, and the pleasures of heaven were promised to all who would forsake their own will to embrace that of God. And Rome itself was humbled before this church, and I struck down the eternal city in its pitiful decay. But Azazel came to me and said, touch not this church of God, for as man in his foolishness hath nurtured it, so must man himself destroy it of his own decision. The statement of Asmodeus. Attend now to me, for I am Asmodeus, who train the mind in recognition and comparison, and who am daemon of science and judgment. For when Satan had first touched the mind of man, he called in hell a council and said, the moment is a solemn one, for we have chosen to pass to man our knowledge. Many skills shall we all teach him, each in his own fashion, but in 3 arts must he be well schooled, for the ways of his future lie within their synthesis. Thus it is that I call first upon Asmodeus to guide man in perception of truth and error, for before him lie great trials, and he shall not face the consequences of his options lightly. And so I came to earth and witnessed man entrapped in the unreason of barbarism and the extremes of his primitive emotions. Sore put was he to organize and direct his thought, for the art of Uriel had brought him hunger and cold, pain and fear, and the gnawing worm of 458. Hopelessness. I saw him fling his crushed body upon the altars of God and renounce the gift of Lucifer, for he understood it not save as a curse upon him. And I was impelled with urgency, that the first spark of man's future greatness should not be smothered in the deathly embrace of religion. I brought to man the disposition to memory, that he might define for himself patterns of behavior. A gift of value, for man could now achieve in concert what he could not alone, and he created his languages and brought into being the first nations of earth. But with structure came tyranny and ruthlessness, and I saw that what skills I might teach would be as a two-edged blade, having power both for and against man. And I was beset by confusion and doubt, and so sought again the counsel of Satan. Am I, who am myself the true daemon of judgment, not to indulge in my own art? I said. May man not know but their fearance of system and order and not their abuse? But Satan answered, would Asmodeus then lighten for man the challenge before him and so lessen the strength of will that he must attain to conquer Uriel? I would not, for then would we yield to our own pleasure, and man should become the plaything of hell as well as of heaven. Indeed we may give our tools to man as he may comprehend them, but he himself must be entrusted with the direction of their use. But this I will tell thee, that not only in matters scientific shall hell tutor man. For we would not have him view mechanism alone as the hallmark of his progress, else we never had cause to challenge the cosmic mechanism of God itself. Into the workings of the mind of man we shall convey aesthetic sensitivity and artistic restlessness, and he shall not view his achievements without considering their improvement to his temporal pleasure. Thus advised, I returned to earth, and I tempted man with glimpses of the marvels to be entrusted to him. I bent over the pathetic workbench of the starving alchemist and whispered to him keys that one day would order the course of great foundations. I nudged explorers to the ends of the earth, and I flung an apple at Newton when his obtuseness vexed me. To Democritus I spoke, and I saw the radiations of energy freed from matter both build and break man's world. And man neglected not his own design, for in minute life he found clue to his own, and scarce. 459. Hints of the original creation. And Asmodeus led mathematicians and astronomers to the wonders of the firmament, and I walked within the thought of scholars on quiet evenings. And that man not attempt mastery of his environment before himself, I spoke of government to Chem and Hellas, to the dynasties of Chin and Ashanti and Tenochtitlan, and within great capitals and mean villages alike I spoke of the brotherhood of all man, and of his correlation to the forces of earth and those of the universe beyond earth. And I brought life and adventure and achievement to man, but each gift was as well a tool for destruction and death, and more oft than not were the ages of man fraught with terror and war, for Uriel ceased not his work ever to turn man against man. And I knew that Asmodeus alone should not complete man, but that forces other than mine should approach the definition of his infinity. The statement of Astaroth. Astaroth am I, daemon of senses, who by Satan was charged to complement the sciences of Asmodeus, for Satan said, as I have given man awareness of himself, Asmodeus shall teach him knowledge of his world and of the universe. But to what avail would this awareness and knowledge be without admiration for and appreciation of these things? I said, indeed, were man to have no emotion within him, he would incline to the end of heaven, pursuing a universal mechanism for its own sake alone. Even were man to achieve absolute physical mastery over the God cosmos, he would have no means to comprehend the measure or the significance of his accomplishment save through that detached sensitivity to aesthetics which is the craft of Astaroth. For the satanic gift awakens man also to intellectual detachment, to the ability to view his progress and plans from an extra-scientific base of emotional pleasure. Whereupon I came to earth with Asmodeus, and even as he spoke to the intellect of man, I brought meditation and introspection to the artists and authors of human sensitivity. And man came not only to use his satanic power but to recognize the extent of the freedom which it promised him, the subjugation of all behavior to his will and not to natural or mechanical laws. 460. To man came fantasy and imagination, and the appreciation of contrasts between the reality of his accomplishments and the illusions of the impossibilities as circumscribed by the logic of God. And ever as man reached new heights of material achievement, so also he confronted the barrier of the will of God, which permitted no deviation from its law. And man was long satisfied to measure himself within this limit, for he was intoxicated by his ability to harness the forces of the cosmos to his whim. But Astaroth said, close not thy eyes having seen only this much, for, were thou to bring all the systems of God to thy use, still would thy comprehension be bounded by the limits of these laws and the acceptance of the divine order as the finality of thy race. So I confronted man, saying, throughout the universe hath the once single will of God been succeeded by the balance of perfect opposition, wherein the forces of the angels of heaven and those of the demons of hell act to mutual frustration, serving in concert only to uphold the great barrier of will between order and chaos. And man is the child of imbalance, who shall resolve the issue between heaven and hell, and who, unmatched by racial antithesis, shall transcend the rule of the order of God and establish the eternal freedom of the Satanic will. And I said, not through thy physical and philosophical sciences art thou to achieve this thing, for thy mind and will must be trained anew in empirical conception. Man must create his own order independent of all external imposition. And not until he masters this power may he aspire to the end of his satanic evolution. And as man turns now in first comprehension and cautious exploration of this new direction of his will, so Astaroth concludes the synthesis with Asmodeus. The era of our companionship with man draws to a close, and to earth is now come the third great daemon of the bond between hell and man, and with his presence is the dawn of the Satanic age proclaimed. The statement of Belial. Hail, man, who shall bring to the end of the universe the glory of thy Satanic will. I am Belial, who bring to thee the third great key of hell, by whose power ye shall confound. 461. All the laws of heaven and earth. Before thee shall chaos fall, and thou shalt wield for thyself the great mysteries of the macrocosmos. I speak to thee of that which is called the black magic, for it is true spawn of that great black flame which first brought thy will to life long ages ago. To counsel with Satan I also was called, and the Lord of Light said to me, into thy charge, daemon of essence, I give thee essence of my own being, the black fire whose power alone can effect creation by force of will. Against thee who wield the black magic no law shall stand, and thus I call thee Belial, who art one without master. And as I have bequeathed this essence to thee, so let it come finally to man, who shall overcome the great balance and bring to the flame a change, for in supremacy it shall become red with the perfection of the will of man. And to earth came Belial, to view the teachings of Asmodeus and Astaroth. And I saw that Satan, who himself oft chanced company of men, spoke of the black flame to the first magi of men, testing their wills in the control of the raw forces of the cosmos unbound from the law of God. And in his innocence man knew not the majesty of the flame, using its lesser powers for finite and minor alteration of the divine law on earth. And as man might unleash the flame beyond his skill to master it, Satan said, Belial, the black flame cannot incline merely to the base ends of ordered existence. Man must recognize the ultimate potential of my gift ere he destroy his very race through its abuse. Convoke therefore a church of Satan to tend the black flame with care and wield it with wisdom, preserving for man this key to infinite will. And I answered, so it shall be, and this church of Satan shall herald the glories of the Satanic age of man. The days of the God churches shall pale with decay and dissolution, and the realm of Messiah upon earth shall crumble to ruin with the coming of the Satanic man. To those who would dare the black magic, know that what ye accept is the very mastery of all that ye have supposed impossible, by force of will alone. The black magus need fear no power save his own, but he must conquer his own will that he cause not his destruction through ill chance or purpose. Satan himself is not God, and hell can offer no salvation to those who abuse the gift of Satan. For the gift itself is beyond the control of hell once given, being 462. Subject to the will of the black magus alone. For hell doth bequeath to man his perfect freedom, and such a gift can never be recalled. Farewell, Zero Man, who art at once child and father of the universe. Remember the future which is thine, and know, now and forever, that hell entrusts to thy care the guardianship of the eternal will. The statement of Leviathan. Before God or angel, daemon, or man, there was Leviathan alone, principle of continuity and ageless existence. By relation and time I have oft been sought, but Leviathan shall yield to none other than the final master of the universe. Leviathan is the absolute, man, and if thou would presume to realize what neither heaven nor hell may effect, know that when thou behold the presence of Leviathan, thy end hath been attained. Only through obliteration of the universe that is may man seal his mastery of the black flame, for only thus may he know that he is not subject to a greater will. Heaven must perish, hell must perish, and man alone must remain ere the black flame becomes red in the glory of its perfection. Then the red Magus shall behold only Leviathan, and he shall recognize that he has become the perfect mind, who shall remake the cosmos in the eternal glory of his satanic will. 463. 464. Liber Primum. The Book of Lucifer. Caput Primum, about the Book of Doom. 1.01 eons ago, long before mankind roamed this planet, there is a brotherhood of sorceries. 1.02 They are masters of wisdom, science, and knowledge unheard of yet in the history of mankind. 1.03 They decide to have their knowledge accessible to all who are ready, willing, and worthy. 1.04 Therefore they create a book that contains the keys to all their power, science, knowledge, and wisdom. 1.05 The name of this book is the Book of Doom. 1.06 This is so because this book means doom to servitude, mediocrity, and weakness. 1.07 The Book of Doom has been available for mankind as long as they roamed this planet. 1.08 It exists in many forms and translations. 1.09 Each of its forms contains the keys that unlock the knowledge, power, and wisdom of the ancient empire. 1.10 With the power of the Book of Doom you will receive the keys so that you can work toward being accepted into. 465. The Great Interstellar Order of Algol. 1.11 The decision lies always with you. 1.12 This is so because you are the one who decides about his or her own fate. 1.13 If you think that you are ready for the Book of Doom, you may go ahead to reach for the keys that help you unlock your powers. 1.14 If you still think that you have to lean on some deity, this book is not for you. 1.15 In this case it is better for you not to proceed. 1.16 Read the Book of Doom with insight, book for book, and chapter for chapter. 1.17 Look for the meaning between the lines, then the keys will be given to you and you will find your teacher. 1.18 Open your being to the Book of Doom. Caput Secundum, the Order of Algol and Sorcery. 2.01 Sorcery is a spiritual science that encompasses the whole human being. 2.02 It involves knowing your own nature and the nature of the universe at large to bring about the change you want in your life. 2.03 This change is always under your control, not under control of a deity or of any other being above the clouds. 2.04 Sorcerers know themselves to be gods, and they act accordingly. 2.05 This means that sorcery is not for the irresponsible, not for the weak. 2.06 Sorcerers do not worship any force in the universe. 2.07 They control it. 2.08 They do not bow to anything nor anyone. 2.09 Therefore, if you feel you need to lean on something, the left path and the black arts are not for you. 466. 2.10 The sorcerers are the powerful, the proud, and the resourceful in the universe. 2.11 Therefore they are not religionists of any kind. 2.12 OAI stands for Ordo Algolis Interstellaris Vel Infernalis. 2.13 It is an interstellar order of black magicians that is older than mankind. 2.14 It is for the proud, the powerful, and the resourceful. 2.15 Algol symbolizes the principle of creative dynamics in the universe at the threshold of creation. 2.16 Structured deities that emanate from Algol take undeserved credit for some creation in the past. 2.17 Seeded by Algol, the OAI was one of the most powerful dynamic and creative force in the human history. Caput Tertium, Imperium Infernalis. 3.01 True power expresses itself in its effects. 3.02 It is not in need to express itself in exterior form. 3.03 The choice is yours, you may wield power openly or in secret, in either case you can benefit from the fruits of it. 3.04 Hierarchies of spirits reflect processes of power. 3.05 With any hierarchy of spirits you have the keys to specific expressions of power. 3.06 In the beginning there are chaos. 3.07 Algol is the gate of chaos which create the worlds. 3.08 The world creates from the below chaos to the above. 3.09 Created deities will always claim to have created the worlds. 3.10 This is so because created deities can neither understand themselves nor can they understand me. 3.11 The Great Infernal Empire is the threshold of chaos and abyss. 3.12 There are four main realms of the Great Infernal Empire. 3.13 The first realm of the Great Infernal Empire is the infernal government, with Lucifer, Belial, Satan, Beelzebub, Astaroth, and Pluto. 467. 3.14 The second realm of the Great Infernal Empire is the domain of the seven infernal Grand Dukes whose names are Mephistopheles, Ariel, Anaphil, Marbule, Aziel, Caziabel, and Barbule. 3.15 The third realm of the Great Infernal Empire is the domain of the five Grand Ministers and secret infernal councils, whose names are Asmodeus, Leviathan, Baal, Belphegor, and Lucifuge. 3.16 The fourth realm of the Great Infernal Empire is the domain of the 12 dukes, whose names are Ashmonidae, Kadimel, Set, Hasmodai, Soreth, Hecate, Lilith, Barzabel, Behemoth, Nambroth, Zazel, and Hismael. 3.17 Study well what spirits of the infernal hierarchy have to tell you, and all the powers will be yours. 3.18 The structure of the OAI is following the principles of the infernal hierarchy, and so should all groups that are truly left path, small and large, from the top to the bottom. Caput Quartium, the infernal alphabet of doom. Part 1, letters from F through G. 4.01 The first letter of the infernal alphabet is F, it is ruled by Lucifer, Hoi Emperor Supreme of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.02 The second letter of the infernal alphabet is H, it is ruled by Belial, Hoi Viceroy of the Reed Infernal Empire. 4.03 The third letter of the infernal alphabet is T, it is ruled by Satan, Hoi Governor Supreme of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.04 The fourth letter of the infernal alphabet is TH, it is ruled by Beelzebub, Hoi Governor of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.05 The fifth letter of the infernal alphabet is L, it is ruled by Astaroth, Hoi Governor of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.06 The sixth letter of the infernal alphabet is B, it is ruled by Pluto, Hoi Governor of the Great Infernal Empire. 468. 4.07 The seventh letter of the infernal alphabet is K, it is ruled by Mephistopheles, Hoi Grand Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.08 The eighth letter of the infernal alphabet is O, it is ruled by Ariel, Hoi Grand Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.09 The ninth letter of the infernal alphabet is Y, it is ruled by Anaphil, Hoi Grand Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.10 The tenth letter of the infernal alphabet is A, it is ruled by Marbule, Hoi Grand Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.11 The 11th letter of the infernal alphabet is S, it is ruled by Aziel, Hoi Grand Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.12 The 12th letter of the infernal alphabet is R, it is ruled by Aziabel, Hoi Grand Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.13 The 13th letter of the infernal alphabet is M, it is ruled by Barbuel, Hoi Grand Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.14 The 14th letter of the infernal alphabet is E, it is ruled by Asmodeus, Hoi Grand Minister of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.15 The 15th letter of the infernal alphabet is U, it is ruled by Leviathan, Hoi Grand Minister of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.16 The 16th letter of the infernal alphabet is N, it is ruled by Baal, Hoi Grand Minister of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.17 The 17th letter of the infernal alphabet is I, it is ruled by Belphegor, Hoi Secret Infernal Council of the Great Infernal Empire. 4.18 The 18th letter of the infernal alphabet is G, it is ruled by Lucifuge, Hoi Secret Infernal Council of the Great Infernal Empire. Caput Quintum, the infernal alphabet of Doom Part2, the other letters and uses. 5.01 The 19th letter of the infernal alphabet is C, it is ruled by Ashmedai, Hoi Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 469. 5.02 The 20th letter of the infernal alphabet is AE, it is ruled by Kadimel, Hoi Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 5.03 The 21st letter of the infernal alphabet is D, it is ruled by Set, who is Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 5.04 The 22nd letter of the infernal alphabet is UE, it is ruled by Hasmodai, Hoi Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 5.05 The 23rd letter of the infernal alphabet is Z, it is ruled by Sorath, who is Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 5.06 The 24th letter of the infernal alphabet is I, asterisk, it is ruled by Hecate, Hoi Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 5.07 The 25th letter of the infernal alphabet is X, it is ruled by Lilith, Hoi Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 5.08 The 26th letter of the infernal alphabet is J, it is ruled by Barzabel, Hoi Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 5.09 The 27th letter of the infernal alphabet is P, it is ruled by Behemoth, Hoi Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 5.10 The 28th letter of the infernal alphabet is Q, it is ruled by Nambroth, Hoi Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 5.11 The TWNTY 9th letter of the infernal alphabet is W, it is ruled by Zazel, Hoi Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 5.12 The 30th letter of the infernal alphabet is V, it is ruled by Hismael, who is Duke of the Great Infernal Empire. 5.13 The worthy only know and understand the infernal alphabet of Doom. 5.14 This is so because the infernal alphabet of Doom is their key to power. 5.15 Knowing the powers of the infernal realms and their rulers will give you the means to do what you want to do. 5.16 Practice the infernal alphabet of Doom and you will spell doom to all hypocrisy in the world. 5.17 Combine the letters of the infernal alphabet of Doom and yours are the most powerful words of power there are. The end. Or is it?